Namaste, my dear students, and a very warm welcome to our deep dive classroom.
Namaste, everyone.
Today, we are going to explore something truly fundamental and exciting. How businesses, big or small, make their most crucial decisions.
Yes, very important decisions.
We'll be focusing on two key questions. How much should a company produce, and what price should it set for its products?
Absolutely key questions for any business.
Our main goal, as always, is to simplify these sometimes complex ideas about how markets are structured and how businesses behave. We really want to make these concepts absolutely clear and, well, useful for you, our keen learners, as you observe the world around you. We have a wonderful collection of insights from our source material today, a real treasure chest, you could say, on firm behavior and market structures. I'm confident you'll find it incredibly illuminating. So let's get ready to dive deep.
Indeed, my friends, it's a real pleasure to be here with you all. Today, we will gently unpack some very, very important concepts that help us understand the why behind what companies do.
Exactly, the why.
And how they try their very best to make a profit in, well, different kinds of markets. Think of it like understanding the rules of a game.
Ah, a good analogy, like cricket, maybe.
Precisely. Just as in any game, knowing the rules gives you a significant advantage, doesn't it? And in the vast world of business and finance, understanding these market structures and the decisions firms make, well, that's truly your roadmap to success.
A roadmap, I like that.
We'll begin by looking at the fundamental decisions a firm makes, just for its very survival. When to keep going, and when to, perhaps, pause.
Survival first, yes.
Then we'll see how a firm's size can dramatically impact its efficiency, whether it's a tiny startup or a giant corporation.
Size matters, then.
It often does, yes. And finally, we'll explore the different kinds of playing fields or markets that businesses operate in. These range from the most competitive ones, where everyone is fighting for a tiny share.
Like a crowded bazaar.
Exactly. To those with hardly any competition at all. Each market environment presents its own unique set of challenges and opportunities. And we will see, patiently, how firms adapt their strategies accordingly.
Okay, my dear students, let's begin by unpacking something very practical. Something that every business owner, from a small tea stall owner to a big factory owner, must understand.
Absolutely fundamental.
When does a business simply manage to keep its head above water? And when should it consider, well, perhaps taking a break or even closing down permanently?
Crucial questions.
This brings us to a very important distinction in accounting and finance. Economic profit versus accounting profit. Let's imagine our friendly neighborhood Kirana shop owner who sells groceries.
It's a very familiar example for all of us, yes.
When they sit down at the end of the month to calculate their profit, they usually look at what we call their accounting profit. This is quite straightforward, isn't it?
Yes, usually it is.
It's simply total money they earn from selling groceries minus all the direct, explicit costs they paid out. So they count the rent for their shop, the salaries they pay to their helpers, the electricity bill.
Things they write checks for or pay cash for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the money they spent buying supplies like rice, flour, spices from the wholesaler, whatever is left over after subtracting all these, that's their accounting profit.
Simple, right? That's what shows up on their financial statements, their books.
Very true, my friend. Accounting profit is indeed what most people see and understand easily. It's the number on the paper. But economic profit, that goes a significant step further.
A deeper level.
Yes. And this is where it gets really interesting for deeper understanding. It includes all those explicit accounting costs you mentioned, the rent, the salaries, all that.
Right.
But plus something very important that economists call opportunity cost. Now, what exactly is this opportunity cost? It's fascinating, really.
Okay, tell us more. Imagine our Kirana shop owner again. If they weren't running this shop, what else could they be doing with their time and their money?
Good question.
Perhaps they're a skilled person. Maybe they could be earning a steady, good salary, working as a manager somewhere else, maybe in a big retail chain.
Possible.
Or perhaps they could have invested the significant amount of money they put into the shop. For the stock, for the shelves, the initial setup. Maybe they could have put that money into a fixed deposit in a bank, earning a very good rate of interest, say 7% or 8% per year.
That's also an option. The money could be working elsewhere.
Exactly. That next best alternative income they gave up. That potential income they forwent by choosing to run the shop. That, my dear students, is their opportunity cost. It's the cost of the missed opportunity.
I see. The unseen cost.
Precisely. So economic profit accounts for all the costs, both the explicit visible costs you see in the books and these unseen or implicit opportunity costs. A firm is truly breaking even in an economic sense only when its total revenue just covers all these economic costs, including the opportunity cost of its capital and the owner's valuable time.
So breaking even means covering everything.
Everything. This means they're earning what we call a normal profit, just enough to cover all their costs, including the return they could have made elsewhere. If they're making anything above that, well, that's a positive economic profit. That's true financial gain beyond all alternatives.
Okay, that clarifies it. So, my bright students, let's consider this scenario carefully. If our Kirana shop owner earned ours $50,000 profit after paying all their explicit bills, the rent, the salaries, the supplies.
The accounting profit is $50,000.
Yes. But let's say they could have easily earned ours $60,000 per month working for someone else or by investing their capital elsewhere. Is their economic profit positive or negative? Just take a moment to think about it. What's the calculation?
Very good. Let them think. The accounting profit is $50,000. The opportunity cost, the missed salary, is $60,000.
Yeah.
So
the economic profit would be
actually negative. A loss of ours, $10,000. Because their foregone opportunity of ours, $60,000, was more than their accounting profit of ours, $50,000. This is a crucial distinction, you see.
very crucial. It changes the picture completely.
It does. Now, let's talk about the break-even point. This is that critical moment when a business has earned just enough to cover all its costs. And by that, we mean both the explicit accounting costs and those implicit opportunity costs we just discussed.
So economic costs are covered.
Exactly. So at the break-even point, there's no economic loss, but also no extra profit beyond what was needed to keep all factors of production compensated at their opportunity cost. We often say this happens when total revenue, TR, equals total cost, TC.
PR equals TC.
Got it. Or, if we look at it from a per unit perspective, it's when the average total cost, ATC, equals the price P of the product. Price just covers the average cost per item, including opportunity cost.
Okay, a good way to think about this is maybe imagining you are preparing for a big family wedding, a grand Indian wedding.
Ah, yes, weddings. We all know those.
You have a budget for everything. The food, the decorations, the clothes, all the ceremonies. If the money you collect from guests' gifts or your personal savings exactly covers all these expenses, you essentially broken even for the wedding, haven't you?
Yes, you haven't made any extra money, but you haven't lost any either beyond your initial investment. You covered all the costs. You broke even. No.
Exactly. Now, our source gives us an excellent business example, WR International. It's a company that makes low-cost prefabricated dwelling units.
Okay.
The source tells us they initially break even at 40 units of production. At this precise point, their total revenue and total cost both equal ours, $360,000.
So TRTC equals $360,000 at 40 units. That's the break-even output.
Precisely. This is the exact output level where their revenue finally covers all their costs, including that critical element of opportunity costs. The source also notes something interesting. Producing less than 40 units, or more than 80 units, would actually result in an economic loss for them.
So there's a range where they make profit.
Yes, and their maximum profit apparently occurs at 60 units. This just shows the importance of finding that sweet spot for production. Not too little, not too much.
Very important, yes. Finding that optimal point. Now, my bright students, let's ask a similar question for your understanding. Let's go back to our Kirana shop.
Okay.
If our Kirana shop owner's total monthly expenses, including the value of their own time and effort, that is, all economic costs are, say, $30,000.
Including opportunity costs.
Yes, and they managed to sell items worth exactly $30,000 in that month. Are they making an economic profit, an economic loss, or just breaking even? What do you think?
That's a good practical scenario to consider. If revenue is $30,000 and all economic costs are $30,000, then the Kirana shop owner would be breaking even in an economic sense. They are covering all their costs, including what they could have earned elsewhere, which means they're doing just enough to stay in business in the long run. It's sustainable.
Excellent. They are earning a normal profit.
Now let's move to a more challenging scenario for a business, the shutdown decision. Here's where understanding the short run versus the long run becomes absolutely crucial.
Yes, timing matters here.
What if a business is losing money, significant money? When should it simply close its doors, even temporarily? This decision depends heavily on whether we are looking at the short run or the long run.
Two different time horizons.
In the short run, some costs are what we call fixed costs. These are costs that do not change with the level of production, at least not immediately. Think of the rent on a building you've leased for a year.
Or the monthly payments on large machinery you've already bought.
Exactly. These costs cannot be avoided easily, even if you stop producing today. They are what economists often call sunk costs, money already spent or committed, and it's gone or has to be paid, regardless of your current operations. You can't just get that money back immediately.
Precisely. You are committed to those fixed costs for a certain period. But in the long run, my friends, the situation changes entirely.
How so?
In the long run, all costs are considered variable. This means a firm has enough time to change everything. You can end a lease eventually, you can sell off machinery, build a new, smaller or larger factory, or even exit the industry altogether.
Ah, so no fixed costs in the long run. Everything is adjustable.
Correct. So in the long run, there are no truly fixed costs. Everything can be adjusted. This clear distinction is absolutely crucial for the shutdown rule in the short run.
Okay, so what's the rule for the short run?
A firm should continue to operate in the short run if its total revenue,
Yeah.
TR, covers at least its total variable costs, TVC. Variable costs are those that change with production, like
Raw materials, daily wages for temporary workers, fuel.
exactly those. Costs that go up when you produce more and down when you produce less. Now, if TR falls below TVC,
If revenue doesn't even cover the immediate costs of making the product?
then it should shut down.
Yeah.
Why? Because if it continues to operate and its revenue can't even cover the daily direct costs of production, like raw materials or fuel, it would be losing even more money than just its fixed costs.
It's digging a deeper hole.
Precisely. By shutting down temporarily, it limits its loss to only the unavoidable fixed costs, which it has to pay anyway in the short run.
Let's use a simple example to make this concrete. Imagine a small auto rickshaw driver in your city.
Okay, yes, we see them every day.
His fixed costs are things like the monthly loan payment for the rickshaw itself. He has to pay that regardless of whether he drives, right?
Right, that's fixed for the month.
His variable costs are the fuel he puts in for each trip and maybe small immediate repairs.
Costs that depend on how much he drives.
Exactly. Now, if he earns enough from his daily fares to cover his fuel and minor repairs, but maybe not the whole monthly loan payment, should he still drive?
Good question. Revenue covers variable costs, but not total costs.
Yes. So, should he drive? He might still choose to drive. Why? Because by driving, he's covering some of his fixed costs, the loan payment. The money he earns above his fuel cost helps pay a part of the loan.
So his loss is smaller than if he just stayed home.
Exactly. If he stayed home, he'd still have to pay the full loan. By driving, his loss is reduced because the fares cover fuel plus a little bit towards the loan. But what if he can't even earn enough to cover the fuel for a single trip, meaning his revenue is less than his variable costs?
If the fare doesn't even pay for the petrol.
Then it's definitely better for him to stay home. Why? Because driving would just make his losses even bigger. He would lose the money for fuel and still have to pay the fixed loan cost. By staying home, his loss is limited only to the fixed loan cost.
Makes sense. Minimize the loss in the short run.
This is the essence of the short-run shutdown decision. Minimize your losses by operating only if you cover your variable costs.
Excellent analogy.
Yeah.
Very clear. Let's look at a concrete business example from our source.
Okay.
Imagine a London-based business.
Okay.
They have £2 million in revenue, but their total cost is £2.5 million. So on paper, they're already looking at a net loss of £500,000.
Making a loss, yes.
Now let's break down their costs. £1 million in fixed costs, maybe rent, salaries, and permanent staff, or $1.5 million in variable costs, materials, energy, etc. What should they do in the short run? Shut down or keep operating?
Let's apply the rule. Revenue is £2, variable costs are £1.5m.
So,
Revenue £2 does cover variable costs, £1.5m.
what does that mean?
It means that by operating, they are generating £1.5 million, £2 of revenue minus £1.5 of variable costs, which can contribute towards covering their fixed costs.
Very good. And if they shut down?
If they shut down, they would still have to pay the full £1 million in fixed costs in the short run, so their loss would be £1 million.
So operator shut down.
By operating, they reduce their loss to $0.5 million instead of $1 million. So in the short run, they should continue to operate. They are minimizing their loss.
Precisely. However, here's a critical point. What about the long run?
Yes. The long run.
In the long run, if this revenue shortfall, this £500,000 loss, is expected to persist,
If they keep losing money month after month,
then the firm should absolutely exit the market. They cannot sustain operations if they are not covering all their costs, including fixed costs, in the long run. No business can lose money forever.
that's a very clear distinction between short-run survival and long-run viability. Now let's consider a slightly different scenario for this same London business from the source. What if their revenue drops further, maybe to 1.3 million?
Okay, revenue is now £1.3 million. Fixed costs still £1 pounds, variable costs still £1 pound 5
Now, their revenue, 1.3 million, no longer covers their variable costs, 1.5 million. What should they do?
Revenue is less than variable cost, the rule says.
In this specific case, they should shut down. If they continue to operate, their total loss would be, let's see, £1 5M variable costs plus £1 fixed costs, £1 3M revenue. That's a £1 2 million loss.
Wow, a big loss.
But if they shut down, their loss is limited only to the £1 million in fixed costs. By shutting down, they actually save £200,000. So, you see, it's always about minimizing the loss when a business is in trouble.
Absolutely. Understanding these break-even and shutdown points is incredibly valuable for financial analysts.
Yeah.
Especially when they are looking at new startup firms or businesses that are struggling and trying to, turn around their operations.
Helps them decide whether to invest more or maybe advise pulling out.
Exactly. So, my dear students, here's a real-world thought for you. Think about your favorite chai stall owner.
The one on the corner? Okay.
If he's earning just enough money in a day to buy the milk and sugar for the chai, those are his variable costs, right?
Yes, milk, sugar, tea leaves, gas. Variable costs.
But maybe he's not earning enough to cover the daily rent for the stall, which is a fixed cost for that day. Should he keep the stall open for that particular day, or should he close it immediately? What is the short-run decision here? Think about the rule. Revenue versus variable cost.
That's a very practical question, isn't it, in that situation? Well, his revenue covers the variable costs of milk and sugar.
Yes.
So that contribution helps reduce the overall loss from the fixed cost of rent compared to simply staying closed and still having to pay the full rent. So he should indeed keep the stall open for the day. He minimizes his loss that way. Excellent thinking. Now that we've understood how firms manage their costs and make these fundamental survival decisions, let's look at how the sheer size of a business, its scale, affects costs in the long run.
Yes. Growth and efficiency.
This is all about being efficient as you grow, and it introduces us to the concepts of economies of scale and the opposite, diseconomies of scale. Let's start with the positive side, economies of scale.
Getting bigger, getting cheaper per unit.
Exactly. These occur when a firm increases its total output, and as a result, the cost per unit of production falls. Imagine it like getting a fantastic discount for buying things in bulk. The more you produce, the cheaper each individual unit becomes.
Yes. And our source outlines several fascinating reasons why this happens. Very practical reasons. One important reason is what we call increasing returns to scale. This just means your total output grows proportionately faster than the inputs you put in. Double the inputs, maybe you get more than double the output.
More bang for your buck, so to speak.
Sort of, yes. Another major factor is specialization. Think of a very large factory that makes cricket bats.
Okay, a bat factory.
In a small traditional workshop, one person might have to do everything right. Cut the wood, then shape it, then finish it.
Yeah.
All by themselves.
One person, many tasks.
But in a large factory, the work is divided. One person might only do the precise cutting using specialized machinery. Another person just does the shaping. Another might focus only on the finishing and polishing and so on. Each worker becomes incredibly fast and exceptionally good at their specific, focused job.
They become experts at one small step.
Exactly, leading to much higher productivity overall. This specialization naturally makes the overall process cheaper per bat.
Exactly. This division of labor is incredibly powerful. Larger firms can also afford more efficient and sometimes incredibly expensive equipment or adopt the latest cutting-edge technology. Things that dramatically increase productivity.
Like robots in a car factory.
Precisely. A small textile unit might use basic looms, but a large factory can invest in automated high-speed weaving machines. These produce fabric much faster and much cheaper per meter. They can also more effectively reduce waste, lower costs through better quality control processes, maybe even turn waste products into something marketable, generating additional revenue.
Clever use of resources.
Plus, bigger firms can make better use of vast amounts of market information and data for more effective, real-time decision-making, optimizing everything from logistics to marketing. And, my friends, just like when you buy a big sack of rice for a family wedding,
Yes.
it's usually cheaper per kilo than buying small packets every day for your home? No.
Absolutely. Bulk buying saves money.
Similarly, larger firms benefit greatly from discounted prices on resources when they buy raw materials in massive quantities. Their sheer purchasing power gives them a significant cost advantage.
Our source provides classic real-world examples that beautifully illustrate these economies of scale. Consider electric utility companies, for instance.
Okay, like the state electricity board.
Yes. By expanding their output capacity to serve a larger customer base, say, from a small town to an entire region, their per-unit cost of generating and distributing electricity significantly declines. This is a major reason why these companies have grown from local entities to regional, even multi-regional giants. It's just cheaper per customer when you're bigger.
Makes sense. Spreading the huge infrastructure costs.
Exactly. Walmart is another excellent example that we often see. Their immense bulk purchasing power allows them to obtain deep discounts from suppliers, which helps them keep their costs and prices remarkably low for consumers.
We see those low prices.
Beyond just purchasing, Walmart also leverages advanced technology, like real-time sales data monitoring. This helps them gather timely market information and respond quickly to changes in customer buying behavior. This leads to further economies of scale through optimized distribution networks and lower inventory holding costs. So the bigger they get, the more efficient they seem to become. Well, up to a point.
Okay, efficiency through size. So my bright students, let's check understanding. If a company is getting a bigger discount on its raw materials, say buying steel in very large quantities, which significantly lowers its per unit cost of production, is it experiencing economies of scale or diseconomies of scale? What's your thought?
That sounds like getting cheaper per unit as you buy more. That's a very clear case of economies of scale, where increasing output, or purchasing power in this case, leads to lower per unit costs. Now, let's consider the other side of the coin.
Ah, the downside of getting too big.
Yes. But wait, my friends, it's not always easy peasy to just keep growing. Sometimes a business can grow too big, so big that it actually makes things more expensive per unit.
Really? Bigger isn't always better.
Not always. This phenomena is called diseconomies of scale. This happens when the cost per unit of production actually rises as the total output increases.
Why would that happen?
Our source points out several key reasons. Sometimes you experience what we call decreasing returns to scale. This means your output grows proportionally slower than the increase in your inputs. You double the inputs, but you get less than double the output. Efficiency drops.
Okay, diminishing returns.
Or a firm can simply become so large that it just cannot be managed efficiently. Imagine a huge government department with too many layers of management. Bureaucracy can creep in, communication breakdowns become common.
Decisions take forever.
Exactly. Decision-making becomes much slower and less effective, leading to delays and errors. You might also find overlapping and duplicating business functions or product lines, leading to wasted effort and resources. For example, two different departments in a very large company might be doing almost the same research, unaware of each other's work.
That sounds very inefficient.
It is. And paradoxically, sometimes when a firm buys inputs in extremely large quantities, it can even drive up the prices of those resources due to supply constraints, especially if those resources are scarce. Their own buying pushes up their costs.
A vivid real-world example from our source is General Motors, or GM, before its major restructuring a few years ago.
Ah, yes, the big American car company.
GM at one point became so incredibly large that it experienced significant diseconomies of scale. There was extensive product overlap and duplication across its many brands, meaning very similar car models were being produced under different names.
Like selling the same car with just a different badge.
Pretty much. And the fixed costs for these models weren't being spread over a large enough volume of truly unique output. They had numerous manufacturing plants globally, sold vehicles in over 100 countries. This led to immense communication and management coordination problems across different regions, different departments, ultimately resulting in much higher costs.
Too complex to manage well.
And they even had significantly higher labor costs than many competitors because, as the largest automaker, they were a prime target for powerful labor unions demanding higher compensation and benefits.
Oh, so being big made them a target.
In response to these diseconomies of scale, GM had to make tough, painful decisions, like discontinuing iconic brands such as Saturn, Pontiac, Hummer, and selling off parts of its business like its European arm, Opel. All of this was done to become more streamlined and efficient.
Trying to get back to a better size.
Exactly. The ideal situation for any firm is to operate at what's called the minimum efficient scale. This is the sweet spot where the long-run average total cost, LRAC, is at its absolute lowest. It's the most efficient size for a firm to operate in the long run, balancing all the factors.
Finding that perfect balance point on the cost curve. Our source gives us an excellent example using hypothetical U.S. automobile manufacturers to illustrate this concept of optimal scale.
Great.
It compares 3 U.S. firms, Star Vehicles, Rocket Sports Cars, and General Auto, with their foreign competitors. What was observed in this scenario? First, the foreign auto companies generally had a lower long-run average cost, LRSXCC, giving them a significant overall cost advantage.
So foreign competitors were more efficient overall.
Yes. Second, among the U.S. firms, only rocket sports cars operated at its minimum efficient scale. It was at that perfect sweet spot of efficiency.
Rocket got it right.
Gelato, however, was clearly too large. It was situated in the region of diseconomies of scale, meaning its costs per unit were rising because of its excessive size. To become more efficient and competitive, Gelato needed to downsize and restructure.
Too big, needed to shrink.
On the other hand, Star Vehicles was too small. It was still in the economies of scale region, meaning it hadn't grown enough yet. It needed to grow in size to become more efficient and lower its per-unit costs.
Too small, needed to grow.
Exactly. This example clearly shows how crucial it is for firms to understand and strive for their optimal operating scale to remain competitive and profitable in the long run. It's not always about being the biggest, but about being the right size.
Right size is key. So, my dear students, let's think about this. Imagine a school that has grown so big that teachers don't know all their students by name. The principal can't manage everyone well, and this leads to delays in decision-making and overall inefficiencies in the school's operations. Would this school be experiencing economies of scale or diseconomies of scale in terms of its education output or overall efficiency? What is your answer? Getting bigger, but less efficient.
That sounds like a classic example of diseconomies of scale, where increasing size actually reduces efficiency and adds to per-unit cost, getting too big for its own good, as they say.
Exactly. Now that we've understood how firms manage costs and think about size, let's zoom out a bit and look at the big picture.
The market environment itself.
Yes. Every single business, whether it's the chai stall or a giant mobile phone company, operates within a specific market structure. So, my dear friends, just like in cricket, there are different formats of the game. Test cricket, one-day internationals,
Each with its own rules and strategies.
Precisely. Similarly, in the world of business, there are different market structures, each with its own set of rules and challenges for firms. These structures determine how firms compete, how they set their prices, and ultimately how much profit they can make.
And economists traditionally classify these into four main categories, ranging from markets with intense competition to those with very little.
That's absolutely right. And understanding these categories is so important for anyone looking at businesses. We have, first, perfect competition. This is the ideal theoretical market with the most intense competition imaginable.
Like our vegetable market example earlier.
Yes. Second, monopolistic competition. A very common market, a bit of a hybrid, with elements of both competition and monopoly. We see this everywhere.
Restaurants, clothing stores, many examples.
Third, oligopoly. This market is dominated by just a few very large players.
Like mobile phone services or airlines.
And fourth, pure monopoly. This is where one single player rules the entire game with no competition at all.
Like the electricity company, often.
Exactly.
And the source material highlights several key factors that we use to differentiate these market structures. It's good to list them out carefully.
Okay, let's list them.
First, the number of producers. Are there many, many small sellers? Just a few large sellers? Or only one single seller in the market?
How many players are there?
Second, the degree of product differentiation. Are the products offered by different firms identical, exactly the same? Or are they unique in some way, maybe through branding, special features, or design?
Are the products the same or different?
Third, the pricing power of the producer. Can an individual firm set its own price, or does it have to accept the market price, like a price taker with no choice?
Can they control the price?
Fourth, the barriers to entry. How easy or difficult is it for new firms to join this market and start competing? These barriers can be substantial, like needing huge amounts of capital, or legal protections like patents, or even high exit costs if things go wrong.
How easy is it to get in?
And finally, the degree of non-price competition. How much do firms compete using strategies other than just changing prices, like advertising, branding, customer service, special features?
Do they compete only on price or other things too? Okay, those are the key factors. For financial analysts, my dear students, understanding these characteristics is absolutely crucial. Why? Because it helps them much better forecast a firm's future profit stream.
Makes sense. Different market structures mean different profit potential.
Exactly. A firm's long-run profitability and its very survival are heavily determined by the market structure it operates within. It's like understanding the pitch and conditions before a cricket match begins. You need to know the playing field.
Very good point.
So let's do a quick check of your intuition. If a market has only one seller and it is very, very difficult for new sellers to enter, what kind of market structure do you think it is closer to? Just a quick thought based on our list.
One seller. High barriers. That sounds like that's a good way to test your initial understanding, isn't it?
Yeah.
That market would certainly be closer to a pure monopoly. Now, let's move to the extremes of these market structures, starting with the most competitive one, perfect competition. Imagine, if you will, a bustling vegetable market in India again, like the one in your hometown or your local mandi.
Okay, the vegetable market, very competitive.
The characteristics of perfect competition, according to our source, are very specific. First, many sellers and buyers. There are countless small players, both selling and buying. No single buyer or seller is large enough to influence the market price, not even by a tiny bit.
Lots of small players.
Second, a homogeneous or standardized product. All products are identical. For example, one potato is just like any other potato. You don't really care which farmer grew it as long as it's good and fresh. A bag of basmati rice from one seller is exactly the same as a bag from another seller in this market.
Products are identical.
Third, very low barriers to entry. It's incredibly easy for new sellers to join this market. A new farmer can start selling wheat or vegetables with relative ease. They don't need huge investments or special permissions. And it's easy to exit, too.
Easy entry and exit.
And fourth, crucially, no pricing power for the firm. Individual firms are our price takers. They must simply accept the market price determined by the overall supply and demand. They cannot decide the price. The market decides for them.
They just take the price.
If a farmer tries to sell their wheat for even 1 rupee more than the going market price, no one will buy from them. Why? Because many other farmers are selling the exact same wheat at the market price. This results in a perfectly horizontal demand curve for the individual firm, meaning it faces what we call infinite elasticity. If they raise their price even a little, demand for their specific product drops to zero. Buyers just go elsewhere.
No control over price at all.
None. And because they are price takers, for firms under perfect competition, the price is identical to their marginal revenue, MR. Every extra unit sold brings in exactly the market price as additional revenue, P equals MR.
And what's truly fascinating, and perhaps a bit counterintuitive, is the long-run outcome in a perfectly competitive market. Our source explains that in the long run, firms in perfect competition earn only what we call normal profit, which means
Zero economic profit.
zero economic profit. Remember, this normal profit does cover all costs, including the opportunity cost of capital and the entrepreneur's time and effort, but there's no extra profit beyond that.
Just enough to keep them in business, covering what they could earn elsewhere.
Exactly. It means the owners are making just enough to stay in business and cover what they could have made elsewhere. Why does this happen? Because of those very low barriers to entry we mentioned.
Easy entry is the key here.
If any firm starts earning a positive economic profit, that extra profit, it acts like a magnet.
Yep.
It immediately attracts new entrants into the market. These new firms increase the overall supply, which naturally drives prices down.
More supply, lower price.
Until only normal profits remain for all firms, it's like a constant self-correction mechanism in the market, pushing prices to the absolute minimum required to sustain the business.
So competition eats away the extra profit.
Precisely. This is why it's often considered the most efficient market for consumers, offering the lowest prices. But it's quite rare to find in its pure form in the real world. Maybe some agricultural markets come close.
So, my dear students, let's check again. In a perfectly competitive market, does a single seller, let's say a single vegetable vendor, have the power to raise their price without losing all their customers? What do you think? Yes or no?
Definitely not. They are price takers, as we discussed. If they try to raise prices, customers will simply go to another vendor selling the exact same product at the lower market price. Simple as that. Now, let's go to the other end of the spectrum, pure monopoly.
The opposite extreme. One seller.
Here, one single player rules the entire game. Our source describes the characteristics of a pure monopoly very clearly. First, one seller. There is only one single firm that supplies the unique product or service to the entire market. No competition from other sellers at all.
Just one company.
Second, a unique product. There are absolutely no close substitutes available for the product or service offered by the monopolist. If you want this product, you have to buy it from this one firm.
Nothing else quite like it.
Third, very high barriers to entry. It is extremely difficult, if not impossible, for new firms to enter this market and compete. These barriers can arise from various sources. Sometimes it's due to government regulations or licenses, sometimes from patents.
Like for a new medicine?
Exactly. Patents grant exclusive rights for a period, or the need for extremely large capital investments to even start, like building an entire railway network or an electricity grid.
Huge setup costs keep others out.
And fourth, considerable pricing power. Because it's the only seller, the monopolist has significant control over the price it charges. Unlike a perfectly competitive firm, a monopolist faces the entire market demand curve, which is downward sloping. They are not price takers, they are price makers.
That's a key difference, my friend, and it leads to another important point. For a monopolist, marginal revenue, MR, is always less than the price P.
Why is that?
This is because to sell more units, the monopolist must lower the price. But not just for the additional unit, often for all the units it sells. So the additional revenue gained from selling one more unit is less than the price of that unit because they lose a bit of revenue on the previous units that are now sold at a lower price.
Ah, the price cut applies to everyone.
Generally, yes, unless they could perfectly price discriminate, which is rare. So MRP. And in the long run, monopolists can earn positive economic profit. Why? Because those extremely high barriers to entry prevent any competition from coming in and eroding their profits. They can continue to make extra profits year after year.
Protected from competition.
Think of your local electricity provider in India. Usually there's only one company providing electricity in your area, right? You can't just switch to another one easily. That company has a lot of power over pricing.
Although the government often regulates them.
Yes, thankfully. It is often regulated by the government to prevent them from exploiting consumers too much. But the potential for high profit is there. Our source points out an important trade-off here, though.
A trade-off with monopoly.
Yes. While a monopoly generally leads to higher prices and lower quantities for consumers compared to perfect competition, which sounds bad, it can also provide a strong incentive for innovation.
How so?
Firms are more willing to invest heavily in research and development, R&D, for example, in the pharmaceutical industry to develop new, life-saving medicines if they expect to earn attractive returns. Knowing they'll have some protection for their innovation through patents or exclusive rights for a while gives them the confidence to invest huge sums in research.
So the promise of monopoly profit can drive innovation.
It can, yes. That's the argument.
Okay, interesting point. So my dear students, if a company has a truly unique product and no one else can easily make it or enter that market, can this company generally charge a higher price for its product compared to a company facing lots of competition? What's your straightforward answer, yes or no?
Yes, generally they certainly can. Due to their significant market power and the lack of close substitutes, they have that pricing freedom. Excellent. Now let's explore the middle ground. Monopolistic competition.
The hybrid one.
Exactly. This is a very common market structure we see all around us every single day. A bit of a hybrid, as the name suggests, combining elements of both monopoly and perfect competition. Our source details its characteristics beautifully. First, many sellers. Just like perfect competition, there are a large number of potential buyers and sellers in the market. You'll find many firms competing.
Lots of firms again.
Second, differentiated products. This is the key difference from perfect competition. Here, products are similar, but made to appear unique. Firms achieve this uniqueness through clever branding, distinct features, maybe higher quality, attractive design, or aggressive advertising.
Making their products seem special.
Precisely. Think of all the different brands of biscuits or soaps available in your local shop. They all serve a similar basic purpose to be eaten or to clean. But each company tries very hard to convince you their biscuit is special, maybe tastier, or that their soap makes your skin softer, perhaps with a special fragrance or ingredient.
Like Lux versus Dove versus Pears. All soaps, but different.
Exactly. This is the essence of product differentiation, creating a perception of uniqueness. Our source even gives examples like Harley-Davidson motorcycles, where brand loyalty is incredibly strong due to its distinct image and legacy, or communication devices with their vast array of colors, styles, and bundled apps that make each phone seem unique, even if the core function is similar.
That's such a relatable example, isn't it? We see it everywhere. The source also highlights that there are low barriers to entry in monopolistic competition. It's relatively easy for new firms to join this market, perhaps slightly more challenging than perfect competition because you need to differentiate and build a brand, but still, entry is possible.
Not like a monopoly's high walls.
No, and because of this product differentiation, these firms have some pricing power. They can influence their price somewhat. They are not pure price takers. They can charge a slightly higher price for their differentiated product, but not as much as a pure monopolist. Why? Because there are still many close substitutes available that consumers can switch to if the price gets too high.
Limited pricing power.
Exactly. Finally, there's a heavy reliance on non-price competition, meaning advertising and marketing efforts are crucial. You have to highlight those unique product features, build strong brand loyalty, and persuade consumers that your product is truly different and better.
Lots of ads.
Lots of ads. The demand curve for a monopolistically competitive firm is downward sloping, like a monopolist's, because they have some price power. However, it's more elastic, more responsive to price changes than a monopoly's demand curve, because there are many close substitutes consumers can switch to if the price becomes too high.
Flatter demand curve than monopoly.
Yes, and for profit maximization, these firms still follow the fundamental rule: produce where marginal revenue, MR equals marginal cost, MC. That rule still holds.
MR equals MC, the golden rule. Now, my dear students, here's where it gets particularly interesting in terms of profitability over time. In the short run, firms in monopolistic competition can definitely earn positive economic profit, just like our successful biscuit maker or the Harley-Davidson company, if their unique differentiation is working well.
Making extra profit for a while.
Yes, they've successfully differentiated their product, creating a temporary mini-monopoly for their specific brand. This allows them to charge a bit more and make that extra profit. However, what happens in the long run? This is the crucial part.
What happens when others notice the profit?
Exactly. Because entry barriers are relatively low, any positive economic profit acts as an attractive signal, like a light drawing moths. It draws new firms to enter the market. These new entrants will also offer their own differentiated products, maybe a new type of biscuit, a new soap with different features.
More competition arrives.
And they start taking away customers from existing firms. This drives down the demand for each individual firm's product. As a result, in the long run, the economic profit for firms in monopolistic competition falls back down to zero.
Back to normal profit only, just like perfect competition.
Yes, back to normal profit, just covering all economic costs.
But there's a twist. This leads to a very key distinction from perfect competition and a fascinating trade-off for society. Unlike perfect competition, in long-run monopolistic competition, firms operate at an output level less than what minimizes average cost.
What does that mean, less than minimum average cost?
It means there's some inefficiency in terms of production volume. They are not producing at the absolute lowest possible average cost point, which might seem like a drawback, right? Not perfectly efficient.
Sounds like waste.
It might seem so. However, my friends, this seeming inefficiency comes with significant benefits for us, the consumers. As our source beautifully explains, one major benefit is innovation. The constant need to differentiate products encourages firms to come up with new ideas, improve existing products, experiment with new services. This is a view championed by the economist Joseph Schumpeter. He argued that this creative destruction, where old products are constantly replaced by new and better ones, drives tremendous economic progress.
Competition drives improvement.
Another huge benefit is variety. Imagine if only one type of laddu, sweet, was available in the market. We, as consumers, absolutely love variety in our choices, don't we?
Of course. We love choices.
Monopolistic competition gives us that vast choice. In chocolates, clothes, cars, mobile phones, practically everything we consume. Even between countries like Germany exchanging different brands of cars with Japan, consumers benefit from the sheer variety, even if both countries can produce similar goods domestically. So we trade a bit of technical efficiency for a lot of innovation and choice.
A worthwhile trade-off, perhaps.
Perhaps. So my bright students, let's think. If a new mobile phone company enters the market with a similar phone but a slightly different feature and aggressive marketing, what is likely to happen to the economic profit of the existing mobile phone companies in the long run, given that barriers to entry are low? What do you anticipate will happen to their extra profits?
New competition, low barriers. Profits will likely, in the long run, their economic profit will likely fall back to zero, or normal profit, as competition intensifies and customers are drawn to the new options. Existing firms will be forced to innovate more or lower prices just to keep up.
Exactly. Profits get competed away. Here's where it gets really interesting, my friends, because now we talk about oligopoly.
Ah, the game of giants.
This is like a complex, high-stakes game of chess, where each player's move depends heavily on what they think the other players will do and how those rivals will react. It's a constant strategic dance. Our source highlights the core characteristics of an oligopoly. First, few sellers. A small number of very large firms dominate the market. These firms are typically quite substantial in size and market influence.
Just a handful of big players, like the major telecom providers in India or the large car manufacturers globally.
Right. Second, similar products. The products can be either homogeneous, like petrol or cement, where the product itself is largely standardized across a few sellers.
Petrol is petrol, more or less.
Or they can be highly differentiated, like cars, soft drinks, or telecom services, where branding and features play a huge role in distinguishing them.
Like Coke versus Pepsi or different car models.
Exactly. Third, high barriers to entry. It is very difficult and costly for new firms to enter these markets. This might be due to the huge capital investment required, already established strong brand loyalty of existing firms, or complex technologies that are hard to replicate.
Tough to break into this club.
Very tough. And fourth, substantial pricing power. Because there are so few players, these firms have significant control over the prices they set, much more than firms in monopolistic competition or perfect competition.
They can influence the market price quite a bit. And this leads us to the most distinctive and fascinating feature of oligopoly. Interdependence. This is crucial to understand.
Interdependence, meaning they depend on each other.
In a way, yes. Each firm's decisions, pricing, production levels, advertising campaigns, even new product launches are based on the expected reactions of its rivals. There's a constant strategic dance happening where every move is calculated based on what you think the others will do.
Watching each other constantly.
Constantly. Think of the airline industry in India. There are only a few big players, aren't there? Indigo, SpiceJet, Vistara, Air India. If one airline, say Indigo, suddenly lowers its ticket prices on a popular route like Mumbai to Delhi, what do you think SpiceJet or Vistara will do?
They'll probably match it very quickly.
Almost immediately. To avoid losing customers, this is the essence of interdependence. Firms act strategically, anticipating their competitors' moves, always keeping an eye on each other. It's a strategic game.
The pricing strategies in an oligopoly are quite complicated but absolutely fascinating. One of the concepts used to explain why prices in oligopolies sometimes tend to be stable, or sticky, is the kinked demand curve.
Kinked, like bent.
Yes, exactly. This theory suggests that firms expect their rivals to match any price cuts they make, but ignore any price increases. So imagine you are one of the few large cement producers.
Okay.
If you lower your price, the other cement companies will quickly follow to avoid losing their customers, meaning you won't gain much market share by cutting price because everyone cuts. The demand below the current price is relatively inelastic.
Price cuts get matched, no big gain.
But if you try to raise your price, they likely won't follow. They'll keep their prices low, and all your customers will flock to them, so you'll lose a lot of business. The demand above the current price is relatively elastic.
Price increases are ignored, big loss customer.
Exactly. This creates a kink or a bend in the demand curve for the oligopolist right at the current price. And this makes prices quite stable within a certain range, as firms are reluctant to change them. Cutting prices doesn't gain much, raising prices loses a lot.
So they just stick to the current price often.
Often, yes. Think of a street corner where a few samosa sellers operate. If one lowers their price, the others will quickly match. But if one raises their price, the others won't, and that first seller will lose customers. If often, everyone just keeps their price steady.
That makes sense. Another strategic approach in oligopoly is the Cournot assumption. Here, each firm determines its profit-maximizing production level by assuming, perhaps simplistically, that the other firm's output levels will not change in response to their decision.
They assume rivals' quantity is fixed.
Yes, for the purpose of making their own output decision. Then, it sets its own output accordingly to maximize its profit, given that assumption. It's a simplified model, of course, rivals do react, but it helps us analyze real-world behavior. It typically leads to a market outcome, total quantity and price, that falls somewhere between perfect competition, which is the highest output and lowest prices, and pure monopoly, which has the lowest output and highest prices.
Somewhere in the middle.
We also have the Nash equilibrium, a powerful concept from game theory named after the mathematician John Nash.
From the movie A Beautiful Mind.
Possibly inspired by him, yes. In this scenario, each firm chooses its absolute best strategy, given what it expects its rivals to do. And crucially, no firm has an incentive to change its strategy unilaterally on its own, because they're already doing the best they can, considering what everyone else is doing.
Everyone is doing their best, given what others are doing.
Exactly. It's like two players in a game of Ludo. Each player tries to make the best move for themselves, assuming the other player will also make their best move. An equilibrium is reached when no player can improve their own situation by changing their move alone, assuming the other player's move remains fixed. It's a stable outcome in a strategic game.
A stable point in the strategic dance. And sometimes in an oligopoly, you'll observe price leadership. This is where one dominant firm, perhaps because it has lower costs, a larger market share, or is simply recognized as the industry leader, sets the price for the entire market.
One firm leads, others follow.
Yes. The other smaller firms in the market simply follow its lead. The dominant firm sets its price, usually where its own marginal revenue equals its marginal cost, to maximize its own profit. And the follower firms then supply the rest of the market demand at that established price.
Why do they follow?
This often happens because the dominant firm has a clear cost advantage or market power, and the smaller firms know that trying to undercut the leader could lead to a damaging price war they simply can't win. So they choose to follow rather than fight. It's safer.
Finally, in oligopoly, there's always the possibility, sometimes the temptation, of collusion.
Working together secretly.
Yes. This is when firms secretly, or sometimes openly, by forming a cartel, though cartels are often illegal, agree to coordinate their actions. They might agree to fix prices, limit output, or divide markets among themselves, all to maximize their joint profits, essentially acting like a single monopoly.
Trying to get monopoly profits together.
Exactly. A very well-known example from our source is OPEC, the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. It acts as a cartel to influence global oil prices by coordinating production levels among its member countries.
They try to control the supply of oil?
They do. Now, for collusion to be successful and sustainable, certain factors usually help. Our source mentions a small number of similar firms involved, fairly homogeneous products so it's easy to agree on price. Similar cost structures among the firms makes coordination easier.
Easier to agree if costs are similar.
Frequent small orders that allow quick monitoring whether anyone is cheating on the agreement, severe threats of retaliation if any firm does cheat, and importantly, limited external competition from firms outside the cartel.
So it's hard to keep a secret agreement going.
It can be very difficult. For instance, OPEC found that when they raised oil prices too high, it actually made it economically viable for new competitors like U.S. shale oil producers to enter the market. This increased the competition they faced and sometimes made it harder to sustain their high prices, so even powerful cartels face challenges.
So, my bright students, let's test this. If two very big mobile phone companies in India decide to secretly agree on the price for their data plans to make more money and maybe limit how much data they offer, what is this action typically called in economics? Just a simple term.
Secret agreement. Fixing prices. That would be a clear example of collusion, which, as we discussed, is generally illegal in those competitive markets because it harms consumers.
Exactly.
Finally, my students, how do we measure if a firm or a group of firms has too much market power? This is a very, very important question for governments and regulators.
The competition watchdogs.
Yes. They want to ensure fair competition and prevent monopolies or cartels from harming consumers. Why do they measure it? Because firms with significant market power, like monopolists or colluding oligopolists, can behave inefficiently from a societal perspective.
How are they inefficient?
They might restrict output to drive up prices, leading to less of the good being consumed at a higher price, which is generally inefficient for the overall market and reduces consumer welfare. That's why many countries have competition law or antitrust law to prevent or regulate such behavior.
Laws to keep competition fair.
Our source gives powerful historical examples. In the 1990s, U.S. regulators prosecuted Archer Daniels Midland for conspiring with Japanese competitors to fix the price of lysine, an animal feed additive. This led to inflated prices for farmers.
Price-fixing case.
There was also the famous case in the 1970s where U.S. antitrust authorities actually broke up the local telephone monopoly, AT&T, which significantly opened up the telecom market to competition and led to a boom in innovation.
Breaking up a monopoly.
Even the European Commission has aggressively blocked large mergers, like the proposed merger between General Electric and Honeywell, on grounds of excessive market concentration, showing the global focus on preventing too much market power.
That's a lot of real-world impact, isn't it? These decisions affect all of us as consumers. Theoretically, my friends, the ideal way to measure market power is through what we call econometric approaches.
Sounds complicated.
It can be. This involves estimating the elasticity of demand and supply in a market using statistical methods. If demand for a product is very elastic, meaning consumers are highly responsive to price changes and will easily switch if prices rise, then the market is likely very competitive. Firms don't have much power.
Easy switching means less power.
If demand is rigid or inelastic, meaning consumers don't change their buying habits much, even if prices increase, then firms likely have significant market power. They can raise prices without losing many customers.
Inelastic demand means more power.
However, this method is quite complex. It requires sophisticated statistical models, very specific economic assumptions, and a large amount of reliable, detailed data on prices, quantities, consumer behavior, which is often hard to get.
Data can be a problem.
Plus, market conditions might even change over time, making past data less relevant for current analysis. So, while ideal, it's often difficult to implement perfectly in the real world.
Precisely. So, to avoid these drawbacks and for more practical, quicker analysis, financial analysts and regulators often use simpler, more straightforward measures. The simplest and most commonly used is the concentration ratio.
Concentration ratio. Okay.
This is calculated by simply summing the market shares of the largest N firms in an industry. For example, the CR4 is the sum of the market shares of the top 4 firms, or CR3 for the top 3.
Just adding up the top few shares.
Exactly. Imagine your favorite cricket team's total score is 100 runs. If the top 3 batsmen scored 35, 25, and 20 runs respectively out of that 100.
Okay, 35, 25, 20.
The concentration ratio for the top 3 batsmen, CR3, would be 35 plus 25 plus 20 divided by 100, which is 80%. It quickly tells us how much of the score, or market sales, is concentrated in the hands of the top players.
80% sounds quite concentrated.
It does. Its main advantage is that it's very simple and quick to compute, giving a rough idea of market dominance. Easy to understand.
However, my dear students, there's a significant disadvantage to this simple measure. The concentration ratio doesn't fully capture the true increase in market power, especially after a merger between top firms.
It doesn't show mergers well.
Our source gives a clear example. If the largest producer with 35% market share and the second largest with 25% market share were to merge.
Forming a giant with 60% share.
Yes, a new, much larger company with a combined 60% share. The concentration ratio for the top 3 firms, CR3, might only change slightly. For example, it might go from 80%, 35 plus 25 plus 20, before the merger to maybe 90% afterwards, where the new top firm has 60% and the next two might have 20% and 10%.
Only a 10% increase in the ratio. But the top firm is huge now.
Exactly. This is only a mild change in the ratio, even though the merger created a substantially more powerful entity controlling 60% of the market. It also doesn't consider the possibility of new entrants, which can limit existing firms' power even if the current concentration is high, or the impact of global competition. It's a bit too simple sometimes.
So we need something better. To address some of these limitations and get a more sensitive measure, economists developed the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, or HHI.
HHI. Okay, how does that work?
This index is calculated by summing the squared market shares of the top N firms in the industry, or sometimes all firms if data is available. You square each firm's market share first, then add them up.
Squaring the shares. Why?
Squaring gives much more weight to larger firms. A firm with 30% share contributes 0.30 equals 0.09 to the index, while a firm with 10% share only contributes 0.10, or 0.01. So large firms have much bigger impact on the HHI.
Ah, squaring emphasizes the big players.
Exactly. Let's use our cricket example again. If the batsman had shares of 0.35, 0.25, and 0.20, the HHI would start with 0.35, 0.35, plus 0.25, 0.20, and so on, adding the squared shares of all players.
Calculating 0.1225 plus 0.0625 plus 0.04.
Yes. Now, consider our merger example. If the two largest companies, 35% and 25%, merge to form one with 60% share, the HHI calculation changes significantly. The contribution of the merged firm becomes 0.160, 0.60, 0.60, 0.36. This is much larger than the sum of their previous squared shares. 0.1225 plus 0.0625 equals 0.185.
Wow, the HHI jumps up much more than the concentration ratio did.
Precisely. The HHI is much more sensitive to mergers and changes in firm size disparity. It better reflects the increased market concentration and potential for market power. That's why the HHI is widely used by competition regulators around the world, like in the US and Europe, when evaluating mergers.
More sensitive, more useful for regulators?
However, like the concentration ratio, it still doesn't perfectly account for factors like very low barriers to entry, which can challenge even a concentrated market, or the true elasticity of demand. So, while powerful, it also has its limitations for a financial analyst trying to predict exact profitability or market dynamics. It's a useful indicator, but not the whole story.
Okay, so HHI is better, but still not perfect. So, my bright students, final check on this. If two very big companies in the same industry decide to merge, forming an even larger dominant entity, which measure the concentration ratio or the HHI, would better show the increase in market power resulting from this merger. What is your final answer here? Which one is more sensitive?
The HHI, definitely. Due to its squaring of market shares, it would better reflect that increase in market power and concentration. It is much more sensitive to the impact of large firms merging.
Excellent. Phew. What a journey we've had today, my dear students, exploring the fascinating world of how businesses navigate the competitive landscape.
Quite a lot covered, yes.
We began by understanding the very basics of business survival, how firms decide when to produce and when maybe to shut down operations based on covering their costs, especially variable costs in the short run.
Break-even and shutdown points. Very practical.
Then we moved on to see how a firm's size can dramatically affect its efficiency through economies and diseconomies of scale. Getting bigger isn't always better.
Finding that minimum efficient scale, yes.
And finally, we delved into the unique challenges and opportunities presented by different market structures, from the intense price-taking world of perfect competition
to the brand battles of monopolistic competition,
the strategic games played in an oligopoly,
and the dominant position of a pure monopoly.
We covered all four.
Indeed. And it was so important to learn how we can attempt to measure market power using practical concepts like the concentration ratio and the more sensitive Herfindahl-Hirschman index, and why these measures are so vital for governments and regulators to ensure fair play in the market.
Keeping the playing field level.
Remember, my friends, finance is not just about dry numbers and calculations. It's about understanding the deep logic and the strategic thinking behind those numbers. Just like understanding the intricate strategy in a fast-paced game of kabaddi, you need to see the moves behind the score.
Absolutely. A great way to put it. And if we connect all this to the bigger picture, my dear students, it's a profound thought, really. While perfect competition often gives us the lowest prices, which is wonderful for our pockets.
We all like low prices.
Of course. But it's often the other market structures with their elements of imperfect competition, the differentiation, the strategic battles that truly spur the innovation, the constant improvement, and the incredible variety of products we love as consumers. It's a trade-off that shapes our daily lives.
Efficiency versus innovation and variety. That's a deep thought. This raises an important question for you to ponder, my friends. Is perfect competition always best for everyone? Or are there times when a little imperfection in the market can actually lead to greater overall benefits, like new inventions and more choices?
Something to think about.
Think about that, my bright students. The next time you buy a product, whether it's a mobile phone, a packet of your favorite biscuits, or a liter of petrol, try to guess which market structure it belongs to and why. You will truly begin to see finance and economics all around you. It's not just in textbooks, it's in the shops, on the roads, everywhere.
That's a wonderful way to end.
Until next time, keep learning, keep growing, and always, always stay curious.
Thank you, everyone. Keep exploring.
Namaste, and a very warm welcome to another deep dive.
Hello, everyone.
Here, we take complex topics, and we try to break them down into simple, easy-to-understand nuggets just for you.
Yes.
Think of us as your friendly teachers, here to help you build a strong foundation.
Exactly. And today, our topic is something that affects all of us, doesn't it?
It really does.
From the smallest Kirana shop, the little corner store, to the biggest businesses in our country. It's the rhythm of the economy, what we call business cycles, and the economic indicators that help us understand them.
Right. The signs along the road, so to speak.
Precisely. And we've got some excellent research here to guide us. Insights from experts like Dr. Mikhail Gambara, Milton Ezrati, and Dr. Balankau.
Yes, good sources.
And our mission today, my dear students, is to make sure you walk away feeling truly well-informed, confident about these ideas.
So get ready to learn about the fascinating dance of economic activity. We promise to go slowly, clearly.
Yes, very clearly.
And make sure every new idea is as simple as counting your pocket money.
Okay, let us begin then. First, understanding what these business cycles actually are. Simply put, they are like the ups and downs, the expansions and contractions.
The swings.
Yes, the swings in how much our economy produces, how many goods and services are created across the whole country.
Okay.
Think of it like a cricket match. You're watching the scoreboard. Yes.
Right. The score keeps changing.
Exactly. The team's score keeps going up and down, maybe some wickets fall, but the game is always on. That's like the economy.
That's a good analogy.
These fluctuations are recurrent, meaning they happen again and again, but importantly, not always in the same way or for the same amount of time.
Yes, exactly. Economists Burns and Mitchell, way back in 1946, they gave us a wonderful definition.
A classic one.
It is. They said these cycles are typical of countries that rely on businesses, on private enterprise, to do most of the work. And they described a sequence of phases, first an upswing, then a downturn. And these changes happen across many different parts of the economy.
Right, not just in one place.
At roughly the same time.
Yeah.
But the really important thing to remember, as you said, is they are recurrent, but not periodic.
Recurrent, not periodic.
Meaning they happen repeatedly, yes, but not like clockwork.
Yeah.
Not exactly every 3 years, for example. The timing varies.
So, my dear students, based on that, can you tell me in your own words, what does recurrent mean when we talk about business cycles? It means they happen again, but
not predictably on a fixed schedule.
right.
Hashtag touch, hashtag 1.2.
Yeah.
Different ways to look at the cycle. Now, just like you can look at that cricket score different ways, you can see the total runs, or maybe the runs per over.
Yes, different perspectives.
The economists also have different ways to describe these cycles. Let's look at a few.
Okay.
First, there's what's called the classical cycle. This one looks at the absolute level of economic activity.
The total amount.
Yes, like the total amount of GDP produced. So if the actual GDP number goes down, it's a contraction.
Simple enough.
It seems simple, but honestly, this one isn't used as much anymore. Why? Because most economies, thankfully, tend to grow over the long term.
Right. There's an upward trend usually.
Exactly. So an absolute fall in GDP is quite rare, often signaling a really severe problem. It misses the more common ups and downs around that growth trend.
Okay, so that brings us to the next way, which is perhaps more useful day to day. It's the growth cycle.
This is the main one, yes.
This is the one we'll focus on most. Imagine your average growth in height over the years. That's like your long-term potential growth path.
Okay.
The growth cycle looks at how much actual economic activity is below or above this long-term potential or trend.
So not just the total score, but how you're doing compared to your average.
Precisely. Is our actual performance above our average or below it? This shows us the output gap, the difference between what we are actually doing and what we could be doing if we were on that potential path.
That seems much more informative for understanding regular fluctuations.
It is. It helps us see slowdowns even when the economy is still technically growing, just growing slower than its potential.
Right. And finally, there's a growth rate cycle.
Another perspective.
This one looks at the rate at which the economy is growing. So it's not the total score, like the classical cycle, or how far you are from your average, like the growth cycle.
It's about speed.
Yes, it's about how fast you are scoring runs right now. Is the growth rate speeding up or slowing down? Peaks and troughs in the rate of growth are often recognized earlier with this method.
It's more immediate, reacting quickly to changes in momentum.
Exactly.
So let's think about a simple example. If your family's monthly income usually grows by, say, 5% each year, but this year it's growing by 8%, which type of cycle are we talking about? If we focus specifically on that 8% figure, that speed of growth.
That would be the growth rate cycle, wouldn't it? Focusing on the current speed. Wonderful. Now let's understand the four main phases, or you could call them the seasons, of the business cycle.
The sequence.
Yes, they usually follow each other in a sequence, just like, summer follows spring. We typically identify recovery, expansion, slowdown, and contraction.
Let's start with the first one, recovery.
All right.
This is like the economy slowly waking up after a difficult time. It's coming out of the lowest point, what we call the trough of the cycle.
Right? The bottom.
At this point, actual production of goods and services is at its lowest compared to what it could potentially produce. There's a lot of unused capacity.
Yeah.
But the good news is economic activity, things like people starting to buy more, businesses making a few more things, it starts to increase.
Slowly picking up.
Slowly picking up. That negative output gap, remember, where
Mhm.
we are producing less than our potential, it starts to narrow.
Okay.
Think of it like a small Kirana shop after a heavy monsoon season.
Right.
Sales were very low. Maybe the shop was even closed some days.
Right. Difficult times.
But now the monsoon is over, customers are slowly coming back, maybe buying essential items first, and business is gradually picking up. That's recovery.
Okay, that makes sense. So, my dear students, thinking about that Kirana shop example, can you imagine what might be one of the very first signs that the shop owner sees, telling him things are entering this recovery phase? What might change first?
Maybe just a few more customers walking in each day. A small increase in daily sales.
Exactly. Just small signs.
Right.
Okay, so after recovery, what comes next? That's expansion.
The good times start rolling.
Yes. This is when that initial recovery picks up speed, it gains momentum, production increases more strongly, and the rate of growth is now above the average potential rate. Actual output rises above our potential. The economy enters what we often call the boom phase.
Boom time.
Consumers feel confident, jobs are more secure, so they spend more, maybe on bigger things now. Companies see this demand, so they increase production significantly.
And they need more resources to do that.
Right. They hire more people, unemployment falls,
Yeah.
and they start investing in new machinery, maybe even new factories, to meet the demand.
Confidence is high.
Very high. Prices and maybe interest rates might start to creep up a bit because demand is so strong. It's like your family's business doing so well that you need to hire more staff and maybe even buy a new delivery van to keep up.
Absolutely. So if businesses are actively hiring more people and buying new equipment like that delivery van, what does that tell you about their confidence in the future of the economy during this expansion phase?
It tells you they're very optimistic, expecting things to stay good or get even better.
Okay, but booms don't last forever, do they? After the peak of the expansion, we eventually enter the slowdown phase.
Things start to cool off a bit.
Exactly. Here, the economy might still be operating above its potential, maybe even reaching its highest point relative to that potential. We have the largest positive output gap, meaning we are producing a lot, perhaps even more than our sustainable long-term average.
Operating at full tilt.
Yes, but the rate of growth starts to slow down compared to our potential growth. That positive gap begins to narrow.
So still growing, but not as fast as before.
Correct. Consumers might still feel reasonably good, but maybe they're not increasing their spending as quickly. Companies might become a little more cautious. Instead of hiring lots of new workers, they might just ask their existing workers to do some overtime.
Okay, using what they have more intensively.
Right. They're squeezing more out of current resources rather than making big new commitments. Inflation might also start to slow down a bit as demand pressures ease.
You gave an example earlier about wedding savings. How does that fit here?
Ah, yes. It's like your savings for a big family wedding have reached a peak amount, a really good sum. But now the expenses for the wedding preparations are also starting to pile up quickly. So while you're still saving, the rate at which you are adding new money to your savings slows down considerably. The total is high, but the growth is slowing. That's the slowdown phase.
That's a very clear example.
Okay.
So my dear students, if companies are asking their employees to work overtime instead of hiring new ones, what might that tell us about their thinking during this slowdown phase? Are they fully confident about the future?
Perhaps not fully confident they're meeting demand, but maybe unsure if it will last, so they avoid the long-term cost of new hires?
Right. And following the slowdown, we eventually arrive at the contraction phase.
The downturn.
This is the downturn, yes.
Yeah.
Actual economic output falls below potential again. The output gap becomes negative. Consumer and business confidence, which was just starting to wobble in the slowdown, now declines noticeably. People worry about their jobs, businesses worry about sales.
So they cut back.
They cut back. Companies cut costs more seriously now. Stopping overtime is usually the first step. But then, sadly, it often leads to reducing employment, meaning layoffs.
Difficult times again?
Yes. Investment plans are put on hold. The economy might even see an absolute decline in activity, which, as we mentioned, is called a recession.
And if it's really bad?
If the decline is very big and lasts a long time, it's called a depression, though thankfully those are rare.
Yeah.
If the decline is more moderate, This contraction phase tends to be shorter than the expansion phase.
It's like when your electricity bill suddenly becomes too high, maybe because prices went up or usage was high.
Right.
You have to cut down, don't you? You start using the air conditioning less, switching off extra lights, just trying to save money wherever you can. That's like the economy contracting.
Exactly. A necessary adjustment, but often painful.
Hmm.
So, a final check on this phase. When businesses are laying off workers, what does that tell you about the overall confidence in the economy during this contraction phase?
It tells you confidence is very low. They expect things to be bad or get worse for some time. Hashtag 1.4. When is it a recession? Now, you hear this word recession used a lot in the news, don't you?
All the time. And there's a common rule people mention.
Yes, there's a simple rule of thumb, often quoted. If a country's real GDP, remember, that's GDP adjusted for inflation, has negative growth for 2 consecutive quarters,
2 quarters in a row of falling GDP.
then boom, people say it's officially a recession. It's neat, it's tidy.
But wait, is it always that simple?
Mm.
Life is rarely that simple, is it?
It really isn't. That simple rule can sometimes be quite misleading.
How so?
Well, imagine this. GDP is negative 1 quarter, maybe down 1%. Then the next quarter, it's slightly positive, maybe up just 0.1%. Then the quarter after that, it's negative again, maybe down 1.5%.
Okay, so not 2 consecutive negative quarters there.
Exactly. According to the simple rule, that's not a recession. But if you look at the overall trend down, barely up, then down again, and if meanwhile jobs are being lost and businesses are struggling.
It certainly feels like a recession on the ground.
It absolutely does. This is why organizations like the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER in the United States, which is considered the official scorekeeper for U.S. cycles, they look at many factors, not just GDP.
A broader view.
A much broader view. They examine employment figures very closely, industrial production, real personal income, manufacturing, and trade sales. A whole range of things. They look for a significant decline in economic activity that is spread across the economy and lasts more than a few months.
So it's depth, diffusion, and duration, not just one number for 2 quarters.
Precisely. It's like looking at a student's overall performance in school. You don't judge if they are truly struggling based on just one bad exam result in one subject, do you?
No, of course not.
You look at all their subjects, their homework, their attendance, their effort over the whole term to get a true picture. The NBER does something similar for the economy.
That makes a lot more sense. It's a more thoughtful assessment.
It is, although it means their official declaration of a recession often comes much later, after they've collected and analyzed all that data.
Okay, so, my dear students, if someone tells you the economy is definitely in a recession only because GDP fell for one single quarter, what would be your thoughtful response now, based on what we just discussed?
You'd say, well, maybe, but we need to look at more indicators like jobs and sales to be really sure, right?
Okay, now let's shift gears slightly, but talk about something very closely related to these business cycles. Let's talk about credit cycles.
The flow of money itself. Very important. Very important indeed. While business cycles measure that overall economic activity production, jobs credit cycles look specifically at the changing availability and the pricing of credit.
And credit, simply put, is money that banks or other lenders are willing to give out as loans.
Exactly. Loans for businesses, loans for individuals.
Yes. So these credit cycles describe how easy or difficult it becomes to get these loans, and also how expensive those loans are, meaning the interest rates.
Right. Is lending flowing freely or is it tight?
Precisely. And this is incredibly important because, think about it, businesses need loans for investments, building that new factory, buying equipment, and families often need loans to buy homes or cars, or even for education.
So it fuels the real economy.
Very much so. They're deeply connected. Imagine you want to take a loan to build a new house for your family.
When the economy is strong and booming, the expansion phase we discussed, banks generally trust people more. They see less risk. So they're often happy to lend money more easily, maybe requiring less paperwork or a smaller down payment, and often at lower interest rates because they're competing for business. Credit is loose.
Making it easier to borrow.
Yes. But when the economy looks weak, maybe entering a contraction, banks become cautious. They get worried that borrowers might lose their jobs and be unable to repay.
They become risk averse.
Exactly. So they tighten credit. They make it harder to qualify for a loan. They might ask for more collateral or higher down payments, and they'll likely charge higher interest rates to compensate for the perceived higher risk. Credit becomes tight or scarce.
Okay, that cycle of loosening and tightening of lending makes sense. So thinking about that, if a bank says no to your loan application for starting a new business, even if you have a good plan, what might that specific rejection tell you about the current credit cycle?
It might suggest that credit conditions are tight, that banks are being very cautious at that moment. Hashtag 2.2 impact and importance of credit cycles. Now, for a long time, many economists didn't pay quite enough attention to these financial factors to credit.
They focus more on the real economy, like production and jobs.
Yes. Sometimes treating finance as just a sort of sideshow, a veil over the real stuff. But we've learned often the hard way that this was a mistake.
How so?
We've seen that loose credit conditions, periods when money is too easy and cheap to borrow, have played a major role in contributing to many financial crises around the world.
Ah, like the big one recently.
Exactly. The global financial crisis of 2008-2009 is a prime example. But there were others before that, too. Too much easy money can fuel instability.
Right. And you mentioned earlier when there's too much easy credit, it can lead to these asset price bubbles, especially in things like real estate.
Precisely. It's a common pattern. When borrowing is very cheap, people are tempted to borrow a lot, maybe to buy houses not just to live in, but as investments, hoping prices will keep going up.
Speculation takes over.
Yes. This flood of borrowed money pushes prices up very fast, sometimes to levels that are totally unrealistic compared to rents or incomes. It becomes a bubble.
Inflated by easy credit.
Inflated by easy credit. And then, inevitably, something changes. Maybe interest rates rise, or the economy slows down, the bubble bursts. Prices start to fall rapidly.
And people who borrowed heavily are in trouble.
Big trouble. They might owe more than the house is worth. Defaults rise. Banks face huge losses, and the whole financial system can seize up, causing a major economic crisis. It's like if you suddenly get a lot of easy money, maybe a bonus. You might be tempted to overspend on something expensive you don't really need. Then, when the easy money runs out or an unexpected bill arrives, you're left with a big problem, maybe a big debt. Easy credit can lead to overborrowing and big problems later.
That makes sense. Now, what's really fascinating and perhaps worrying is what the research says about how credit cycles compare to regular business cycles.
Yes, this is a key finding. Credit cycles tend to be much longer. They can unfold over a decade or even more compared to maybe 3 to 8 years for a typical business cycle.
Longer waves.
Much longer waves. And crucially, they also tend to be much deeper and sharper, especially on the way down.
More dramatic swings.
Yes. While a business cycle might go up and down like a gentle wave on a lake, a credit cycle downturn can be like a huge, powerful ocean wave crashing down.
Wow.
And this has serious consequences. Recessions that happen when the credit cycle is also contracting, meaning credit is becoming tight at the same time the real economy is weak. These recessions tend to be much longer, much deeper, and much harder to recover from.
Because the usual medicine of borrowing to stimulate growth doesn't work if no one can get loans.
Exactly. The financial system itself is amplifying the downturn.
So, going back to the bubble idea, if a bank gives out too many easy loans specifically for homes, what kind of bubble might that create in the economy?
That would directly create a housing bubble or a real estate bubble. Hashtag 2.3, why do analysts care? Policy implications. So given all this impact, it's clear why analysts, central bankers, and government policymakers pay so much attention to credit cycles these days. It's not just academic interest.
No, it has real-world policy implications.
Definitely. Firstly, tracking credit cycles helps them understand what's happening in very specific, important sectors of the economy that rely heavily on loans.
Like housing and construction.
Exactly. Those are very sensitive to changes in mortgage availability and interest rates. If credit tightens, you'll see construction slow down very quickly. So monitoring credit gives an early warning for these sectors.
Okay, that's one reason.
Secondly, as we just discussed, understanding where we are in the credit cycle helps them predict how severe an economic recession might be.
Right, if a downturn hits when credit is already tight.
They know it could be much worse than a normal recession. This helps them prepare and calibrate their response. They might need stronger medicine, so to speak.
And thirdly,
it helps them anticipate and even implement specific policy actions. Historically, policies like adjusting interest rates, monetary policy, or government spending, fiscal policy, were mainly aimed at smoothing out the regular business cycle.
managing inflation and unemployment?
Yes. But now, especially after the global financial crisis, there's a whole new set of tools called macroprudential policies.
Macroprudential. Okay, what are those?
These are policies specifically designed to cool down financial booms, especially when there's too much credit flowing, to prevent those dangerous bubbles and busts.
So targeting the financial system directly.
Exactly. It's about leaning against the credit cycle itself. Because we've learned that strong peaks in credit cycles, these big credit booms, are often followed by serious banking crises.
So what kind of tools are we talking about?
It could be things like telling banks they need to hold more capital as a buffer during good times when credit is growing fast, or putting limits on how much people can borrow relative to a house's value, loan-to-value ratios, or relative to their income, debt-to-income ratios.
So trying to stop people from borrowing too much in the first place.
Precisely. It's like the Reserve Bank of India keeping a close watch on how much money people are borrowing for houses. If they see it getting excessive, they might use these macroprudential tools, maybe alongside interest rate changes, to gently apply the brakes and keep things stable.
Preventing the problem before it gets too big.
And that's the goal.
Okay. So, my dear students, if the government or the central bank sees that banks are giving out loans, maybe too many loans, very, very easily, what kind of policy might they consider using to prevent future problems based on what we just discussed?
They might use those macroprudential tools like stricter lending standards or higher capital requirements for banks.
All right, my dear students, let's move on to the next big topic. The signposts themselves. The economic indicators.
The tools we use to see what's happening.
Exactly. Think of economic indicators as the traffic lights or the signboards on the road of our economy. They are statistics or data readings that give us information about the current state of the overall economy. Where are we now? Which way are we going?
And who uses them?
Oh, everyone. Government officials making policy, business owners planning investments, investors deciding where to put their money, even individuals thinking about job prospects or big purchases. They help us understand where the economy is and maybe even where it might be headed.
Yes, they are like the weather forecast for our economy, aren't they?
That's a great way to put it.
Just as you check the weather forecast before planning a big outdoor event, like a cricket match, to see if it might rain.
Right.
Analysts use these indicators to try and predict or confirm those turning points in the economic cycle. We talked about the peaks and troughs. Knowing these patterns helps businesses and investors make better decisions. It reduces uncertainty somewhat.
So if you hear on the news that, say, industrial production has gone up significantly this month, what kind of information is that indicator giving you about the economy?
It's telling you that factories are busy, they're producing more goods right now. It's a sign of current economic strength. Hashtag tag 3.2, the workforce and company spending during the cycle. Okay, let's look a bit closer at how some really important parts of the economy behave during these cycles. Things like jobs, company spending, and inventories of the goods on shelves.
Their patterns tell a story.
They really do. Let's start with employment, with jobs.
Okay.
When the economy starts to slow down, remember that slowdown phase, companies try to reduce costs. What's often the first thing they cut?
You mentioned overtime earlier.
Exactly. They might first cut overtime hours for workers before actually starting to lay people off. Why do you think they hesitate to lay off workers immediately?
Because finding and training new people later is expensive and difficult.
Precisely. Finding good workers, training them, it takes time and money. So companies often try to hold on to their skilled workers if they can, even if they aren't fully busy for a short period. They hoard labor, hoping the downturn is temporary.
Makes sense.
But if the contraction becomes long or deep, then sadly, they will start laying people off. That's when unemployment rises significantly. And because of this hesitation, employment changes tend to lag the cycle. Jobs are often one of the last things to recover fully after a recession ends.
So job numbers tell us more about what has happened than what will happen?
Often, yes. It's a confirming signal, usually.
Okay, what about capital spending? What's that first?
Good question. Capital spending, or CapEx, means businesses spending money on big, tangible, long-lasting things.
No,
Like building new factories, buying heavy machinery, purchasing land, major technology upgrades, big investments for the future.
Got it. And how does this behave?
This kind of spending is very, very sensitive to the business cycle. It's strongly pro-cyclical.
Meaning it goes up when the economy goes up and down when it goes down.
Exactly, and often much more dramatically than overall GDP. When the economy is booming and profits are good, companies feel confident and they spend a lot on expanding their capacity.
Investing for growth.
Yes. But when profits fall and the future looks uncertain during a slowdown or contraction, capital spending is often one of the first things to get slashed or postponed. It's a big commitment, so they hold back.
So it swings more wildly than the overall economy.
It often does. And interestingly, during a recovery, companies might first invest in smaller things, maybe some new software or light equipment that boosts efficiency quickly. Only later, when the expansion feels really strong and secure, will they commit to building that brand new warehouse or factory.
So the type of capital spending also tells us something about confidence levels.
It does. Okay, thirdly, let's look at inventory levels. Inventories are basically the goods that businesses have on hand, ready to sell.
Stock in the warehouse or on the shop floor?
Exactly. It could be raw materials, partly finished goods, or finished products waiting for customers. Now, a key ratio analysts watch is the inventory to sales ratio.
How much stock they have compared to how much they're selling.
Precisely. And this ratio behaves quite predictably across the cycle. Let's think it through. In a recovery, remember, sales start picking up, maybe faster than businesses expected, or can ramp up production.
So they sell off the old stock first.
Yes. They sell the inventory they built up during the downturn, so sales rise faster than inventory, and the inventory to sales ratio falls.
Okay, falling ratio in recovery.
Then, in a full expansion, production usually catches up with the strong sales. Businesses might even build up inventories intentionally because they expect demand to remain high. So the ratio tends to be stable, or maybe rises slightly but controllably.
Stable ratio and expansion. Makes sense.
Now, the tricky part, the slowdown. Sales start to grow more slowly, but production might still be running high based on earlier optimism. What happens to inventories?
They start to pile up. Unsold goods.
Exactly. Inventories accumulate because sales aren't keeping pace. So the inventory to sales ratio starts to increase. This is often an early warning sign that the economy is weakening. Businesses see this pile up and realize they need to cut production soon.
Rising ratio and slowdown, a warning sign.
A key warning sign. And finally, in a contraction, businesses are actively trying to get rid of those unwanted inventories. They slash production drastically, often more than the fall in sales, just to clear the backlog. So while inventories themselves might fall eventually, production falls even faster initially.
So the focus is on reducing stock.
Yes, liquidating inventory becomes a priority.
Okay, that's very clear how inventories move. So let's think about a shop owner again. If that owner notices their shelves and stockroom are getting very full, lots of unsold items, but not many customers are coming in to buy, what phase of the business cycle might that suggest for the broader economy?
That unwanted buildup of inventory strongly suggests the economy might be in a slowdown, possibly heading towards a contraction. All right, therefore, a very important way to classify these indicators. We group them based on whether they tend to change before, at the same time as, or after the overall economy makes a turn. So we call them leading, coincident, or lagging.
Like different types of traffic signals telling us what's ahead, what's happening now, or what just happened.
An excellent analogy. Let's start with the first group, leading economic indicators.
The ones that look ahead.
Yes. These are like those first few raindrops that tell you a heavy shower is probably coming soon. Their turning points when they peak or bottom out usually happen before the turning points of the overall economy.
So they're valuable for prediction.
Extremely valuable for predicting the near-term future, maybe the next 6 to 9 months or so. They give us clues about where the economy might be heading.
What are some examples?
Well, some important ones include the stock market, like the S&P 500 index in the US, or our own Sensex or Nifty. Stock prices reflect investors' expectations about future profits, so they often turn down before a recession and up before a recovery.
Okay, the stock market. What else?
House prices can be leading. Consumer expectations or confidence surveys how optimistic people feel about the future. New orders for goods placed with manufacturers that signals future production. Building permits for new houses that signals future construction activity.
Things that happen before the actual activity.
Exactly. And there's a special financial one called the interest rate spread, specifically the difference between long-term government bond yields and short-term interest rates.
You mentioned this briefly before.
Yes. When this spread narrows significantly, or especially if it inverts, short-term rates go higher than long-term rates, it has historically been a very reliable predictor of an upcoming economic slowdown or recession.
Why is that?
It often suggests that the market expects the central bank to cut short-term rates in the future because the economy is expected to weaken.
Fascinating. So, my dear students, if you see news that the stock market is falling rapidly, and at the same time, the number of new building permits being issued for homes is also declining sharply, what might these leading indicators be telling us together about the economy's future?
They'd be flashing a warning sign, suggesting a potential slowdown or contraction might be coming. Okay, the second category. Coincident economic indicators.
Please tell us what's happening right now.
Exactly. These are like seeing the entire cricket stadium cheering loudly because a boundary has just been hit. It's happening right now. Their turning points usually occur at the same time as the turning points in the overall economy.
So they help us identify the economy's present state.
Yes, they confirm where we are in the cycle currently. What are some key examples?
Well, things like the Industrial Production Index
Yeah.
that measures the actual output of factories, mines, and utilities right now.
Mm-hmm.
Real personal incomes, how much money people are actually earning adjusted for inflation. And total manufacturing and trade sales, how much stuff is actually being sold across the economy right now.
So very current, broad measures of activity.
Yes, they move in sync with the economy. If these numbers are strong and rising, the economy is likely in an expansion now. If they're falling, we're likely in a contraction now.
Okay. So if you hear that the amount of goods being produced in factories, that industrial production number is suddenly increasing strongly this month, what does that coincident indicator tell you about the economy right now?
It tells you that the economy is currently active and likely expanding at this moment. And that brings us to the third type, lagging economic indicators.
The ones that confirm things afterwards.
Exactly. These are like seeing the puddles on the ground after the rain has stopped. It confirms that, yes, it definitely rained. Their turning points happen later, often several months later, than the turning points of the overall economy.
So what's their value then, if they're late?
They are valuable for confirming that a suspected turning point has indeed passed, or for gauging the severity of a previous phase. They help confirm established trends.
Okay, give us some examples.
We already mentioned one, the average duration of unemployment, how long people are staying unemployed. Even after the economy starts recovering, this number might keep rising for a while before it finally comes down.
Right, because hiring takes time.
Yes. Another one is the inventory-to-sales ratio we discussed. It tends to peak after the economy has already started slowing down. Changes in unit labor costs, which reflect wage pressures built up during an expansion. Inflation itself often peaks after the economic expansion has peaked.
Interesting, inflation lags.
Often, yes. Also, things like the average prime lending rate that banks charge their best customers. Banks usually raise this only after the central bank has been tightening policy for a while in response to an earlier expansion. And ratios like consumer installment debt compared to income people might continue borrowing for a while even as the economy slows, so this ratio might peak late.
Okay, so these confirm the past. Now let's think about unemployment again. If the overall unemployment rate has been very high for many, many months, even after other indicators like GDP growth have started to show signs of recovery, why would we call that unemployment rate a lagging indicator in that situation?
Because it's slow to react. The economy might be turning a corner, but it takes a long time for enough jobs to be created to bring that high unemployment rate down significantly. It reflects the past damage. Hashtag 3.4 composite indicators and modern tools.
Now, my dear students, looking at just one indicator, whether it's leading, coincident, or lagging, can sometimes be misleading. Any single indicator can have fluctuations, a bit of noise.
Right, 1 month's data point might be an anomaly.
Exactly. So analysts often prefer to combine several related indicators into what are called composite indicators.
Grouping them together for a better picture.
Precisely. Think of it like making a perfect curry. You don't just use turmeric or just chili powder, do you?
No, you need a mix of spices.
You use a careful mix of several spices, coriander, cumin, garam masala, maybe others, to get that full, rich, balanced flavor. A composite indicator is similar.
Combining different economic spices.
Yes. Organizations like the Conference Board in the US or the OECD internationally, they create these composite indexes. A famous one is the Leading Economic Index, or LEI. They typically combine maybe 10 or a dozen different individual variables, things like stock prices, manufacturing orders, building permits, the interest rate spread, consumer expectations, all indicators that tend to move together and predict the cycle.
So it smooths out the bumps in individual indicators.
Yes, it helps capture a broader, more reliable picture of the economy's underlying health and likely future direction.
And related to that, there's something called the diffusion index.
Mm.
This sounds technical, but it's quite a clever idea.
How does it work?
It helps us see how widespread a change is within a composite index. It doesn't look at how much each component changed, but simply how many components moved in the same direction.
Ah, the breadth of the change.
Exactly, the breadth. So let's say our composite leading economic index has 10 components. A diffusion index might show the proportion of those 10 components that are currently rising. If, say, 7 out of the 10 components are rising, the diffusion index will be high. maybe 70%. This tells analysts that the upward trend is broad-based, happening across most parts of the index, giving them more confidence in the signal.
And if only, say, 3 out of 10 are rising.
Then the diffusion index would be low, like 30%, even if the overall composite index went up slightly due to huge increases in those three components. A low diffusion index suggests the positive signal might be narrow, maybe not sustainable, or perhaps driven by just one sector. It measures how widespread the movement is.
That adds another layer of understanding. So if a composite index of economic indicators is rising, but its diffusion index is actually very low, what might that tell you about the real strength or reliability of that apparent economic improvement?
It might suggest the improvement is fragile, not widely shared across the economy, and perhaps less likely to last. Now, beyond these quantitative numbers, we also have surveys that give us really valuable qualitative insights.
Asking people directly.
Yes. These are often monthly or quarterly surveys where central banks, research institutes, or trade associations ask businesses, consumers, or economic experts about their situation and their outlook.
What kinds of questions?
They might ask businesses about their current orders, their production levels, their hiring plans, their investment intentions, and generally how confident they feel about the future. They ask consumers about their financial situation, their job security, their plans for major purchases.
Capturing sentiment and expectations.
Exactly. Some famous examples are the IFO Business Climate Survey in Germany or the Tankan Survey of Businesses in Japan. These survey results are often aggregated into indexes or are used as components in those composite indicators we talked about. A very popular one globally now is the Purchasing Managers Index, or PMI.
Yes, the PMI is widely watched.
It surveys purchasing managers in manufacturing and service sectors about things like new orders, production, employment, and inventories. Gives a quick snapshot of business conditions and sentiment.
And finally, in today's world, with so much data and powerful computers, we have some exciting new tools, big data and nowcasting.
Nowcasting. What's that? Predicting the now.
Essentially, yes. Think about official GDP numbers. They are very important, but they are usually released with a significant delay, maybe 1 or 2 months after the quarter has already ended.
Right, we get the Q1 GDP number sometime in Q2.
Exactly. But policymakers and analysts want to know what's happening right now, not what happened 2 months ago. So nowcasting is a technique that uses vast amounts of real-time, high-frequency data.
Like what kind of data?
Oh, all sorts. Financial market transactions, internet search trends, like how many people are searching for a buy car or new jobs, electronic payment data from credit cards, shipping information, even things like satellite imagery tracking activity at ports or retail parking lots.
Wow, using all sorts of digital footprints.
Yes. They feed all this real-time data into complex statistical models to estimate the current state of key economic indicators like GDP growth or retail sales before the official numbers are released. A well-known example is the Atlanta Fed's GDP Now model in the U.S.
So it gives a much quicker read on the economy.
Much quicker. It's like trying to predict the number of guests who will actually show up at a big wedding reception, instead of waiting for everyone to arrive and then doing a head count, which is like waiting for official GDP data. You could use the online RSVP data, maybe track flight bookings if guests are coming from far away, perhaps even look at hotel reservations nearby to get a very good estimate before the event even starts. That's nowcasting for the economy. It helps overcome the problem of delayed official data.
That's incredibly useful for making timely decisions. So if an economist is using internet search trends for furniture and real-time credit card transaction data from home improvement stores to estimate current retail sales figures before the official government numbers are released, what is that process called?
That process is called nowcasting. #, outro.
Well, what a journey we've had today. From understanding that basic rhythmic dance of the economy,
The ups and downs.
to learning about all the different signals it sends out through these economic indicators.
Indeed. We have seen how business cycles are the natural rhythm of our economy, moving through those phases: recovery, expansion, slowdown, and contraction. And we also explored how credit cycles, that flow of money and lending, play such a crucial role and can even amplify these economic swings, for better or for worse.
Yes, the connection between the real economy and the financial cycle is so important. And remember, just like we try to understand the weather by looking at different signs, the clouds, the wind, the temperature,
Right.
economic indicators, whether they are leading, coincident, or lagging, provide us with those vital clues about where our economy stands today and where it might be headed tomorrow.
And this knowledge, my dear students, isn't just for economists sitting in universities or big investors in the stock market. It's genuinely for you too.
Absolutely.
Understanding these cycles, even in a simple way, can help you make smarter decisions in your own life. Whether it's about saving for your future, planning a big purchase like a home or a vehicle, or even just understanding the job opportunities around you.
It helps you navigate the economic seasons, doesn't it?
It does. It helps you prepare.
So, as you go about your day-to-day and in the future, think about this. How can you use these patterns, these ideas we discussed today, to make perhaps slightly smarter choices for your own financial future, even in your daily life? How can you prepare for the next season of the economy, whatever it might be?
Keep exploring, keep asking questions, and keep learning. Building this foundation is so valuable.
Until next time, take care, and thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Namaste, and welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we're going to get into something really fundamental. It's about how government decisions, particularly those involving money, well, they shape so much around us.
Absolutely. It's everywhere, isn't it?
It really is. From the roads we use daily to the quality of schools, even, the price tags you see in the shops.
Oh, it connects back.
It does. And these big choices about how governments collect money, which is taxation, and then how they decide to spend that money, that's really at the heart of how an entire economy functions. Okay, let's unpack this a bit. What we're talking about is the immense financial power and influence that governments hold.
A huge influence.
So the focus of our deep dive today is fiscal policy. Now, that term fiscal policy, it might sound a little technical, maybe even intimidating.
It can come across that way, definitely.
But honestly, it's fundamentally about those powerful financial levers governments have. And to guide us, we've been thoroughly reviewing expert research and insights. Specifically, work by Andrew Clare and Stephen Thomas, academics at Cass Business School.
Yes, their work on fiscal policy is very detailed, very insightful.
Exactly. So our mission today, for you listening, is to distill the most important nuggets of knowledge from their work. We want to ensure you walk away feeling well-informed, confident in understanding what is truly a crucial economic tool.
And what's fascinating here, I think, is just the sheer scale we're talking about.
The scale of government action.
Precisely. The impact government decisions can have even on the largest economies globally. I mean, think about it. The public sector often employs a huge chunk of the population.
Right.
And it's responsible for a substantial share of all the spending in a country. National spending.
So they're massive players.
Massive. And typically, governments are the largest borrowers in world debt markets, too. Their size, their actions. It sends ripples through everything.
That's a really important point.
And we'll touch on a key distinction early on, fiscal policy versus monetary policy.
Yeah.
It's crucial to understand they're different. But, and this is important, they generally share the same overarching goal.
Yeah.
Creating a stable, positive economic environment for everyone.
Two different toolkits, same ultimate aim.
You could put it that way, yes. Stability.
Okay, so let's start this deep dive by really pinning down the core concept. What is fiscal policy? Let's define it clearly.
Let's break it down.
At its simplest, fiscal policy refers to the government's decisions about two main things. Taxation.
Which is how they collect the money from people and businesses.
From individuals like us, from companies.
Your income tax, the tax a shop pays.
Exactly. And the second thing is spending.
How they use that money they've collected.
Yeah. You could almost think of it like managing a very large household budget, but scaled up for the entire nation.
That's a good analogy.
The government decides how much income to bring in, mostly through taxes, and then what essential services, projects, or support programs to fund with that money.
Roads, schools, healthcare, defense, all of that.
Right. Now, it's really important, as you mentioned, to distinguish this from monetary policy.
Very different, yes.
Monetary policy is handled by the central bank, like the Reserve Bank of India, the Federal Reserve in the U.S., the Bank of England, and their job is focused on influencing the quantity of money and credit in the economy. Things like setting interest rates, managing the money supply.
So fiscal is government taxes and spending. Monetary is the central bank managing money and credit.
Precisely. And our sources mention that central banks can operate with, well, varying degrees of independence from the government itself. Sometimes they're quite independent, sometimes less so.
That independence level is actually a key factor in how policy works in practice.
So they have different tools, different managers, often different levels of independence, but you said they share a goal.
They do. If we connect this to the bigger picture, The primary goal, shared by both monetary and fiscal policy, is generally to foster an economic environment where growth is consistently stable and positive.
Okay, stable and positive growth.
And, crucially, where inflation, that's the rate at which prices rise, remains stable and low.
Why is that combined goal so vital?
Well, think about it. It helps steer the underlying economy. It aims to prevent those really extreme booms, which might feel good for a short while.
But often end badly.
Exactly. They can be followed by damaging periods of low or even negative growth, high unemployment. That kind of volatility is tough on everyone.
Very disruptive.
Yeah. In a stable environment, household families like yours can make consumption and saving decisions with more confidence. Planning for the future becomes easier.
Like saving for education or retirement.
Precisely. And corporations, businesses, they can focus more on long-term investment, innovation, generating profits, rather than constantly reacting to economic crises.
So stability benefits everyone.
It provides a much better foundation. And fiscal policy's role goes even beyond just regulating the overall economic activity level. It also strategically aims to affect, well, several other things.
Like what?
Firstly, the overall level of aggregate demand in the economy. That's the total demand for goods and services. And influencing that directly affects the general level of economic activity, how busy the economy is.
Okay, so boosting or cooling demand.
Yes. Secondly, it affects the distribution of income and wealth. Tax policies, welfare spending, these directly impact who has how much money.
Right, fairness considerations.
And thirdly, fiscal policy influences the efficient allocation of resources. Where does the nation's money and effort go? Which sectors get prioritized? Fiscal choices shape that too.
So it's managing the cycle, influencing distribution, and guiding resource allocation. Quite a broad mandate.
It is indeed. It touches almost every aspect of the economy.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, to understand how a government is doing financially, there's a key metric we often hear about.
The budget number.
Exactly. The budget surplus or a deficit. Let's define that simply. It's just the difference between the government's total revenue, the money coming in, mostly taxes,
Right.
and its total expenditure, all the money going out over a specific period, usually a financial year or a calendar year.
Income versus outgoings for the government in a given year.
Perfect. So if the government spent more than it collected.
That's a deficit. They've overspent their income for that period.
Right. Like spending more than you earned in a month. And if they collected more than they spent.
That's a surplus. They have money left over after covering all expenses.
Deficit means spending more than income. Surplus means income exceeds spending. It seems straightforward.
The concept is, yes, but the implications of running persistent deficits or surpluses are where the complexities really begin.
Okay, now that we've got the basics down what fiscal policy is, its goals, the deficit surplus idea, let's explore how governments actually use these tools, how they actively influence the economy, particularly through that concept you mentioned, aggregate demand.
Yes, this is where the policy choices really come into play.
So influencing aggregate demand, this is how fiscal policy can either, stimulate the economy or cool it down if it's overheating.
Exactly. It's about managing the overall level of spending.
Let's talk about stimulating first.
Yeah.
When the government wants to boost economic activity and demand, perhaps during a slowdown or a recession, it can use what's called expansionary fiscal policy.
Giving the economy a push.
Right. And our sources say this can take several forms. For example, cuts in personal income tax.
The idea being, if people pay less tax, they have more disposable income.
Money left in their pocket.
And the hope is they'll spend more.
Okay. Or cuts in sales taxes, sometimes called indirect taxes, like VAT.
Lowering prices on goods and services.
Which should, in theory, raise people's real incomes, their purchasing power, and boost consumer demand that way.
Correct. Your money goes further.
Then there are businesses. Cuts in corporation taxes, the taxes companies pay on profits.
The aim there is to increase business profits after tax.
And
Hopefully simulate more capital spending by those companies. Investment in new equipment, new buildings, potentially hiring more people.
Right. And for people with savings, cuts in tax rates on personal savings could also raise their disposable income, again with the goal of increasing consumer demand.
Making saving slightly less attractive relative to spending, perhaps.
And then there's the really direct route. New public spending on social goods and infrastructure.
Government spending itself.
Yes. Building hospitals, schools, roads, bridges. that sort of thing.
This directly injects money into the economy. It creates jobs for construction workers, demand for materials.
And those workers then spend their income.
Exactly. It boosts personal incomes directly, which in turn boosts aggregate demand. It has a more immediate impact often.
But here's where it gets really interesting. Our sources, Claire and Thomas, add a really important note of caution here.
Oh, yes.
They emphasize that the reliability and the size of the effect of these policies can vary a lot over time and between different countries.
Ah, the real-world complexity.
Exactly. For example, they mention that during a recession, if you cut income taxes, consumers might not actually spend more.
What might they do instead?
They might just increase their precautionary savings, save it for a rainy day because they're worried about the future.
So the tax cut doesn't translate into the expected spending boost.
Precisely. It highlights that these relationships aren't always fixed or predictable. Human behavior plays a huge role.
That's a crucial point. Policy isn't just mechanics. It's about influencing behavior, which is inherently uncertain.
Okay, so that's expansionary policy. What about the flip side? When the economy is overheating?
Right. When it's perhaps at full employment and wages and prices are starting to rise too quickly, inflation is picking up.
Then governments might use contractionary fiscal policy.
Trying to cool things down. Tapping the brakes.
Which would mean reducing government spending.
Yes, cutting back on public projects or services.
Or raising taxes.
Or raising taxes, taking money out of the circular flow of income. Both aim to moderate growth and overall economic activity to ease those inflationary pressures.
So expansionary to boost, contractionary to cool, those are the basic directions.
Yes, those are the intended directions, yes. And underlying these choices, these decisions about whether to expand or contract and how, often lie quite deep-seated philosophical differences among economists.
Ah, the different schools of thought.
Exactly. Particularly when it comes to how effective fiscal policy is believed to be. This intellectual division really influences the advice policymakers get and the choices they make.
You mentioned Keynesians versus monetarists earlier.
That's a classic and still very relevant division. Keynesians followers of John Maynard Keynes tend to believe that fiscal policy can have really powerful, significant effects on aggregate demand, output, employment.
Especially when
There's substantial unused capacity in the economy. Think high unemployment, factories sitting idle.
When resources aren't being fully utilized.
Precisely. In those situations, Keynesians often support large fiscal expansions, government spending to fill the gap left by weak private demand.
Like we saw after the 2008-2009 crisis, many governments ramped up spending then.
Exactly. That was a very Keynesian response in many countries. The idea was that government action was needed to jumpstart the economy.
Okay, so that's the Keynesian view. What about the monetarists?
Monetarists, generally speaking, are more skeptical about the power of fiscal policy, especially for short-term adjustments. They tend to believe that fiscal changes only have a temporary effect on aggregate demand.
Only temporary. Why?
Their view often emphasizes that it's changes in the money supply monetary policy that are the primary drivers of inflation and nominal GDP in the longer run. They see monetary policy as a much more effective tool for restraining or boosting inflationary pressures.
So they'd favor the central bank's actions over government tax and spend changes for managing the cycle.
Generally, yes. They typically don't advocate using fiscal policy actively for countercyclical adjustment, trying to smooth out the ups and downs of the business cycle. They often argue for stable, predictable rules for both fiscal and monetary policy rather than constant intervention.
So this raises an important question. How do these fundamental differences in belief, translate into the real-world policy responses we actually see from governments during downturns or booms? It's not just academic theory, right?
Not at all. It directly influences election platforms, budget debates, responses to crises. These differing views shape the entire political economy discussion around fiscal matters.
Okay, let's try and ground this discussion with some real-world numbers then.
Yeah.
To see the actual scale of government involvement in different major economies. Our sources refer to Exhibits 1 and 2 here.
Good idea. Data always helps.
So they look at government receipts and expenditure as a percentage of GDP. First, government revenues, the money coming in.
Taxes, fees, fines, all that.
Right. Measured as a percentage of GDP, it gives a snapshot of how much the government is involved in the economy. The sources show the OECD average, that's the group of developed countries, went from about 37.9% of GDP in 1995 up to 40.9% in 2015.
So governments in these developed countries were, on average, collecting over 40% of the entire economic output by 2015. That's substantial.
It really is. And interestingly, taxes on incomes and profits and taxes on goods and services as a share of GDP stayed fairly constant across the OECD over those decades. But there are huge variations between individual countries.
Always the case.
Yeah. For example, taxes on goods and services are only around 5% of GDP for the US and Japan, but they're over 16% for Denmark.
Wow, big difference. Reflects different choices about how to fund the state.
Absolutely. Now, looking at the other side, government expenditures as a percentage of GDP, our sources show these were also generally pretty constant since 1995 for the OECD average.
Again, with variations.
With variations, they note Germany started the period with a particularly high number, partly because of the massive costs of reunification.
Ah, yes. Integrating East Germany. That would be expensive.
For sure. But crucially, the data clearly shows the impact of the 2008-2009 financial crisis. You see significant jumps in government expenditures and deficits between 2008 and 2010 for many countries.
That's the fiscal stimulus kicking in. Government spending more to try and counteract the crash.
Exactly. The data reflects those policy decisions very clearly.
And building on that, let's dive a bit deeper into how we assess a government's intentions using its budget. We come back to the budget surplus or deficit as an indicator of fiscal stance.
Right. You mentioned this is a key indicator.
It is pivotal. Year-to-year changes in the budget balance are often used as a first-pass indicator of whether fiscal policy is getting tighter or looser.
So an increase in a surplus or a shrinking deficit.
That's usually associated with contractionary fiscal policy. The government is taking more out or spending less relative to the previous year.
And a rise in the deficit or a fall in a surplus.
That generally indicates an expansionary fiscal policy. The government is injecting more into the economy.
Okay, that seems intuitive. Change in deficit signals, change in stance.
But there's a very important complication here.
Oh.
It's the concept of automatic stabilizers.
Ah, you mentioned these earlier, the built-in shock absorbers.
Exactly. These are features of the tax and spending system that automatically help to smooth out economic fluctuations without any active policy decisions.
Can you give examples again?
Sure. Think about a recession. The economy slows, unemployment rises. What happens automatically?
Tax revenues fall because people earn less.
Correct. And government spending on things like unemployment benefits and social insurance automatically increases.
Okay.
So the deficit automatically gets bigger, or the surplus shrinks. This provides an automatic fiscal stimulus to the economy, cushioning the downturn.
Without the government actually having to pass a new law or anything?
Precisely. And conversely, during an economic boom, when employment and incomes are high.
People pay more tax, especially with progressive income taxes.
Right. And spending on unemployment benefits falls. So the budget surplus automatically increases, or the deficit shrinks. This acts as an automatic brake, helping to cool down the overheating economy.
That's quite clever, actually. The system has some self-correction built in.
It is. And the key advantage is that it's automatic. No policymaker needs to recognize the shock, debate the response, implement it. It just happens. This reduces the economy's sensitivity to shocks and
Contrast with deliberate policy changes.
that's where discretionary fiscal policies come in. These are the active, deliberate changes in government spending or tax rates that policymakers decide on, specifically to try and stabilize aggregate demand.
Like deciding to build a new high-speed rail line or enacting a specific tax cut package.
Exactly. Those are conscious choices, not automatic responses. Understanding the difference between automatic stabilizers and discretionary policy is crucial for interpreting budget numbers correctly.
So what stands out to you more? This sort of ingenious design of automatic stabilizers working quietly in the background, or the visible, active decisions involved in discretionary policy, like building a major project?
Both are fascinating, aren't they? The automatic ones show how system design matters, while the discretionary ones reflect the active choices and challenges of governing.
That distinction is really helpful. To make this even more concrete, let's look at a detailed example of a specific country's budget. Our sources provide a great breakdown for the UK in 2018-2019. Example 1. Sources and uses of government cash flows.
A real-world snapshot.
Yeah. For that fiscal year, The UK government projected total spending of about 808 billion,
Okay.
and total revenue was forecast at 769 billion.
So spending higher than revenue.
Right, meaning a projected budget shortfall, a deficit of 39 billion for the year. And our source notes, this meant they needed to borrow that 39 billion from the private sector to cover the gap.
39 billion pounds. It's a huge number. Illustrates the scale we're talking about.
Definitely. Now let's look at where does the money go. This is Exhibit 4 in the source material. It really shows the government's priority.
What are the big categories?
The biggest chunk by far was social protection, 252 billion. That's things like state pensions, housing benefits, tax credits, unemployment benefits, the social safety net.
A quarter of the budget right there.
Pretty much. Then health, 155 billion, and education, 102 billion, were the next largest. Very significant spending areas.
Core public services.
Exactly. After that, defense, 49 billion, and interestingly, net debt interest, 41 billion.
41 billion just paying interest on past borrowing.
Yes, that's a substantial cost in itself. Then smaller, but still huge amounts for transport, public order and safety, social services, housing, industry support. It really paints a vivid picture of everything the government funds.
It shows the breadth of government activity.
Now, where does the money come from? That's Exhibit 5. Where did the 769 billion in revenue come from?
Taxes mostly, I assume.
Overwhelmingly. The single biggest source was income tax, 185 billion. Then VAT, value-added tax, the sales tax, brought in 145 billion.
Those two are massive.
Huge. Followed by national insurance contributions, 134 billion, essentially another tax on earnings. Then various other taxes, 86 billion, corporation tax on company profits, 55 billion, non-tax revenues, 51 billion, excise duties on things like fuel and alcohol, 49 billion, local council tax, 34 billion, and business rates, 30 billion.
The wide range of sources, but dominated by income tax, VAT, and national insurance.
Exactly. So what does this detailed breakdown really tell us? It gives a tangible sense of a government's financial priorities, the sheer scale of its operations, and that constant balancing act involved in managing the nation's finances. Every number represents a policy choice.
And a flow of money from citizens and businesses to the state and then back out again in the form of spending and services. Okay, so we've looked at the annual budget figures, the flows of money in and out each year. Now let's shift perspective to the long-term, cumulative picture. This brings us squarely to the topic of national debt.
Moving from the yearly deficit to the total accumulated debt.
Precisely. And it's crucial to reiterate the distinction. Government deficits versus national debt.
Let's make sure that's crystal clear.
A government deficit is the shortfall between revenue and expenditure over a specific period, usually 1 year. It's a flow concept.
Like the 39 billion deficit the UK had in that example year.
Exactly. But government debt, or national debt, is the accumulation over time of past deficits, minus any past surpluses. It represents the total outstanding stock of IOU's government bonds, basically issued by a government over its history that haven't been repaid yet. It's a stock concept.
The total amount borrowed over the years, that's still outstanding.
Yes. And how are those annual deficits financed? Usually by the government borrowing from the private sector, selling bonds to investors, pension funds, insurance companies, even other countries.
And you mentioned earlier governments tend to run deficits more often than surpluses.
Historically, yes, over long periods.
Yeah.
Which means that government debt tends to accumulate over time for most countries.
Okay, that distinction between the annual flow deficit and the cumulative stock debt is vital. To get a sense of how this debt evolves, our sources provide a fascinating historical look at UK national debt. Exhibit 6 shows it as a percentage of GDP all the way back to 1692.
Wow, over 300 years of data. What does it show?
It shows dramatic fluctuations, really huge swings in the UK's debt-to-GDP ratio over the centuries. There are these enormous spikes.
What caused those spikes?
The major cause, according to the source, has been the financing of major wars.
Ah, wartime spending.
Exactly. They specifically mention the Napoleonic Wars around the turn of the 19th century and then the First and Second World Wars in the 20th century. These conflicts required absolutely massive government borrowing, pushing the debt-to-GDP ratio to extremely high levels, well over 100%, even over 200% of GDP at times.
So historically, massive debt accumulation was often linked to existential crises like major wars.
That seems to be the pattern in this long-term UK data. Okay, let's unpack this. This historical lens is useful, isn't it? It shows that large national debt levels aren't an entirely new phenomenon.
No, governments have carried high debt burdens before.
Right. Although the drivers and the context can certainly change over time. It's not always war nowadays that drives up debt.
True. Economic crises, policy choices about tax levels and spending programs, many factors contribute now. And connecting that history to more recent times, let's look at recent trends in general government debt. Exhibit 7 in our source material covers this.
What does it show for the period after, say, the 2008 crisis?
Well, as we discussed, the onset of the 2008 credit crisis led many governments to actively stimulate their economies. How? Often through increased expenditures without necessarily raising taxes in tandem.
Running larger deficits, basically.
Exactly. And the result was a significant rise in general government debt to GDP ratios for many countries in the period after 2008.
Can you give an example?
For the OECD countries overall, the average ratio rose from 59.5% of GDP in 2005 to 85.3% in 2015. That's a jump of over 25 percentage points in a decade.
A very significant increase across the developed world.
Yes. And the source specifically highlights Japan. Japan has used fiscal spending extensively since the early 1990s to try and combat economic stagnation.
With what result for their debt?
A truly dramatic rise. Their debt-to-GDP ratio went from 94.7% in 1995, already high soaring, to 237.4% in 2015.
Over twice the size of their entire annual economy.
Astonishingly high, yes. It's often cited as an extreme example of debt accumulation.
So this inevitably raises concerns about solvency. At what point does the size of the national debt become a real problem?
That's the multi-trillion-dollar question, isn't it? Our sources explain that if the ratio of debt to GDP rises beyond a certain point, and nobody knows exactly where that point is, it likely varies by country and circumstance.
Right.
Then the solvency of the country can come into question, its ability to actually honor its debts, to pay back what it owes.
How do we assess that risk?
Well, one additional indicator economists look at is the ratio of interest rate payments to GDP. Exhibit 8 shows some data on this. This measures how much of a country's national output is being used just to service the existing debt, just paying the interest.
So it reflects both the debt size and the interest rates being charged.
Exactly. And here's a crucial dynamic. If the real growth rate of the economy is lower than the real interest rate being paid on the debt,
If the economy isn't growing fast enough to keep up with the interest costs,
then the debt-to-GDP ratio will tend to worsen over time, even if the government manages to balance its budget, excluding interest payments, the primary balance. The debt burden grows faster than the economy's ability to support it.
that sounds like a potential debt trap.
It can be. Now, inflation plays a role too. If the overall price level rises inflation, the real value of the outstanding fixed value debt falls.
So inflation can help erode the debt burden.
It can, yes.
Sure.
It makes the old debt worth less in today's money. Conversely, deflation falling prices can make the debt burden heavier and keep the ratio elevated for longer.
And what if interest rates themselves rise quickly?
That's a major risk. If interest payments rise rapidly, perhaps because investors lose confidence and demand higher rates to lend to the government, then financing costs can escalate, potentially making the situation unstable.
Okay, this is complex. Which brings us to the big question you posed. Given all this, should we actually be concerned about the size of a national debt relative to GDP? Our source material helpfully lays out arguments on both sides.
It's a really important debate with no easy answers.
Let's start with the arguments against being concerned about national debt relative to GDP. What reasons do people give for not worrying too much?
One common argument is that a significant portion of the debt is often owed internally to fellow citizens.
We mentioned this for Japan, where locals hold most of it.
Right. The source gives figures like Japan 93% internal, Canada 90%, US 53%, UK 73%, Italy 46%. If the debt is mostly held domestically, the argument goes the interest payments are just transfers within the national economy from taxpayers to bondholders who are also citizens. Money isn't necessarily leaving the country.
Okay, the we owe it to ourselves argument. What else?
Another point is that some of the borrowed money might have been used for productive capital investment or enhancing human capital.
Like building roads, hospitals, schools, investing in education.
Exactly. If the debt financed investments that increase the country's future productive capacity, that should lead to higher future output and higher tax revenues. In theory, these investments could help pay for themselves over the long run.
So distinguishing between debt used for consumption versus investment?
That's a key distinction some economists make. Then there's a slightly counterintuitive argument. Large fiscal deficits might sometimes lead to beneficial tax changes.
How so?
The idea is that the pressure created by a large deficit can force a government to undertake needed tax reforms, perhaps simplifying the system or removing inefficient loopholes or distortions caused by the existing structure. A crisis forcing positive change, perhaps.
Interesting. And then you have Ricardian equivalence, which we touched on.
Yes, let's state it fully here. It suggests that if the government cuts taxes today but finances it by borrowing, rational individuals might anticipate higher taxes in the future to repay that debt.
So they don't see the tax cut as a windfall.
Exactly. They might increase their current savings to prepare for those future tax liabilities. If they do, their overall spending doesn't change, and the government's attempt to stimulate demand through tax cuts is nullified. The borrowing is seen merely as delayed taxation.
So under Ricardian equivalence, how the government finances its spending taxes now versus taxes later, borrowing doesn't really affect the economy's path.
That's the theoretical argument, yes. And finally, the context of unemployment.
Right.
If there's already significant unemployment and idle resources in the economy, government borrowing to finance spending isn't necessarily diverting activity away from productive private uses. There's no private activity being crowded out if resources are idle anyway. In fact, the government spending could increase overall employment and output by putting those idle resources to work.
Okay, so several arguments suggesting high debt might not be the catastrophe it's sometimes made out to be, depending on the circumstances. All right, but there's clearly another side to this story. Let's look at the arguments in favor of being concerned about national debt. Why should we worry?
There are some very significant potential downsides. A major concern is that high debt levels may lead to higher future tax rates.
To pay the interest and potentially reduce the principal.
Exactly. And the problem is that these higher future taxes, especially higher marginal tax rates, the rate you pay on additional earnings can create disincentives for economic activity.
Meaning?
People might feel less inclined to work extra hours, start a business, save, or invest if they know a larger chunk of their earnings or profits will be taxed away. This could potentially lead to lower long-run economic growth.
So high debt today could mean a less dynamic economy tomorrow due to higher taxes.
That's a key concern. Another serious risk involves the central bank potentially being forced to print money.
If investors lose confidence.
Yes. If financial markets become unwilling to lend to the government at reasonable rates because they doubt its ability or willingness to repay, the government might pressure the central bank to essentially create new money to finance the deficit.
Monetizing the debt.
Precisely. And if this happens on a large scale or persistently, it can lead to high inflation as the increased money supply chases a limited amount of goods and services. History has some stark warnings here. Germany in the 1920s, Zimbabwe more recently.
A very dangerous path.
Extremely dangerous. And then there's the issue of crowding out, which we also mentioned briefly.
Government borrowing competing with private borrowing.
Yes. If the government needs to borrow large amounts, it increases the demand for loanable funds in the economy. If the supply of savings is limited, this increased demand can push up interest rates.
Making it more expensive for businesses to borrow.
Exactly. Higher interest rates can make some private investment projects, which would have been profitable at lower rates, no longer viable. So government borrowing effectively crowds out private sector investment, potentially leading to a smaller capital stock and lower future growth than would otherwise have occurred.
So these are serious potential consequences. Lower growth from high taxes, risk of inflation from printing money, and reduced private investment due to crowding out.
They are the main arguments for why excessive national debt can be detrimental to an economy's health. And it's really important, again, to consider the time dimension involved in these effects.
Short run versus long run.
Yes. Concepts like crowding out or the disincentive effects of potential future high taxes might have very little noticeable impact over short periods, maybe just a few years.
So the immediate effects might be small or even negligible.
They might be. However, if these conditions, high borrowing, the expectation of higher future taxes, persist for a longer time, say over decades.
Then the cumulative effect could be significant.
Exactly. They can substantially damage capital accumulation in the economy or have a much more substantial cumulative negative impact on growth over many years. Small drags year after year add up.
It's like compound interest, but working against you.
A good way to think about it. And what's truly fascinating here, as our sources implicitly suggest, is the ongoing lively empirical debate among economists about the actual extent and significance of these various arguments in the real world.
So how much does crowding out really happen? Does Ricardian equivalence hold?
Precisely. The answers likely vary depending on the specific economic conditions, the country's institutions, the level of debt already outstanding, global factors. It's not a settled science with definitive answers that apply everywhere and always.
It makes policymaking incredibly challenging then.
Immensely. Balancing these competing concerns and uncertain effects is a constant struggle.
Okay, let's shift focus now to the specific instruments, the actual mechanisms the government uses to implement fiscal policy. What's in their toolkit?
Right, the practical levers they can pull.
Let's start with types of government spending. Our sources break this down into a few categories. First, transfer payments.
What falls under that?
These are essentially welfare payments made through the Social Security system.
Oh.
Things like state pensions, housing benefits for low-income families, tax credits, child benefits, unemployment benefits.
The social safety net payments we discussed in the UK example.
Exactly. And a key point our sources make is that these payments are not included in the definition of GDP.
Why not?
Because they don't represent a payment for producing a good or service. It's just money being transferred from the government to individuals.
Not a reward for economic activity.
Right, but even though they're not in GDP, they are a crucial tool for influencing the overall distribution of income in society and providing a basic minimum income level for vulnerable groups.
A major tool for social policy, then.
Definitely. The second category is current government spending.
What does that cover?
This is spending on goods and services provided on a regular recurring basis. Think day-to-day operations. Examples include healthcare services, running schools, teacher salaries, supplies, funding the police, national defense operations.
Ongoing operational costs.
Yes, and the impact here is significant. This spending directly affects things like the nation's skill level through education and overall labor productivity through healthcare and other services.
So investment in people, essentially.
You could see it that way. Finally, there's capital expenditure.
The big projects.
Exactly. This includes infrastructure spending on large-scale projects, building new roads, hospitals, prisons, schools, ports, digital infrastructure.
Things that add to the country's physical or technological capital stock.
Precisely. And the impact here is about enhancing the productive potential of the economy over the long term. These are investments designed to boost future growth.
So transfer payments for redistribution, current spending for ongoing services and human capital, and capital expenditure for physical infrastructure and long-term potential.
That's a good summary. Now, why do governments do all this spending? What are the justifications for government spending according to our sources?
There must be several reasons.
They list a few key ones. First, to provide public goods services that benefit everyone and that the private market might not provide efficiently, like national defense or basic research.
Things everyone benefits from, whether they pay directly or not.
Right. Second, infrastructure capital spending, like roads, to support and enhance economic growth.
Making the economy work better.
Third, to guarantee a minimum income level for poorer people and, consequently, to redistribute income and wealth, as we saw with transfer payments.
Addressing inequality.
Fourth, to influence the government's broad economic objectives, low inflation, high employment, sustained growth, often through managing aggregate demand, as we've discussed.
Macroeconomic management.
And fifth, sometimes governments subsidize the development of innovative or high-risk new products or markets, like funding research into renewable energy or early-stage tech, where private investment might be too hesitant initially.
Kickstarting new industries.
So it's a mix of providing essential services, investing for the future, social goals, economic management, and sometimes promoting innovation.
Okay, so that covers the spending side of the equation.
Yeah.
Now, where does the government get the money to fund all of this? We need to look at the types of government revenues, which are overwhelmingly taxes.
Right. Let's break down the different types of taxes.
Our sources categorize them broadly into two types, direct taxes and indirect taxes.
Okay, what are direct taxes?
These are taxes levied directly on income, wealth, or profits. The most common examples are income tax paid by individuals on their earnings, capital gains taxes on profits from selling assets like stocks or property, national insurance or Social Security contributions, often seen as a tax on labor, and corporate taxes paid by companies on their profits.
Taxes you usually see coming directly out of your paycheck or your company's earnings.
Exactly. They can also include local property taxes paid by homeowners and businesses, and sometimes inheritance taxes on large estates passed down after death, which serve both revenue-raising and wealth redistribution purposes.
Okay, so that's direct taxes. What about indirect taxes?
These are taxes applied to spending on goods and services. You pay them indirectly when you buy something.
Like VAT or sales tax.
Yes. Value-added tax, VAT, or general sales taxes are prime examples. They're applied broadly across many goods and services. Another type is excise duties, which are specific taxes levied on particular goods, often things like fuel, alcohol, and tobacco.
Often called sin taxes for alcohol and tobacco.
Sometimes, yes, partly because they aim to discourage consumption, as well as raise revenue. Our sources note that essential items like basic food, health products, and education are often exempt from indirect taxes, or taxed at a lower rate, on social grounds to avoid burdening lower-income households disproportionately.
Makes sense. And things like fuel duties might also have an environmental purpose.
Correct. By making fuel more expensive, they can encourage conservation or shifts to alternative energy. Taxes on gambling might also have a social dimension, aiming to deter the activity.
So taxes aren't just about revenue, they can be used to influence behavior too.
Definitely. Now, beyond just types of taxes, what makes for a good tax system in the eyes of economists? Our sources outline some desirable attributes of a tax policy. Four main ones.
What are they?
First, simplicity. A good tax system should be relatively easy for taxpayers to understand and comply with, and straightforward for the government to administer and enforce. The amount of tax owed should be clear and hard to manipulate through loopholes.
Keep it simple, basically. Avoid needless complexity.
Ideally, yes. Second, efficiency. This is a big one for economists. Taxation should interfere as little as possible with the economic decisions people and businesses make. Taxes inevitably distort behavior.
Like choosing to work less if income tax is too high.
Exactly. Or choosing to consume rather than save. An efficient tax system aims to minimize these distortions, discouraging work, saving, and investment as little as possible for a given amount of revenue raised.
You mentioned taxes are sometimes designed to change behavior, like cigarette taxes.
Ah, yes. And that's where philosophical debate comes in. Should tax policy only aim for minimal interference, economic efficiency, or should it deliberately deviate from efficiency to promote good activities, like R&D, or discourage bad ones, like pollution or smoking? It's a balancing act.
Okay, simplicity, efficiency.
What's third?
Fairness. This is obviously crucial, but also quite subjective. Economists usually break it down into two concepts. Horizontal equity, which means people in similar economic circumstances should pay roughly the same amount of tax. Treating equals equally.
Makes sense. And vertical equity, which generally means that richer people should pay more tax than poorer people. This often implies progressive tax rates, where the percentage of income paid in tax rises as income rises.
But not everyone agrees on progressive taxes.
No. Some argue for flat tax rates. Everyone pays the same percentage, arguing it's simpler and better for incentives. So fairness, especially vertical equity, is often debated.
Simplicity, efficiency, fairness, and the fourth.
Revenue sufficiency. This seems obvious. A tax system has to actually raise enough money to fund government spending.
Kind of the whole point, right?
You'd think so. But achieving revenue sufficiency can often conflict with the other goals, particularly efficiency and sometimes fairness. For instance, raising income tax rates very high might seem like a way to close a deficit, revenue sufficiency, but if it significantly discourages work effort, reducing efficiency, it might not even raise as much revenue as expected in the long run, and some would argue it's unfair.
So finding a tax system that scores well on all four, simplicity, efficiency, fairness, and revenue sufficiency, is a real challenge.
It's a fundamental challenge in public finance, yes. Trade-offs are almost always necessary.
So what does this all mean? Designing a tax system isn't just a technical exercise in collecting money. It's deeply intertwined with incentives, equity concerns, economic behavior. A really complex balancing act.
Absolutely. And it leads to ongoing debates and issues.
Let's touch on some issues with tax policy highlighted in our sources. One big one is incentives.
The efficiency point again.
Right. Some economists, particularly those associated with supply-side economics, Arthur Laffer is a famous name here, argues strongly that income taxes, especially high marginal rates, reduce the incentive to work, save, and invest. They often suggest the overall tax burden has become excessive in many countries.
The Laffer curve idea that beyond a certain point, raising tax rates might actually reduce total tax revenue because economic activity shrinks so much.
Exactly. Though our sources caution that the actual empirical evidence from historical tax cuts, like those in the U.S. on work effort, savings, and investment, has been mixed and is still hotly debated among economists, it's not a simple cause and effect relationship.
The real world is messy.
Isn't it just? Then there's the issue of fairness. Judging the overall fairness of a tax system is incredibly challenging.
How do you even measure it objectively?
It's tough. It often involves complex analysis, looking at the tax burden across different income groups, quintiles or deciles of the population. The U.S. federal system, for example, is generally considered highly progressive based on these analyses. Many governments try to show the distributional impact of budget changes, but the underlying definition of fair remains subjective and politically charged.
Well, one person considers fair, another might not.
Precisely. And this leads directly to the constant debate around tax reform.
Always on the agenda somewhere.
Seems like it. Questions constantly arise. Should we move to a flat tax on labor income? Should businesses be allowed to immediately deduct all investment spending for tax purposes? Full expensing. Should we rely more on consumption taxes, like VAT, and less on income taxes? Should taxes be automatically indexed to inflation? Should dividends be taxed if the profits they came from were already taxed at the corporate level?
So many complex questions.
And these issues are almost always debated in terms of their potential impact on economic growth, fairness, and simplicity. Every proposed reform has potential winners and losers and different economic consequences.
Okay, so we've looked at the spending tools and the revenue tools, taxes. Now let's consider the practical advantages and disadvantages of different fiscal policy tools when it comes to actually implementing policy, especially for stabilization purposes.
How easy or difficult are they to use in practice?
That's the question. Let's start with advantages. One tool stands out for its speed: indirect taxes.
Like VAT or excise duties.
Yes. These can often be changed very quickly, almost immediately after an announcement. A government can announce a fuel duty increase today, and it takes effect tomorrow at the pump.
So they offer quick influence on spending behavior and rapid revenue generation.
Correct. They are also quite effective for targeted social policies, like using higher taxes to discourage smoking or drinking, as the price signal is immediate.
Okay, speed is an advantage for indirect taxes. What about disadvantages?
Well, direct taxes, like income tax, are much harder to change quickly.
Why is that?
Think about all the payroll systems in every company. They need reprogramming to handle new tax rates or thresholds. This requires considerable notice, often many months. You can't just change income tax overnight.
Right, the administrative complexity.
Yes, and the same applies to changes in welfare benefits or other social transfers. These systems are often complex and take time to adjust. Now, the announcement of a future change might have an immediate psychological effect.
People might anticipate it.
They might. But the direct impact on disposable income and spending is delayed until the change actually comes into force.
Okay, direct taxes and transfers are slower. What about capital spending plans?
Even slower. These take much, much longer to formulate and implement.
Building a big infrastructure project.
Exactly. It requires detailed planning, feasibility studies, legal permissions, land acquisition, tendering processes, and then years of construction. This is a major criticism of using active fiscal policy, particularly capital spending, for short-term economic stabilization. By the time the project gets going and starts injecting significant money into the economy, the recession it was meant to fight might be over, or the economy might have changed completely.
The timing is very difficult.
Very. However, it's crucial to remember that unlike tax changes or transfers, capital spending directly adds to the nation's productive potential in the long run. So it has benefits beyond short-term stabilization.
So a key challenge is that the slower the impact of a fiscal change, the more likely other economic shifts will happen before the policy really bites.
Precisely. The policy might end up being ill-timed or even counterproductive if the economic situation is changed in the meantime.
You also mentioned expectational effects earlier. Can announcements of future changes influence behavior now?
In theory, yes. Announcing a tax rise a year in advance could lead people to reduce consumption immediately in anticipation. But our sources suggest the empirical evidence on the strength of these pure expectational effects is often weak or anecdotal. People might hear the announcement, but their actual spending habits often don't change much until the tax change physically hits their wallets.
So we shouldn't overestimate the immediate power of announcements alone.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Finally, let's think about relative potency. Does government spending have a bigger bang for its buck than tax cuts?
Good question.
Generally, direct government spending is considered to have a larger immediate impact on aggregate spending and output than tax cuts of the same size.
Why is that?
Because the government spending is a direct injection into the economy. Every dollar spent adds to demand. Whereas with a tax cut, some portion of it might be saved by households or businesses, especially if they're uncertain about the future, as we discussed. The initial boost to spending is smaller,
particularly if the spending benefits people likely to spend it quickly.
Exactly. If the government spending goes to individuals with a high marginal propensity to consume those who spend nearly all of any extra income they receive, the subsequent ripple effect, the multiplier effect will be stronger.
The multiplier effect. This brings us to one of the most crucial and sometimes debated concepts in fiscal policy.
Indeed, a cornerstone of macroeconomic analysis.
Let's talk about modeling the impact of taxes and government spending, the fiscal multiplier.
Okay, what is it, fundamentally?
The fiscal multiplier is essentially a measure. It tells us how much total output national income and spending changes in response to an initial exogenous change in government spending or taxation.
So if the government spends an extra billion, how much does the whole economy grow as a result? Is it more than $1 billion?
Exactly. And usually it is. To understand why, we need two related concepts. Marginal propensity to consume, MPC.
Which we denote as C.
Right. This is the fraction of each additional dollar of disposable income that people choose to spend. If your MPC is 0.8, you spend 80 cents of every extra dollar you get.
And the rest?
The rest is saved. That's the marginal propensity to save, MPS, denoted thus.
Since income is either consumed or saved, MPC plus MPS must equal 1. So
Yeah.
MPS was 1 MPC.
Correct. Our sources use an example from Exhibit 9. If MPCC is 90% or 0.9, then MPS must be 10% or 0.1.
Okay, got the MPC and MPS. How does this lead to a multiplier?
Let's take a simple example without taxes first, just to see the logic. Imagine the government spends an extra $1 on, say, building something. That $1 becomes income for someone, a worker, a supplier.
Right.
That person spends a fraction C of it. Let's say C is 0.9, so they spend the 90 cents. That 90 cent becomes income for someone else.
Who then spends 0.9 of that $1, which is $0.81.
Exactly. And that $1.81 becomes income for another person who spends 0.9 of it, and so on. It's a chain reaction.
A ripple effect, with each ripple getting smaller.
Precisely. The total increase in income and spending is the sum of this infinite geometric series. 1 plus C plus C squared plus A plus SC.
And the sum of that series.
It sums to 1C. This is the simple multiplier formula without taxes. Since C, the MPC, is between 0 and 1, the denominator, 1C, is less than 1, meaning the multiplier will always be greater than 1.
So in our example, if C at 0.9, the multiplier is 1.1 equals 1.1 equals 10.
Correct. A $1 increase in initial government spending leads, in the simplified model, to a $10 increase in total income and spending throughout the economy. It amplifies the initial change.
That's a powerful amplification. But what about taxes? They must dampen this effect, surely.
They do. Now let's look at the fiscal multiplier with taxes. Taxes reduce disposable income. If we assume net taxes are proportional to national income, Y, say the net tax rate is T, so taxes are TY, then disposable income, YD, is only Y1D.
Income after the government takes its share.
Right. Households still spend a fraction C of their disposable income, so their spending out of national income, Y, is CYD equals CY1T. The term C1T is now the effective marginal propensity to consume out of national income.
Okay, so the propensity to consume out of national income is reduced by the tax rate.
Yes. Now, when the government increases spending, say by G, this initially boosts national income by G. This leads to an increase in disposable income of G1T. People spend C times this amount, creating further income, and the ripple continues, but the common ratio of the series is now C1T.
Following the same logic as before.
The sum of this new geometric series gives us the multiplier with taxes, 1C1T.
Let's plug in some numbers. Using the source's example, tax rate T equals 20%, 80.2, and MPCC equals 90%, 0.9.
Okay, the multiplier would be 11.9, 0.2.
So 11.90.8 equals 11.72 is 0.28.
And 1 divided by 0.28 is approximately 3.57.
So with taxes included, the multiplier drops from 10 in our simple example down to about 3.6. Still greater than 1, but significantly smaller.
Exactly. Taxes act as a leakage from the circular flow, reducing the size of the multiplier. But this value, around 3.6 in this example, is what policymakers might consider when estimating how much a spending increase could boost the overall economy. It's a key number, though its real-world value is much debated.
Of course. Estimating the true multiplier in practice is very difficult.
Now, there's one more multiplier concept, the balanced budget multiplier.
Ah, yes. This one is intriguing. What happens if the government increases spending and increases taxes by the exact same amount to pay for it?
Intuitively, you might think the net effect is zero, right?
It seems plausible. One injects money, the other takes it out.
But remarkably, the theory says aggregate output actually rises.
Rises. How?
Think about the initial impact. When the government increases spending by, say, $1 billion, that full $1 billion is immediately added to aggregate demand.
Okay.
When it raises taxes by $1 billion, people's disposable income falls by $1 billion, but do they cut their spending by the full $1 billion?
No, because their MPC is less than 1. They cut spending by only C times $1 billion. They absorb some of the tax rise by reducing their saving.
Exactly. So the initial reduction in private spending, C and BN, is less than the initial increase in government spending. The net initial impact on aggregate demand is positive, 1C, Dumbany man.
Ah, I see. The government spends the whole dollar, but the taxpayer only cuts back spending by part of the dollar.
Precisely. And this initial positive impact then ripples through the economy via the multiplier effect we just discussed. The fascinating result is that the balanced budget multiplier is calculated to be exactly unity 1.
Always 1, regardless of the MPC or tax rate.
According to the standard model, yes. So a $1 billion increase in government spending fully funded by a $1 billion tax increase will ultimately raise total national income and output by exactly $1 billion.
That's a very neat theoretical result. Government spending, even fully taxed, still stimulates the economy somewhat. Now, let's revisit that concept we discussed in the context of debt concerns. Government debt, deficits, and Ricardian equivalents. Let's flesh it out fully.
Okay, the idea that financing method doesn't matter.
That's the core proposition, yes. Named after the classical economist David Ricardo, although he himself expressed doubts about it. The theory suggests that if a government cuts taxes today and issues debt, borrows, to cover the shortfall, it might have no real impact on aggregate demand or economic activity.
Because people anticipate future taxes.
That's the key mechanism. If individuals are rational and forward-looking, they recognize that the government bonds issued today will eventually have to be repaid. How? Through higher taxes in the future, on themselves or their descendants.
So they see today's borrowing as simply delayed taxation.
Exactly. And if they view it that way, they might react to the current tax cut not by spending more, but by saving the entire amount of the tax cut to be able to pay those expected higher future taxes.
If they save the tax cut, then their consumption doesn't change.
Correct. And if consumption doesn't change, then the tax cut has no effect on aggregate demand, despite the increase in government borrowing. The method of financing government spending, current taxes versus borrowing future taxes, becomes irrelevant for determining current economic activity.
It's a powerful theoretical argument. But does it hold true in the real world?
That's the million-dollar question. As our sources imply, whether Ricardian equivalence actually holds in practice is a very complex and hotly debated empirical issue.
Why is it so hard to test?
Well, you need people to be perfectly rational, perfectly forward-looking, concerned about future generations' tax burdens, and not face any borrowing constraints themselves. These are strong assumptions. Plus, isolating this effect from all the other things constantly changing in a modern economy is incredibly difficult. There is evidence both for and against its practical relevance.
So it's an important theoretical benchmark, but we shouldn't assume it perfectly describes reality.
That's a fair summary. It's a reminder that how people perceive and react to government policy is critical and not always predictable.
Okay, we've explored the tools and their potential effects, like the multiplier. But actually deploying fiscal policy effectively in the real world seems fraught with challenges. Let's dig into those challenges in fiscal policy implementation.
Yes, moving from theory to the messy reality of policymaking.
One issue you hinted at earlier relates to interpreting the budget figures, deficits, and the fiscal stance.
Right. We need to be careful how we measure the government's policy intentions.
You mentioned the actual budget deficit can be misleading.
Yes, precisely because of those automatic stabilizers. Remember, during a recession, the deficit automatically widens even if the government doesn't change its policies at all.
Because tax revenues fall and benefit spending rises.
Exactly. So just looking at the change in the actual deficit might make you think the government has deliberately loosened policy, when, in fact, the change is just the economy's automatic response to the downturn.
So how do economists try to get a clearer picture of the deliberate policy stance?
They use the concept of the structural or cyclically adjusted budget deficit.
Okay, what's that?
This is an estimate of what the budget deficit would be if the economy were operating at its full potential output level, sometimes called full employment. It tries to strip out the effects of the business cycle, the automatic stabilizers.
So it aims to show the underlying fiscal stance, independent of whether the economy is booming or busting.
That's the goal. If the structural deficit is large, It suggests an underlying expansionary stance, even if the actual deficit is small because the economy is booming. Conversely, a structural surplus suggests a contractionary stance, even if the actual budget is in deficit due to a deep recession.
Our sources showed data for this. Exhibit 10.
Yes, Exhibit 10 shows general government cyclically adjusted balances for major countries. You can see how these adjusted balances differ from the actual deficits, especially during periods of high unemployment like 2009-2010. The actual deficits were much larger than the structural deficits then because the weak economy was automatically worsening the budget outcome.
So the structural deficit gives a better read on the government's discretionary policy choices.
It's considered a more informative indicator of the underlying fiscal stance, yes, though estimating potential output itself is also challenging.
Another nuance mentioned is adjusting for inflation when looking at deficits.
Right. Standard budget figures treat all cash interest payments on government debt as expenditure.
Okay.
But economically, high inflation erodes the real value of the outstanding government debt. Part of the nominal interest payment is really just compensating bondholders for that loss of purchasing power due to inflation. It's not a true increase in the real burden on the government.
So ideally, we should look at the deficit adjusted for inflation's effect on the real value of debt.
Ideally, yes. Considering only the real interest payments gives a better sense of the true change in the government's net debt position. Ignoring inflation can sometimes overstate the size of the true deficit, especially during periods of high inflation.
Okay, understanding the deficit metrics is one challenge. Now let's talk about the practical difficulties in actually executing fiscal policy to stabilize the economy. Our sources refer to these as the lags.
Ah, yes, the timing problems. These are fundamental reasons why fiscal policy can't perfectly fine-tune the economy.
What's the first lag?
The recognition lag. It simply takes time for policymakers to even recognize that a significant economic change, like the start of a recession or an overheating boom, is actually happening.
Why does it take time? Don't we have data?
We do, but economic data on GDP, employment, inflation is collected and released with a considerable delay, often months after the fact, and initial estimates are frequently revised, sometimes substantially.
So you don't know where you are until well after you've been there.
Exactly. The source uses the great analogy. It's like driving while looking in the rear-view mirror. By the time you definitively recognize the problem, the economy has already moved on.
Okay, that's the recognition lag. What's next?
The action lag. Once policymakers finally agree that action is needed and decide on a specific policy change, like a tax cut or a spending program, it can take many more months, sometimes even longer, to actually implement that policy. Laws need to be drafted, debated, passed. Budgets need to be adjusted. If it's a spending project, planning, tendering, and contracting take time.
So there's a delay between deciding to act and the action actually starting.
A potentially significant delay, especially for complex spending projects or tax reforms.
And finally,
The impacts lag. After the policy action's finally implemented, it takes additional time for its full effects to work their way through the economy and be felt in terms of changes in output, employment, or inflation.
the multiplier effect takes time to play out.
Exactly. The initial spending happens, then the secondary rounds of spending. It's not instantaneous. And these lags, by the way, also apply to discretionary monetary policy, though perhaps the action lag for central banks is often shorter.
So recognition lag, action lag, impact lag, these sequential delays add up. How does this make fine-tuning the economy so difficult? It seems like you're always aiming at where the economy was, not where it is or will be.
That's precisely the problem. By the time a policy designed to combat a recession fully kicks in, the recession might be over, and the policy might actually start overheating the economy. Or a policy to cool inflation might hit just as the economy is naturally slowing down, worsening the downturn. It makes precise calibration incredibly challenging. And adding to these lags is another major challenge, the inherent uncertainty of where the economy is heading.
Even without policy changes, the economy's path is unpredictable.
Absolutely. Even if policymakers could act instantly, they don't have a crystal ball. The economy is constantly subject to unforeseen shocks, changes in consumer confidence, fluctuations in international trade, technological shifts, geopolitical events.
So a planned fiscal stimulus might coincide with an unexpected surge in exports.
Exactly. Or a planned contraction might happen just as private investment unexpectedly collapses. This makes it incredibly hard to predict the net effect of any policy intervention. The baseline itself is always shifting.
Do economic forecasts help here?
They try to. But as our sources note, macroeconomic forecasting models, while sophisticated, generally have a poor track record for pinpoint accuracy, especially around turning points in the economy. They provide useful insights, but they can't be relied upon entirely to guide precise policy calibration.
So, uncertainty about the present and the future.
Yes. And furthermore, when discretionary fiscal changes are announced or implemented, private sector behavior itself might change in unpredictable ways in response.
Like the Ricardian equivalence idea or changes in business confidence?
Precisely. People and firms might react in ways that either reinforce or counteract the government's intended effects, making it even harder to judge the right size and timing for any fiscal adjustment needed to achieve stability.
Okay, so lags and uncertainty are huge practical hurdles. Our sources also mention some wider macroeconomic issues that complicate fiscal policy.
Yes, broader trade-offs and constraints.
One is the potential unemployment and inflation trade-off. Can you explain that?
Well, traditionally, there's often seen to be a short-run trade-off. If the government uses expansionary fiscal policy to push aggregate demand higher and reduce unemployment, moving closer to full employment,
Mm-hmm.
it might also lead to a tightening labor market, where businesses have to compete more for workers. This can push up wages and subsequently prices, leading to higher inflation.
The Phillips curve relationship, essentially.
In the short run, yes. So policymakers face a potential dilemma. Pushing too hard to reduce unemployment might risk unacceptable inflation. This might make them hesitant to use fiscal policy too aggressively, especially in an uncertain world.
Okay, the inflation risk. What else?
Concerns about large existing budget deficits. If a government already has a very high level of debt or a large ongoing deficit,
Like many countries after 2008.
exactly, and then a new shock hits, requiring further fiscal stimulus, the financial markets might become nervous. They might view the necessary increase in borrowing as unsustainable or unacceptable.
Leading to higher interest rates on government debt.
Potentially, yes, or even making it difficult for the government to borrow at all. This can create significant market and political pressure to reduce the deficit, even if textbook economics suggests stimulus is needed. It constrains the government's policy options.
So, past deficits can limit your ability to respond to future crises.
They absolutely can. Another challenge is the difficulty in measuring full employment accurately.
We talked about estimating potential output for the structural deficit.
Right. It's not a fixed, easily observable number. The level of output consistent with stable inflation, often called the ARU, non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment, can change over time due to structural shifts in the economy, demographics, technology.
So policymakers might not know exactly where the economy's capacity limit is?
Precisely. And if they implement a fiscal expansion believing there's still slack in the economy, but actually the economy is already at or very near full employment,
Then the policy won't boost output much.
it might mainly just lead to inflationary pressures as demand rises but supply can't keep up. Getting this judgment wrong can be costly.
And related to this, distinguishing between supply side versus demand side issues.
Yes, sometimes unused resources, like unemployment, might not be due to a simple lack of aggregate demand. It could reflect deeper structural problems on the supply side.
Like what?
Maybe a mismatch between the skills workers have and the skills employers need, or regulations hindering business investment, or poor infrastructure limiting productivity.
Oh, yeah.
In such cases, simply boosting aggregate demand through fiscal policy might not solve the underlying problem. It could just lead to inflation without significantly increasing long-term output or employment. You might need different types of policies, supply-side policies, to address those structural issues.
So diagnosing the cause of the economic problem correctly is crucial before applying the fiscal medicine.
Absolutely critical. And finally, let's revisit crowding out one last time, as it's a recurring concern.
Government borrowing, pushing up interest rates, and reducing private investment.
That's the classic mechanism. If the government borrows heavily, competing with private firms for a limited pool of savings, it can make borrowing more expensive for everyone, potentially squeezing out worthwhile private investment projects.
And the extent to which this actually happens is debated.
It remains a significant subject of ongoing empirical debate among economists. How much does government borrowing really raise interest rates? How sensitive is private investment to interest rate changes? Does international capital flow mitigate the effect? There's no universal consensus on the magnitude of crowding out in all circumstances.
So putting it all together, the lags, the uncertainty, the trade-offs with inflation, existing debt constraints, measurement difficulties, the supply-side issues, potential crowding out, it sounds like effectively using discretionary fiscal policy for stabilization is incredibly complex.
It is. Governments are constantly trying to navigate these challenges, hitting a moving target with imperfect information, using tools with delayed effects, all while balancing multiple, sometimes conflicting economic and political objectives. It's far from a simple task. So, host, if we try to connect all of this back to the bigger picture, we've really undertaken quite a deep dive into fiscal policy, haven't we?
We certainly have covered a lot of ground.
We've understood it as the government's fundamental power to tax and to spend. And we've seen how it's an incredibly potent tool capable of influencing the entire economy.
Potent, but also complex.
Exactly. Inherently complex, it's constantly being used or debated in the pursuit of key goals like economic stability, positive growth, and low inflation. But we've also seen how it significantly impacts the distribution of income and wealth within society and how it directs the allocation of resources across different sectors.
It shapes the economy and society.
Very much so. And hopefully, listeners now have a clearer grasp of those important distinctions we explored, the difference between fiscal and monetary policy, how those annual deficits accumulate into national debt over time.
And those nuanced, often contentious arguments surrounding the size of that national debt. Is it a major problem or manageable?
Arguments on both sides, critically important to understand.
Okay, let's unpack this one final time for everyone listening. We've talked about concepts like automatic stabilizers, those hidden mechanisms that cushion economic bumps without anyone having to do anything.
The unsung heroes, perhaps?
Maybe. And the fiscal multiplier, that powerful ripple effect, but one whose actual size in the real world is often uncertain. And critically, the challenges of those policy lags, the recognition, action, and impact lags that make fine-tuning the economy so difficult, like that driving while looking in the rearview mirror analogy.
A very apt description of the challenge.
Hopefully, understanding these concepts gives you a much richer, more informed perspective on why economic news and government policy discussions often seem so complex and, frankly, why experts often disagree.
Because there are genuine complexities and trade-offs involved.
Right. And it's important to remember, as we've seen through the insights from Claire and Thomas, that despite all these difficulties, governments are continuously trying to balance these numerous factors. They're grappling with these challenges in their pursuit of a healthy economy. It's a constant balancing act.
A very difficult one.
So here's a final provocative thought for you, our listener, to consider as you go about your day. Next time you hear news about a new government budget or an economic stimulus package being announced, or perhaps debates raging about the national debt, ask yourself, is this policy primarily focused on direct spending, or is it working through the tax system? Is its main intention expansionary, trying to boost things, or is it contractionary, trying to cool things down?
Good questions to start with.
And then, based on what we've unpacked today, think about the potential hidden challenges. What lags might be involved? Could there be unintended consequences? What are the potential ripple effects through the multiplier? Or the risks of crowding out or inflation? Are there distributional impacts? Who benefits? Who pays? What might policymakers be grappling with behind the headlines that isn't immediately obvious?
Encouraging that critical thinking.
Exactly. How will this deeper understanding shape how you interpret economic news from now on? Or even how you think about your own household's financial decisions in the broader economic context? Keep asking those questions. Keep digging deeper. Thank you for joining us on The Deep Dive. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We are so happy you could join us today for this special deep dive.
Yes. Hello.
Imagine you're sitting here with us in a comfortable classroom where your friendly teachers today ready to help you understand something very important.
Something that affects our daily lives, but sometimes feels a bit complicated. The world of finance.
That's it. Today, we are going on a fascinating journey, really, into the heart of how our country's money system is managed. We call this monetary policy.
Now, don't worry. We promise to take it step by step, slowly and clearly. Just like we would explain, maybe, a tricky cricket rule, or how we plan and save for a big family wedding. It takes care, step by step.
Exactly. So our mission today is simple. We have this stack of, important sources, some research papers, articles, notes, and we want to distill the most crucial bits of knowledge about monetary policy for you.
We want to give you those aha moments.
Yeah.
So you feel truly well-informed, but importantly, not overwhelmed.
Think of us as your friendly guides, yes, helping you connect the dots.
And we'll be sure to use simple language. Relatable examples, too, especially ones close to our Indian experience, to make sure every new idea is crystal clear.
We want you to build a strong foundation. Like building a good house, brick by brick.
Are you ready? Let's begin. Let's unpack this.
The guardians of our economy, central banks.
Okay, first things first. Let's talk about the main player in this whole game, the central bank. Every country has one. It's like maybe the wise elder of the financial family. What are its main jobs?
Good question. It has many important roles. But perhaps the most fundamental, the most basic one is being the monopoly supplier of currency.
Monopoly supplier. What does that mean exactly?
It means the central bank is the only one, the sole authority, allowed to print and issue our currency, our rupee notes, for example. Only the Reserve Bank of India, the RBI, can issue rupees, nobody else.
Ah, okay. Like, think about cricket. Only the Board of Control for Cricket in India, the BCCI, can decide how many overs are in a match or what type of ball can be used, right?
Yeah. Exactly. It's that exclusive right. No one else can just decide to print rupees. Now, a long time ago, money used to be linked to gold. You could actually exchange your paper note for gold.
I remember reading about that.
Yes, but now, our rupee, like most money around the world, is what we call fiat money.
Fiat money.
Yes, F-I-A-T. Its value doesn't come from gold anymore. It comes from, well, the government's promise, our trust in the government, and the fact that we all agree to accept it for buying things, paying salaries, settling debts.
So it's based on trust, really, collective trust.
Precisely. It's quite amazing, isn't it? Just
Yeah.
paper, but valuable because we all believe in it and the system. This change from gold back to fiat money is very important for understanding how central banks work today.
Okay, that makes sense. So quick check question for you listening.
Yeah.
If only the central bank can issue currency, what do you think gives our rupee its value today, even though it's not backed by gold?
Very good thinking. Now, it's not just about printing money. The central bank does several other crucial things to keep our economy stable and running smoothly.
Like what else?
Well, firstly, it acts as the banker to the government and other banks.
Banker to the government. So like it holds the government's bank account.
Exactly. It manages the government's money, handles its payments, just like your bank does for you. And it also serves as a bank for the other commercial banks, like State Bank of India, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank.
So the banks we use every day, they also have accounts at the RBI.
Yes. Imagine your local Kirana shop, the small grocery store. You, the customer, might keep a running tab or deposit money there sometimes, maybe. Similarly, these big commercial banks deposit their extra money, their reserves, with the central bank. It helps manage the whole system of payments between banks.
Okay, that's clear. What else?
Then there is a very, very important role, especially in difficult times, the lender of last resort.
Lender of last resort sounds serious.
It is. It means if a commercial bank faces a sudden crisis, maybe people are rushing to take their money out and the bank needs cash urgently.
Like a bank run.
Exactly like a bank run. And if that bank cannot borrow money from anyone else, no other bank will lend to it, then the central bank steps in. It provides emergency loans to prevent the bank from collapsing.
Yes, this is where it gets really interesting. I remember reading about that Northern Rock Bank in the UK. From our sources, wasn't that a classic case?
Absolutely. A textbook example. Northern Rock, back in 2007, it was a mortgage bank, you see. It borrowed a lot of money from international markets, short-term money.
Okay.
But then a global liquidity crisis hit. Suddenly, it couldn't get the funds it needed. News spread like wildfire.
And people panicked.
They did. People started queuing outside the branches, huge, long queues, desperate to withdraw their savings. Can you imagine the scene?
Why?
Within just 2 days, people took out something like £2 billion, a huge amount. The panic was spreading.
So what happened?
The UK government had to step in. They announced they would guarantee all the deposits at Northern Rock. Basically, the central bank, backed by the government, acted as that lender of last resort. That calmed things down.
That really shows how vital that role is.
Yeah.
It prevents one bank's problem from bringing down the whole system.
Precisely. It maintains confidence, which is everything in banking. So, another question for you. Why is it so important for a central bank to be the lender of last resort when a bank is in trouble, like what happened with Northern Rock? Think about the panic.
Okay, so beyond printing money, being a banker to banks and the government, and being the lender of last resort, what else?
Well, they also supervise the banking system, making sure banks are following rules, operating safely, not taking too many risks. They also regulate the country's payment system, making sure when you transfer money online or use your card, it all works smoothly and securely.
And they manage our foreign currency reserves too, right? Like dollars, euros, and gold.
Yes, exactly. Managing the country's reserves. But perhaps their most talked about role, the one we'll focus on most today, is conducting monetary policy.
Monetary policy. Okay, so what does that involve?
It basically refers to all the actions the central bank takes to influence the The quantity of money and credit floating around in the economy, how much money is available, and how easy it is to borrow.
And why do they do that? What's the main goal?
The main goal for most central banks nowadays is price stability, keeping prices stable.
Price stability. You mean controlling inflation?
Exactly, controlling inflation,
Okay.
preventing the prices of goods and services from rising too quickly or sometimes from falling too sharply, which is deflation.
Okay. So think about the price of, say, your favorite snack, samosas, or maybe a liter of petrol. If those prices keep shooting up very fast every year, that's inflation eating away at your money's value.
Right. The central bank tries to keep this inflation in check, moderate it so your hard-earned money holds its value over time. You can plan better. Businesses can plan better.
It provides a stable environment. Makes sense. Okay, final check question for this part. Why do you think it is so important for the central bank to control inflation? That is, to maintain price stability. What are the benefits?
The central bank's toolbox, how they work.
All right. So we know the central bank does, broadly. But how does it actually do all this? How does it influence the amount of money flowing in our economy? Does it have special tools?
It does. Think of the central bank like a skilled carpenter. A carpenter has a toolbox, right, with a hammer, a saw, a drill, each tool for a specific job. The central bank also has its toolbox, mainly with 3 primary tools.
Okay, a toolbox. I like that analogy. What's the first tool?
The first tool, and perhaps the most direct and frequently used one, is open market operations. OMOs, for short.
Open market operations. Sounds technical. What does it mean in simple terms?
It's actually quite straightforward once you get the hang of it. It involves the central bank buying or selling government bonds, government IOUs from or to the commercial banks.
Okay, buying and selling bonds with banks like SBI or HDFC.
Exactly. Let's use an example. Imagine the central bank wants to increase the amount of money in the market. Maybe the economy is slow, needs a push. It's like the central bank decides to buy a large quantity of, say, lattice. Let's imagine these lattice are the government bonds from our local Mithaiwala, the sweet shop owner who represents the commercial bank.
Right, buying lattice from the Mithaiwala.
When the Mithaiwala sells his lattice to the central bank, what does he get in return?
Money? Cash?
Exactly. He gets cash. Now he has more money in his pocket, which he can use for his business or maybe lend out if he were a bank. Similarly, when the RBI buys bonds from commercial banks, it pays them, putting more money, more reserves, into the bank's accounts.
And with more reserves, the banks can then lend more money out to people and businesses.
Precisely. That expands the total money supply in the economy. Now, what if the central bank wants to do the opposite? Reduce the money supply, maybe because inflation is getting too high?
It would sell the bonds. Sell the lattice back to the Mithaiwala.
Perfect. The central bank sells bonds to the commercial banks. The banks have to pay for these bonds, so money flows out of their accounts into the central bank. This takes money out of circulation, reduces the bank's reserves, and makes less money available for lending.
Okay, buying bonds injects money. Selling bonds withdraws money. Got it. So, quick check. If the central bank wants to reduce the amount of money in the economy, will it buy government bonds or sell them to commercial banks?
Excellent. You're getting it. Now, for the second powerful tool in the toolbox, the official policy rate, or simply the interest rate.
The interest rate. We hear about this one a lot in the news, don't we? The RBI changing the repo rate. Is that this?
Yes, that's often the one. The repo rate in India is a key policy rate. Fundamentally, the official policy rate is the interest rate at which the central bank is willing to lend money, usually very short term, directly to the commercial banks. It's like the base rate for borrowing in the entire banking system.
So it's the rate at which banks like SBI can borrow from the RBI?
Correct. And when this rate changes, it sends a signal. And almost all other interest rates in the economy tend to follow, like ripples in a pond.
How does that work for us?
Think about it this way. Imagine you want to take a loan from your bank for a new car, or maybe a home loan. The interest rate your bank charges you depends on its own cost of borrowing money.
Okay.
If the central bank, the RBI, increases its policy rate, like the repo rate, it's like the wholesale price of money for banks goes up. It becomes more expensive for your bank to borrow.
So my bank will likely increase the interest rate on my car loan or home loan too, to cover its higher costs.
Exactly. That makes borrowing more expensive for everyone, for you, for businesses wanting to expand. This tends to slow down borrowing and spending.
And if the RBI cuts the policy rate?
Then it's cheaper for banks to borrow from the RBI. They're likely to pass on some of that benefit by lowering the interest rates on loans they give out. This makes borrowing cheaper, encouraging people and businesses to borrow and spend more.
Right. Our sources mention different names for this rate: repo rate, discount rate in the U.S., federal funds rate, but they all serve this same purpose, influencing other interest rates.
Yes, the names vary by country, but the basic function is the same. Setting a benchmark cost of funds that influences short-term and eventually longer-term interest rates throughout the economy.
Okay, check question time. If the central bank cuts its policy rate, what do you expect to happen to the interest rates on your personal loans or home loans from commercial banks? Will they likely go up or down?
Perfect. Now, the third main tool, although it's used less frequently in many developed countries these days, is reserve requirements.
Reserve requirements. What are those?
This refers to the percentage, the fraction of deposits that commercial banks are required by law to hold as reserves. They cannot lend this portion out. They usually have to keep these reserves either in their own vaults or as deposits with the central bank.
So if I deposit 100 rupees in my bank, they can't lend out the whole 100 rupees. They have to keep some aside.
Exactly. Let's say the reserve requirement is 10%. Then, out of your 100 rupees, the bank must keep 10 rupees as reserves and can only lend out the remaining 90 rupees.
Okay. It's a bit like our family savings, perhaps. We keep most money in the bank, but we always keep a small amount of cash at home, just in case, for daily needs or emergencies. Is it like that?
That's a good way to think about it. The reserve requirement is like the central bank telling commercial banks, you must keep this minimum percentage of all your deposits safely with us or in your vault. You absolutely cannot lend this part out.
So how does changing this requirement affect things?
It's quite direct. If the central bank raises the reserve requirement, say from 10% to 15%, then banks suddenly have less money available to lend out from the same amount of deposits. This restricts lending and slows down money creation in the economy.
And if they lower it, say from 10 to 5%?
Then banks have more money freed up from their reserves, which they can now lend out. This encourages lending and increases the money supply.
Our sources mention that changing these requirements often can be disruptive for banks. Is that why it's less common now in some places?
Yes, precisely. It forces banks to make potentially large and sudden adjustments to their lending plans and balance sheets. That's why tools like open market operations, which allow for finer, more gradual adjustments, are generally preferred in developed economies. However, it's still a potent tool and is used more actively in many emerging markets, including sometimes in India, where it's often called the cash reserve ratio, or CRR.
Okay, understood. So last check question for this section. If the central bank increases the reserve requirement, will it become easier or harder for commercial banks to give out new loans?
How policy changes travel through the economy. The transmission mechanism.
Okay, great. We understand the tools now. Open market operations, the policy rate, and reserve requirements.
Yeah.
The central bank's toolbox.
Yes. But knowing the tools is one thing. Understanding how using a tool, say changing the policy interest rate, actually travels through the whole economy and eventually affects inflation. That's the next step.
It's not instant, is it?
Not at all. It's like a chain reaction, a ripple effect. We call this whole process the monetary transmission mechanism, how the policy change gets transmitted.
A chain reaction. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's take an example. Suppose the RBI increases its policy interest rate. How does that ripple through?
Right. Our sources highlight about 4 main interconnected channels through which this increase in the interest rate spreads out.
4 channels. Okay, what's the first one?
The first and most immediate is through short-term interest rates. As we just discussed, commercial banks will quickly raise their own lending and deposit rates.
Right, borrowing becomes more expensive.
Exactly. It becomes more expensive for businesses to take loans for new projects or machinery. It becomes more expensive for individuals like us to take out loans for homes, cars, maybe even using credit cards. So naturally, people and businesses tend to borrow less and spend less. This reduces overall demand in the economy.
Makes sense. Higher costs, less borrowing, less spending. What's the second channel?
The second channel works through asset prices. When interest rates go up, the value of certain assets can actually fall. Think about bonds, or even property or shares.
How does that work? Why would asset prices fall?
Well, think about it. If you can now get a higher interest rate on a safe bank deposit or a new government bond, why would you pay as much for an older bond with a lower fixed interest rate? Its price will likely fall to make its yield competitive.
Okay. Relative attractiveness changes.
Yes. Also, higher interest rates mean that the future profits expected from a business or the future rental income from a property are discounted more heavily. They're considered worth less in today's money. So, the current market price of shares or property might come down.
And if asset prices fall.
This reduces people's wealth, especially those who own property or shares. This is sometimes called the wealth effect. Feeling less wealthy can make people cut back on their spending, further dampening demand.
Okay, so channel 1 is borrowing costs. Channel 2 is asset prices and wealth. What's third?
The third channel is the exchange rate. A rise in our domestic interest rates, say in India, can make Indian financial assets like bonds more attractive to foreign investors compared to assets in their own countries where rates might be lower.
So foreign investors might bring their money into India.
Precisely. They might want to convert their dollars or euros into rupees to buy Indian bonds and earn that higher interest. This increased demand for rupees in the foreign exchange market tends to make the rupee stronger. It appreciates.
And what does a stronger rupee mean?
A stronger rupee means our exports become more expensive for foreigners to buy. Think of an Indian company selling software or textiles abroad. Their products cost more in dollar terms. At the same time, imports become cheaper for us in India.
So less demand for our exports, maybe more demand for imports.
Correct. This combination can reduce the overall demand for goods and services produced in India, again putting downward pressure on economic activity and potentially inflation.
Interesting. So rates, assets, exchange rate. What's the fourth channel?
The fourth channel is perhaps the most subtle but very powerful: expectations and confidence. How people and businesses think about the future.
Psychology comes into play.
Absolutely. Monetary policy works significantly through shaping expectations. If the central bank raises interest rates and clearly signals it's serious about fighting inflation, people and businesses might expect inflation to actually come down in the future. This might influence wage negotiations or companies' pricing decisions today.
And what if they expect slower growth because of higher rates?
Then businesses might become more cautious. A company expecting higher interest costs and slower sales might decide to postpone building that new factory or delay hiring new staff. If you, as a consumer, expect your home loan EMI, monthly payment, to go up significantly, or worry about job security in a slowing economy, you might decide to delay buying that new refrigerator or postpone a vacation.
So these expectations can become self-fulfilling. If everyone expects things to slow down, they act cautiously and things do slow down.
Exactly. These changes in expectations and confidence can significantly dampen consumption and investment, reinforcing the effect of the higher interest rates.
Wow. So a simple rise in the policy rate triggers effects through borrowing costs, asset values, the rupee's exchange rate, and our general confidence and expectations. And all these together tend to put downward pressure on prices, helping control inflation.
That's the mechanism in a nutshell. It's complex, and it takes time for these effects to fully work through the system, often 12 to 18 months or even longer.
Okay, let's pause for a check question here.
Yeah.
Thinking about those channels, if a central bank raises its policy rate, how might that affect a business's decision to take out a loan for expansion, and why? Which channel is most directly involved there?
What makes a central bank effective? And different approaches.
All right. So for a central bank to be truly effective in its job, especially in maintaining that all-important price stability, it needs three key qualities. Think of them as pillars supporting its work: independence, credibility, and transparency.
Independence, credibility, transparency. Okay, let's take them one by one. What does central bank independence mean?
It means the central bank should be able to make its decisions about monetary policy, about interest rates, about money supply based on economic factors, without direct interference or pressure from the government or politicians.
Why is that so important? Shouldn't the government have a say?
Well, think about political cycles. Politicians might be tempted, especially before an election, to push the central bank to lower interest rates to make the economy look good in the short term, maybe create some jobs quickly, even if that risks causing higher inflation later on after the election.
Short-term gain versus long-term stability.
Exactly.
Yep.
An independent central bank is insulated from these short-term political pressures. It can make decisions like raising interest rates to fight inflation that might be unpopular today but are necessary for the long-term health of the economy. This independence builds public trust that the central bank is focused on stability, not politics.
Makes sense. So a quick check question for you listening. Why do you think it is important for a central bank to be independent from the government when making decisions about money? What risk does it help avoid?
Good. The second pillar is credibility.
Credibility, meaning people have to believe the central bank will actually do what it says it will do.
Precisely. It's about trust and belief. For example, if the RBI publicly announces its goal is to keep inflation within a certain range, say 2% to 6%, and if people, households, businesses, investors actually believe the RBI is committed and capable of achieving this target.
Then that belief itself helps.
Yes, it anchors expectations. If businesses expect inflation to stay within the target range, they might be less likely to raise their own prices aggressively. If workers expect low inflation, their wage demands might be more moderate. This makes the central bank's job easier.
But what if people don't believe the central bank? Maybe because it failed in the past, or perhaps the government is borrowing excessively.
That's a huge problem. If credibility is low, the central bank's announcements have little impact. It might have to raise interest rates much more sharply to convince people it's serious, which can be more painful for the economy. Credibility is hard won through consistent action, but can be lost quickly if promises are broken or policies seem inconsistent. The government's own fiscal discipline also plays a role here. High government debt can undermine central bank credibility if people suspect the government might pressure the bank to allow inflation to reduce the real value of that debt.
Okay, credibility is crucial. And the third pillar was transparency, being open.
Yes. Central banks need to be open and clear about their actions, their reasoning, and their view of the economy. They shouldn't operate in secret.
How do they achieve this transparency?
They do it in many ways. They often publish detailed reports, sometimes every quarter, explaining their assessment of the economy growth, jobs, inflation, financial markets. They issue press releases after policy meetings explaining their decisions. They hold press conferences. They publish forecasts.
So everyone can understand why they are doing what they are doing.
Exactly. This openness builds trust, helps the public and markets understand the central bank's strategy, and makes policy more effective by guiding expectations. Transparency complements independence and credibility.
Okay, those three pillars, independence, credibility, transparency, are vital. Now, how do central banks actually set their targets? We hear a lot about inflation targeting. Is that the main approach?
It has become a very popular approach, yes. Many central banks around the world now explicitly target a specific rate of inflation.
Like a number.
Often, yes. A common target is around 2% inflation per year, perhaps with a tolerance band around it like 1% to 3%. New Zealand was the first country to formally adopt this back in 1988, and many others have followed suit.
Why 2% specifically? Why not aim for 0% inflation? Wouldn't that be perfect price stability? Or maybe allow a bit more, like 5% or 10%?
Good questions. Aiming for exactly 0% inflation is generally considered risky because it brings you too close to deflation, falling prices.
And deflation is bad, falling prices sound good.
It sounds good initially, but persistent deflation can be very harmful. If people expect prices to keep falling, they delay buying things. Why buy today if it's cheaper tomorrow? This causes demand to collapse, businesses cut production, jobs are lost, and it can create a downward spiral that's very hard to escape. Deflation also increases the real burden of debt.
Okay, so 0% is risky. What about 10%?
10% inflation would generally be considered too high and unstable. It erodes savings quickly, creates uncertainty for businesses planning investments, and distorts economic decisions. It undermines the very goal of price stability.
So 2% is seen as a kind of sweet spot. Low enough to be stable and predictable, but high enough to provide a buffer against deflation.
Exactly. It allows for some flexibility in price adjustments across different sectors without the risks of deflation or the instability of high inflation.
And you mentioned earlier that they target inflation ahead.
Yes, that's crucial, because monetary policy takes time to work those transmission lags. We talked about central banks using inflation targeting typically aim to hit their target about 2 years into the future. They have to be forward-looking, forecasting where inflation is heading, and adjusting policy now to influence that future outcome.
Are there any countries that don't use inflation targeting?
Yes, there are important exceptions. Take Japan. The Bank of Japan has struggled with deflation or very low inflation for decades, since the early 1990s. Inflation targeting is designed to control and reduce inflation, so it's not the best framework when the main problem is the opposite, trying to create some inflation.
Right, different problem, different approach needed. Any others?
The United States Federal Reserve is another key example. The Fed has what's called a dual mandate from Congress. Its goals are not just stable prices, which they interpret as around 2% inflation, but also maximum employment and moderate long-term interest rates.
So they have to balance inflation control with keeping people employed.
Correct. They believe that focusing solely on inflation might sometimes mean sacrificing jobs, especially during economic downturns. So they try to achieve both objectives, which can sometimes involve trade-offs.
Now, you mentioned inflation targeting is common, but Are there special challenges for developing economies trying to use it?
Yes, definitely. Our sources highlight several potential difficulties. For instance, some developing countries might lack deep liquid government bond markets, which make conducting those smooth open market operations more difficult.
Ah, the first tool we discussed.
Exactly. Also, their economies might be undergoing rapid structural changes or experiencing fast financial innovation, which makes it harder to estimate things like the neutral interest rate or even define the money supply accurately. Sometimes there might be a legacy of high inflation, making it harder to build that crucial credibility. And in some cases, true central bank independence from the government might be weaker.
So these challenges can make pure inflation targeting tricky. Do they use other approaches instead?
Some do. An alternative strategy, particularly used by some developing economies in the past, is exchange rate targeting.
Exchange rate targeting, what does that involve? Fixing the currency.
Essentially, yes. The country decides to fix the value of its currency or keep it within a very narrow band against a major foreign currency, often the US dollar.
So, for example, the RBI might decide to keep the rupee at, say, exactly 80 rupees to $1 and use its tools to maintain that specific rate.
That would be the idea, yes. The central bank uses its foreign currency reserves, buying or selling its own currency in the market, and adjusting interest rates as needed to keep the exchange rate at the target level.
What's the logic behind doing that?
The main idea is often to import monetary stability. By pegging your currency to a country with a strong reputation for low and stable inflation, like the US, the hope is that your country will also experience lower inflation. The discipline needed to maintain the peg forces your monetary policy to align with the anchor country.
But does it work? Are there downsides?
There are significant downsides. The biggest one is that the central bank loses its ability to set monetary policy based on its own domestic economic needs. Interest rates must be set to defend the peg, even if the domestic economy needs something different.
So if the U.S. raises interest rates, a country pegged to the dollar might have to raise its rates too, even if its own economy is weak.
Exactly. This can lead to much more volatile domestic interest rates and economic conditions. The country essentially gives up its monetary policy independence to achieve exchange rate stability.
Have there been problems with this approach?
Oh yes, history is full of examples. The UK famously had to abandon its peg to the German Deutschmark in 1992 after intense market pressure. And during the Asian financial crisis in 1997-98, Thailand's central bank spent almost all its foreign reserves trying unsuccessfully to defend the Thai baht's peg to the dollar, leading to a massive devaluation and a severe economic crisis. Maintaining a fixed exchange rate can be very difficult and costly, especially in a world of large international capital flows.
Okay, that's a really important trade-off. So a final check on this. If a developing country is targeting its exchange rate to the US dollar and inflation in that developing country starts to rise much faster than in the US, what might the central bank have to do with its domestic interest rates to maintain the peg? Think about what makes a currency attractive.
Limits and unconventional measures.
All right, let's dig a bit deeper into how central banks adjust their stance. We hear terms like tightening or easing. What do those mean?
Yes, those terms describe the direction of policy. When a central bank wants to slow down the economy, perhaps to fight inflation, it adopts a contractionary policy. This involves actions like raising interest rates or selling bonds to reduce liquidity. The aim is to contract or shrink the money supply and slow down growth.
Okay, contractionary means tightening, slowing down. What's the opposite?
The opposite is expansionary policy. This is when the central bank wants to stimulate the economy, perhaps during a recession. It will cut interest rates, buy bonds, injecting liquidity, maybe lower reserve requirements. The goal is to expand the money supply, encourage borrowing and spending, and boost growth.
So contractionary to cool things down, expansionary to speed things up. How do they know how much is enough? Is there like a neutral point?
That's a great question. Conceptually, yes. Economists talk about the neutral rate of interest. This is the theoretical interest rate that is neither expansionary nor contractionary. It's the rate that would keep the economy growing steadily at its potential with stable inflation over the long run.
How do they figure out what that rate is?
It's tricky because you can't observe it directly. It's usually estimated often by thinking about the economy's long-term sustainable growth rate plus the central bank's inflation target. For example, if we think India's long-term potential growth is, say, 6% per year, and the RBI's inflation target is 4%, then the neutral nominal interest rate might be somewhere around 10%.
So if the actual policy rate set by the RBI is above that 10%, the policy is contractionary. And if it's below 10%, it's expansionary.
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah.
But estimating that potential growth rate and even the true underlying inflation trend is very difficult. Economists often disagree on the exact level of the neutral rate, so it's more of a guiding concept, a reference point, rather than a precise number. It involves judgment, more art than exact science sometimes.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, you mentioned earlier that the source of inflation matters for the policy response. Can you elaborate on that? Demand versus supply shocks.
Yes, this is critical. Imagine inflation is rising. Why is it rising? Is it a demand shock? Meaning, are people feeling confident, spending a lot, businesses investing heavily, and demand is simply outpacing the economy's ability to produce?
Okay, too much demand chasing too few goods.
In that case, using contractionary monetary policy, raising interest rates to cool down that excess demand, is generally the appropriate response.
But what if it's not excess demand? What if it's a supply shock?
Right. What if inflation is rising because, say, global oil prices suddenly shoot up due to a war or disruption? Or maybe a bad monsoon affects food prices dramatically. These are supply shocks. They increase costs and potentially reduce the economy's productive capacity, irrespective of demand levels.
So raising interest rates in that situation might not be the best idea.
It could actually make things worse. Raising rates would hurt businesses and consumers who are already struggling with higher energy or food costs. It could stifle economic activity further, potentially leading to a nasty combination of high inflation and stagnant growth, sometimes called stagflation. It's like adding insult to injury.
So the central bank has to diagnose the cause carefully before acting.
Absolutely. Responding to a supply shock is much trickier than responding to a demand shock. Sometimes they might choose to look through a temporary supply shock, especially if inflation expectations remain anchored.
Okay, quick check. If inflation is rising, mainly because consumer confidence is high and people are spending freely across the board, what kind of monetary policy, contractionary or expansionary, might the central bank consider?
Right. Now, even with these sophisticated tools and careful diagnosis, monetary policy isn't all-powerful. It has its limits. The transmission mechanism we discussed isn't always perfect.
The chain reaction can get stuck sometimes.
Exactly. Sometimes changes in the policy rate don't fully pass through to the rates faced by borrowers, or maybe businesses and consumers don't react as expected. And there are other forces at play, too.
Our sources mention something called bond market vigilantes. What are they? Sounds dramatic.
It does. It's not an organized group, but rather a term for how participants in the bond market can react. If bond investors believe the government is spending too recklessly or that the central bank is not doing enough to control inflation, they might start selling off government bonds en masse.
And what happens then?
Selling bonds pushes their prices down and their yields, interest rates, up. This effectively forces the government, and corporations too, to pay higher interest rates on long-term borrowing. It's like the market itself imposes discipline, acting as a check on policies perceived as unsound.
Interesting. A market check. What other limitations are there?
A really challenging situation is something called a liquidity trap.
A trap. What gets trapped?
Liquidity money essentially gets trapped. This happens when interest rates are already extremely low, maybe even close to zero. At this point, even if the central bank pumps more and more money into the banking system, say through open market operations, it doesn't stimulate the economy.
Why not?
Because interest rates can't really go below zero, or not much below. And if rates are already near zero, people and banks might just prefer to hold on to the cash rather than lend it or invest it, especially if they're pessimistic about the future or worried about risks. The extra money just sits there, trapped. Monetary policy loses its effectiveness.
And this often happens when there's deflation.
Yes, liquidity traps are often associated with deflation, that persistent fall in prices we talked about. Deflation is actually much harder for central banks to fight than inflation, partly because of this zero lower bound on interest rates. You can always raise interest rates to fight inflation, but you can't cut them much below zero to fight deflation.
And deflation encourages people to hoard cash and delay spending.
Exactly. Imagine you want to buy a new smartphone, but you expect the price to keep falling every month. You'll probably wait, right? If everyone does that for big purchases, demand collapses. Plus, deflation makes existing debts heavier in real terms, which can cause defaults and bankruptcies. It's a very difficult cycle to break.
So if conventional policy cutting interest rates hits this zero floor and stops working, what can central banks do? Are there other options?
Yes, when conventional tools are exhausted, central banks might resort to unconventional measures. The most well-known of these in recent times is quantitative easing, or QE.
Quantitative easing, QE, we heard a lot about that after the 2008 financial crisis. What exactly is it? Is it just printing money?
It's closely related. QE is essentially a large-scale program where the central bank creates new electronic money and uses it to buy assets, usually massive amounts of government bonds, but sometimes other things like mortgage-backed securities directly from banks or other financial institutions.
So instead of just influencing short-term rates, they are buying assets directly to inject money.
Precisely. The goals are usually twofold. First, by buying lots of long-term bonds, they aim to push down long-term interest rates, making borrowing cheaper for longer-term investments. Second, it floods the banking system with reserves, hoping that banks will then be encouraged to lend this money out, stimulating the economy.
Did it work? The U.S. Fed, Bank of England, they used it a lot, right?
Yes, they did, extensively after 2008-09 and again during the pandemic. The evidence on its effectiveness is debated among economists, but the general view is that it likely helped prevent even deeper recessions and possibly helped avoid outright deflation in those countries. Japan, as we mentioned, has been using forms of QE for much longer, for decades, in its fight against deflation.
And the Japan example shows it's not a magic bullet, right? Our sources said even with massive QE, deflation wasn't fully eliminated there.
That's a crucial point. The Japanese experience, where the Bank of Japan's balance sheet grew enormously, yet sustained inflation remained elusive, highlights a fundamental limit. Central banks can create reserves. They can flood banks with liquidity.
But they can't force people to borrow or spend, or force banks to lend if they don't see creditworthy borrowers or feel confident.
Exactly. They don't have absolute control over the broader money supply or economic activity. They can influence, they can encourage, but they can't dictate. This shows the definite limits of monetary policy, even unconventional policy.
Okay, that's a very important point about the limits. So one last check. If conventional interest rate cuts are not working to stimulate the economy, maybe rates are near zero, what is one unconventional tool that central banks might use, and how, in simple terms, does it work?
Monetary policy meets fiscal policy.
Okay, this is where things get really interesting, I think, because monetary policy run by the central bank doesn't happen in a vacuum, does it? It interacts with what the government is doing.
Absolutely critical point. It interacts closely with fiscal policy.
Fiscal policy. That's the government's side of things, taxes and spending.
Exactly. Fiscal policy is how the government uses its budget, its decisions on spending money, like building new roads, schools, hospitals, paying for defense or social programs, and its decisions on raising money through taxation, like income tax, GST, corporate taxes, to influence the economy.
So we have the central bank using monetary tools and the government using fiscal tools, both trying to influence the economy. How do they interact? Can they work together or sometimes against each other?
Both can happen. They influence overall demand in the economy, but through different means, and the combination matters a lot. Our sources lay out a few key scenarios.
Okay, let's hear them.
Scenario 1. Imagine easy fiscal policy. Government is spending more or cutting taxes, combined with tight monetary policy. Central bank is raising interest rates to control inflation.
So government pushing the accelerator, central bank pushing the brake?
Sort of. The result? Interest rates will likely rise sharply. Government spending boosts demand, but the high interest rates discourage private borrowing and investment. We call this crowding out private activity. The overall economy might grow, but the government sector becomes a larger part of it.
Okay, what's scenario 2? The opposite.
Yes. Tight fiscal policy, government cuts spending or raises taxes, combined with easy monetary policy, central bank cuts rates to stimulate.
Government braking, central bank accelerating.
Right. Here, the government is trying to reduce its deficit or maybe cool demand, but the central bank makes money cheap. This tends to stimulate private sector activity. Businesses invest more, people borrow and spend more because rates are low. So the private sector tends to grow as a share of the economy while the public sector shrinks.
Okay, interesting contrast. What if both are easy?
Scenario 3. Easy monetary policy and easy fiscal policy. Both are pushing the accelerator. Government spending tax cuts plus low interest rates.
That sounds like a big boost.
It is. This combination provides a very strong stimulus to overall demand. Both private and public sectors are likely to expand. Interest rates might stay low if the monetary easing is strong enough. This mix is often used during deep recessions when you need maximum firepower.
And the final combination, both tight.
Scenario 4. Tight monetary policy and tight fiscal policy, both hitting the brakes. Central bank raises rates, Government cuts spending or raises taxes.
That sounds like it would really slow things down.
It does. Interest rates rise, overall demand falls sharply from both sectors. This combination might be used if inflation is extremely high and out of control, but it carries a high risk of causing a significant recession.
So the mix of monetary and fiscal policy really matters for the outcome.
Absolutely. The overall impact on growth, inflation, interest rates, and the balance between the public and private sectors depends crucially on how these two policies interact.
Now, there's a fascinating idea mentioned in our sources that connects these. Ricardian equivalence. Sounds very academic.
It is a theoretical concept, but with interesting implications, named after the economist David Ricardo.
What does it suggest?
It suggests that how the government finances its spending, whether through taxes today or by borrowing today, which implies higher taxes tomorrow, might not actually matter for consumption.
How so?
The theory says, if the government cuts taxes today, but finances it by borrowing, rational, forward-looking people will realize that taxes will have to rise in the future to pay back that debt. So instead of spending the tax cut money today, they will simply save it to pay those higher future taxes.
So the tax cut has no effect on spending.
If Ricardian equivalence holds perfectly, yes. The tax cut wouldn't stimulate current consumption or aggregate demand because people just save it. If this theory is true, it would imply that fiscal policy, especially tax cuts financed by debt, might be less effective in managing demand than often thought, potentially making monetary policy relatively more important.
That's a very counterintuitive idea. Does it hold in reality?
Well, economists debate how strongly it holds in the real world. People might not be perfectly rational or forward-looking. Some might be liquidity constrained and spend the tax cut anyway. But it's an important concept because it highlights the link between current deficits and future taxes and questions the automatic effectiveness of debt-financed fiscal stimulus.
Okay, let's do a quick check on that. If Ricardian equivalence holds and people expect future taxes to rise when current taxes are cut, what might they do with the money they save from the tax cut and why?
Now, related to this interaction, an IMF study explored how effective different types of fiscal policy are, especially depending on whether monetary policy helps out or not.
What did they find? Does it matter how the government spends or cuts taxes?
Yes, it seems to. The study found that when the central bank does not accommodate the fiscal policy, meaning it might raise rates if fiscal policy is expansionary, then direct government spending increases, like on infrastructure, tended to have a bigger impact on GDP compared to things like tax cuts or social transfer payments.
Okay, direct spending has more bang for the buck without monetary help.
Apparently so, in that scenario. But here's the really interesting part. If the central bank does provide monetary accommodation, meaning it keeps interest rates low, and doesn't counteract the fiscal stimulus, then the impact of fiscal policies, especially government spending and well-targeted social transfers, becomes much, much larger.
Why is that?
Because the low interest rates provided by the accommodating central bank encourage additional private sector spending and investment on top of the direct fiscal boost. It creates a powerful synergy. The fiscal stimulus doesn't get crowded out by higher interest rates. Instead, it gets amplified.
So coordination, or at least accommodation, between monetary and fiscal policy can make fiscal actions much more potent.
That's what the evidence suggests. The combined effect is greater than the sum of the parts.
So thinking about all this, what does it mean for us, just regular people? How does this high-level policy dance affect our lives?
It affects us profoundly. These decisions made by the RBI and the government jointly shape the economic environment we live in. They influence job availability, wage growth, the prices we pay for everything from groceries to houses, the interest rates on our savings and loans, the value of our investments.
Even things like planning for our children's education or retirement or buying a home, it's all connected back to this macroeconomic management.
Absolutely. Understanding these interactions helps us understand why things are happening in the economy and how they might impact our own financial situation. For instance, think about QE again. When the central bank buys huge amounts of government bonds, as we discussed,
Yes.
some people worry this looks like the central bank is just printing money to directly finance the government spending, its deficit. This is sometimes called monetization of the government deficit.
Is that a problem?
It can be, especially if it becomes routine. It can blur the lines of central bank independence and raise concerns about future inflation if the government comes to rely on it. It really underscores the need for both the central bank and the government to maintain credibility and a commitment to long-term stability, the central bank to controlling inflation, and the government to fiscal discipline. If markets lose faith in either, It can lead to higher interest rates and ultimately harm investment and growth. Outro.
Wow, what a journey we've taken today. A really deep dive into the fascinating and sometimes complex world of central banks and monetary policy.
It certainly was. We've seen how central banks act as the guardians of our currency, the bank for other banks, the crucial lender of last resort in crises.
And of course, the conductors of monetary policy using their tools with the big goal of keeping prices stable and inflation under control.
We looked closely at that toolbox: open market operations, buying and selling bonds, remember the lattice, the official policy interest rate that ripples through the system, and reserve requirements.
And we traced how changes made using these tools travel through the economy, the transmission mechanism affecting borrowing costs, asset prices, the exchange rate, and even our expectations and confidence.
We also acknowledged the limits, didn't we? That central banks aren't all-powerful, especially against challenges like deflation or when facing the zero lower bound, leading sometimes to unconventional measures like QE.
And crucially, we saw how monetary policy doesn't exist in isolation. It dances, sometimes harmoniously, sometimes clashingly, with fiscal policy, the government's tax and spending decisions.
That interaction is key. Their combined effect is what shapes the economic climate, influencing jobs, prices, investment, everything that matters to us day to day.
So what's the big takeaway for you listening to us today? Hopefully the next time you read news about the RBI changing interest rates or hear the finance minister announce the budget, you'll have a much clearer picture.
You'll understand the why behind the headlines, the potential consequences, and how these large forces might connect back to your own financial life, your savings, your loans, your future plans.
Now, as we wrap up, we want to leave you with a provocative thought to mull over. Something to think about.
Given everything we've discussed, that central banks can't fully control lending and spending, and that fiscal policy has its own challenges like time lags and political pressures, what do you think is the single most crucial ingredient, above all else, for a country to achieve stable and sustainable economic growth in the long run?
Something to ponder, isn't it?
We really hope this deep dive has given you a solid foundation, made these concepts clearer, and maybe even sparked your curiosity to learn more. Remember, understanding finance and economics is like building a strong home. You do it patiently, brick by brick.
And we're always happy to help you lay those bricks. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey today.
Yes, thank you. Until next time, keep learning, keep asking questions, and keep building that knowledge. Good day for now.
A very warm welcome, everyone, to the Deep Dive.
Hello?
Today, we're starting a truly fascinating and I think very essential journey together.
Yes, absolutely.
We're going to connect the big world of global politics, what you see on the news, with something very, very personal, our money, our financial decisions.
That's right, your hard-earned money. It seems like two different worlds, doesn't it? But they are deeply connected.
Exactly. So we're going to explore how these huge international events, the geography of the world, where countries are.
Their mountains, their rivers, their resources.
Yes. And the relationships between countries, sometimes friendly, sometimes, well, not so friendly.
Uh-huh.
How all of that can actually ripple down and affect our own finances, the businesses maybe you invest in.
And even the prices you pay in the market every day. For groceries, for petrol, everything.
So our mission today, our goal for this deep dive is quite clear. We want to take these complex, maybe sometimes intimidating global ideas.
They can seem very complex, yes.
And make them simple, make them understandable for you. We've gone through academic papers, lots of research.
Economic studies, real-world examples.
But we'll explain it all very simply. Consider us your guides today.
Yes, like teachers in a classroom, guiding you step by step.
Helping you navigate this important meeting point, this intersection of geopolitics and your money. So please settle in, get comfortable.
Let's begin this exploration together.
Okay.
Our host has set the stage perfectly, I think. Understanding these global connections. It isn't just for, big economists or political experts.
That at all.
It's truly vital for your own personal financial journey. Much like, say, understanding the monsoon season is crucial for a farmer here in India.
That's a great analogy. You need to be prepared.
Exactly. You wouldn't want to be caught unprepared when the rains come or when they don't come, right? It affects your planning, your livelihood. Same with global events and your finances. So today, we'll start with the basics. Building a strong foundation. What does geopolitics truly mean? Beyond just a dictionary definition.
Okay.
Then, we will explore how countries interact. Sometimes they cooperate, work together.
And sometimes they compete.
Precisely. We'll also look at the role of some very important international organizations. bodies that help manage this global dance.
Like umpires in a game.
In a way,
Right.
yes, facilitators. Then we'll talk about different types of global risks that come from all these interactions. Some sudden, some slow burning.
Okay, risks. That sounds important for money.
Very important. And finally, the most crucial part for all of us. We will connect all these dots. We'll see exactly how these big global dynamics can impact your investments, your savings, your financial future.
Excellent.
And we promise we are here to guide you every step of the way. With patience, with clarity, no need to rush. Let us begin our learning journey together now.
Wonderful. Let's begin. All right, let's start with that fundamental concept then. What exactly is geopolitics? At its very core, geopolitics is the study of how
Geography, yes.
meaning where places are located on the map, their physical features like mountains, deserts, rivers, coastlines.
And what natural resources they have underground, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oil, minerals.
Exactly. How all of that geography profoundly affects politics and international relations.
It really does.
Imagine the huge, diverse map of India or the world where a country is. Is it near the sea? Is it surrounded by mountains?
Is it landlocked with no access to the sea?
Yes. What resources it controls, even its climate. All these geographical facts have a huge influence on how that country behaves globally.
It shapes who its friends are, maybe who its rivals are.
And its economic plans, too. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in this big field of geopolitics, we often talk about actors. Who are these actors?
It's a good question. They aren't just countries, right?
No, not just countries. Actors can be individuals, powerful people. They can be organizations.
Like big international companies.
Yes, multinational companies are huge actors. And of course, national governments themselves. It's about how all these different players,
State and non-state. We'll
Yeah.
come to that.
how they carry out their political, economic, financial activities, and crucially, how they interact with each other, sometimes working together, sometimes clashing.
It's a complex web of interactions.
Think of it like a busy Indian marketplace, a bazaar.
Okay.
The location of a big wholesale market or maybe a busy bus stand nearby, that's like the geography.
Right, the physical location.
It influences how the shopkeepers behave, where new stalls might open up, or even how, small arguments between sellers get sorted out.
Ah, I see. That's the politics and relations part playing out in the market.
Exactly. So students, just take a moment. If I say the word geopolitics, after this little explanation, what is the first thing, the first image or idea that comes into your mind now? Just think about it for a second.
That's a wonderful starting point. A very good analogy with the marketplace.
Thank you.
And to build on that idea of actors, we generally divide them into two main types. It helps to think of them this way. First, we have state actors. These are usually the national government, the official political bodies within a country, like our parliament here in India.
Or the President of the United States, maybe.
Exactly, or the prime minister. These entities, these state actors, they are sovereign. That means they have the ultimate authority over a country's security, its resources, its laws.
They make the big decisions for the country.
They do. They are the official faces on the world stage, signing treaties, setting national policies, deciding on war and peace.
Got it. State actors, statual governments, and leaders.
Correct. Now, the second type is non-state actors. These are also important players in global affairs, political, economic, financial.
But they aren't governments.
Right. They don't have that direct government authority over a nation's security or its core resources. Think of them as influential forces operating, outside the direct government structure.
Okay, like who? Can you give some examples?
Sure. Good examples are NGOs, non-governmental organizations, like Doctors Without Borders working worldwide.
Ah, yes, providing medical help.
Or huge multinational corporations. Think of Tata Group or Reliance Industries here in India, or companies like Google or Apple globally. Their operations cross many borders, affecting economies, jobs, supply chains.
Definitely. They're very powerful.
Very. Then you have charitable foundations, international sports bodies like FIFA, which organizes the World Cup.
Even influential individuals.
Yes. A famous environmental activist, maybe,
Yeah.
whose campaigns can change public opinion and even government policy across many countries. They are all non-state actors.
That's a wide range.
It is. And the relationships between all these actors, state and non-state, are incredibly complex. It's like a big, sprawling joint family.
Yes, where everyone influences everyone else.
Exactly. Sometimes directly through formal agreements or partnerships, sometimes indirectly through what we call soft power, cultural influence perhaps, or through economic pressure. It's constantly shaping the big global picture.
That distinction is very clear. State actors, non-state actors. Lots of players in this game. Now, students, think for a moment. Beyond the examples we just mentioned, can you think of another non-state actor that influences things? Maybe something in our daily lives here in India, or even globally. What about the social media platforms we use, or the big global brands we see everywhere?
Good prompt.
Now, let's dig into something fundamental in geopolitics. It's a kind of tension, a dynamic between cooperation and competition.
Mm-hmm. Always present.
Countries, when they interact on the world stage, they're constantly making choices, aren't they?
Yes. Choices based on their interests.
Right. They can choose to cooperate, work together to achieve shared goals, maybe tackle climate change or make trade easier.
That's the cooperative path.
Or they can be non-cooperative, which doesn't always mean war, does it?
No, not necessarily. It can range from fierce economic competition, trying to get ahead of others.
Like trade disputes.
Yes. Or it could even escalate to conflict, unfortunately.
So, what guides a country's behavior? Why does it choose cooperation sometimes and competition other times?
The core question.
It comes down to something called its national interest.
National interest, a very important term.
What is it? It's basically a country's main goals and ambitions, what it wants to achieve.
And these goals can be very diverse, right?
Absolutely. Military security, keeping its borders safe. Economic prosperity, making sure its people have jobs and good living standards. Cultural influence, spreading its language or values. Even ideology.
All fall under national interest.
Exactly. Imagine two brothers who run a small kirana shop together, a neighborhood store.
Okay, a common sight.
They might decide to cooperate, maybe buy their rice and lentils in bulk together from the wholesaler. Why?
To save money, I suppose. Get a better price.
Precisely. That's a shared economic goal for their shop. Cooperation makes sense. But maybe sales are slow one month. They might start competing quite hard. No.
How so?
Maybe one brother lowers the price on soap. The other offers a discount on sugar, trying to pull customers to their counter.
Prioritizing their individual share of the profit.
Yes. Their national interest in this little story is making the shop successful overall, but how they act, cooperate, or compete depends on the situation and what they think serves that interest best at that moment.
That's a very relatable analogy. It shows how even simple economic choices have these underlying interests driving them. Now, let's go a bit deeper into the factors that actually allow or encourage cooperation between countries. It's not random. Several key things are usually involved.
Okay, what are they?
First, there's something called resource endowment. Endowment just means what a country naturally has.
Like natural wealth.
Exactly. Some countries are just blessed with lots of vital resources. Think of Saudi Arabia with its huge oil reserves.
Or maybe Australia with minerals like coal and iron ore.
Correct. This natural wealth gives them significant power, leverage in international discussions. They have something others need. On the other hand, think of a country like, say, Switzerland. Beautiful country, but very few natural resources of its own. And it's landlocked, no sea access.
So it depends on its neighbors.
Heavily. For raw materials, for trade routes to ship goods, even for food sometimes. This dependence often makes cooperation not just desirable, but absolutely necessary for their economy to survive and grow.
So having resources or lacking them really changes your approach.
Profoundly. A resource-rich country might cooperate to secure markets for its exports. A resource-poor country might cooperate to ensure it gets stable supplies. It shapes their strategy.
Makes sense. What else?
Next, we have standardization. This is about agreeing on common rules, common ways of doing things across borders.
Common rules? Like what?
Think about something simple, like electric plug points. If you travel in Europe, mostly you can use the same plug adapter everywhere. That's standardization.
Convenient. Unlike trying to charge your phone in different countries sometimes.
Exactly. Or think about shipping containers. Those big metal boxes on ships and trucks. They have standard sizes worldwide.
Oh, I see. So loading and unloading is easy everywhere.
Precisely. This applies to many things. Rules for banks, ways to make financial transactions, quality standards for products. When you have these common standards, it makes doing business across borders much easier, cheaper, and faster.
It reduces friction.
Perfectly put. It reduces friction. This encourages more trade, more investment, and ultimately helps economies grow and living standards improve for everyone involved. A fantastic example right here in India is our UPI payment system.
Oh, yes. UPI, it's changed everything.
Hasn't it? It's a standard that makes sending money between different banks so incredibly easy for all of us. Just imagine if every single bank had its own completely different app and method, totally incompatible with others.
It would be chaos. Nobody would transact easily.
Exactly. Financial cooperation would be extremely difficult. Standardization enables cooperation.
Okay, resources and standards. What's the third factor?
Then we have cultural factors and soft power. This is about connections between people and societies.
Like shared history or language.
Yes, shared history, maybe migration patterns where lots of people from our country live in another, speaking the same language, having similar traditions. Think about how popular Bollywood films are in so many countries beyond India.
True. Or how Indian yoga is practiced all over the world now.
Exactly. That's part of what we call soft power. It's a very important concept. Soft power is the ability to influence others, to get them to want what you want, but without using force or threats or even direct money payments.
How does it work then?
It works through attraction, through culture, through education programs, through having political values that others admire, maybe even through popular things like music or food.
So making others want to follow your lead rather than forcing them.
Precisely.
Yeah.
South Korea, for example, has become very good at this with its K-pop music and K-drama TV shows.
Plus, very popular globally.
And this popularity doesn't just sell music or shows. It builds interest in South Korean products, technology, tourism. It influences how people see the country and makes cooperation easier. It builds connections.
Interesting. Soft power through culture.
So, my young learners, here's a little question for you to think about. Why do you think a landlocked country, one that has no direct access to the sea, would almost always prefer to cooperate closely with its neighbors that do have coastlines? What does it absolutely need from them?
A very insightful question. Based on practical needs. Now, building on that idea of needs, let's discuss a crucial concept within this national interest idea, the hierarchy of interests.
Hierarchy, meaning some things are more important than others?
Exactly, just like in our own families, right? Some needs are absolutely urgent, non-negotiable. Others are important, but maybe can wait. It's similar for countries. Their national interests can be seen as ranked like a ladder. At the very top, the highest priority, you'll always find the most essential survival needs.
Survival needs, like what?
Things like ensuring people have enough food and clean water, guaranteeing the country's borders are secure, protecting the lives and safety of its citizens. These are fundamental.
The absolute basics for a country to exist.
Yes. Below that level, you might find goals related to economic influence, like getting good trade deals.
Or maybe promoting the country's culture abroad.
Right. Cultural ties, national prestige. Those might be further down the ladder. Still important, maybe, but not as critical as survival.
Okay, so there's an order of importance.
And governments prioritize based on this hierarchy. This is key. If cooperation on one issue, say lowering taxes on imported goods from a partner country.
Which might boost trade, an economic goal.
Right. But if that action somehow conflicts with a higher priority, like maybe it weakens the domestic industry needed for military security or makes the country too dependent on foreign food supplies.
Then the higher priority wins out.
Almost always. Survival and security come first. Think about a family saving money. They have two goals. First, they absolutely must pay the monthly electricity bill. That's a survival need, isn't it? Especially during our hot Indian summers.
Definitely cannot do without electricity.
And second, maybe they also want to buy nice new clothes for everyone for a big festival like Diwali or Eid. That's an important cultural tradition. Makes everyone happy.
Yes, very important for family life.
But if suddenly money is tight 1 month, which one gets paid first?
The electricity bill, absolutely. No question.
Exactly. The essential need takes priority over the desirable cultural activity. It's about what's critical for immediate well-being and stability.
That's a very practical illustration. Makes the idea of a hierarchy very clear. Now, students, for your reflection, imagine a country facing a difficult choice. There's a severe drought, and it needs to ensure its people have enough food supplies. At the same time, it had planned to fund a large, prestigious cultural festival in another country. Which of these two options do you think would be the unquestionable higher priority for its government? Why?
A tough choice, but the hierarchy helps.
Furthermore, it's not just about abstract interests. The political cycles and decision-makers within a country also play a huge role in how it behaves on the world stage.
Political cycles, you mean like elections?
Yes. How often elections happen, how long leaders stay in power, that's the political cycle, and it can dramatically affect what gets prioritized.
How so?
Well, if a country has very frequent elections, say every 2 or 3 years...
Leaders don't have much time in office.
Exactly. So they might be more inclined to focus on things that show quick results. things voters can see and feel before the next election.
Like maybe building a new road quickly rather than a long-term environmental project?
Precisely. It can make it very challenging to focus on complex long-term issues like climate change, or investing in education where the benefits take years to show, or tackling deep-rooted inequality. Leaders might prefer quick wins that help them get reelected.
Even if it's not the best long-term strategy for the country.
It can happen, and then there are the individual leaders themselves, the decision makers.
Presidents, prime minister.
Yes, whether they belong to a political party or maybe a ruling family or act independently, they are driven by their own motivations too. Their ideologies, their personal ambitions, the pressures they face from within their own country.
Domestic politics matters globally.
Immensely.
Yeah.
For example, a leader facing a very tough re-election campaign might take a much harder, more nationalistic line in trade talks.
To appeal to certain voters back home.
Exactly. Even if, purely economically, a more cooperative deal might be better in the long run. Or, conversely, a leader might have a strong personal passion for, say, artificial intelligence and push for international collaborations in that specific field, even if the immediate economic payoff isn't clear.
So individual personalities and local politics add another layer of complexity.
They really do. These personal factors and domestic political needs can sometimes override purely rational economic or security reasons for cooperation, making geopolitics quite nuanced and, frankly, sometimes unpredictable.
Okay.
So understanding this complex stance, cooperation versus competition, driven by national interests shaped by hierarchies and influenced by political realities. This gives us a vital lens to view the world.
It definitely does.
But now, let's shift our focus. Let's talk about a concept that connects almost every single one of us everywhere in the world in our daily lives. Let's talk about globalization.
All right, everyone, our next big topic, globalization. It's a word we hear all the time, isn't it?
Yes, constantly. But what does it really mean?
Well, simply put, globalization is this ongoing process. It's about increasing interaction and integration among people, among companies, among governments, all across the world.
So everything getting more connected.
Exactly. It's marked by the widespread movement, almost like a flow of products, information, money, jobs, and even culture right across national borders. It really describes how intertwined our world has become, like a giant interconnected web.
Woven together.
Yes. And we can see this very clearly if we look at global trade figures. There's something called the World Bank Openness Index.
A measure of how much countries trade.
Yes. It shows a huge increase in cross-border economic activity. It indicates that global trade, as a share of all economic activity, went from about 27% back in 1970 to more than 60% by 2019. Just before the pandemic.
Wow, more than doubled.
A massive jump. It means countries are trading vastly more with each other, relying on each other, exchanging goods and services like never before.
It's not just numbers, it's real things.
Absolutely. Think about your mobile phone.
Okay, I have mine right here.
Where was it designed? Maybe South Korea?
Possibly. Or California.
Right. And the tiny chips inside. Maybe they came from Taiwan. Then perhaps it was all put together, assembled in China.
Very likely.
And then it's sold right here in your local electronics shop in India.
Yes.
That entire journey, the flow of design ideas, components, capital, assembly work across multiple continents, that's globalization in action, right in your hand.
A single product, a global effort.
Exactly. It shows how even one thing we use daily can involve dozens of countries and countless people working together, often without even realizing it.
That's a wonderful, everyday example. Makes it very real. Now, students, think about this for a moment. When you go to the shop and buy something, maybe a toy for your child, made in China, or perhaps a special chocolate bar imported from Switzerland, how are you, through that simple act of buying, participating in this huge process of globalization? What does your purchase signify?
Good question.
Now let's talk a bit more about the features of globalization. One really important thing to understand is who drives it. While governments and political agreements can certainly help, they can create the conditions for it.
Like trade agreements.
Yes. But the main engine of globalization is actually driven mostly by non-state actors.
You mean private companies, individuals?
Precisely. Private companies, entrepreneurs, various organizations. They are the ones seeking new markets, looking for talent, trying to produce things more efficiently. Economic motives are the primary drivers.
So it's less about government plans and more about business decisions.
Largely, yes. That's a key difference compared to interactions that are purely driven by state political goals. This focus on private initiative is central to how globalization has unfolded.
Okay.
Now, this outward-looking, integrating process of globalization stands in quite sharp contrast to nationalism.
Nationalism, we hear that word a lot too.
Yes, nationalism basically emphasizes promoting a country's own interests, sometimes very strongly, even if it means excluding others or putting up barriers.
Like buy local campaigns, maybe? Or tariffs on imports?
Exactly.
Mm.
Nationalism often involves limiting cooperation, focusing heavily on domestic production and restricting the movement of goods, money, even people across borders.
So they're kind of opposites.
You can think of them as being on a spectrum, a continuum. On one end, you have pure nationalism, self-sufficiency, closed borders. On the other end, you have extensive globalization, deep integration, open flows.
And most countries are somewhere in between.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Most countries in the real world sit somewhere along this line, and their position isn't fixed. It can shift back and forth depending on their leaders, what's happening domestically, and global events.
Right.
And a simple, yet I think powerful example of this global exchange that many of us experience. Just walk into a well-stocked grocery store in Delhi or Mumbai or Bangalore.
Yes.
You'll find Italian pasta right next to maybe Mexican taco shells.
Maybe coffee from Colombia.
Yes. And cheese imported from France, perhaps. This huge variety of international products right there on our shelves.
Things our parents or grandparents might not have seen.
Exactly. It's a clear and delicious sign of the cultural and product exchange that happens because of globalization. It shows how our daily lives are genuinely enriched by this interconnectedness, offering us choices that simply didn't exist just a few decades ago.
That illustration definitely makes globalization feel very real, something we touch and taste. Now let's explore why. What are the fundamental motivations for globalization? Why do companies, why do investors choose to go global? What are they hoping to gain?
What's the driving force?
Generally, we can see three main types of motivations pushing this.
Okay.
First, and maybe the most obvious one, is the drive for increasing profits.
Bottom line.
Yes. How do companies do this through globalization? Mainly in two ways, either by boosting their sales or by cutting their costs.
Sell more or spend less.
Exactly. To increase sales, they look for new customers in foreign markets. This often means investing abroad, building factories, setting up distribution networks, hiring local people, which, by the way, also creates jobs and helps the economy of that host country.
Right, it can be mutually beneficial.
And to reduce costs. They might move production to places where taxes are lower or labor is cheaper. Or maybe they produce huge volumes for the whole world in one place to get economies of scale, making each item cheaper to produce.
Like bulk discounts, but for manufacturing.
Precisely. Think of a local chaiwala, a tea seller. He has a stall in his village, but he realizes the town nearby has many more people walking past, and maybe the rent for a spot there is actually cheaper.
Okay.
So he opens a new stall in town, he reaches more customers, increasing sales, and maybe his costs are lower there. He's cleverly increasing profits. That's exactly the kind of thinking big corporations apply, just on a massive global scale.
A perfect small-scale example of the global logic.
What's the second motivation?
Access.
Second, there's the crucial motivation of access to resources and markets.
Resources meaning?
Could be talent, maybe highly skilled engineers they can't find enough of at home, or just a large available workforce. Could be raw materials, specific minerals, or agricultural products that are cheaper or only available elsewhere.
So getting things they need.
Yes, or it could be access to markets not just for selling, but for investing. Maybe returns on investment are lower at home, so they look for better opportunities abroad.
Like investing in foreign stock markets.
Could be short-term like that, yes. Or long-term, like building a whole new factory overseas or buying a foreign company. It broadens their horizons for growth.
Diversification.
Exactly. And the third motivation, this one's a bit more subtle.
Okay.
We can call it intrinsic gain. These are benefits that go beyond just the immediate financial profit, although they often help profits in the long run.
Harder to measure, maybe.
Yes, harder to put a number on, but still very powerful. It includes things like the personal growth people get from working in international teams, learning new cultures, new languages. It expands perspectives.
Education through experience.
Right. It also includes learning new ways of doing things, adopting best practices from other countries, benefiting from global scientific research. Think about the COVID-19 vaccines.
Developed so quickly.
Incredibly quickly. That was possible because scientists and companies around the world collaborated, shared data, shared technology far faster than any single country could have done alone.
A real example of intrinsic gain through global cooperation.
Yes. And this kind of exchange, this learning and collaboration, can also build understanding and empathy between people from different countries. It can potentially reduce mistrust and maybe even lower the chances of geopolitical threats by creating shared interests and mutual respect.
So beyond just money, there are these human and knowledge benefits too.
Definitely. They all contribute to the momentum of globalization.
Very well explained. Now, for your understanding, everyone, think about a large, successful Indian textile company. Why might they decide to open a brand new factory in another country, perhaps somewhere in Southeast Asia or maybe Africa? What could be their main motivations based on the three types we just discussed?
Consider the profits, resources, and intrinsic gains.
Now, while globalization clearly offers many strong benefits, it's really important we also talk about its costs and drawbacks. It's not a perfect process, and it definitely doesn't benefit everyone equally. It often creates very complex challenges.
Okay, the downsides. What are they?
Well, one major drawback is unequal economic gains. Globalization can boost the overall global economy, create more wealth worldwide.
But the pie gets bigger, but not everyone gets an equal slice.
Exactly. It almost never means everyone benefits equally, or even at the same time. Think about that factory moving production, say from a developed country to a developing country where labor is cheaper.
Okay.
It creates new jobs, new opportunities in that developing country. That's a positive.
But what about the workers back home?
They often lose their jobs. It can lead to real economic hardship in the home country, especially for people in older industries. This can make inequality within countries worse. It can lead to social tensions, political anger, people feeling left behind.
Right, that makes sense. What else?
Another big concern is the potential for lower environmental, social, and governance (ESG) standards.
ESG, environment, social governance, how companies behave.
Precisely. Companies looking to cut costs might choose to operate in countries where the rules about pollution or worker safety or how companies are run are much weaker or just not enforced properly.
So they can save money by polluting more or paying workers less.
Unfortunately, yes. If they only follow the lower local standards instead of the stricter rules they might have back home, it can lead to serious environmental damage or poor working conditions or unethical business practices.
So the company looks more profitable, but the real cost is borne by the environment or the workers.
Exactly. It creates a real moral hazard. And these issues, the unequal gains, the potential lowering of standards, they can have very direct political consequences.
How so?
When large groups of people feel they're being harmed by globalization, that their jobs are gone, their communities are suffering, or that foreign companies are exploiting their country, it can fuel real political anger.
You see protests, maybe?
Yes, protests, unrest, and often it leads to the rise of populist leaders or movements that promise to put their nation first to fight back against these global forces. This can lead to a significant rollback of globalization, a push towards nationalism.
So the economic costs can fuel political change.
Directly. And finally, there's the huge issue of interdependence.
We touched on this earlier, being reliant on others.
Yes. As countries and companies become more tightly linked through these global supply chains, where parts for one product come from many different countries, they become incredibly efficient.
But also vulnerable.
Extremely vulnerable. If there's a major disruption, just one key part of that chain, maybe a natural disaster like a flood, or a political crisis, a war, a pandemic, even a big cyber attack.
It can break the whole chain.
It can cause a cascade of problems across the entire global economy. We all saw this so clearly with the COVID-19 pandemic, didn't we?
Oh, yes. The semiconductor shortages.
Yeah.
The chips for cars and computers.
Exactly. The pandemic shut down factories, mainly in Asia, that made these crucial chips. Suddenly, car companies all over the world couldn't finish making their cars.
Prices went up. Waiting times became huge.
Yes. Electronic goods were delayed too. It showed just how dependent massive global industries were on these very specific production hubs. When one part failed, it affected everyone, everywhere.
A stark reminder of the risks of interdependence.
It really was. It highlights how these interconnected supply chains, while efficient, create significant, sometimes unpredictable financial risks for businesses and investors.
That point about interdependence is incredibly relevant. We all felt that during the pandemic, didn't we? Waiting for things, seeing prices rise. Now, building on that, let's talk more about these threats of deglobalization or rollback. are we seeing globalization actually reverse?
That's the big question many people are asking.
We saw a very clear example, I think, with the America First policies a few years ago and the trade wars, especially with China.
Yes, under the Trump administration, that was a definite pushback against the prevailing trend of globalization.
What was the thinking behind it?
It was rooted in nationalist concerns, worries about American jobs being lost overseas, concerns about national security being compromised by relying on other countries, especially potential rivals, for essential goods.
So tariffs were imposed, trade deals were renegotiated.
Exactly. It created friction, even with traditional allies. It was a signal that the unquestioned era of ever-increasing globalization might be changing.
So is globalization ending? Are we all going back to being purely nationalistic?
Well, a complete reversal seems very, very unlikely. The world is just too deeply interconnected now.
Supply chains are too complex, digital information flows instantly.
Precisely. Untangling it all would be incredibly difficult and costly. But companies are definitely adapting to this new, perhaps more uncertain environment. They're changing their strategies to become more resilient.
How are they doing that? What tactics are they using?
We're seeing a few key trends. First, there's reshoring the essentials.
Reshoring, bringing production back home.
Yes, specifically for critical items. Things like essential medicines, personal protective equipment, like masks during COVID, maybe some advanced computer chips. Things a country feels it absolutely cannot rely on foreign sources for, especially in an emergency.
Okay, bring the most vital things back. Makes sense.
Second, companies are doing something called re-globalizing production. This isn't abandoning global supply chains altogether.
No. What then?
It's about making them stronger, more robust, maybe by setting up factories in multiple different countries or regions instead of just one, duplicating things.
So if one place has a problem, a flood, a strike, the others can keep producing.
Exactly. It's about building redundancy, reducing reliance on a single point of failure, diversifying their global footprint.
Okay, spreading the risk.
And third, interestingly, some companies are actually doubling down on key markets.
Meaning staying put even if there's risk.
Yes. Even with political tensions or nationalist policies, massive markets like China are just too important to abandon for many global companies. The sheer number of consumers, the existing infrastructure, the skilled workforce.
The opportunity is too big to ignore.
Right, so they might adopt a strategy like in China for China, producing goods locally just for the Chinese market, while still having other global supply chains for the rest of the world.
So adapting to the local conditions while staying engaged.
Correct. So globalization isn't necessarily disappearing. It might be changing shape, maybe slowing down its pace in some areas, perhaps becoming more regional, more focused on resilience than just pure cost cutting. But it's evolving, not ending.
Okay, that's a nuanced picture, an evolution, not a reversal.
I think that's a fair way to put it.
Now, these complex global interactions, this web of trade, investment, supply chains, it's often supported, maybe even guided, by big international organizations. They kind of set the rules of the road, don't they?
They try to, yes.
Yeah.
They play a crucial role.
Let's talk about three very important ones now. Institutions that were born out of the chaos of war and economic depression: the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization, WTO.
Absolutely essential players in the global economic system. Let's explore them. Yes, indeed. And to really understand why these big organizations, the IMF, the World Bank, the WTO, are so important, we need to look back at their historical context. Why were they created?
They weren't just thought up randomly, were they?
Not at all. They were born out of desperate necessity, really, following two absolutely catastrophic global events: the Great Depression in the 1930s.
A terrible economic time worldwide.
Terrible. And then the utter devastation of World War II. During the Great Depression, countries made a huge mistake. They tried to protect their own economies by hurting their neighbors.
How did they do that?
It was called the beggar thy neighbor policy. They put up huge barriers to imports, high taxes called tariffs. They deliberately made their own currencies cheaper, devalued them, hoping to sell more exports. They stopped foreign money from moving freely.
So everyone closed their doors, became very nationalistic.
Extremely, highly uncooperative. And the result, it was disastrous for everyone. Global trade just collapsed. Unemployment soared everywhere. Living standards plummeted. It actually made the Depression much worse and longer.
A painful lesson learned.
A very painful lesson. So after World War II, there was this strong feeling, this firm belief among leaders. We must never let that happen again. They realized that deep, Organized international cooperation was absolutely essential for global economic stability and peace.
They needed rules, institutions.
Exactly. So even while the war was still going on, in July 1944, representatives from 45 allied countries met at a famous conference called the Bretton Woods Conference in the U.S.
Bretton Woods, I've heard that name.
Yes, a landmark event. And out of that conference, two of these crucial organizations were born. First, the World Bank. Its initial job was to help rebuild war-torn Europe, but later it shifted focus to helping poorer countries develop.
Okay, the World Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Correct. And second, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. It officially started work in late 1945. Its goal was to create a stable system for exchange rates and international payments to avoid those currency wars of the 1930s.
IMF for Financial Stability.
Right. Interestingly, they also tried to create a third body, an International Trade Organization, ITO, to manage global trade rules. But that one failed.
Why?
Some countries, particularly the U.S., didn't ratify the treaty. So instead, they set up a less formal agreement called GRETA, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. GRETA worked for almost 50 years, gradually reducing trade barriers. But eventually, they needed something stronger with better rules and enforcement. So in 1995, GRETA was replaced by the World Trade Organization, the WTO, which we have today.
So the WTO is the successor to GETA.
Exactly. This history shows these institutions were created very deliberately to prevent the economic chaos of the past and to build a framework for cooperation.
That historical background is really powerful. It shows they weren't just bureaucratic creations, but responses to real-world disasters. Now, students, think about this. After those devastating wars and the economic collapse, why was it so critical for countries to actually come together and create these big, formal international organizations? Why not just try to rebuild and manage their economies on their own independently? What crucial lessons had they learned from the 1930s and the war?
A very important question to reflect upon.
Let's now dive into the first of these giants, the International Monetary Fund, or IMF. What is its main job, its primary mission?
The core mandate of the IMF is to ensure the stability of the international monetary system.
The monetary system, meaning money, currencies.
Yes, think of it like
Yeah.
the plumbing system for global finance.
Hmm.
The IMF tries to make sure that the exchange rates between different countries' currencies, like the rupee, the dollar, the euro,
Yeah.
are reasonably stable and predictable.
So businesses can trade without worrying the price will change dramatically overnight.
Exactly. And it also works to ensure that the system of international payments, how countries pay each other for goods and services, functions smoothly and efficiently. They are basically the guardians of global financial order.
Okay, keeping the financial plumbing working. What do they actually do to achieve this?
Well, several things. The IMF provides a place, a forum, where countries can come together, discuss problems related to international money, and cooperate on solutions.
So a meeting place for finance ministers and central bankers.
Essentially, yes. It also actively promotes policies that help international trade expand in a balanced way and encourages high employment and sustainable economic growth in its member countries.
Supporting stability and growth.
Yes. And crucially, when a member country gets into serious trouble with its balance of payments.
Balance of payments, what's that simply?
It basically means a country is spending more foreign money on imports, debt payments, than it's earning from exports investments. It's running out of foreign currency like dollars or euros to pay its international bills.
Ah, like a household spending more than it earns.
A good analogy. When a country faces this kind of crisis, the IMF can step in and provide temporary loans of foreign currency.
Ah, a bailout.
Sort of, but there's a very important catch. These loans always come with strict conditions attached. They call it conditionality.
Conditions. Like what?
The borrowing country must agree to make specific changes to its economic policies, often painful changes, like cutting government spending, raising taxes, reforming certain industries, things the IMF believes will fix the underlying problems.
So the money isn't free, you have to follow their advice.
Exactly. And the IMF monitors the country very closely to make sure it actually implements these reforms.
Okay. Has this happened often? Can you give an example?
Yes, it happens. The 2008-2009 global financial crisis really highlighted the IMF's role. After that, they actually increased their lending capacity significantly and made the conditions a bit more flexible in some cases. They also stepped up their monitoring of the global economy to spot risks earlier.
Okay. But specific country examples.
A very well-known one is the Greek sovereign debt crisis, starting around 2010. Greece had borrowed too much, its government spending was too high, and suddenly couldn't pay its debts.
I remember hearing about that. big crisis in Europe.
Huge. The IMF, working together with the European Union, provided massive emergency loans to Greece, but the conditions were incredibly tough.
What did Greece have to do?
Major cuts in government workers' salaries and pensions, big tax increases, selling off state-owned companies, very painful austerity measures for the Greek people.
Why were the conditions so harsh?
The IMF and EU argued it was necessary to get Greece's finances back on track and, crucially, to prevent the crisis from spreading to other European countries and potentially crashing the whole Eurozone banking system. This is very controversial.
I can imagine. Any other examples?
Another major one was the East Asian financial crisis in the late 1990s. Countries like Thailand, South Korea, Indonesia, they faced sudden currency collapses and debt problems.
Ah, yes, the Asian contagion.
Right. The IMF, again, provided large loans and pushed for significant policy changes, especially in cleaning up their banking systems, to restore stability and investor confidence.
So the IMF often steps in during major crises.
It does. You can think of the IMF like maybe like a very experienced but also very strict financial advisor for countries. If a country gets into deep financial trouble, can't pay its international bills, the IMF might offer a loan.
Okay.
But just like maybe a wise elder in the family might give advice on managing money for a big wedding, the IMF gives the loan only if the country promises to tighten its belt, follow a strict budget, and make fundamental changes to fix its problems. It's about providing stability, yes, but demanding accountability in return.
That's a very clear picture. Conditional help. Stern advisor. Now, my learners consider this. If a country is really struggling to buy essential things like food or medicine from other countries because its own currency has become very weak, which specific organization, based on what we just discussed, might that country approach for immediate financial help and guidance? Think about their core job.
Good question, focusing on the mandate.
Now let's turn to the other big institution born at Bretton Woods, the World Bank Group. Is its job the same as the IMF's?
No, not quite. While the IMF focuses mainly on global financial stability and dealing with crises, the World Bank's primary objective is fundamentally different. Its main goal is to help developing countries fight poverty and promote economic growth that is environmentally sustainable.
So less crisis management, more long-term development.
Exactly. Poverty reduction and sustainable development are its core mission. And it tackles poverty from many different angles, understanding that it's a complex problem.
How does it do that? What are its methods?
It works in several ways. It helps strengthen governments in developing countries, improving how they manage public money, making them more transparent. It helps improve legal systems to make them fairer and more predictable, which encourages investment.
Protecting property rights, maybe?
Yes, protecting property rights is crucial. It helps develop financial systems, everything from supporting small loans for poor entrepreneurs, called microcredit, to helping build bigger financial markets. And it actively works to combat corruption, which is a huge drain on poor countries.
Okay, so institution building, improving governance.
Yes, and alongside this advice and technical help, it provides significant funding for a huge variety of development projects.
Like building things, infrastructure.
Yes, infrastructure is a big part. Roads, bridges, power plants, irrigation systems. But also projects in education, building schools, training teachers, and in healthcare funding clinics, vaccination programs. They provide the money, but also the technical expertise, sharing knowledge on how to run these projects effectively.
So money plus know-how.
Correct. Now, the World Bank Group is actually made up of 5 different organizations, but 2 are the most important.
Okay, who are they?
First, there's the IBRD, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. This was the original World Bank. It works more like a regular bank, but for countries.
How does it get its money?
It raises most of its funds by selling bonds, basically IOUs, in the world's financial markets. Because it's backed by many governments and lends very carefully, investors consider these bonds extremely safe, giving them the highest credit rating, AAA.
So it can borrow money very cheaply.
Exactly. It borrows at very low interest rates because it's so safe. And then it lends this money to developing countries for development projects, passing on those low rates. It doesn't aim to make a profit itself.
Okay, IBRD lends to developing countries at low rates. What's the second one?
The second key part is the IDA, the International Development Association. This is the part of the World Bank that helps the very poorest countries in the world.
Countries that can't afford even the IBRD's low interest rates.
Precisely. Countries with very low average incomes, very limited ability to repay loans. IDA provides them with grants, which are basically gifts. They don't need to be repaid, and also long-term loans with 0 interest. It's the world's largest source of this kind of assistance for the poorest nations.
Where does IDEA get its money, if it's giving it away or lending interest-free?
Its funds come mainly from contributions made by richer donor countries every few years. They replenish the IDA fund. Also, when countries eventually repay the principal on old IDA loans, that money is recycled into new grants and loans.
So it's funded by donations and recycling old loans.
Yes. Now, from an investment perspective, the World Bank plays a really important role, even indirectly,
How so?
by funding and helping build that basic economic infrastructure, reliable electricity, good roads, ports, stable legal systems, functioning banks. It helps developing countries create the foundation for their own economies and financial markets to grow. It helps them stand on their own feet.
Creating the conditions for future investment.
Exactly. And for investors looking for extremely safe places to put their money, those World Bank bonds issued by the IBRD are considered top quality, very secure investments because of that AAA rating.
Okay, so the World Bank.
Yeah.
How can we think of it simply?
You could imagine the World Bank as perhaps like a very kind and wise elder in a large village, or maybe a trusted community foundation. This elder consistently helps the poorer families in the village, helps them build stronger homes, maybe start small businesses like a vegetable stall, ensures their children can go to school. They provide loans or grants not to make a profit for themselves, but purely out of a desire to lift up the entire community, to help them create a better, more prosperous future for everyone.
That's a lovely analogy, focused on upliftment and development.
That's the core idea.
Okay, very clear. So, my learners, another thinking question for you. If a very, very poor country desperately needs help to build something essential, like a new school building for its children, or maybe a road to connect a remote farming area to the market, which of these two big organizations, the IMF or the World Bank, would it most likely approach for this kind of development assistance? Think about their main objectives.
Consider who focuses on poverty reduction.
And now let's move to our third key global player, the World Trade Organization, the WTO. What's its main job?
The WTO's main function is to provide the legal and institutional foundation for the entire multilateral trading system.
Multilateral meaning many countries trading together.
Exactly. In simple terms, the WTO is the only international organization that sets and enforces the rules for how countries trade goods and services with each other on a truly global scale.
So it's the rule book for global trade.
It is. It officially started on January 1st, 1995. And importantly, it replaced that older, less formal agreement we mentioned, GABD. GATE had worked for nearly 50 years. But the WTO is much more structured, has stronger rules, and crucially, a better system for settling disputes.
Okay. What kind of rules does it oversee?
It oversees a whole complex set of agreements. The main ones are the updated GABI agreement, which covers trade in physical goods, cars, clothes, food, electronics.
Okay.
And also GATE's the General Agreement on Trade and Services. This is really important today, covering sectors like banking, insurance, telecommunications, tourism, even professional services like accounting or architecture crossing borders.
Services are a huge part of the global economy now.
Huge. So what does the WTO actually do day to day? It makes sure countries are following these trade agreements. It provides the main global platform where countries can negotiate new trade deals to further reduce barriers like the big Doha round of talks, though that one has been difficult.
Negotiations can be tough.
Very tough. And perhaps its most vital function. It acts like a court for trade disputes. If one country thinks another country is breaking the trade rules, they can bring the case to the WTO for a ruling.
An umpire for trade fights.
Exactly. It also regularly reviews the trade policies of all its member countries to ensure transparency, and it provides technical help and training to developing countries, helping them understand the rules and participate more effectively in global trade.
Helping the smaller players, too.
Yes, that's part of its mandate. Now, from an investment point of view, the WTO is incredibly important, perhaps more than people realize.
Why is that? How does it affect my investments?
Think about all the huge multinational corporations whose shares you might invest in, companies that operate all over the world, selling products everywhere, sourcing parts globally.
Okay.
Their entire business model relies on a relatively stable, predictable, and open global trading system. The WTO's framework of rules provides that essential stability. Without it, global trade would be much riskier, more chaotic, filled with sudden barriers and disputes.
It would be much harder for companies to operate globally.
Much harder. These multinational giants, which are core parts of almost every major investment portfolio, depend heavily on the environment the WTO helps maintain. Its existence is fundamental to the interconnected global economy we live in, and therefore to the value of many investments.
Okay. Can you give an analogy for the WTO?
Sure, you can think of the WTO like
Uh-uh.
the official rule book and the independent umpires for a huge international cricket tournament, like the World Cup.
Ah, cricket. We all understand that.
Exactly. The WTO sets the rules of play, what's allowed, what's not. It sets the standards for fair competition. It provides a way to handle disputes between teams fairly and impartially.
So everyone knows the rules, and there's someone to enforce them.
Precisely. Without that clear, agreed-upon rule book and the neutral umpires, the whole tournament would just descend into chaos and arguments, wouldn't it?
Definitely. No one would enjoy it or trust the results.
Right. The WTO tries to ensure a level playing field for global trade so everyone can participate and benefit based on agreed rules.
That's a fantastic analogy. Makes its role very clear. Now, students, one more question for you on this section. Why do you think an international organization like the WTO is absolutely essential for businesses, whether they are big or small, if they want to sell their products or services in many different countries around the world? What fundamental problem does the WTO solve for them in the global marketplace?
Think about predictability and fairness. So now we have a good understanding of geopolitics basics, the forces of globalization, and these key international organizations, the IMF, World Bank, WTO, that try to manage the global economy.
Yes, a solid foundation.
Let's now shift our focus a bit. Let's explore how we can categorize the different ways countries behave on the world stage. And importantly, let's look at the actual tools they use in this big geopolitical game to achieve their goals. It's like understanding the different characters in a play and the props they use.
Okay, country behaviors and their toolkits. Sounds interesting.
All right, everyone, let's now look at a useful framework. It helps us think about country behavior more systematically. We can use those two main ideas we discussed earlier.
Cooperation versus non-cooperation.
Yes. And the other one.
Globalization versus nationalism.
Exactly. Based on where a country seems to fall on those two spectrums, we can identify 4 broad archetypes of country behavior. Think of them as general categories or styles.
Okay, 4 types. What are they called?
They are autarky, hegemony, multilateralism, and bilateralism.
Autarky, hegemony, multilateralism, bilateralism. Got it.
Now, a very important point. In the real world, countries rarely fit perfectly and neatly into just one box.
It's more complex than that.
Much more. Countries exist on a spectrum. They can have elements of different archetypes. And crucially, their position can change over time. Depends on their leadership, their circumstances, what's happening in the world. So these are useful labels, but not rigid definitions.
Understood. General guides, not strict rules. Let's start with the first one. Autarky. What does that mean? Sounds a bit technical.
It does sound technical, but the idea is quite simple. Autarky describes countries that try to be completely self-sufficient, politically and economically.
Self-sufficient meaning?
Meaning they aim to produce everything they need themselves, and they engage in very little or sometimes almost trade or financial dealings with the outside world. They try to isolate themselves.
Okay. Relying only on themselves, how does that work internally?
Typically, in such systems, the government owns and controls most of the important industries, especially strategic ones. Production, resources, everything is kept largely in-house, closed off from global markets.
Are there any benefits to doing this? Why would a country choose autarky?
Well, from a purely political viewpoint, an autarkic country might feel it has stronger control over its own destiny, full control over its supplies, technology, and very importantly, over the information its people receive, the political messaging. It shields itself from outside influences, good or bad.
So complete independence, maybe? Control.
That's the idea. And sometimes, in specific historical situations, maybe after a big war or under very strong central planning, some argue that a period of autarky helped countries industrialize quickly or reduce poverty initially. China, in parts of the 20th century, is sometimes cited before it dramatically opened up later.
Okay, so maybe some limited historical cases. But what are the downsides?
The downsides are usually very significant, often devastating in the long run. In most cases, like we've seen more recently with countries like North Korea or perhaps Venezuela, prolonged autarky tends to lead to severe economic stagnation.
Why?
Because they cut themselves off from new technologies, from global investment, from the efficiencies of international trade. Innovation slows down. Living standards often fall dramatically. It can even lead to terrible shortages and humanitarian crises because they can't easily import essential goods when needed.
So the costs are usually very high.
Very high. Imagine a very large joint family and they make a strict family rule. We will grow all our own food on our land.
Right.
We will weave all our own cloth for clothes. We will never buy anything from the market outside our village.
Okay, a completely self-reliant family.
Yes, they are indeed independent, aren't they? They control everything themselves.
Sure.
But what are they missing out on? Maybe new types of seeds that yield more crops. Maybe new medicines available in the town. Specialized tools that could make their work easier. The knowledge and variety available outside.
They'd miss out on a lot. Their life might be much harder than it needs to be.
Exactly. That's a good way to picture autarky. It achieves self-reliance, maybe, but often at the cost of progress, efficiency, and well-being.
That analogy makes the trade-offs very clear. Now, for your understanding, everyone, if a country makes a deliberate, fundamental choice to produce almost everything it needs domestically and strictly limits its trade with all other countries, what specific type of geopolitical behavior are we describing with that approach?
Think about that self-sufficiency goal. Now let's move to the second archetype, hegemony.
Hegemony. That sounds like leadership or dominance.
Yes, that's the core idea. Hegemonic countries are usually powerful, regional, or sometimes even global leaders. They use their significant political influence, their economic strength, and sometimes their military power
To get what they want from others.
to control or secure access to vital resources, important markets, or strategic locations or routes. They shape the rules of the game in their sphere of influence.
How do they operate economically?
Often, in these systems, large state-owned companies or private companies that are very closely connected to the state tend to dominate key export industries or control access to strategic resources. For example, Russia has often used its state-controlled gas companies,
Like Gazprom.
yes, to exert influence over European countries that depend on its natural gas, pricing, supply. These become tools of political leverage, as we saw around the time of the Crimea annexation.
Using energy as a weapon, essentially.
It can be seen that way. Another example, China. Due to its huge market size and rapid growth, it has often been able to set conditions for foreign companies wanting to sell there.
Like requiring them to share technology.
Exactly. Requiring technology transfer to local Chinese partners as a condition for market access. That's using economic dominance to gain strategic advantage, a characteristic of hegemonic influence.
Okay. What are the supposed benefits of this? For the hegemon, obviously, but maybe for others, too.
For the dominant country, the hegemon, the benefits are clear. Immense influence over global or regional affairs, the ability to shape rules and institutions to favor its interests. For other countries that choose to align with the hegemon,
Follow its lead.
yes, they might benefit from the stability that the hegemon provides by enforcing certain rules or standards within its sphere. Maybe they get preferential access to the hegemon's market or security guarantees.
So, potential stability for followers, but what are the costs or risks?
The risks are significant too. As a hegemon's power grows, or maybe starts to decline, its actions can become more assertive, more competitive, sometimes even aggressive, as it tries to maintain or expand its dominance. This can actually increase geopolitical risk for everyone else.
So the hegemon's actions can be destabilizing.
They can be. This constant tension between the hegemon pursuing its own interests and the interests of other states can be a major source of instability and conflict in the world.
That explanation clearly shows the power dynamics involved in hegemony. So students, when a very large and powerful country deliberately uses its economic might or political clout to strongly influence or maybe even dictate what other, often smaller countries do, what specific type of geopolitical behavior are we observing there?
Think about that dominant influence. Now let's look at multilateralism. This one often stands in contrast to autarky and hegemony.
Multilateralism. Multi meaning many, lateral meaning sides. So working with many sides.
Exactly. Multilateralism describes countries that actively choose to participate broadly in trade relationships that benefit everyone involved. And they commit to harmonizing rules and standards across many areas: economic, environmental, social.
Working together through agreed rules.
Yes. In multilateral systems, private companies are usually deeply woven into complex global supply chains, trading and investing with many different partners across many different continents. It's about broad cooperation under common rules.
Can you give an example of a multilateral country?
Germany is often cited as a core multilateral player, deeply integrated within the European Union. But perhaps an even clearer, more striking example is Singapore.
Ah, Singapore, the small island nation.
Yes, Singapore is consistently ranked as one of the most open, most globally connected economies anywhere. It has low taxes, very business-friendly regulations, an incredibly skilled and diverse workforce, and remarkably stable political and legal systems.
Why is it so focused on being open and connected?
Because it has to be. Singapore has almost no natural resources of its own, very little land, scarce fresh water. This basic lack of domestic resources essentially forces it to rely on international trade, on cooperation, on attracting foreign investment and talent, and on constant innovation just to survive and prosper.
So its geography pushes it towards multilateralism.
Profoundly. Plus, its location is incredibly strategic, right at the crossroads of major global shipping routes. This has helped it become a vital hub for trade, finance, and logistics for all of Asia and beyond. Singapore's consistent commitment to openness, to playing by international rules, has made it a very reliable and attractive partner for businesses and countries worldwide.
It's like that well-organized housing society analogy again.
It fits very well here. A large society where many different families live together, follow common rules for things like parking or waste disposal, share resources like a community hall, and benefit from collective agreements perhaps for security or maintenance. Everyone contributes, everyone benefits from the system, even though the families are all different. That's the spirit of multilateralism.
A very clear analogy. Now, my young learners, think about this. Singapore, as we discussed, has very, very few natural resources. How does this specific geographical fact make it such a prime example of a multilateral country in its outlook and policies? Consider its basic choices for economic survival.
Think about its need for external connections. Finally, the fourth archetype, bilateralism.
Bilateralism, bi meaning two, so two sides.
Exactly. This archetype describes cooperation that happens strictly and exclusively between only two countries at a time.
Like a one-on-one deal.
Precisely. These often take the form of bilateral trade agreements, or maybe security pacts, just between those two nations. Sometimes these deals can be designed to be exclusive, meaning they give special advantages only to the two members, potentially putting other countries, the outsiders, at a disadvantage.
So favoring one partner over all others.
It can work that way. While any country will naturally have many individual bilateral relationships, the core idea here is a focused two-country agreement, not necessarily aiming for broader multi-country cooperation.
Are there many purely bilateral countries today?
In today's highly globalized world, it's actually quite rare to find a country that only operates bilaterally. Global supply chains, digital connections, they make pure isolation difficult. However, powerful countries often strategically use bilateral deals because they can sometimes get specific advantages in a one-on-one negotiation that might be harder to achieve in a large multilateral forum with many competing interests. The United States, for instance, frequently negotiates bilateral trade deals to get better access to specific markets or to push for particular standards it prefers.
Tailoring the deal to just one partner?
Yes. China's huge Belt and Road Initiative is another interesting example. While it involves many countries, it's fundamentally built on a series of bilateral agreements between China and each individual partner country, offering infrastructure loans, for example, in return for economic access or strategic alignment.
So a network of bilateral deals making up a larger strategy.
Correct. And sometimes these bilateral or maybe small group minilateral deals can even bypass or potentially weaken existing multilateral systems like the WTO by creating special preferential lanes just for the chosen partners. It can reshape global trade patterns.
Okay, so bilateralism is still a tool used, even if few countries are purely bilateral.
Exactly. It's a strategic approach. So these four archetypes, autarky, hegemony, multilateralism, bilateralism, give us a way to think about the different styles of country behavior.
A useful framework.
Now, let's shift gears slightly. Let's look at the actual tools that countries and other actors, too, use to pursue their goals within these frameworks. Understanding these tools is critical because they are often the direct source of the geopolitical risks that can impact us as investors.
Right. Let's talk about the tools of geopolitics, a three-part toolkit. These are the actions, the methods that countries use to get what they want to protect their interests.
Precisely. These are the levers they pull, the actions they take to reinforce their stance, influence others, or achieve their national objectives.
And you said these tools are the source of risk for investors.
Directly. How these tools are used, or even just threatened to be used, determines the likelihood of a geopolitical risk happening, how quickly it might affect your investment, the velocity, and how big the impact might be. So understanding the toolkit is absolutely vital for assessing risk.
Okay. What are the three types of tools?
We can broadly categorize them into three main groups: national security tools, economic tools, and financial tools.
Security, economic, financial. Got it.
And remember, within each category, these tools can be used in two main ways. They can be cooperative,
Aiming to increase connections, like flows of goods, money, people.
Exactly, fostering integration. Or they can be non-cooperative.
Aiming to reduce flows, create friction, maybe exert pressure, or even lead to conflict.
Precisely. It's a spectrum from open collaboration to deliberate confrontation or isolation.
Okay, let's start with the first category, national security tools. What falls under this?
These are actions used fundamentally to influence or coerce another state actor. They do this by affecting or threatening to affect their resources, their people, or their territory, their borders.
Okay, sounds serious.
It often is. The most extreme and thankfully rarest example of a national security tool is, of course, armed conflict.
War, the ultimate non-cooperative tool.
Absolutely. Direct, active, incredibly destructive. Conflict, whether it's a civil war within a country or a war between countries, has huge immediate impacts. First, obviously, the terrible human costs. Second, massive destruction of infrastructure, roads, power plants, homes, factories, leading to long-term economic damage, huge rebuilding costs.
And people have to flee, right? Migration.
Yes, invariably.
Okay.
Conflict leads to mass displacement, refugees moving away from the fighting. This reshapes labor flows internationally and puts immense pressure on neighboring countries that receive the refugees. Think about the Syrian civil war that started in 2011.
Millions fled Syria.
Millions. Syria's economy was devastated, shrunk by more than half, but the effects ripple outwards. Countries like Germany took in many refugees. Initially, that caused social and economic challenges for Germany.
Costs for housing, support.
Yes. But interestingly, in the longer term, some argue Germany might benefit. How? By getting an influx of younger, often skilled people into its aging population, this could potentially boost its economic growth rate down the line. So even conflict has complex, multi-layered consequences.
Wow, even war can have unexpected long-term ripples? Are all security tools violent?
No, not at all. Think about espionage. Spying.
Ah, James Bond stuff.
Well, maybe less glamorous.
You're right.
But spying to secretly gather political, military, or economic information is a key, though indirect, national security tool. It operates in secret, but can hugely influence a country's decisions.
Okay. Are there cooperative security tools?
Absolutely. A major example is military alliances, like NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Where countries promise to defend each other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
NATO brings together countries in North America and Europe. They formed the alliance specifically to deter potential attackers and promote collective security. By joining forces and pledging mutual defense, they aim to make conflict less likely in the first place. It's a cooperative tool designed to prevent the use of non-cooperative ones.
Okay, so security tools can range from spying and alliances all the way to war. That distinction between cooperative and non-cooperative tools is important. Now, students, think about this. Can a national security tool, like an alliance, genuinely be used only for cooperation? Or does it always carry an element of potential conflict or pressure against those outside the alliance? What do you think? Now, let's explore the next set, economic tools.
Right. Economic tools are actions taken to support a cooperative or non-cooperative stance using purely economic means, affecting trade, production, resources.
Okay, what are some cooperative economic tools?
There are many powerful ones. Multilateral trade agreements, like the WTO agreements we discussed, or regional ones like Mercosur in South America. These aim to make trade flow more freely between members.
Lowering tariffs, simplifying customs.
Exactly. Also, the global harmonization of rules for things like product standards or tariffs, again often through the WTO, makes international business much easier. Even deeper integration includes common markets, like the European Union, which allows free movement not just of goods, but also services, money, and even people across borders.
A very deep form of economic cooperation.
Very deep, and the deepest form. A common currency, like the euro used by many EU countries. This eliminates exchange rate risk completely within the Eurozone and binds their economies incredibly tightly.
Okay, those are all about bringing economies closer. What about non-cooperative economic tools used to create distance or pressure?
Yes, governments have many of those too. One very strong one is nationalization.
Taking over private companies.
Yes. When a government forcibly takes control of a private industry or company, often one owned by foreigners. Argentina did this in 2012 with its big energy company, YPF, taking it back from Spanish ownership.
Why would they do that?
Governments often nationalize sectors they see as strategically vital, like energy, mining, sometimes banking. They want direct state control over those key resources, production, or foreign currency earnings, often arguing it's in the national interest.
Okay, what else?
Other non-cooperative tools include things like voluntary export restraints. This is when a country agrees to limit how much of a certain product it exports to another country, maybe under pressure.
So holding back exports even if the other country wants to buy more.
Yes. Or there are domestic content requirements. This is a rule saying that a certain percentage of a product sold in the country or exported from it must be made using local parts or local labor.
Ah, forcing companies to use local suppliers,
Yeah.
making it harder for foreign competitors.
Exactly. It acts as a barrier to imports and protects local industry, but it's a non-cooperative measure in trade terms.
That's a very clear difference between tools that open up trade and tools that restrict it. Now, for your understanding, if a country introduces a new rule that says all passenger cars sold within its borders must have at least 50% of their parts manufactured locally within that country, is that considered a cooperative or a non-cooperative economic tool? And why?
Think about whether it encourages or restricts international trade flows. Now, the third category, financial tools.
Okay, tools related to money flows, currencies, investment.
Precisely. These are actions used to support cooperative or non-cooperative stances using financial mechanisms.
What are some cooperative financial tools?
Key examples include allowing the free exchange of currencies across borders, making it easy to convert rupees to dollars or euros to yen for trade and travel. This removes a major friction.
And allowing foreign investment.
Yes. Simply allowing foreign investment to flow relatively freely into the country, letting foreigners buy local stocks, bonds, or build factories, attracts capital and helps the economy grow. These cooperative tools aim to build trust and deepen connections, reducing the risk of conflict.
Makes sense. What about non-cooperative financial tools? How can finance be used to restrict or pressure?
Governments have many ways here, too. They can limit access to their local currency markets, making it hard for foreigners to get hold of the local currency needed for business or to take profits out.
Trapping money inside.
It can feel like that. They could also restrict foreign investment directly, maybe through strict capital controls or regulations that make it unattractive or impossible for foreigners to invest in certain sectors.
Okay. Are sanctions a financial tool?
Yes, sanctions are perhaps the most common and powerful non-cooperative financial tool today.
We hear about sanctions a lot in the news.
We do. Powerful countries or groups like the U.S. or the European Union often impose sanctions on other countries to try and change their behavior. For example, the U.S. and EU put heavy sanctions on parts of Venezuela's economy, especially its oil industry.
What do sanctions actually do?
They can severely limit a country's ability to access the international financial system. They might freeze assets held abroad, block transactions, make it impossible for the country to borrow money internationally, or stop others from trading with it. They can be very damaging.
A powerful weapon.
Very powerful. But there's also a vulnerability even in the cooperative tools, isn't there?
How so?
Well, think about the U.S. dollar. It's used for most international trade and held as the main reserve currency by central banks worldwide. This dominance makes global finance easier in many ways.
What?
But it also makes other countries very dependent on the U.S. dollar and vulnerable to decisions made in the U.S. If the U.S. central bank, the Federal Reserve, changes its interest rates, for example,
It affects borrowing costs everywhere.
it can cause big ripples globally, especially for countries that have borrowed a lot in dollars or don't have enough dollar reserves. It creates a risk. Even if the U.S. isn't actively trying to use the dollar as a weapon through sanctions, the structure itself creates vulnerability.
That point about the U.S. dollar's dominance creating vulnerabilities is really important. Now think about this, everyone. What could be the immediate and significant consequences for ordinary people and businesses in a country if its government suddenly decided to stop letting them freely exchange their local money for foreign currencies like dollars or euros? What would happen to imports, exports, travel, maybe even the price of goods in shops?
Consider the impact on daily life and business.
Now, it's crucial to understand that countries don't usually just use one tool at a time, do they? It's often a mix.
Absolutely right. It's almost always a multifaceted approach. Countries and international organizations, too, tend to use multiple tools from all three categories, security, economic, financial, simultaneously, because the challenges and goals themselves are complex and interconnected.
Can you give an example?
Think about ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. It's not just about economics. It actively works towards deeper integration in political areas, security cooperation, military discussions, education, culture. It uses a whole range of tools.
Or the European Union?
Prime example. Started mainly as an economic project, but now it has deep financial integration, the euro, free movement of people, and increasingly cooperation on foreign policy and security matters. It's a very multi-layered use of tools.
Is there a general rule? Does using more cooperative tools help?
Generally, yes. The more that countries and other actors build relationships using cooperative tools, open trade, cultural exchanges, alliances, common standards, the less likely they are to resort to conflict or use those harsh, non-cooperative tools against each other. Collaboration tends to build trust and reduce the probability of conflict. It raises the cost of breaking the relationship.
Okay, now this brings us to a really important economic idea, comparative advantage. How does geopolitical risk affect what a country is good at doing?
Ah, yes. Comparative advantage is about what a country can produce most efficiently or cost-effectively compared to other countries. Geopolitical risk can absolutely shift this.
Wow.
Well, think about investment and talent. Regions or countries that are seen as having consistently low geopolitical risk, stable politics, predictable rules, low chance of conflict, they tend to naturally attract more investment money, more skilled workers, more companies setting up shop.
Because it feels safer to invest there.
Exactly. This boosts their economy and reinforces their advantages. Conversely, regions with consistently high geopolitical risk and stability, war, sudden policy changes might see capital flee, skilled workers leave. A brain drain. This damages their economy and erodes any comparative advantages they might have had.
So risk perception directly impacts economic potential.
Directly. And it affects investors' decisions too. If investors perceive a country or region as having higher geopolitical risk, what will they demand?
Higher returns. To compensate for the risk.
Precisely. They will demand higher compensation. In financial terms, this means they use a higher discount rate when figuring out what an asset, like a stock or a bond, in that risky region is worth today. A higher discount rate means a lower present value.
Ah, that's why stocks or bonds in some emerging markets might seem cheaper compared to developed markets, because the perceived risk is higher.
That's a major contributing factor, yes. Investors demand a risk premium for investing in places they see as less stable or predictable due to geopolitical factors.
Can we revisit the Germany-Syrian refugee example here? How does comparative advantage fit in?
It fits well. Germany, having a strong, stable economy and a very low perception of geopolitical risk, had the capacity, the comparative advantage, in a sense, to absorb over 1 million refugees from the Syrian conflict.
Okay.
While there were definitely significant short-term costs and challenges, the long-term view is different. This influx of younger people actually helps Germany's demographic problem of an aging population. These new residents, once integrated, can contribute to the workforce, boost demand, potentially foster innovation.
So, Germany leveraged its stability, its low-risk profile, to potentially turn a geopolitical crisis elsewhere into a long-term demographic and economic advantage for itself.
Exactly. It shows how a country's perceived risk level and its underlying strength can interact with geopolitical events in complex ways, shaping its comparative advantage over time.
Fascinating. Okay, we've covered a huge amount. Geopolitics, globalization, the big institutions, country behaviors, the tools they use, and how risk affects economies.
Yes, a comprehensive overview.
Now let's bring it all home. Let's connect all these threads directly to your investments. How should you think about geopolitical risk when managing your own money, planning for your future? How can you protect yourself?
The crucial final step. Let's discuss practical implications for investors.
All right, everyone. This is the really practical part, where everything we've learned comes together to help you. Why is it absolutely essential for you as an investor, as someone saving for important life goals? Maybe your child's college fees, maybe a down payment on a home, or thinking about your retirement. Why must you pay attention to this thing called geopolitical risk?
It might seem distant, but it's not.
Not at all. Because, simply put, geopolitical risk has a real, tangible, often immediate impact on your investment results.
How so?
It directly affects the big things that drive investment returns, like overall economic growth if countries are fighting, economies suffer. It affects how well businesses perform, supply chains get disrupted, costs go up. It causes market volatility.
Prices swinging up and down wildly.
Exactly. Stock prices, commodity prices like oil, currency values,
Yeah.
they can all become very unstable. It even affects the basic costs of doing business internationally.
So it hits investments from multiple angles.
It does. And on a very personal level, thinking about your own portfolio, geopolitical risk can really change whether a specific investment, a particular stock, a mutual fund, an entire strategy is actually suitable for you. for your goals, your comfort level with risk, how long you plan to invest.
So it's part of suitability assessment.
Definitely. A war far away might suddenly hurt companies you own. A new peace treaty might open up unexpected opportunities. So what do smart investors do? They don't ignore it. They aim to systematically measure this risk, assess it, keep track of it, and have a plan to react.
Not about predicting the future perfectly.
No, that's impossible. It's about being prepared, about trying to minimize nasty surprises and improve your chances of reaching your financial goals in the long run. It's really about building resilience into your financial plan.
Very important points. Every investor needs to think about this, no matter how much or how little they have invested. Now, for your reflection, my learners, why should someone who is carefully saving month by month for a big future event, like their daughter's wedding or their own retirement fund, pay close attention when they hear major news about countries fighting overseas or signing big cooperation agreements? What's the direct practical link between those global headlines and their own savings account or investment portfolio?
Think about the potential impact.
Now, let's break down geopolitical risk itself. It's not all the same. We can think about different types of geopolitical risk. Understanding these types helps us prepare and react more effectively. We can put them into three main buckets: event risk, exogenous risk, and thematic risk.
Okay, 3 types: event, exogenous, thematic. Let's start with event risk. What's that?
Event risk revolves around specific known dates, things that are predictable in terms of timing, even if the outcome is uncertain.
Like what?
Like national elections. We know when the voting day is scheduled, or the date when a new major law is supposed to take effect, or maybe a big referendum, a public vote on a specific issue, even political anniversaries that might spark protests. The date is on the calendar.
But we don't know what will happen on that date.
Exactly. The outcome can be a surprise. A classic example is the Brexit referendum in the UK back in 2016. Everyone knew the date of the vote on leaving the European Union.
Yes.
Most polls, most investors, expected the UK to vote to remain. So when the Leave vote actually won, it was a big surprise.
And the markets reacted immediately.
Immediately and strongly. The British pound fell sharply, stock markets became very volatile, there was huge uncertainty across Europe. The timing of the event was known, allowing people to prepare scenarios, but the surprise outcome caused a high-velocity impact.
Okay, event risk, predictable timing, uncertain outcome. What's next? Exogenous risk.
Yes. Exogenous means coming from outside. This is risk that is sudden, completely unexpected, and often has nothing to do with scheduled events. It can drastically affect countries or companies without warning.
Like what kind of things?
Sudden uprisings, or military coups, an invasion that wasn't anticipated, or devastating natural disasters. Think about the Fukushima nuclear disaster in Japan in 2011.
Caused by that massive earthquake and tsunami.
Yes, totally unexpected, sudden, catastrophic. Global markets dropped immediately. Supply chains, especially for electronics components made in that region, were severely disrupted for a long time. And it caused huge shifts in energy policy around the world as many countries rethought their use of nuclear power.
So exogenous risk, sudden, unpredictable, often high impact.
Exactly. These are often called black swan events, rare, impossible to predict, but with potentially massive consequences. There's very little time, if any, to prepare specifically for them.
Okay. And the third type, thematic risk.
Thematic risks are different again. These are known issues, known trends, that develop and grow gradually over a long period of time. They don't usually happen on a single day.
More like slow-burning problems.
That's a good way to put it. They are ongoing, systemic concerns that build up, get worse, and show themselves through a series of related events over years or even decades.
The examples.
Big global challenges like climate change, the persistent and ever-evolving threat of cyber attacks, international terrorism, or the gradual rise of populism and protectionist trade policies we see in different parts of the world.
These are big, long-term trends.
Yes. Think about a specific event like the huge Equifax data breach in 2017, where millions of people's private information was stolen. It was one incident. But it was part of the much larger ongoing thematic risk of cybersecurity threats that businesses and governments are constantly battling and which keep getting more sophisticated.
So thematic risks don't cause a single crash, maybe, but have a long-term impact.
Generally, yes. They might not cause that immediate sharp market drop like an exogenous shock often does, but their cumulative effect over time can be very significant, eroding value, changing industries, and reshaping economies in profound ways.
Okay, that distinction between the 3 types, event, exogenous, thematic, is very helpful for making sense of global news. Now, quick check for understanding. If we know that a major national election is scheduled to happen next month in a large important country, what specific type of geopolitical risk would that primarily fall under? Event, exogenous, or thematic? Think about the predictability of its timing.
Excellent question to solidify the difference. Now, just knowing the type of risk isn't enough. We need to assess the threat. How likely is it? How fast will it hit? How big will the damage be? Let's talk about assessing geopolitical threats using three key dimensions: likelihood, velocity, and impact.
Okay, likelihood, velocity, impact. Let's start with likelihood. How probable is it that a risk will actually happen?
This is often the trickiest one to figure out accurately. Geopolitics is just inherently unpredictable. So many different players with different motives, complex situations building up in unforeseen ways. It's more of an art judging likelihood than a precise science.
Are there any general guides?
Well, generally speaking, countries that are highly cooperative, deeply integrated with others through trade and alliances, they are probably less likely to face severe geopolitical risks originating from their partners. Why? Because the cost of conflict, the cost of breaking those deep ties, is just too high for everyone involved.
Cooperation reduces likelihood? Makes sense.
But there's a paradox. That same deep interconnectedness can make them more vulnerable if a risk does hit one of their key partners. Problems can spread very quickly through those connections.
Ah, the interdependence risk again.
Exactly. Also, a country's own internal political stability is a huge factor. Countries with stable governments, strong institutions, and social cohesion are generally less likely to generate geopolitical risk themselves or be severely impacted by external shocks.
Okay, likelihood is tricky, but depends on cooperation and stability. What about velocity, the speed of impact?
Velocity is about how fast a geopolitical risk hits your investment portfolio. We can think of three speeds. High velocity means short-term impact, medium velocity, and low velocity means long-term impact.
Okay, high velocity first.
High velocity risks cause immediate, sharp, often widespread market reactions. Think days or weeks. Entire industries, maybe even the whole global market, can be affected very quickly. That example of the COVID-19 pandemic hitting markets in early 2020, the U.S. S&P 500 index falling 34% in about a month.
That was incredibly fast.
A perfect example of very high velocity. Often these are the black swan events, the exogenous shocks. They demand very rapid reactions from investors.
Okay, what about medium velocity?
Medium velocity risks take a bit longer to play out, maybe over several months or a few years. They might disrupt a company's operations, increase its costs, or affect its value more gradually. These often impact specific sectors or industries more than the whole market. Think maybe of a new regulation affecting just the banking sector, or a trade dispute hitting just manufacturers who rely on certain imports.
So a slower burn, more targeted impact, and low velocity.
Low velocity risks unfold over very long periods, years, or even decades. These are related to those big thematic risks we discussed. Think about gradual shifts in migration patterns, the long-term economic impacts of climate change, or slow changes in consumer preferences due to geopolitical trends.
Their immediate impact on my portfolio might seem small day to day.
It might seem limited initially, but their cumulative effect over a long time can be huge. They can fundamentally change which sectors grow, which decline, how we should allocate our assets for the really long term.
Okay, velocity matters. Fast shock or slow trend. What about the third dimension, impact? How big is the effect?
Impact is about the magnitude, the size, and the nature of the effect. It can be discrete.
Affecting just one thing.
Yes, maybe just one specific company, or a very narrow industry sector. Or the impact can be broad,
Affecting everything.
affecting a whole national economy, a major market like the stock market or bond market, or potentially even the entire global financial system.
Okay. Does likelihood relate to impact?
Sometimes. A risk might have a very, very low likelihood of happening, but if it did happen, the impact could be absolutely catastrophic.
Like maybe a major cyber attack taking down the entire banking system. Very unlikely, hopefully.
Hopefully, extremely unlikely.
Yeah.
But the potential impact is so enormous that even with low likelihood, investors and policymakers might still spend a lot of time doing scenario planning, building defenses, just in case. Because the consequences would be unthinkable.
So you have to consider both how likely it is and D, how bad it would be if it happened.
Exactly. You weigh likelihood and impact together. For example, a cyber attack might start by hitting just one company, discrete impact, but then it causes all other companies in that sector to spend much more on cybersecurity, raising costs across the board, broader impact. Or if it shakes people's trust in the system, it could hit the whole market.
Understood. Likelihood, velocity, impact. Three crucial dimensions. Now, students, another quick check. If there is a sudden, completely unexpected natural disaster, like a massive earthquake hitting a major city that's also an economic center, would you expect the immediate impact on global financial markets to be high velocity or low velocity? How quickly would you expect to see stock prices or currency values react?
Think about how fast news travels and markets react to shocks. A very relevant question. Now, just understanding and assessing these risks isn't the end of the story. We need to know how to act on geopolitical risk. What practical steps can investors take?
Right. It's not enough to just worry about it. What can we actually do?
Two key approaches really help guide proactive investment decisions here. First is scenario analysis, and second is identifying signposts.
Okay. Scenario analysis first. What does that involve?
Scenario analysis is basically a planning tool. You systematically think through and evaluate how your investment portfolio might perform under different possible future situations, different states of the world.
Like asking what if question.
Exactly. What if this trade war escalates? What if this election has a surprise result? What if oil prices double? It helps you understand where your portfolio is vulnerable, where there might be opportunities, in relation to specific geopolitical risks. It forces you to think ahead and prepare possible actions.
How do you do it? Is it just guesswork?
It can be done in different ways. Qualitatively, you might build a base case scenario, what you think is most likely to happen. Then you'd outline plausible upside and downside scenarios. What are the best and worst realistic outcomes? You think about how likely each is, how markets might react, how long it might take to recover.
Exploring the range of possibilities.
Yes. Or it can be done quantitatively, using computer models, measuring how sensitive your portfolio is to big changes in things like interest rates or exchange rates or commodity prices under extreme stress conditions.
Stress testing the portfolio.
Exactly. The real value of scenario analysis isn't predicting the future perfectly. It's about encouraging deep thinking, robust discussion within an investment team, identifying blind spots, and avoiding groupthink, where everyone just agrees without challenging assumptions. It helps you be mentally prepared to act decisively when needed.
Okay. Scenario analysis helps prepare for different futures. What are signposts?
Signposts are like warning signals or indicators along the road. They're specific pieces of information, maybe data releases, market price levels, real-world events, policy announcements that tell you whether a particular risk you're worried about is becoming more likely or less likely, or maybe its potential speed or impact is changing.
Like traffic lights for risk.
That's a perfect analogy. Think of them as traffic lights. If the evidence, the signposts, suggest a risk is low likelihood, low velocity, low impact bleed, the light is flashing green. Probably no need for drastic action right now. Okay. If the signposts start changing, maybe things are getting tense, maybe data is worsening, the light turns amber. This signals, be cautious, pay closer attention, maybe make some small adjustments to your portfolio, increase preparedness.
Time for heightened alert.
Yes. And if the signposts turn red, maybe a conflict looks imminent, or a key policy change is confirmed, it signals that a pre-planned action plan might need to be triggered.
Taking decisive action based on the signals.
But, and this is crucial, you need to be able to distinguish the real signals from all the background noise.
Signal versus noise. There's so much information out there. How do you tell the difference?
A very good rule of thumb, especially in geopolitics, is to focus more on policy changes rather than just politics.
What's the difference?
Politics can be very noisy. Lots of talk, speeches, arguments, headlines, tweets. Much of it is just rhetoric, designed for domestic audiences. Maybe doesn't lead to real action. Policy, on the other hand, is about concrete changes. New laws being passed, new regulations being issued, trade agreements being signed or canceled, government budgets changing spending priorities.
Things that have real, tangible consequences.
Exactly. It's the actual policy changes that usually have the bigger, more lasting, and more measurable impact on economies, and therefore on your portfolio. While political talk can be an early signpost that policy might change, smart investors wait for confirmation of actual policy shifts before making major investment decisions based on them.
Focus on what governments do, not just what they say.
That's a good way to put it. Also, certain economic conditions can be very powerful early warning signposts, especially in emerging markets.
Like
Persistently high inflation that the government seems unable to control. Rapidly falling employment numbers. A currency that's officially pegged or fixed to another currency, like the dollar, but the country's exports are collapsing, putting huge pressure on that peg. These economic stresses often appear before major political turmoil erupts. They can be strong signals that trouble is brewing.
So economic data can be a key signpost for political risk, too.
Often, yes. It pays to watch those fundamentals closely.
That's incredibly practical advice for cutting through the noise. Now, students, why is it consistently better for an investor to prioritize looking for concrete policy changes enacted by governments rather than just reacting to the day-to-day political talk or headlines when assessing geopolitical risk for their savings and investments? Think about what truly affects a company's ability to make profits or a country's long-term economic health.
Consider the real-world impact.
Finally, let's wrap this up by looking at how all this risk actually shows up in our investments. What are the concrete manifestations in portfolios? How does geopolitical risk make itself felt?
Right. How does it translate into numbers and performance?
We talked about velocity. So high velocity risks those sudden shocks. How do they manifest?
They show up most obviously as immediate and sharp market volatility.
Prices jumping around.
Yes. You'll see quick, often dramatic moves in asset prices across the board. Commodities like oil or gold can spike or crash. Foreign exchange rates can swing wildly. Stock markets globally can drop significantly. Even government bond prices, usually seen as safe, can become volatile as investors rush for safety or liquidity.
Like we saw during the start of the pandemic.
Exactly. The S&P 500 dropping nearly 34% in about a month. Huge volatility in bonds, too. This kind of volatility creates significant risk if you're forced to sell at the wrong time.
It can also create opportunities.
For investors who are prepared, have cash ready, and have a long-term view, these sharp drops can be significant buying opportunities to acquire good assets cheaply.
Okay. What about the low velocity risks, those slow-burning thematic issues? How do they show up?
They have more gradual, almost creeping impact. They tend to affect the underlying fundamentals of companies or economies over a longer time.
Oh.
They might lead to persistently lower revenues for companies in affected sectors, or significantly higher operating costs that erode profits year after year, or both. This gradually wears down a company's valuation over time.
Not a sudden crash, but a slow decline.
It can be like that. Again, the pandemic provides examples. Even after markets recovered from the initial shock, the prolonged disruptions to things like international travel, or the permanent shifts to remote work, or the ongoing supply chain adjustments. These have had long-lasting impacts on revenues and costs for many industries, changing their long-term prospects.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. For countries, regions, or even specific industries that are consistently seen as having higher geopolitical risk, investors will demand higher compensation for taking on that extra uncertainty.
And that means?
That means they apply a higher increased discount rate when they value assets from those places. As we discussed, a higher discount rate translates directly into a lower present value or a lower price they're willing to pay today.
And that explains why assets in some emerging markets often trade at lower valuations.
It's a key reason. The higher perceived risk, whether from political instability, weak institutions, potential conflict, gets priced in. Investors need that potential for a higher return to make the risk worthwhile. Research confirms this. Studies using things like the Geopolitical Risk Index, GPR, which tracks mentions of geopolitical tension in the news.
Yes.
They consistently show that when the GPR index is high, investment tends to fall, hiring slows down, and stock market levels are generally lower. Interestingly, the threat or anticipation of bad events often has a bigger, more persistent negative impact on markets than the actual event itself when it finally happens.
Oh, uncertainty is really damaging.
Uncertainty is kryptonite for markets. Investors hate uncertainty more than almost anything else.
Okay. This gives us a clear picture of how risk manifests.
So to conclude our deep dive today, my dear learners, let's talk briefly about tailoring investment actions. How you personally respond to geopolitical risk really depends on you.
It's not one size fits all.
Definitely not. It depends crucially on your own personal investment objectives. What are you saving for? It depends on your individual risk tolerance. How much volatility can you comfortably stomach? And it depends on your specific time horizon. How long do you plan to stay invested?
My goals, my comfort level, my timeline.
Exactly. Those three things guide your response. For some investors, maybe large institutions or those managing diversified portfolios, a top-down approach to asset allocation makes sense.
Meaning deciding which countries or regions to invest in.
Yes. They might strategically shift money towards countries or regions that seem to have lower, more stable geopolitical risk profiles. Countries with a strong history of cooperation, stable politics. They might seem safer bets for long-term capital, while regions facing constant conflict or instability might be avoided as their growth potential is hampered by the risk.
Okay, choosing safer locations. What about within a portfolio?
At the more detailed portfolio management level, sophisticated investors might even build geopolitical risk directly into their analysis of individual companies or sectors, using models.
How would that work?
Imagine you're comparing two global car companies. Company A has factories spread out all over the world, maybe higher exposure to risk in more places, but less likely to be totally shut down if one factory has a problem. Company B concentrates all its production in just one or two countries, maybe more efficient, but much higher risk if something goes wrong in that one location.
Ah, analyzing the supply chain risk.
Exactly. That difference in diversification, driven by geopolitical considerations, could be a key factor in deciding which stock is a better investment.
Makes sense. And what about individual investors like us? Our risk tolerance.
Your personal risk tolerance is absolutely key. If you have a very low tolerance for risk, if preserving your capital is your absolute top priority, you might want to actively reduce your exposure to assets that are very sensitive to geopolitical shocks. Maybe focus on safer investments or use hedging strategies if appropriate.
Playing it safe.
But you have a very long time horizon, maybe you're young, saving to retirement 30 years away, and you have a higher tolerance for ups and downs, then a sudden geopolitical crisis, that exogenous shock that causes markets to plunge.
It could be a buying opportunity.
It could potentially be a great buying opportunity to pick up high-quality investments at temporarily discounted prices, assuming you believe in the long-term recovery.
But if I'm nearing retirement,
Then that same shock could be devastating. A major drop just before you need the money could ruin your plans. So someone nearing retirement would likely need a much more defensive, risk-averse strategy.
so your stage in life dramatically changes how you should react.
Dramatically, yeah. It's all about matching the strategy to your personal circumstances. So remember this final thought. In our world today, which is so interconnected, so dynamic, ignoring geopolitical risks is really done at your own peril. It's a force that shapes economies and markets.
We can't afford to ignore it.
We can't. But understanding these complex dynamics, how countries interact, the tools they use, the risks they create, can truly empower your investment decisions. It can help you navigate the global financial world more wisely, build portfolios that are more resilient to shocks, and ultimately give you a better chance of protecting and growing your financial future.
That's a very powerful closing thought. Knowledge is power, especially here. Hashtag tag 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 outro. And that brings us to the end of our deep dive today, my curious learners. Wow, what an incredible journey we took together, didn't we?
It certainly was comprehensive.
We started right at the beginning, building that solid foundation, understanding what geopolitics actually means, how simple geography shapes global power. Then we carefully unpacked how countries make those choices to cooperate or compete, and we shone a light on those important global organizations, the IMF, World Bank, WTO, that try to manage the system.
The facilitators and rule setters.
Yes. We also learned to categorize the different kinds of global risks, those sudden event risks, the unexpected exogenous shocks, and those slow-burning thematic risks. And we explored the actual tools countries use, from sanctions to alliances.
The toolkit of geopolitics.
And most importantly, I think, we connected all those big global ideas back to something very real and personal, how they can truly impact your investments, your savings, your financial well-being.
Making the connection clear.
The value of understanding these global forces for your own financial journey. It really can't be overstated, can it? Thank you all so much for joining us on this enlightening deep dive today.
Yes, thank you. It was truly a pleasure sharing this essential knowledge with all of you. And perhaps I can leave you with one final, maybe inspiring thought to reflect on as you continue your financial learning journey.
Please do.
Just as a tiny seed needs the right conditions, good soil, enough water, plenty of sunlight to grow into a strong plant that can withstand storms, in the same way, our investments, our savings, they thrive best when we understand the global environment they exist in.
Understanding the soil, the climate for our money.
Yeah, exactly. Understanding its challenges, its complex connections, and also its many opportunities. So my advice is simple. Continue to be curious, my learners.
Stay curious.
Reflect on how geopolitical events you read about, big or small, might subtly, or maybe significantly, affect your own financial plans, your own goals. Being informed, being aware. It truly empowers you to make wiser, more confident financial decisions for your future.
Wonderful advice.
We look forward very much to our next learning session together. Farewell for now, everyone. Namaste, my dear students. A warm welcome back to our special learning session on the deep dive. Here, we take complex topics and explore them together step by step, just like we do in our classroom. Our aim is to make sure every concept is understood clearly, patiently, and thoroughly. Today, we are going to embark on a fascinating journey to understand something very important called international trade. Now, what is international trade? Simply put, it means how countries, big and small, near and far, buy and sell things from each other across the entire world. It's like your village exchanging goods with a neighboring village, but on a much, much larger scale, crossing oceans and continents. Why is this important for you, you ask? It affects so much of our daily lives, even if we don't always realize it. Think about the mobile phone you might be holding right now. Many parts of it, or maybe even the whole phone, might have come from another country. Or the spices in your kitchen that add such wonderful flavor to our food. Some of them might be exported to faraway lands, or perhaps we import unique spices from other places. International trade influences the prices of the things we buy, the types of jobs available in our country, and even the amazing variety of goods we see in our local markets. From clothes to cars to fruits, it really is everywhere. So our mission today is clear. We want to understand the many good things that come from countries trading, the challenging aspects or difficulties that can arise, and then we will look at the special rules and agreements that governments create to manage this global buying and selling. We'll unpack the underlying reasons why nations engage in this vast global exchange, explore the often debated costs and impacts on people, and then dive into the various policies and agreements that shape this intricate web of commerce. So are you ready to learn and explore? Let's begin our deep dive.
Indeed, it's a subject that touches every single person, every family, and every business, whether they realize it or not. It's truly fundamental to how our modern world operates.
Okay, let's get started then. So let's begin our exploration with the very first and perhaps the most fundamental reason why countries engage in trade. It's all about gaining from exchange and specialization. Now, what do we mean by specialization? It's quite a simple idea, really. Think of countries as being like individual families, or perhaps a group of skilled craftspeople in a village. Just like some families are very good at growing rice, and others are masters at weaving beautiful textiles, each country tends to be particularly good at making certain things. They have special resources or skills or maybe technologies that make them more efficient at producing those particular goods or services. Let me give you a classic example from our own India. Imagine a village in the southern plains of India, where the families are excellent at growing rice because their land is incredibly fertile, and they have mastered traditional farming techniques passed down through generations. Now, picture another village, perhaps in Rajasthan, where other families are superb at weaving beautiful hand-loom saris, because they have special artistic skills and intricate designs that have been perfected over centuries. Now, if the rice farmers in the first village only grew rice for themselves, they might have plenty of food, but perhaps no fine clothes. And if the weavers in Rajasthan only wove saris for themselves, they'd be beautifully dressed but might go hungry. It wouldn't be very efficient, would it? Everyone would have to try and do everything, and they wouldn't be very good at any one thing. They would likely only produce a small amount of both, just enough to barely survive. But here's where the magic of exchange and specialization comes in, and this is where it gets really interesting. If the rice farmers focus entirely on growing rice where they are most efficient, and the weavers focus entirely on weaving saris where they are masters, then each group produces much more than they could if they tried to do both. Then the rice farmers can give some of their abundant rice to the weavers, and in return, the weavers can give some of their beautiful saris to the farmers. What happens? Everyone gets more of what they need and want. The rice farmers get lovely saris, and the weavers get nourishing rice. This is the essence of exchange and specialization. This allows for a much more efficient way of using resources because each group focuses on what they do most productively. And when they do that, the total pie of goods and services gets much, much larger. Everyone gets a bigger bundle of goods, more things to enjoy, more variety, and often better quality too. It's about making the most of what you have and sharing it for mutual benefit. So think about this, students. If one state in India, say Gujarat, is very good at making textiles because of its long history of craftsmanship and well-developed infrastructure, and another state, like Karnataka, is very good at making software because of its skilled IT professionals and modern technological hubs. How would they both benefit by specializing in what they do best and then exchanging their products? Imagine how many more textiles and software programs could be produced overall. What do you think?
That's a truly excellent and very relatable example, setting the stage perfectly. To deepen our understanding of this efficiency and overall welfare, we introduce a crucial concept called comparative advantage. Now, this might sound a bit complex, but let me explain it simply. It's not about being the absolute best at everything or even better than everyone else in every single thing. Instead, it's about being relatively better at producing something compared to other things. For instance, imagine a brilliant doctor. This doctor might be the absolute best at performing life-saving surgeries, and also, surprisingly, the absolute best at managing their own office paperwork, like scheduling appointments and billing. Now, if the doctor spends time doing paperwork, they're taking time away from surgery.
Right, where their skill is most valuable.
Exactly. It's much more efficient for the doctor to focus entirely on surgery, where their unique medical skills are most valuable, and hire a trained assistant to do the paperwork. Even though the doctor is absolutely better at both, their comparative advantage is much higher in surgery. So by specializing, the doctor saves more lives, and the assistant gets a job doing paperwork. This leads to greater overall efficiency for everyone. This principle of comparative advantage is the theoretical bedrock for why international trade is so beneficial. Classic economic models, like the Ricardian model and the Heckscher-Ohlin model, help us understand the specialization. While we won't go into the mathematical details of these models today, it's good to know their core idea. The Ricardian model suggests that countries specialize based on differences in technology or productivity. Some countries are just better at producing certain things due to their innovative processes. The Heckscher-Ohlin model, on the other hand, looks at factor endowments, what resources a country has in abundance, whether it's fertile land, a large skilled labor force, or a lot of capital, like factories and machinery. A country rich in fertile land might specialize in agriculture, while one with abundant skilled labor might specialize in technology and manufactured goods. Both models ultimately show how countries can gain by focusing on what they do relatively best. Now, it's very important to clarify something here. While trade increases overall welfare for the country as a whole, it does not mean that every single person necessarily becomes better off instantly. That's a really key distinction.
Yes, this is a common misconception, and it's a point where people often get confused. What it truly means is that the pie of benefits and available goods for the entire nation gets bigger. Think of our grand Indian family wedding feast. More food is cooked, and everyone enjoys a wider variety of delicious dishes if each family member makes their special signature dish instead of trying to prepare every single item on the menu themselves.
Ah, yes, like one aunt makes the best biryani, another the perfect gulab jamun.
Precisely. Some guests might not like one particular dish, but overall there's a much larger, more diverse, and more enjoyable spread for everyone to celebrate. In theory, those who benefit from trade could take a small portion of their gains and share them with those who might have lost out due to trade. For example, workers whose jobs were affected and still have something left over for themselves. This positive overall effect on national welfare, the larger pie, is what we mean by gains from trade. It's about maximizing the total benefit for the country. Hashtag tag 1.2. Bigger markets, lower costs, economies of scale. That's a wonderful analogy explaining the bigger pie concept so clearly. Now, let's move on to another very significant benefit of international trade. Bigger markets lead to lower costs for producers. We call this concept economies of scale. This term might sound a bit technical, but it simply means that when a company produces more and more of something, the cost of making each individual unit often goes down. Let me give you an example from our daily lives. Think of your local kirana shop, the small neighborhood store where you buy your daily groceries. If the shop owner buys just 1 kilo of rice, it costs them a certain amount from their wholesaler. But if they buy 100 kilos or even 1,000 kilos from the wholesaler, they get a much, much lower price per kilo, right?
Right, buying in bulk.
Exactly. Why does this happen? Because for the wholesaler, processing a large order is more efficient than many small ones. Their fixed costs, like the truck delivery or the paperwork, are spread over a much larger quantity. This is a simple example of buying in bulk leading to lower per unit costs. Similarly, for a big factory making thousands of cars or tons of steel or millions of mobile phones, there are huge initial costs involved. Building the factory, buying the machinery, setting up the production lines, these are what we call fixed costs. If that factory can only sell its products to a small domestic market, it might produce only a limited quantity. The high fixed costs would then be spread over a small number of products, making each unit very expensive. But if that factory can sell its products to many countries around the world, its potential market becomes enormous. This allows them to produce a much larger quantity, millions of cars or billions of steel sheets. And when they produce more, those massive fixed costs are spread over a much, much larger output. This dramatically brings down the cost of making each car or each steel sheet. This spreading of fixed costs over a larger output, leading to significantly lower average costs per unit, is precisely what we mean by economies of scale. It's like buying in bulk, but for a whole country's production. This makes their products more competitive in the global market. So my bright students, tell me, why would a big textile factory in Surat, which is famous for its beautiful fabrics, want to sell its saris not just in India, but also to customers in other countries like the Middle East or Europe? What important advantage would that give them in terms of their production costs and ultimately their ability to offer competitive prices? What do you think?
That's a very insightful question, linking production to market reach. Industries that truly exhibit increasing returns to scale, where their average cost of production declines as their output increases, benefit immensely from this expanded market size that international trade offers. Take the automobile manufacturing or steel production industries as prime examples. Building a massive, state-of-the-art factory for these goods is an enormous upfront investment, a huge fixed cost. If a company can only sell to its domestic market, it might not produce enough to make that factory truly cost-effective. But if it can access a global or a large regional market, it can produce on a much grander scale, bringing down the cost per unit dramatically. This efficiency gain from large-scale production is a powerful driver of trade. Furthermore, monopolistically competitive models in trade theory help us understand a fascinating phenomenon: why countries often both export and import goods within the same industry.
Exporting and importing cars, for example.
Exactly. This is known as intra-industry trade. For example, if you look at the European Union, its member countries export many different types of cars to each other, and they also import many different types of cars from each other. Why does this happen? Well, because consumers value variety, and firms can specialize in different niches or designs even within the same product category. This intra-industry trade is possible because firms, both within and outside a trading bloc, can sell their specialized goods in larger markets. This access to a global or a large regional market allows them to achieve those economies of scale, leading to lower average costs of production, which ultimately benefits everyone through lower prices and more variety. It's a win-win, isn't it? For both producers seeking efficiency and consumers seeking choice. Hashtag 1.3. More choices, better quality, product variety, and increased competition.
Speaking of more variety, that leads us perfectly to our next big benefit. International trade brings you, the consumer, more choices and often better quality products. Trade truly brings a wider array of products right to our doorsteps. My students, can you recall a time when there were only a couple of mobile phone brands available in India? Perhaps just one or two major players like Nokia or Ericsson. And the choices were very limited, weren't they?
Very limited indeed.
But now, because of international trade, you have so many brands available: Samsung, Apple, Xiaomi, OnePlus, Vivo, Oppo, and so many more. This means you, the consumer, have a fantastic range of choices. You can pick a phone that perfectly fits your needs, your budget, and your preferences. Whether you want a great camera, a long-lasting battery, or a specific operating system. And it's not just about having more choices. It's also about better quality and innovation. Because of this increased competition from foreign companies entering our market, our domestic companies are pushed to do better. They're forced to innovate, to improve their products, and offer competitive prices if they want to attract you, the customer. It's like why your local halwai, who makes delicious sweets, starts making even better laddus and jalebis when a new shop with equally delicious sweets opens nearby.
Ah, yes, the competition effect.
Exactly. They have to step up their game, introduce new varieties, and maintain quality to keep their customers happy. This constant drive for improvement and innovation, spurred by global competition, ultimately benefits us all by giving us better products at better prices. So, my dear students, if there are many types of biscuits in the market, some made in India by our own companies, and some imported from other countries, how does this competition, this wide variety, help us, the consumers, in the long run? What do you think happens to the quality and price of biscuits overall?
That's a very practical way to see it. You are absolutely right. The increased competition from foreign firms significantly reduces what we call the monopoly power of domestic firms. In a closed economy, which is an economy that does not engage in international trade, a single firm or maybe a few dominant firms might have too much power. They might not feel the pressure to innovate, to improve their products or to keep prices low because there's no significant external competition.
They might get complacent.
Exactly. They might become comfortable and less responsive to consumer needs. But in an open economy, where trade is allowed and encouraged, foreign competition acts as a powerful stimulant. It forces domestic firms to become more efficient, to invest in research and development, to create new products or improve existing ones, and to become more innovative just to survive and thrive. This is a healthy pressure that drives progress. The primary beneficiary here, as you rightly pointed out, is the consumer. Consumers gain significantly from having access to a greater variety of final goods. Think about it. If you only had one type of car, or one style of clothing, or one model of television, life would be quite monotonous, wouldn't it?
Definitely.
Trade brings in different designs, different technologies, different styles, and different flavors from all over the world, enriching our lives and providing us with far more options than we could ever imagine if we relied solely on domestic production. It allows us to choose what truly fits our unique needs and preferences. Hashtag tag 1.4, boost to the economy, GDP and innovation.
Excellent. Now let's connect all these wonderful benefits to something we hear a lot about in the news. Overall economic growth. When we talk about a country's economy growing, we often refer to its real GDP. Remember what GDP stands for? Gross domestic product.
Yeah.
And real GDP means the economy's growth after we take inflation into account. So it's a true measure of the actual increase in goods and services produced in a country. And international trade gives a very significant boost to this real GDP. Think of it this way, my students. When you study hard and learn new things, your knowledge grows, your skills expand, and you become more capable, right? Similarly, when countries trade, they don't just exchange physical goods, they also learn from each other. It's not just mobile phones or SARS moving across borders. It's also ideas, technologies, best practices, and innovative ways of doing things. For example, a company in India might learn a new, more efficient way to make semiconductors, or a better design for a computer mouse, simply by interacting with foreign companies or importing advanced machinery. This exchange of knowledge is incredibly powerful. Let's take a famous real-world example. Logitech, a company from Switzerland, well known today for manufacturing computer mice, webcams, and other computer peripherals. In the 1980s, to make better computer mice and produce them in large quantities at a low cost, they needed both innovative designs and efficient, high-volume production. So in the late 1980s, they strategically moved their operations to the Taiwan region. Why Taiwan?
Good question. What was the advantage there?
Well, because Taiwan had a highly skilled labor force, excellent suppliers for components like microchips, a rapidly expanding local computer industry. And it even offered Logitech space in a science park at a very competitive rate. This strategic move, driven by global trade and resource seeking, helped Logitech not only make incredibly innovative products, but also secure a major contract with Apple. This story clearly shows how trade facilitates the transfer of knowledge, technology, and talent across borders, directly driving innovation and ultimately boosting economies. It's like a continuous learning process for countries. So my thinking students, if an Indian company learns a new, more efficient way of making medicines from a company abroad because of international trade and interaction, how might that knowledge sharing that new way of working help our country's overall economy? Think about the ripple effect of such learning on our entire pharmaceutical industry and beyond.
That's a perfect illustration of how trade acts as a powerful catalyst for innovation and contributes significantly to economic growth. The positive influence on real GDP arises from several interconnected factors. Firstly, there's a more efficient allocation of resources within the country. Countries use their strengths where they have a comparative advantage, leading to higher overall production of goods and services. Secondly, there's a phenomenon called learning by doing. This is particularly evident in high-tech industries, like the semiconductor industry you mentioned, or even in manufacturing complex machinery. As countries produce more of a specific good for the global market, they gain experience, refine their processes, discover more efficient methods, and the cost of production per unit tends to decline. The more you do something, the better and more efficient you become at it, right?
Right. Practice makes perfect, even for industries.
Exactly. This continuous improvement directly boosts productivity. Thirdly, trade encourages higher productivity and what we call knowledge spillovers. When countries interact through trade by buying and selling, by foreign companies investing in a country, or by local companies exporting, there's an increased exchange of ideas, a freer flow of technical expertise, and a greater awareness of changing consumer tastes and preferences in global markets. This exposure naturally encourages domestic innovation. Local companies see what global leaders are doing and strive to match or surpass them. Studies have even shown that foreign research and development, R&D, can have beneficial effects on domestic productivity. And these effects become even stronger the more open an economy is to foreign trade. For example, some estimates suggest that about a quarter of the benefits of R&D investment in a G7 country, which are some of the world's largest and most advanced economies, can actually flow to their trading partners, simply through these spillovers of knowledge and technology.
Wow, that's quite significant.
It is. This illustrates how deeply interconnected our global economy is and how knowledge can spread across borders through trade. So, my dear students, this shows how trade is not just about moving physical goods from one place to another, but also about the movement of ideas, skills, and progress. It's a dynamic process that constantly pushes countries to be better, more innovative, and ultimately more prosperous. Now, my dear students, while trade brings many wonderful benefits that we've just explored and truly helps a country's economy grow bigger, it's also very important and only fair to look at the challenges and costs. As with any significant economic change or advancement, there are always adjustments. And these adjustments can be difficult for some segments of the population. People who oppose completely free trade often point to potential downsides like greater income inequality and, perhaps most visibly, the loss of jobs, especially in certain industries within a country due to increased competition from imports. Let's consider the adjustment process that happens when a country opens up to more trade. As a country moves towards freer trade, some domestic industries that now face intense competition from cheaper or higher quality imports might have to adjust significantly.
Yeah.
Less efficient firms, those that cannot compete with these foreign goods because their costs are too high or their quality is not as good, might be forced to scale down their operations or even close down entirely.
That sounds tough.
It is. This, in turn, can lead to higher unemployment for their workers. These are not just statistics. These are real people, real families, real livelihoods affected. It can be a very difficult time for them. Let's take an example very close to home. Think of a small family business in a village in Uttar Pradesh that has been making beautiful earthen pots by hand for generations, using traditional methods and local clay. This is their livelihood. Now, imagine that suddenly, very cheap, factory-made plastic pots or even ceramic pots start coming into the market from another country. These imported pots are mass-produced, so they are much cheaper, and perhaps they are also very durable. That small local business, with its higher production costs for handmade items, might struggle immensely to compete with these mass-produced, cheaper imports. As people start buying the cheaper plastic pots, the demand for traditional earthen pots goes down. People working in that local business, who have perhaps spent their whole lives perfecting their craft, could lose their jobs, at least temporarily, because the demand shifts to the imported plastic pots. This is a very real human consequence of trade. So my thoughtful students, if our country starts importing a lot of cheap toys from another country, perhaps because they can produce them at a much lower cost, what might happen to the people who make toys here in India, at least in the short run? What immediate challenges might they face in terms of their jobs and income?
That's a very important and humane question. And the answer, as you rightly observed, is that this adjustment period can indeed be very difficult and painful for those affected. Workers who lose jobs in industries that are shrinking due to import competition might need to be retrained for jobs in other, expanding industries. For example, a worker from the traditional pottery industry might need to learn entirely new skills, perhaps in a growing digital services sector, or in modern manufacturing, or in a different service industry altogether. Our sources tell us that while there may be short-term and even medium-term costs in terms of job displacement, these resources, meaning the workers and capital, like factories and machinery, are generally likely to be more effectively reemployed in other industries in the long run. The economy, in time, tends to adjust and find new areas of comparative advantage where it can compete globally. To make this point even clearer, let's use an example from our sources, talking about two imaginary countries we'll call Cottonland and Lumberland. Suppose Cottonland is much more efficient at producing cotton, meaning the cost of producing cotton relative to lumber is lower there. Conversely, Lumberland is much more efficient at producing lumber.
Okay, so they have different strengths.
Exactly. If these two countries start trading with each other, Cottonland will specialize in cotton, and Lumberland will specialize in lumber. Lumberland's lumber industry will naturally expand because it's efficient and can sell to Cottonland. But Cottonland's lumber industry, which is less efficient, will shrink because it cannot compete with cheaper lumber from Lumberland. In the short run, lumber workers in Cottonland might find themselves without jobs because their industry is contracting. This is the immediate, difficult adjustment. However, in the long run, these displaced lumber workers in Cottonland might find new jobs in expanding industries, like the cotton industry in Cottonland, which is growing rapidly due to exports. But, my dear students, it's very important to remember that international trade, while beneficial overall doesn't necessarily make every single person better off.
That's the key point again. The overall pie grows, but not everyone's slice might grow, at least initially.
Precisely. While the overall pie of benefits for the country gets bigger, some workers, especially older ones, who might find it harder to learn new skills or move to a new city, or those with highly specialized skills that are no longer in demand, might find it very hard to get comparable jobs again. Their industry-specific skills might become less valuable, leading to long-term income loss for them and their families. So while the overall benefit of trade for the country as a whole is usually positive and leads to greater prosperity, we must always be aware that the costs of adjustment can be very real and very painful for some specific groups and individuals. It's a complex balance, and governments often try to find ways to support these workers during the transition, perhaps through retraining programs or unemployment benefits. All right, students, let's move on to our third important section, the rules governments make for international trade. These rules are often called trade restrictions, or sometimes trade protection. Just like our parents or school management set rules about how much time we can spend on certain activities or how much pocket money we can spend, governments set rules for how much a country can trade with others. These policies are essentially measures taken by a government to limit or control the free flow of goods and services between its domestic economy and other countries. There are various types of these restrictions, like different kinds of barriers. Some common ones include tariffs, which are taxes on goods coming into the country, import quotas, which are strict limits on the quantity of goods that can be imported, and export subsidies, which are payments given to firms to encourage them to sell more goods abroad. We will look at each of these closely, one by one, to understand how they work and what their effects are. So my observant students, tell me, why might a government want to put a rule, perhaps a limit, on how much foreign sugar can come into our country? What might they be trying to protect or achieve by doing that? Think about our local sugar farmers and our own sugar industries.
That's a very thoughtful question, and there are indeed several important motivations for governments to impose these restrictions, even though, as we'll see, they often come with economic costs. It's a balance between protecting domestic interests and the overall benefits of free trade. Firstly, a primary reason is to protect established domestic industries from intense foreign competition. For instance, if a local textile industry or a local toy manufacturing industry is struggling to compete with cheaper, mass-produced imports from another country, the government might step in to give it a shield. Related to this is a concept known as the infant industry argument.
Infant industry, like a baby industry.
Exactly. This argument states that new emerging industries in a country need temporary protection from strong foreign competition until they are strong, mature, and efficient enough to compete on their own in the global market. It's like nurturing a young plant or a newborn child until it's ready to stand on its own feet and face the world. Secondly, governments often use trade restrictions with the aim of protecting and increasing domestic employment, meaning jobs for their own citizens. If an industry is facing job losses due to imports, restricting those imports can, at least in the short term, help to save jobs within the country and prevent unemployment from rising. Thirdly, there are critical national security reasons. Countries might want to protect industries that are vital for their defense, like those making military equipment, essential medicines, or critical raw materials. To ensure they aren't overly reliant on foreign suppliers in times of crisis or conflict, for example, a country might not want to depend entirely on another nation for its defense equipment.
That makes sense.
Fourthly, tariffs, which are taxes on imports, can be a source of revenue for the government. This is especially true for developing countries, where customs duties on imports can sometimes form a significant part of the national budget, helping fund public services and infrastructure. And finally, sometimes these restrictions are imposed as a form of retaliation against trade restrictions already imposed by other countries. If one country puts a tariff on your goods, you might put a tariff on theirs as a response, often in an attempt to make them remove their original restriction. It's a kind of tit-for-tat situation in trade diplomacy. It's also important to briefly distinguish between trade restrictions, which limit trade in goods and services, and capital restrictions, which limit the openness in financial markets, like buying foreign assets, like stocks or bonds, or foreign companies investing domestically. Our focus today is specifically on the trade of goods, so we'll delve deeper into tariffs, quotas, and subsidies.
Let's start with tariffs, perhaps the most well-known type of trade restriction. Simply put, a tariff is a tax that a government places on imported goods. It's like an extra charge or duty added to the price of something that comes from another country, making it more expensive for the domestic consumer or buyer. Imagine you ordered a very fancy, expensive LED TV from abroad because you saw a great deal online. When that TV arrives at the airport in India, before you can take it home, the Indian government might ask you to pay an extra tax on it, let's say 10% of its value. That extra money you pay, which goes to the government, is a tariff. The government might do this to make foreign TVs more expensive for you, so that you and other consumers are encouraged to buy TVs made right here in India. This, in turn, helps our local electronics companies by making their products more competitive in terms of price compared to the imported ones. The primary objectives of tariffs are indeed to protect domestic industries that produce the same or similar goods. And sometimes they also aim to reduce a trade deficit, which is when a country imports more goods and services than it exports. It's an attempt to slow down imports and encourage local production. So my observant students, if our government puts a tariff on imported chocolate, what might happen to the price of that foreign chocolate in India? And how might that change in price affect sales of Indian chocolate? Think about how prices often influence our choices as consumers.
That's a very good practical example, and you've correctly identified the immediate effect. When a tariff is imposed, the domestic price of the imported good increases, just as you described with the chocolate and LED TV. This higher price makes imported goods less attractive to consumers and businesses. Consequently, this encourages domestic production to go up, as local producers can now sell their goods at a higher, more competitive price without fear of being undercut by cheaper imports. At the same time, domestic consumption of that particular good tends to go down because it's now more expensive. This combination ultimately leads to a reduction in imports. Now let's look at the overall economic impact, which we call the welfare effects of a tariff. This refers to how tariffs affect different groups in a country and the overall economic well-being. We can break it down into three main areas using a simplified example. Imagine the country of South Africa deciding to impose a tariff on paper imports. Firstly, consumers suffer a loss. Because the price of paper goes up due to the tariff, consumers, both individuals and businesses that buy paper, buy less paper overall, or they pay more for the amount they do buy. This is called a loss of consumer surplus. It means the extra satisfaction or value they got from the lower pre-tariff price is now gone. For the South Africa paper example, this loss was estimated at a significant USD 185,000. Imagine the collective impact on all the people and businesses buying paper, from students buying notebooks to offices buying printing paper.
Wow, that adds up quickly.
Secondly, local producers gain. Because the imported paper is now more expensive, local paper producers in South Africa can sell their paper at a higher price and can produce more because they face less competition. This means they earn more revenue and often more profit. This is called a gain in producer surplus. Their profit or benefit increases. In our paper example, this gain was USD 120,000. So some domestic industries and their workers clearly benefit directly. Thirdly, the government gains revenue. The government collects the tax from the tariff on the imported goods. This money goes into the government's treasury and can be used for various public services or government spending. In the South Africa paper example, the government collected USD 40,000 in tariff revenue. Now, for the overall impact, what we call the net welfare effect. When we add up these gains and losses, we find that the loss to consumers is typically greater than the combined gains to local producers and the government.
So the losses outweigh the gains.
Yes, usually. This difference, this net negative effect, results in something very important called deadweight loss. Let me explain deadweight loss with a simple example. Think of it like a grand family saving money very carefully for a wedding feast, meticulously planning every expense to ensure maximum enjoyment. If some of that money is wasted due to a bad investment decision, or if some valuable ingredients for the feast spoil because of poor planning, that wasted money is a deadweight loss for the family. It's gone, it's lost, and it doesn't benefit anyone, neither the family nor the wedding guests.
Lost value.
Exactly. Similarly, in trade, deadweight loss means value that is lost to the country as a whole. It's an economic inefficiency. In the South Africa paper example, this deadweight loss was USD 25,000. This loss happens because of inefficiencies on two fronts. Production becomes inefficient because costly domestic producers are protected and allowed to produce at higher costs, rather than encouraging the cheapest and most efficient producers globally. And consumption becomes inefficient because mutually beneficial exchanges where consumers would have bought a cheaper, better foreign product are now prevented by the tariff. So while specific groups gain, the country as a whole ends up poorer due to this lost value. It's also worth noting a distinction between a small country and a large country in the trade context. A small country is one that is a price taker in the world market, meaning its actions cannot influence the world price of a product. Like Brazil buying cars, its demand is too small to affect global prices. A large country, however, is a major importer or exporter and can influence the world price. A large country might theoretically gain from a tariff if its trading partner doesn't retaliate, and if its terms of trade, the ratio of its export prices to its import prices, improve enough to outweigh the deadweight loss. However, it's crucial to understand that even in this scenario, overall global welfare will still be reduced. The large country cannot gain without imposing an even larger loss on its trading partners, leading to a net negative effect for the world economy.
Very well explained, especially the concept of deadweight loss. Now let's look at quotas. While tariffs are taxes, a quota is a direct restriction on the quantity of a good that can be imported into a country during a specific period. It's not about making it more expensive through a tax. It's about putting a strict physical limit on how much of that good can come in. Imagine our government saying, only 50,000 imported refrigerators can enter India this year, no more. This is a quota. Once that limit of 50,000 refrigerators is reached, no more can be imported until the next year, regardless of demand. Sometimes, to manage this, governments issue import licenses or permits that specify exactly how much each business can import, just like you might need a permit for certain construction activities. For example, the European Union has operated a system of annual import quotas for steel producers who are not a member of the World Trade Organization, putting a cap on the amount of steel that can come in from certain countries. It's a very direct and clear way of controlling imports. So, my thinking students, if the government of another country puts a quota on how many Bollywood movies can be shown in their cinemas or on their TV channels in a specific region, what does that mean for how many Bollywood movies their audience can actually see there?
That's a good way to think about it. It means fewer Bollywood movies will be available than people might want. The key difference between tariffs and quotas lies not just in how they restrict imports, but crucially, in how the government captures revenue. With tariffs, the government directly collects tax revenue from the imported goods. But with quotas, the revenue generated is uncertain, and often it's not the government that benefits directly from the higher prices caused by the limited supply. Instead, foreign producers, or sometimes the domestic importers who receive the valuable import licenses, can take advantage of the artificially limited supply created by the quota and raise the price of their goods in the importing country. Because there are fewer goods available, people are willing to pay more. These extra profits that accrue to the foreign producers or licensed importers due to the artificially limited supply are called quota rents.
Quota rents,
Yeah.
like extra profit because of the limit.
Exactly. It's like a windfall profit for those who get to import the limited quantity. So if these quota rents are primarily captured by foreign producers, meaning the foreign companies that are allowed to sell the limited quantity, the overall welfare loss for the importing country under a quota can actually be greater than under an equivalent tariff. This is because, in addition to the deadweight loss from inefficient production and consumption, just like with tariffs, the importing country also misses out on the potential tariff revenue, which now goes into the pockets of foreign producers as extra profit.
I see. So the importing country loses more.
Potentially, yes. However, if the importing country's government can manage to capture these rents itself, perhaps by auctioning the import licenses to domestic firms for a high fee, then the welfare loss for the country would be similar to that of a tariff, as the revenue would stay within the country. But auctioning licenses effectively is not always easy to implement, so often the rents do go abroad.
Interesting. So quotas are imposed by the importing country. But there's a special, perhaps more subtle kind of trade barrier called voluntary export restraints, or ERs. This is a unique type of trade barrier where the exporting country itself, not the importing one, agrees to limit its exports to its trading partners. It's like a promise or an agreement from the country, setting the goods that we will send only this much and no more. A very famous real-world example of this happened in 1981 when the Japanese government agreed to limit how many automobiles its car manufacturers would send to the United States. This wasn't a U.S. tariff or a quota imposed directly on Japan. It was Japan voluntarily putting a limit on its own exports of cars to the U.S. market.
Why would they do that voluntarily?
Well, it was done to ease trade tensions and prevent the U.S. from imposing harsher, more damaging protectionist measures against Japanese cars. The U.S. was complaining that too many Japanese cars were coming in and hurting their domestic car industry, so Japan voluntarily restricted its own exports to avoid a bigger conflict. So my bright students, if an Indian textile company decides to send fewer jeans to Europe because Europe specifically asked them to limit the quantity as a VER. Who usually benefits the most from the higher price of those jeans in Europe due to the scarcity? Think about where the extra money, the quota rents, goes when supply is restricted by the exporter themselves.
That's the crucial point about voluntary export restraints, and you've highlighted the key difference. While an import quota is formally imposed by the importing country, a VER is ostensibly imposed by the exporting country. And the significant economic impact of a VER is precisely what you hinted at. The quota rents, those extra profits that arise from the limited supply and higher prices in the importing country, are primarily captured by the exporting country. Let's elaborate on this. Because the exporting country itself is limiting the quantity of goods it sends, the supply in the importing country becomes scarce. This scarcity drives up the price in the importing country. But who benefits from this higher price? It's the exporting country's producers who are still able to sell their limited quantity at this inflated price.
But the benefit goes to the exporter.
Correct. This means the importing country, which is the one receiving the goods, faces a clear welfare loss. Not only do their consumers pay higher prices for the limited supply of goods, like Japanese cars in the US or Indian jeans in Europe, but the economic benefit of those higher prices, the rents, goes abroad to the exporting country. Unlike an import quota where there might be ambiguity about who captures the rent, sometimes the importer, sometimes a foreign producer, with a VER, the exporting country is the clear beneficiary of those extra profits from the higher prices. So, from the perspective of the importing country, a VER is generally a less desirable policy compared to an equivalent import quota, where the government might at least capture some revenue. It's often a politically expedient way for the importing country to get protection without appearing to violate free trade agreements, but the economic cost to them can be higher.
Fascinating how these different rules shift where the benefits and costs land, isn't it? Let's now discuss export subsidies. This is another type of government intervention, but this time it's not about restricting imports, but about actively encouraging exports. An export subsidy is a direct payment made by the government to a firm for each unit of a good that is exported, meaning for each unit they sell to another country. Imagine our government gives a farmer an extra 5 rupees for every kilo of basmati rice they sell to someone in another country, say in the Middle East or Europe. This means if a farmer sells 100 kilos, they get the price from the buyer, plus an additional 500 rupees from the government. The goal of this subsidy is to encourage those farmers and exporters to sell more basmati rice abroad, making our country's products more competitive globally and boosting our export industries. It's a direct financial incentive to sell abroad, making our products cheaper for foreign buyers or more profitable for our own exporters. So, my keen students, if the government gives a subsidy to companies that export Indian spices, what will those companies try to do more of? And very importantly, how might that affect the amount of spices available in our local markets here in India? And perhaps even their price?
That's a very perceptive question, and it highlights the dual impact of export subsidies. While the intention is to stimulate exports and make domestic industries more competitive internationally, export subsidies can also lead to unintended negative consequences and economic inefficiencies. They interfere with the natural functioning of the free market and can distort trade patterns. This means they encourage production and trade in goods where a country might not have a natural comparative advantage, diverting resources away from more efficient uses within the country.
So it leads to inefficiency.
Yes. Ultimately, it reduces overall welfare for the country providing the subsidy, as resources are used less efficiently than they could be. Furthermore, when a country subsidizes its exports, other countries might view this as an unfair trade practice, as it artificially lowers the price of the subsidized goods. This can lead the importing country to impose extra duties called countervailing duties on those subsidized goods to level the playing field and protect their own domestic industries from what they see as unfair competition. For example, agricultural subsidies in developed countries, notably those within the European Union, have been a very contentious issue in global trade negotiations for many years. Countries like India and agricultural exporters such as New Zealand and Australia have often argued that these large subsidies make it very hard for their unsubsidized farmers to compete fairly in international markets, leading to disputes and trade barriers. The economic impact of an export subsidy is significant. It gives the exporter a strong incentive to shift sales from the domestic market to the export market, because they receive the international price plus the per-unit subsidy from their government. This scenario can have a few effects. For a small country, one that can't influence world prices, it can raise the price of the good in the domestic market because more is being sold abroad. So less available locally, higher price.
Correct. For a large country, one that can influence world prices, if it significantly increases its exports due to the subsidy, it could even lower the world price of that good, effectively making foreigners pay less. In both the small and large country cases, the net welfare effect for the country giving the subsidy is negative. The cost of the subsidy to the government and the distortions it creates outweigh the benefits of increased exports. In the large country case, a portion of the subsidy is even effectively transferred to the foreign country through those lower world prices, meaning the subsidizing country is essentially paying foreign consumers to buy its goods. Hashtag 3.6. Summary of trade restriction effects and investment implications. So, my dear students, we've discussed various trade restrictions. Tariffs, the import tax, quotas, the quantity limit, voluntary export restraints, the exporter's promise, and export subsidies, the payment to export. In summary, most of these policies generally help domestic producers by making foreign goods more expensive or scarce, or by directly subsidizing their sales abroad. They are designed to protect local industries and jobs. But, and this is a very important point, these policies almost always hurt consumers, who end up having fewer choices or paying higher prices for goods because foreign competition is reduced. And in most cases, these policies lead to an overall loss of welfare for the country as a whole. It's like taking money from one pocket, putting some in another, but some of it just falls out and is lost, benefiting no one. The total economic pie for the country often shrinks, even if some slices get larger for specific protected groups. It's a trade-off where the overall cost often outweighs the targeted benefits.
That's an excellent summary, and it brings us to a crucial point about investment implications. From an investor's perspective, or for anyone who dreams of starting a business or making smart financial decisions, understanding these trade policies is not just an academic exercise. It is absolutely crucial because changes in government trade policy can significantly affect the return on investment, how much profit you make on your money. Such changes directly impact a firm's profitability and its potential for growth. For instance, if a country suddenly imposes new import policies, like a high tariff on electronic components, it might make it harder or much more expensive for a local company to import vital raw materials or components needed for its production. This directly increases its production costs and reduces its profits. Imagine a mobile phone manufacturer suddenly having to pay much more for imported microchips. Their costs would skyrocket.
Yeah.
Conversely, a change in export policy, like an export subsidy, could make a firm's products more competitive abroad, potentially increasing its sales, market share, and growth. Trade policies can also affect the overall demand for a firm's products, influence its pricing strategies, or even create operational delays due to increased paperwork, procurement of licenses, and various regulatory approvals. So, as future financial thinkers and entrepreneurs, remember that trade policies are not just abstract rules debated by economists or politicians. They have very real, tangible consequences for businesses, entire industries, and the overall economy. They are a critical factor in assessing the risks and opportunities of any investment. A wise investor always keeps an eye on the government's trade policy. Now, my dear students, let's talk about something very positive that happens in the world of international trade. Countries working together. While we just discussed restrictions that limit trade, there's also a very strong global trend of countries coming together to reduce trade barriers among themselves. We have seen a lot of regional trading blocs or regional trading agreements, RTAs, forming recently, such as the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA, and the very well-known European Union, EU. So what exactly is a regional trading bloc? Simply put, it's a group of countries, often neighboring ones, that have signed a special agreement to reduce and eventually eliminate barriers to trade and the movement of factors of production, like labor, people working, and capital money for investment among themselves. It's like forming a special exclusive club for trade where members get preferential treatment like lower taxes on imports or easier movement of goods compared to those outside the club. Think of it like a group of close friends in school. They might decide to share their tiffin boxes freely only among themselves during lunch without any hesitation or checking what each other has.
Ah, okay, a special group.
Exactly. They trust each other, and sharing within this special group is easy and encouraged. But they might still have some general rules or courtesies for sharing with others outside their special group, like classmates they don't know as well. This idea of an exclusive trading club, making trade easier and more beneficial within the group, is very similar to how a regional trading bloc operates. So, my bright students, why might a group of neighboring countries decide to form such a special club where they make it easier to buy and sell things only among themselves rather than with everyone in the world? What specific benefits do you think they envision for their members by doing this?
That's a great question. And there are several compelling reasons why these regional agreements are so popular and why countries choose this path. One key reason is that they are often politically less contentious, easier, and quicker to establish than very large global trade negotiations. Think about the World Trade Organization, WTO, which is a global forum dealing with rules of international trade involving over 100 countries. Trying to get everyone to agree on complex issues like market access for agricultural products or access to affordable medicines for developing countries can take decades, with very limited progress because so many different interests are involved.
It's incredibly complex at that scale.
Exactly. It's like trying to get everyone in a very large extended family to agree on one thing. It's incredibly difficult and time-consuming. On the other hand, negotiating an agreement among a smaller group of countries is much more manageable. Policy coordination and harmonization, which means making rules and standards similar across borders, is much easier among a smaller group of countries that often share geographical proximity, similar cultures, or similar economic structures. It's like organizing a fun trip with a few close friends versus trying to organize one for the entire school. It's simply more efficient and leads to quicker results in terms of removing trade barriers. Overall, regional integration is widely seen as a positive step towards achieving freer trade, even if it's on a smaller regional scale first, because it builds trust and experience among members that can sometimes lead to broader global agreements later. #tag 4.2, different levels of integration. Now, what's really interesting is that these trading blocks come in different levels of integration, like steps on a ladder. Each step involves a deeper commitment and more extensive cooperation among member countries, gradually removing more barriers, not just to trade, but also to other economic activities. Let's explore these levels, starting from the simplest form of integration. The first step, the simplest form, is called a free trade area, or FTA. In an FTA, all barriers to trade in goods and services among its members are completely removed. This means there are no tariffs, no quotas, just a free flow of products among the countries that are part of the FTA. However, and this is a very important distinction to remember, each country that is a member of the FTA still keeps its own independent trade policies, including its own tariffs and quotas against non-members, that is, countries outside the bloc.
So free trade inside, but separate rules for outside.
Precisely. For example, imagine a small group of adjacent states in India, say Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Goa, agreeing that goods can move between them without any special taxes or checks. So textiles from Gujarat can go to Maharashtra freely, and fruits from Goa can be sold in Gujarat without extra taxes. But each state still has its own rules and taxes for goods coming from, say, Punjab or West Bengal, which are not part of their special trade agreement. This is exactly what a free trade area is like on an international level. The USMCA, which is the agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico, is a real-world example of a free trade area. Chile and Australia also have an FTA. So my thinking students, if India and Sri Lanka decide to only remove tariffs on goods traded between themselves, but each country still decides on its own how much tax to put on goods coming from, say, China, what kind of trading bloc is that called? Think about that first step on our integration ladder.
That's a perfect explanation of the free trade area, and you've got the key distinction clear. You're right, that would be an FTA. Now let's move up the ladder to deeper levels of integration where countries commit to even more cooperation. The next step is a customs union. This is like an FTA, but it adds a crucial element: a common trade policy against non-member countries. So not only do members have free trade among themselves, but they also agree to have the same tariffs and quotas on goods coming from outside the union. It's a unified front.
Okay, so same rules for everyone outside the club.
Exactly. They act as one when it comes to trade with the rest of the world. An early historical example was the Benelux Customs Union, formed by Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg in 1947, which later became an important part of the European community. They all decided to charge the same external tariffs on goods from outside their union. Going deeper, we have a common market. This includes all aspects of a customs union, meaning free trade among members and a common external policy, and also allows the free movement of factors of production, meaning labor, people looking for work, and capital, money for investment and setting up businesses, among members.
So people and money can move freely too.
Yes. This is a significant leap because it means people can move freely to work in any member country, and businesses can invest and establish operations anywhere within the common market without restrictions. Think of how people from Kerala can easily move to Delhi for work, or how businesses in Delhi can invest in a new factory in Tamil Nadu, and goods flow freely between these states without any internal barriers. This is very similar to how a common market operates, but at an international level. Mercosur, which is the Southern Cone Common Market involving Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, is an international example of a common market. An economic union requires an even greater degree of integration. It incorporates everything in a common market, plus it requires common economic institutions and significant coordination of economic policies among members. This means aligning things like competition laws, environmental regulations, and even aspects of fiscal policy, how governments spend and tax, to ensure the entire union functions smoothly as one economic entity. The European Community, which evolved into the European Union in 1993, is a prime example of an economic union, continually striving for deep policy convergence among its member states. And finally, the highest level of integration we'll discuss is a monetary union. If members of an economic union decide to adopt a common currency, then it's also a monetary union. For example, when 19 of the EU member countries decided to adopt the euro as their single currency, they formed a monetary union. This represents the highest level of economic integration, where countries truly share their economic destiny and monetary policy. Hashtag 4.3, trade creation versus trade diversion.
My dear students, when these trading blocs are formed, two very important and sometimes opposite economic effects can happen: trade creation and trade diversion. It's important to understand both of these clearly as they determine whether the bloc is truly beneficial overall. Let's start with trade creation. This is generally a good outcome. It happens when regional integration, by removing barriers among members, leads to replacing higher-cost domestic production with lower-cost imports from other members of the bloc. It means you are now buying from a cheaper, more efficient source within your club, which is exactly what we want for efficiency. Imagine your family always bought somewhat expensive sweets from a local halwai in your town. But now, because of a new trade agreement with a neighboring state that makes delicious sweets, you can buy even better sweets from a halwai there. And they are much cheaper, and you don't have to pay extra tax to bring them across the border. So you end up buying more from the neighbor and less from your local, more expensive halwai. This is trade creation. More trade is created because goods are moving from a higher-cost producer, your local halwai, to a lower-cost, more efficient one, a halwai in the neighboring state, within the bloc. This is good for everyone because you get more for your money, and resources are used more efficiently overall. To give you a more detailed example, let's consider two imaginary countries, Qualar and Vulcan. Before they form a customs union, Qualar produces 10 million shirts annually for its own consumption, and also imports 2 million shirts from Vulcan, which produces shirts at a lower cost than Qualar. Qualar has a 10% tariff on Vulcan shirts.
Okay, so there's a tariff initially.
Yes. Now, when Qualar and Vulcan form a customs union, that 10% tariff on Vulcan's shirts is eliminated. What happens? The price of Vulcan's shirts in Qualar falls significantly. Qualar's domestic production of shirts might drop to 7 million, and it now imports a total of 11 million shirts from Vulcan. The decline in Qualar's domestic production, 3 million shirts, is effectively replaced by importing those 3 million additional cheaper shirts from Vulcan. This is trade creation. More efficient production takes place within the bloc. The remaining 6 million additional imports, 11 million total imports minus the original 2 million plus 3 million created trade, represent increased overall consumption by Qualar's consumers because the price of shirts declined after the customs union. This shows a clear gain in efficiency and consumer welfare. So, my bright students, if India and Bangladesh make a special freight agreement where they remove taxes on jute bags traded between them, and now India starts buying cheaper jute bags from Bangladesh instead of making them expensively at home, what is this positive effect called where efficiency increases?
That's spot on. That's a classic example of trade creation, a truly beneficial outcome where efficiency improves. Now, let's consider the other side, trade diversion. This can be a less desirable outcome, as its name suggests, because it can lead to inefficiency. Trade diversion occurs when lower-cost imports from non-member countries, those outside the trading bloc, are replaced with higher-cost imports from members, those countries inside the bloc. Let me give you another relatable example. Imagine you, as a consumer in India, used to buy the cheapest, best quality tea from Sri Lanka, which is globally known for its excellent tea and efficient production. You bought it because it was the best value. But now, imagine that India forms a special trade agreement with Nepal, making them bloc partners. As part of this agreement, there's now a big tax or tariff placed on Sri Lankan tea, because Sri Lanka is a non-member country to our new bloc. While tea from Nepal, our bloc partner, can enter India without any tax. What happens?
The Sri Lankan tea becomes artificially expensive.
Exactly. Even though Sri Lankan tea is still fundamentally cheaper and of high quality, you are now suddenly forced to buy more expensive tea from Nepal just because it's part of your trade agreement and doesn't face the tariff, making it artificially cheaper than the tariff-laden Sri Lankan tea. So trade is diverted from the cheapest and most efficient source, Sri Lanka, to a more expensive one, Nepal, simply because of the trade agreement's preferential treatment. This means consumers pay more overall, and resources are allocated less efficiently because the country isn't buying from the truly lowest cost global producer. To use our previous country example, suppose initially Qualer imposed a 10% tariff on imports from both Vulcan and Aurelia. Aurelia is actually the lowest cost producer of shirts globally, even lower than Vulcan. So Qualer initially imports shirts from Aurelia because even with Qualer's 10% tariff, Aurelia's shirts are still cheaper than Vulcan's or Qualer's own domestic production.
Okay, buying from the cheapest source, Aurelia.
Right. Now, Qualer and Vulcan form a customs union, which eliminates tariffs on imports from Vulcan, but maintains that 10% tariff on imports from Aurelia, the non-member. What happens? Even though Aurelia is the global lowest-cost producer, it may now be a higher-priced source of imports for Qualer because of the tariff it still faces. So, Qualer will stop importing from Aurelia, the non-member, and divert its imports to Vulcan, a member of the RTA, even though Vulcan is a higher-cost producer than Aurelia. This is trade diversion. It's a less efficient outcome. Both trade creation and trade diversion are possible outcomes when a regional trading agreement, RTA, is formed. The net welfare effect of a trading bloc, whether it makes the country better off overall or not, is positive only if the trade creation, the good part, where efficiency improves and new beneficial trade occurs, is larger than the trade diversion, the potentially not so good part, where efficiency is lost because trade shifts from a cheaper outside source to a more expensive inside source.
So trade creation needs to be bigger than trade diversion for the bloc to be truly good.
Exactly. If trade diversion is greater, the bloc could actually lead to a net reduction in overall welfare for the member countries, despite the apparent benefits of reduced internal tariffs. It's a complex calculation that economists study very carefully. Hashtag 4.4, benefits and costs of regional trading blocs. Summary. To summarize, the economic benefits we discussed earlier for general free trade, like greater specialization according to comparative advantage, the reduction in monopoly power due to increased foreign competition, the advantages of achieving economies of scale from a larger market size, learning by doing, where expertise increases with production volume, the positive effects of technology transfer, knowledge spillovers, greater foreign investment, and access to better quality intermediate inputs, components, and raw materials at world prices. All of these also apply, and often even more intensely, to regional trading blocs. By fostering closer economic ties, these blocs enhance all these positive effects among their members. In addition to these economic benefits, regional trading blocs can also foster greater interdependence among member countries, which often significantly reduces the potential for conflict. Countries that trade heavily with each other, whose economies are deeply intertwined, are generally less likely to engage in military conflict. Members of the bloc also gain greater bargaining power and political clout in the global economy by acting together as a unified front instead of as individual countries. They can negotiate better deals with other major trading partners or blocs. We even see what we call growth spillovers among member countries in a bloc, meaning strong economic growth in one member country can have a positive ripple effect, boosting growth in other member countries.
Like neighbors helping each other grow.
Precisely. It's like a strong current in a river lifting all the boats in a harbor. Our sources provide a powerful example of this. One study estimated that if Switzerland, a highly integrated country with its neighbors and the world economy, had faced the same lack of integration as the Central African Republic, a country with very limited trade integration, its GDP per capita in 2000 would have been 9.3% lower. This would have amounted to a massive cumulative loss of USD 334 billion in real GDP, which was equivalent to 162% of Switzerland's total real GDP in 2000.
Wow, that's an enormous difference.
It is. This vividly illustrates the immense long-term benefits of sustained integration over decades.
While regional integration clearly brings many advantages and can be a powerful engine for growth, It's equally important to understand that it can also impose costs on some groups, similar to what we discussed for general international trade. There can be significant adjustment costs, meaning difficulties for certain parts of the economy or segments of the population as they adapt to the new trade environment. For instance, when new industries or highly competitive firms from partner countries enter a market due to a trade block, because tariffs are removed, some older, less efficient domestic factories might struggle to compete and be forced to scale down or even close down. This means people might lose their jobs, at least for some time. They might need new training, like learning computer skills for a service industry, instead of only working in a traditional handloom factory, or moving to a different region where jobs are available. A real-world example comes from the USMCA, which replaced NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. This agreement created a free trade area between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. While it brought massive overall benefits to the U.S. economy, it also led to estimated job displacement in some U.S. industries, particularly those involving low-skilled, labor-intensive manufacturing sectors that faced increased imports from Mexico. For example, some textile or furniture factories in the U.S. might have closed down because Mexican producers could supply these goods more cheaply.
So there were definite costs for some workers.
Yes. However, it's worth noting that even though there were these estimated private costs, these were often outweighed by consumer gains from increased product varieties and lower prices. For example, one study estimated that the product varieties exported from Mexico to the United States grew by an average of 2.2% a year across all industries after NAFTA, leading to substantial benefits for U.S. consumers who had more choices. While the USMCA, or NAFTA before it, imposed estimated private costs of nearly USD 5.4 billion a year in the U.S. during 1994-2002 due to adjustment. These costs were more than offset by an average welfare gain of USD 5.5 billion a year accruing from increased varieties imported from Mexico. The long-term benefits to consumers from more product varieties and lower prices continued to grow, eventually far exceeding the initial adjustment costs in later years. This shows the long-term benefit for the overall economy, but it's important to acknowledge the short-term difficulties. So my thinking, students, even if a trading bloc brings many good things like lower prices and more variety, what specific difficulties might it cause for some workers or businesses in the countries joining the bloc, at least temporarily? Think about those immediate impacts before the long-term benefits fully kick in for everyone.
That's a crucial point, and it's important to acknowledge that the workers displaced by regional integration may have to bear long-term losses. If they are unable to find new jobs with wages comparable to the jobs they lost, or if they remain unemployed for a long period of time. For example, while import competition wasn't the only factor, the U.S. automobile industry saw a dramatic contraction in employment over decades. And many former auto workers, especially older ones, may never find jobs with comparable pay or benefits again. This is a real social challenge that governments must address. Beyond the economic adjustment costs, deeper integration also faces other significant challenges. One is cultural differences and historical conflicts that can make cooperation difficult. For example, proposals for a South Asian regional bloc involving countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka have faced significant challenges, particularly regarding India's role. Because India is a much bigger economy in the region, some smaller neighboring countries have concerns about its dominance, which complicates the social and political process of integration. Trust in historical issues can slow down economic cooperation. So politics and history matter too.
Absolutely. Another major challenge is that a high degree of economic integration limits how much member countries can pursue independent economic and social policies. When you have free trade and free movement of labor and capital across borders within a bloc, it becomes harder for individual countries to control things like prices or wages within their own borders, or to pursue very different macroeconomic policies, like managing inflation or unemployment differently from their neighbors. This is especially true in a monetary union, where individual countries lose control over their own monetary policy, like setting interest rates or printing currency.
Like with the euro. Exactly. They cannot devalue or revalue their currency to correct economic imbalances as they all share a single currency. The Greek fiscal crisis in 2010 within the Eurozone is a stark case in point. Economic problems in Greece, which had a common currency with other European countries, quickly spilled over to other countries in the bloc, like Spain and Portugal, increasing fears of wider economic turmoil across the entire Eurozone. This shows the deep interconnectedness and potential risks of very high integration. Hashtag 4.5. Investment implications of blocs. From an investment perspective, regional integration is incredibly important and opens up new avenues. It offers significant new opportunities for trade and investment within the bloc. The cost of doing business in a large, single, regional market is generally lower for firms, and they can truly benefit from greater economies of scale by selling to a much wider consumer base. Firms can strategically locate their production facilities and source components from anywhere within the common market, optimizing their supply chains and potentially reducing costs further. This can be very attractive for businesses looking to expand.
But remember, students, even within a trading bloc, differences in tastes, culture, and competitive conditions still exist, which can limit the full benefits for some businesses or investors. Not everyone will buy the same product just because it's cheaper. And as we saw with the Greece example, problems faced by individual member countries in an RTA may quickly spread to others in the bloc, especially in highly integrated unions like a monetary union. So investors need to be acutely aware of these interconnected risks too. Diversification of investments and understanding the unique nuances of each market, even within a bloc, remain vital for making informed decisions. It's never a completely uniform market, is it?
No, it isn't. Very true. Hashtag, outro.
Well, my dear students, we have truly covered a lot today about international trade and how countries interact. From the clear benefits of specialization and access to larger markets to the real challenges of job displacement and income inequality. And the complexities of various trade restrictions and the formations of trading blocs, we've explored many fascinating facets of this important subject. Remember, finance and economics might seem complex at first, but with patience and clear explanations, we can build a strong foundation, brick by brick, just like building a sturdy house.
Indeed, we've seen that international trade, despite its challenges and the adjustments it requires, generally increases overall welfare for a country by fostering specialization, efficiency, and greater consumer choice. But it also presents crucial policy dilemmas for governments, particularly regarding job displacement and how to manage regional imbalances within a country or within a trading bloc. The world of trade is constantly evolving, with new blocks forming and old ones adapting to changing global dynamics. So, my question for you to ponder as you reflect on today's lesson and perhaps discuss with your friends and family is this. How do you think countries can best balance the undeniable long-term benefits of free trade with the vital, immediate need to protect their own citizens from the inevitable costs of adjustment, like job losses? What innovative solutions can governments, businesses, and even individuals come up with to make trade truly beneficial and equitable for everyone, ensuring that the gains from trade are shared more broadly across all segments of society and not just concentrated in a few areas?
A wonderful thought to leave you with, and a very important question for the future. We hope this deep dive into international trade has been insightful and useful for you, opening your eyes to the global connections that touch our lives every day. Keep exploring, keep learning, and keep asking questions. Until next time, take care and Jai Hind.
Thank you for joining our class today. Stay curious, keep learning, and we look forward to our next deep dive together. Goodbye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Deep Dive. I'm so glad you're joining us today.
Yes, welcome.
We're embarking on another exciting journey, this time into the fascinating world of how money moves between countries. We call this foreign exchange, or maybe you've heard it called just FX.
That's right, FX.
It might sound a bit technical, but trust me, it touches our lives in so many ways every single day, often without us even realizing it.
Absolutely. And that's really our mission today, isn't it? To help you connect those dots.
Exactly.
You see, understanding how different currencies trade, it helps us see why, for instance, the money your family receives from relatives working abroad. Well, it might feel bigger or smaller depending on the day.
That's a very common experience, yes.
Or maybe why that new mobile phone you want to import, why it might suddenly cost more rupees. It's all interconnected, you know?
It really is.
And we're here to help you uncover those aha moments, just like we would in our classroom. We believe that by breaking down these big financial ideas into simple, understandable parts, we can build a really strong foundation for your knowledge. Finance isn't just for experts, it's for everyone.
Precisely. So let's unpack this vast topic together using the excellent material you've shared with us. We'll go step by step, like solving a fun puzzle, okay? Starting right at the beginning to understand what this huge FX market truly is.
Sounds like a good plan.
So, my curious listeners, imagine for a moment the biggest marketplace you can possibly think of.
What comes to mind?
Is it your local Mandy bustling with vegetables and goods early in the morning? Or perhaps a huge electronics market in a big city like Nehru Place in Delhi, just filled with people buying and selling?
Yes, those are big markets.
Well, the foreign exchange, or FX market, is even bigger than all of those combined. It is, in fact, the world's largest marketplace. Truly immense, can you believe it?
It's quite staggering.
It's even bigger than the global stock markets or the bond markets combined. In 2019 alone, the estimates for its daily turnover were approximately 6.6 trillion US dollars.
$6.6 trillion.
Every single day. That's a staggering amount of money. Literally trillions changing hands every single day across the globe.
It's hard to even picture that much money, isn't it?
It really is. Now, you might wonder, what does this massive market actually do? Why is it so important?
Good question. What's its purpose?
Well, its core functions are absolutely vital for our global economy to run smoothly. Think of it like this. First, it facilitates international trade.
Okay, trade.
Imagine an Indian textile company, perhaps from Surat, that wants to sell its beautiful fabrics to a customer in Germany. They will likely earn euros, right?
Right, they get paid in euros.
Or maybe the same company needs to buy some advanced machinery from Japan to make even better textiles, and they need to pay the Japanese seller in Japanese yen.
So they need yen now.
This is where the FX market steps in.
Mhm.
It allows the Indian company to easily convert their Indian rupees into the necessary foreign currency, like yen, to pay for imports. Or it lets them convert the foreign currency they earn from exports, like those euros, back into rupees that they can use here in India.
So it makes buying and selling across borders possible.
Exactly. Without this seamless conversion, international trade as we know it simply wouldn't be possible on the scale it is today.
It would be very, very difficult.
Second, it facilitates what we call capital flows. This is a bit different from just trade.
Okay, what are capital flows?
This is when money moves between countries not just for buying and selling everyday goods, but for investments.
Investments, like buying shares.
Precisely. For example, if an Indian investor decides to buy shares in a company listed in the United States, maybe Apple or Google, they need US dollars to make that purchase.
They can't use rupees on the New York Stock Exchange.
Correct. Or think the other way around. If a large American company wants to build a new factory here in India, investing in our growing economy.
Which happens quite often these days.
Yes, they need Indian rupees to pay for the land, the construction workers, the materials, everything here.
So they need to convert their dollars into rupees.
Exactly. The FX market makes all these cross-border financial movements smooth, efficient, and possible. It connects savings in one country with investment opportunities in another.
So trade and investment, those are the two big pillars.
That's right. And what's truly amazing about this market is its global 24-hour nature.
It never sleeps.
Almost literally. Because different countries around the world are in different time zones, this market never truly closes during the business week, as trading finishes in London.
It's just getting started in New York.
And then Tokyo and Singapore wake up. It's like a bustling market that never sleeps, connecting everyone.
Everyone. Who exactly?
Well, everyone from, say, a small shop owner sending money back home to relatives overseas, what we call remittances.
Yes, very important for many families.
All the way up to huge multinational companies investing billions of dollars in projects across the world.
A huge range of participants.
To put it simply, maybe think of our vast Indian railway network.
Okay, the railways.
It connects all our cities, right? Allowing goods and people to move freely and efficiently across the whole country.
Yes, a vital network.
The FX market does something very similar, but for nations. It connects countries for trade and investment, ensuring that money can travel wherever it needs to go, quickly and efficiently.
That's a nice analogy. The railway network for global money.
So, thinking about all this, why do you think this global FX market is so incredibly important for a country like India, which, both imports and exports so much?
That's a wonderful way to set the stage, and you've highlighted just how fundamental the FX market is, especially for a country like ours, involved in so much global trade. Now, to truly understand how this money flows and why prices change, we need to grasp a core concept, the exchange rate.
Right. The rate. What exactly is it?
Put simply, an exchange rate is just the price of one currency in terms of another. It's never just about one currency by itself. It always involves two because you're measuring one against the other.
Always two.
Think of it like watching a cricket match, which I know many of us love.
Cricket. Yes.
When you look at the scoreboard, it doesn't just show India's runs in isolation, does it?
No, it shows runs and wickets against the other team.
Exactly. It shows India's runs against Australia's wickets, or perhaps a target score. It reflects the contest between two teams. Similarly, an exchange rate is always about two currencies, like rupees per US dollar or yen per euro. You're always comparing their value relative to each other.
Okay, like India versus Australia score, it's rupees versus dollar rate. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
precisely. Now, in the professional market, we often use a standard convention, like writing AB, to express an exchange rate.
A/B.
Yes. Here, B is called the base currency, and it's always set to 1 unit. Just one.
Okay, B is 1 unit.
And A is a price currency. It tells you how many units of currency A you need to buy that 1 unit of currency B.
Ah, okay. So A is the price for 1 unit of B.
Correct. For instance, if you see USD EUR 1.1700,
USD/UR.
it means €1, that's our base currency, B, will buy you 1.17 under US dollars. That's our price currency, A.
Got it. €1 costs 1.17 US dollars.
Exactly. Or you could say €1 buys 1.17 US dollars.
Yeah.
Same thing. We also use standard three-letter codes agreed upon internationally by the ISO, the International Organization for Standardization.
ISO codes, right, like INR for rupee.
Perfect. INR for Indian rupee, USD for US dollar, EUR for euro, JPY for Japanese yen, GBP for British pound, and so on. Using these codes means everyone globally understands exactly which currency we're talking about. No confusion.
Good system, very clear.
Now, this brings us to a very, very important distinction. We need to understand the difference between two types of exchange rates: nominal exchange rates and real exchange rates.
Nominal versus real. Okay, what's the difference?
The nominal exchange rate is the straightforward price you see quoted in the market every day. Like if you hear on the news, $1 equals 83 Indian rupees.
Okay, the number you see on the screen or in the newspaper?
Exactly. This is the rate you'd get, more or less, if you walked into a bank today to exchange your rupees for dollars. It's the face value, the number on the board.
Nominal rate. Got it.
But the real exchange rate,
Yeah.
this offers a much deeper insight. It reflects the actual purchasing power between countries.
Purchasing power, like what you can actually buy.
Precisely. It's adjusted for the price levels or inflation in both countries. Let me give you an Indian example, something maybe relatable. Suppose your parents give you Rs 100 as pocket money.
Okay, Rs 100.
This Rs 100 is the nominal amount. It's written on the note, right?
Yeah.
Now imagine that after a few months, due to inflation, the price of your favorite snack, say a packet of chips or maybe a samosa, doubles in price.
Oh dear. Price is going up.
Even though you still have that Rs 100 nominally, can you buy as many snacks as before?
No, definitely not. I can buy only half as many now.
Exactly. Its real value or its purchasing power has actually gone down because things have become more expensive. The nominal amount is the same, but what it buys is less.
Understood. Real value is about what it can actually buy.
Correct. Now apply that to currencies. Suppose $1 is 83 Indian rupees today. That's the nominal rate.
Right.
But what if prices here in India go up significantly due to inflation? Perhaps our vegetables, cooking oil, transport become much more expensive, while prices in America remain relatively stable.
Okay, inflation higher in India than in the U.S.
Then, even if the nominal rate is still 83 rupees per dollar, that $1 can now buy fewer actual goods and services in India than it could before, in real terms.
Because our prices went up, the dollar buys less here.
Exactly. The purchasing power of that dollar relative to Indian goods and services has changed, even if the number on the exchange rate board hasn't moved much.
That's a very important difference.
It is. This idea leads us to a fascinating economic theory called purchasing power parity, or PPP.
PPP, heard that term before.
PPP suggests that, ideally in the long run, nominal exchange rates should adjust so that identical goods, or maybe a standard basket of goods, should theoretically have the same price in different markets when you convert them to the same currency.
So a shirt should cost roughly the same in India and the U.S. after converting rupees to dollars.
In theory, yes. If a shirt costs, say, Rs 830 in India, and the exchange rate is Rs 83 per dollar, then that shirt should cost about $10 in the U.S. That's the basic idea of PPP.
But does it actually work like that in reality?
Well, in practice, it doesn't always hold perfectly, especially in the short term. There are many reasons why not. Think about things like trade barriers, import taxes, shipping costs.
Yes, transport costs money.
And goods aren't always perfectly identical across countries, are they? Plus, some things like haircuts or local services can't easily be traded internationally.
True, you can't import a haircut.
Exactly. A fun and simple illustration of these differences is something called the Big Mac Index. It's published by The Economist magazine.
The Big Mac Index,
Hi.
based on the McDonald's burger.
Yes. It simply compares the price of a Big Mac hamburger in different countries around the world. And guess what? The prices can vary quite a lot, even after converting to a common currency like the US dollar.
So PPP doesn't hold for Big Macs.
Not perfectly, no. It shows that real purchasing power often isn't equal across borders. But what PPP and the Big Mac Index do tell us is where these significant economic differences exist. They highlight how currencies might be undervalued or overvalued in terms of what they can actually buy.
So it's a useful concept, even if not perfectly accurate.
Very useful. It helps us understand potential long-term trends in exchange rates and highlights economic disparities that can drive trade and investment flows.
Okay, interesting.
Mathematically, we can express the real exchange rate. Let's say we want the real exchange rate for India relative to the US, real in USD. It would be the nominal exchange rate, nominal in USDT, multiplied by the ratio of the US price level to the Indian price level.
Okay, so nominal rate times foreign price, domestic price.
That's the idea. If Indian prices rise faster than US prices, our denominator gets bigger, which makes the real exchange rate lower, meaning the rupee has appreciated in real terms, or the dollar has depreciated in real terms regarding purchasing power over Indian goods.
Let's see. If our prices go up faster, if Indian prices domestic go up faster, the denominator is bigger, so the fraction, foreign price, domestic price, is smaller. Multiplying the nominal rate by a smaller number means the real value of the foreign currency, USD, in terms of our goods, goes down.
Let's rephrase maybe. Real exchange rate, domestic foreign, nominal spot rate. The domestic foreign price level, domestic price level. So if Indian price level goes up, the denominator increases, the fraction decreases. This means the real exchange rate in USD decreases. A decrease in USD means the rupee has appreciated in real terms.
Okay, so higher inflation here makes the rupee stronger in real purchasing power terms, even if the nominal rate doesn't change, or weakens the dollar's purchasing power here.
It weakens the foreign currency's purchasing power over domestic goods, yes. Let's use the example from our source material. A UK individual buying Eurozone goods.
Okay.
Suppose the nominal GBP/UR rate increases by 10%, meaning the euro got stronger against the pound. But during the same time, prices in the Eurozone went up by 5%, and prices in the UK went up by only 2%.
Different inflation rates again.
Yes. If you plug these into the formula, the real exchange rate for the UK person actually increased by about 13%. This means Eurozone goods became about 13% more expensive for the UK person in real terms, even though the nominal rate only changed by 10%. The inflation difference made it worse.
Wow, so the real impact was bigger than the headline number suggests.
Exactly. Now let's apply this to India and the US using the example from 2018 in our notes.
Okay, INR versus USD in 2018.
During 2018, the nominal NR/USD rate, the one you see on the news, rose by about 6.7%. This means the US dollar appreciated against the rupee. You needed more rupees to buy $1. The rupee weakened nominally.
Right, 6.7% weaker.
But here's the crucial part. Inflation rates were different. U.S. inflation was about 2.5%, while Indian inflation was higher, around 4.7%.
Okay, India had more inflation.
So if we calculate the real exchange rate change, considering these different inflation rates, the real NR/USD rate only changed by about 4.5%.
Less than the 6.7% nominal change.
Yeah. Yes, it means that while Indian purchasing power in U.S. dollar terms still declined, it became more expensive for us to buy American goods, it declined less rapidly than the nominal rate alone suggested. The higher inflation in India partly offset the nominal depreciation of the rupee.
That really shows why just looking at the nominal rate isn't enough. You need to consider inflation, too.
Absolutely crucial. You need both the nominal and real picture to understand the true economic impact.
Okay, that's much clearer now.
Good. So, my bright listeners, let's check understanding. If the nominal exchange rate, say USD/INR, moves from 80 rupees for $1 to 85 rupees for $1.
Okay, the dollar got stronger nominally.
Yes. What does that mean for someone here in India wanting to buy a US-made mobile phone? Will it be more expensive or cheaper for them in rupees?
That's an excellent point about looking beyond just the numbers, and it really highlights why understanding the difference between nominal and real rates is so important. Okay, thinking about your question. If it goes from 80 to 85 rupees per dollar, you need more rupees to get $1. So the US-made phone, priced in dollars, would cost more rupees, right? More expensive.
Exactly. The nominal weakening of the rupee makes imported goods more expensive for us. Well done.
Great. Now let's talk about how we actually calculate these changes in exchange rates, these percentages, and some important rules of the game in the market, what we call market conventions.
Okay, the calculations and rules.
When an exchange rate moves, we often want to know by how much in percentage terms. Let's take an example from the material. If the exchange rate for the euro against the US dollar, quoted as USDEU.
Meaning US dollars per 1 euro.
Right. If that rate increases from 1.151 to 1.200, how much did the euro go up against the dollar?
How do we calculate that?
To find the percentage change, you take the new rate, 1.200, divided by the old rate, 1.1500, subtract 1, and then multiply by 100 to get a percentage.
So 1.2000, 1.1501, then times 100.
Exactly. If you do the math, it comes out to approximately 4.35%.
Okay, 4.35%.
Since the USDE rate tells us how many US dollars you need for 1 euro, this 4.35% represents an appreciation of the euro against the US dollar. The euro has become stronger. It can buy 4.35% more US dollars.
Euro went up by 4.35% versus the dollar.
Got it. Now, here's a very important point, one that often confuses people, so listen carefully. An appreciation of one currency against another does not imply an equal percentage depreciation of the second currency against the first.
Oh, they are not equal.
No, they are not equal. Let's use our same example. While the euro appreciated by 4.35% against the US dollar did not depreciate by 4.35% against the euro. If we look at the other side of the coin, we'd need to calculate the change in the euro-USD rate, euros per dollar. The calculation for the US dollar's depreciation against the euro would actually be about 4.17%.
4.17%, not 4.35%. Why is that different?
It's because the base amount, the starting point from which the percentage is calculated, is different in each case. Mathematically, these percentages will always be slightly different unless the exchange rate changes 0.
Okay, that's subtle but important. The percentage up is not the same as the percentage down.
Exactly. Think of it like your marks in 2 different subjects in school.
Okay, Mark's example.
Let's say your math score goes up by 10%, maybe from 50 marks to 55 marks. That's a 5-mark increase.
Right, 10% of 50 is 5.
And maybe your science score goes down from 60 marks to 54 marks. That's also a 10% drop, isn't it? 10% of 60 is 6 marks.
Yes, 10% drop, 6 marks decrease.
See, both were 10% changes, but the actual number of marks changed differently. 5 marks versus 6 marks, because the starting points, 50 versus 60, were different.
I see. The base matters.
Precisely. The same concept applies to currency appreciation and depreciation percentages. The starting point for the calculation changes depending on which currency is in the denominator. It's a key detail.
Good example. Makes it clear.
Now, a quick word on how the market actually quotes these rates. In the professional FX market, there are specific standard ways of doing things called conventions.
Market conventions, okay.
For example, the euro is almost always quoted against the US dollar as USDE-EUR. That means US dollars per 1 euro. It's just the standard way.
So you usually won't see it quoted as URUSD.
Not typically in the main interbank market, no. Similarly, the British pound is usually quoted as USDGBP, meaning US dollars per 1 pound sterling. These are just the established norms everyone follows.
Okay, good to know the standard pairs.
And when you see an exchange rate that doesn't involve the US dollar directly, like maybe Japanese yen per euro, JPYU, or perhaps British pound per Swiss franc, GBP-CHF, these are called cross rates.
Cross rates, because they don't cross through the US dollar directly in the quote.
Exactly. Though often they are calculated using the exchange rates of each currency against the US dollar.
I see.
Another key concept is the two-sided price, or the bid-offer spread that dealers provide.
Bid and offer, like buying and selling price.
Precisely. When you go to a local money changer, maybe at the airport when you're going on an international trip, they won't just show you one price for, say, US dollars. They will show you 2 prices.
2 prices. Why?
One price is the rate at which they're willing to buy foreign currency from you. Let's say they buy your dollars. That's called the bid price.
Okay, bid is what they buy at.
The other price is the rate at which they are willing to sell foreign currency to you. Let's say you want to buy dollars from them. That's the offer price, sometimes called the ask price.
Offer is what they sell at.
And here's the key. The offer price is always higher than the bid price.
Always higher. Why is that?
Because that small difference, that gap between the buying and selling price, that's the spread. And that spread is how the money changer makes their profit. They buy low at the bid and sell high at the offer.
Okay. The spread is their income, like any shopkeeper buying wholesale and selling retail.
Exactly like that. For example, if you see a quote for Swiss francs per euro, CHFUR, as 1.1583-1.1585.
Two numbers.
It means the dealer will buy €1 from you for 1.1583 Swiss francs. That's the lower bid price. And they will sell you €1 for 1.1585 Swiss francs. That's the higher offer price.
So they make 0.00002 Swiss francs on each euro turned over.
That's the idea. Now, while historically these spreads could be larger, especially at retail money changers, today in the big electronic trading systems used by banks, these bid-offer spreads are usually very, very tight, extremely small, especially for major currencies like the dollar, euro, or yen. Competition keeps them low.
Efficiency brings down the cost. Good.
One last small detail on quoting conventions. Most major currency spot exchange rates are quoted to 4 decimal places, like our 1.1583 example.
4 places after the decimal.
Okay.
However, for the Japanese yen, it's a bit different because the value of 1 yen is relatively small compared to, say, $1 or €1.
Yes, you need a lot of yen to make $1.
Right. So exchange rates involving the Japanese yen are usually quoted to only 2 decimal places. For example, USD-EUR might be 1.1781, but JPY-EUR might be something like a 130.98.
2 decimal places for yen pairs. Got it. Just a convention due to the unit size.
Exactly. It just simplifies things a bit without losing meaningful precision.
Makes sense.
So, my curious listeners, another quick check. If the Indian rupee depreciates against the US dollar, say it goes from 80 rupees per dollar to 85 rupees per dollar.
Rupee gets weaker nominally again.
Yes. Does this make Indian goods like our famous textiles or handicrafts cheaper or more expensive for buyers in the U.S.?
Excellent question. And it's clear we're all seeing how the exchange rate puzzle piece fits into our daily lives and into business. Thinking about your question, if the rupee goes from 80 to 85 per dollar, it means $1 now buys more rupees.
So if an Indian handicraft costs, say, 800 rupees, before it cost the U.S. buyer $10.
Right.
But now, at 85 rupees to dollar, it cost the U.S. buyer only about $9.41.
Yeah.
So the Indian goods become cheaper for the U.S. buyer when the rupee depreciates.
Very good. That's absolutely right. It makes our exports potentially more attractive to foreigners.
Now, let's talk about the people who are actually playing in this gigantic FX market. Who are these participants? As we discussed earlier, it's an extremely diverse universe, isn't it?
Yes. You said from huge funds to individual tourists.
Exactly. Ranging from those huge investment funds managing billions and billions down to individual tourists like you and me exchanging maybe just a small amount of currency at an airport kiosk before a trip.
A very wide spectrum.
To simplify, we can categorize them into 2 broad groups, the buy side and the sell side.
Buy side and sell side. Okay.
Think of our local Kirana shop again, the friendly neighborhood grocery store.
Okay, the Kirana store.
When you and I, the customers, go there to buy our daily groceries, rice, dal, soap, we are on the buy side. We are buying from the shop.
Right, we are the buyers.
The Kirana shop owner, who sells these goods to us, is on the sell side. He is selling.
Okay, seller and buyer. Simple enough.
In the FX market, it's very similar conceptually. The sell side generally consists of the very large FX trading banks. Think of the global giants like Deutsche Bank, Citigroup, UBS, HSBC. They actively create the market by quoting those bid and offer prices, and they sell FX products and services.
So the big banks are the sellers.
Primarily, yes. They make the market. The buy side then consists of all their clients, the various different entities who need to buy or sell currencies and go to these big banks or other providers to conduct their transactions.
So the clients are the buyers in this context.
Broadly speaking, yes, they are initiating the transactions based on their needs. So, just to check your understanding again, if your uncle, who lives and works in Dubai, wants to send some of his earnings in UAE dirhams back to India and needs to convert them into Indian rupees for, say, your cousin's wedding savings.
Yes, a common scenario. Remittances.
Which side would your uncle be on in this FX transaction, the buy side or the sell side?
Let's see. The uncle has dirhams and wants rupees. He's going to a bank or exchange house to sell his dirhams and buy rupees. But in the analogy, the bank is the sell side. So the uncle is the client. He must be on the buy side, approaching the bank to do the transaction.
You got it. He's the client initiating the need, so he's on the buy side. The bank facilitating the exchange is the sell side. Excellent.
Great. That Kirana shop analogy really helps. Now let's unpack this buy side a little more. This is where most of the diverse players you mentioned earlier fit in, you see.
Yes, let's look at the different types of clients.
First, we have corporate accounts. These are businesses, corporations of all sizes, large multinationals, medium-sized exporters, even smaller importers.
Companies doing international business.
Yes, they engage in cross-border activities. For example, if a big Indian IT company like Infosys or PCS buys software licenses from a U.S. vendor, they need dollars. Or if they decide to set up a new branch office in London, they need British pounds.
Right, paying for expenses abroad.
Or maybe they are exporting services and receiving payments in foreign currency, which they need to convert back to rupees. Their FX flows are directly linked to their core business, buying and selling goods and services internationally, or perhaps engaging in international mergers and acquisitions.
So driven by real business activity.
Largely, yes. Next are real money accounts. This is a term used in the industry.
Real money, what does that mean?
These are typically large pools of investment funds managed by institutions like insurance companies, think of our own LIC Life Insurance Corporation of India, or mutual funds that many people invest in, or big pension funds like the EPFO, Employees Provident Fund Organization, managing retirement savings. Endowments of universities also fall here.
Okay, the big institutional investors managing savings. Why real money?
They are generally called real money because their investment mandates are often quite restricted. They typically avoid using high amounts of borrowed money, leverage, or very complex financial derivatives. Their main goal is usually steady, long-term investment growth for their clients or beneficiaries.
More conservative long-term focus.
Generally, yes. To get better returns or diversify risk, they sometimes need to invest a portion of their massive funds in overseas markets, buying foreign stocks or bonds. This requires FX transactions. Imagine our EPFO deciding to invest a small part of its corpus in U.S. government bonds for safety in return.
Okay, so real money accounts are the big, often conservative, institutional funds.
Correct. Then, in contrast, we have leveraged accounts. These are quite different.
Leveraged. Sounds like they use borrowing.
Yes, leverage implies using borrowed funds to amplify potential returns and risks. These accounts belong to what we might call the professional trading community.
The trader.
This includes sophisticated players like hedge funds, proprietary trading desks within large banks trading the bank's own money, or those high-frequency algorithmic traders we hear about.
The super fast computer traders.
Exactly. These are the very sharp, often very quick players in the market. You could think of them like expert chess players trying to make a profit from even tiny, fleeting movements in currency rates, sometimes predicting and reacting within milliseconds.
Wow, milliseconds.
They actively take on FX risk with the primary aim of generating profit, not necessarily linked to underlying trade or long-term investment. They use advanced strategies, market analysis, and sometimes significant borrowed funds or complex derivatives to magnify their bets.
So more speculative, short-term focus, often.
It can be. Some, like macro hedge funds, might take longer-term positions based on their view of economic fundamentals, but many are focused on shorter-term price movements.
Okay, leveraged accounts are the pro traders and hedge funds.
Right. After that, we have retail accounts. This category includes, well, us, everyday individuals.
You and me.
Yes. The simplest example is a tourist, like you or me, exchanging currency at an airport kiosk before going on holiday. That's a retail FX transaction.
Okay, the small individual exchanges.
But it's more than that now. Thanks to the internet and electronic trading platforms, it's become much easier for individuals to trade currencies themselves, perhaps speculating on future movements, or maybe investing small amounts in foreign shares directly.
So individuals trading online.
Exactly. This segment has grown hugely. For instance, our source material mentions that in Japan, it's quite widespread for households to use these electronic platforms to move their savings into foreign currencies, maybe seeking higher interest rates or betting on currency appreciation.
Interesting. Can this retail trading actually impact the market?
Surprisingly, yes. This seemingly small segment, when aggregated, can actually account for as much as 10% of all spot transactions, the immediate exchanges, in some major currency pairs. So it's not insignificant anymore.
10%, that's quite a bit.
Then, governments themselves are also players on the buy side. Public entities, government departments often have FX needs.
Like what?
Well, it could be relatively small things, like providing funds to maintain their embassies or consulates in foreign countries. Or it could be very large transactions, such as when the government purchases military equipment from another nation or maintains overseas military bases.
Defense deals often involve huge sums in foreign currency.
Absolutely. When our Indian government buys advanced defense equipment, say fighter jets from France or Russia, they need to pay in euros or maybe dollars, leading to potentially very large FX transactions. These flows can sometimes be purely transactional, just needing to pay a bill, but other times they might reflect broader public policy goals. Many governments also issue debt bonds in foreign currencies, which creates significant FX flows when the debt is issued, when interest is paid, and when the principal is repaid.
So government operations and borrowing create FX needs.
Yes. Then, very importantly, we have central banks, like our very own Reserve Bank of India, RBI. They are major, major players.
The RBI, how do they participate?
Central banks often intervene directly in FX markets. Their primary goal is usually to influence their domestic currency's level or its trend.
To manage the rupee's value.
Exactly. For example, if the RBI feels the rupee is weakening too quickly, they might step in and sell US dollars from their foreign exchange reserves and buy rupees to support the rupee's value. Or if they feel the rupee is too strong and hurting exports, they might buy US dollars and sell rupees to weaken it.
So they actively buy or sell to nudge the rate.
Yes. This intervention can be a very significant action, as the central bank often has large reserves, and their actions send strong signals to the market. They also manage the country's official foreign exchange reserves. Think of these reserves as the nation's savings in foreign currency.
India has quite large reserves, doesn't it?
Yes, India has built up substantial reserves. Central banks manage these reserves, acting much like those real money investment funds we talked about, but usually with a very cautious, conservative approach focused on safety and liquidity, safeguarding the value of the country's wealth. Our notes mention that total global FX reserves reached nearly 13 trillion US dollars by the end of 2021.
13 trillion, held by central banks globally.
Yes, these vast reserves, especially those held by Asian central banks that have run large trade surpluses for years, mean that central bank actions, even just managing their existing reserves, can have a material impact on exchange rates.
So RBI plays a big role through intervention and reserve management.
Definitely. Finally, on the buy side, we have sovereign wealth funds, SWFs.
Yes, WS. What are those exactly?
These are special investment funds that are owned by governments. They typically arise when a country has large and persistent surpluses, maybe from exporting natural resources like oil or from running large trade surpluses over many years.
So government funds investing the country's extra money.
Precisely. They invest these large surpluses internationally. While they are government-owned, their primary goal is usually more oriented towards pure long-term investment returns, rather than day-to-day public policy objectives, though their investments can align with national interests.
Like a very large, sophisticated government savings account.
That's a good way to think about it. Investing the nation's extra money wisely in other countries, in stocks, bonds, real estate, infrastructure to generate long-term returns, perhaps to benefit future generations or stabilize government revenue. Countries with large surpluses like Norway from oil, Singapore, or some Middle Eastern nations have enormous SWFs. Their FX transactions, as they manage these huge global portfolios, can significantly influence major currency pairs.
So another set of very large players.
Yes. So you see, the buy side is incredibly diverse corporations, long-term investors, traders, individuals, governments, central banks, and sovereign wealth funds.
A real mix of motivations and sizes.
Indeed. Now, considering all these diverse players, which type of participant do you think accounts for the largest and actually growing proportion of daily FX turnover now? Is it the small individuals like us doing retail trades, or is it the big financial players like the pension funds, hedge funds, and banks trading amongst themselves?
That's a critical question, and the answer might surprise some. It leads us directly to understanding the sell side of the market more clearly, and how these trades are actually structured and who is trading with whom.
Okay, let's hear about the sell side and the overall structure.
On the sell side, as we touched upon, are primarily the very largest global banks, often called money center dealing banks. These are the household names you hear globally: Deutsche Bank, Citigroup, UBS, HSBC, JP Morgan, and the like.
The giant international banks.
Yes, they really dominate the FX market. Why? Because maintaining a competitive edge in this market requires huge, ongoing, fixed-cost investments in sophisticated electronic trading technology. You need incredibly fast systems, complex algorithms, and global connectivity.
So technology is key.
Absolutely. They also have an incredibly broad global client base, connecting with all those different buy-side participants we just discussed all around the world. These are the giant established banks, like the very biggest banks you might see headquartered in Mumbai or Delhi, but operating on a global scale. They have the infrastructure and the global reach to handle vast amounts of currency trades from all over the world, almost continuously, 24 hours a day.
They are the main hubs of activity.
That's right. And interestingly, a significant portion of their business is actually crossed internally.
Crossed internally, what does that mean?
It means that because they have so many clients wanting to buy and sell currencies, they can often match a buyer of, say, euros within their client base with a seller of euros also within their client base directly within the bank's own systems. They don't even need to go out into the wider interbank market for many transactions.
Ah, they act as the direct intermediary between their own clients. Efficient for them.
Very efficient. Then below these top-tier giants, there are other banks, which might fall into the second and third tiers.
Smaller banks.
Yes, often regional or local banks. They might have strong relationships with their local corporate or retail clients, but they might lack the sheer scale, the global reach, or perhaps the specialized IT expertise to offer the most competitive FX pricing across a wide range of currencies directly.
They can't compete with the big guys on everything.
That's difficult, especially for less common currencies or complex products.
Mm.
In many cases, particularly for banks in emerging markets, they might not have the direct business connections or the necessary credit lines established to access the global FX market cost-effectively on their own.
So what do these smaller banks do for their customers' FX needs?
Often, they effectively outsource their FX services. They form relationships with those larger Tier 1 dealing banks, relying on them to provide the deep and competitive liquidity, meaning the ability to buy or sell large amounts without moving the price much, that they need to serve their own customers.
So they act as intermediaries using the bigger bank's infrastructure.
Exactly. It's like a smaller local bank in a town taking help from a big national bank for processing international transactions, because the local bank doesn't have the direct global connections themselves.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, let's look at the types of transactions happening in this market. What is actually being traded? The Bank for International Settlements, or BIS, conducts a very comprehensive survey every 3 years, which gives us amazing insights into this market structure.
The BIS survey. What does it tell us?
Well, many people, and certainly the news media, tend to focus on spot transactions.
Spot, meaning immediate exchange.
Yes, spot means currencies are exchanged for immediate delivery, typically within 2 business days. Like when you exchange rupees for dollars right now at the counter. Spot transactions are important, and they account for about 33% of the daily turnover, according to the 2016 survey data mentioned in our notes.
Okay, about a third is spot trading. What else?
Then we have outright forwards. These are agreements to exchange currencies at a specific date in the future, but at a price, the forward rate, that is agreed upon today. Businesses often use these to lock in an exchange rate for a future payment or receipt, removing uncertainty. Forwards account for another 14% of daily turnover.
So spot is immediate. Forwards are for the future at a fixed rate. That's 33% plus 14% equals 47%. What's the rest?
Here's the surprising fact that often goes unnoticed. FX swaps account for the largest single proportion of daily turnover at a very significant 49%.
FX swaps. Almost half the market. What exactly are they? They sound complex.
They can seem complex, but the basic idea is quite useful. Think of it this way. Imagine a company needs foreign currency, say US dollars, for just a short period, maybe for 3 months to pay an import bill. But they know they receive rupees later and will eventually want to convert back.
Okay, a temporary need for dollars.
An FX swap allows them to do this efficiently. It essentially involves 2 transactions bundled together. First, they might sell rupees and buy dollars today through the spot transaction. Second, at the same time, they agree to reverse that transaction at a specified future date. They agree to sell those dollars back and buy rupees at a rate agreed upon today, the forward transaction.
So it's like a spot deal and a forward deal combined, a temporary exchange.
Exactly. It's like borrowing one currency by lending another for a short set period and then automatically reversing that trade later at a pre-agreed rate. Companies and financial institutions use these swaps very often to manage their short-term cash flows or to temporarily reduce currency risk, hedging, or even for short-term financing needs without doing a full permanent currency conversion back and forth, which might be more costly.
I see. So it's a tool for short-term management, and it dominates the market volume.
Yes. So while the direct buying and selling for immediate delivery gets a lot of the headlines, the larger part of the market activity, the sheer volume, actually comes from these more complex but highly useful FX swaps.
That's a really important insight. Changes how you think about the market.
It does. The BIS survey also breaks down the FX flows by who the counterparty is, meaning who is trading with whom.
Okay, who trades with whom? Banks with banks. Banks with clients.
Historically, trading between banks, the interbank market, was the largest segment. But here's another surprising fact that shows how the market has evolved. In the 2016 survey, trading involving financial clients, remember that's our big investment funds, hedge funds, SWFs, central banks, the real money and leveraged accounts, accounted for 51% of the daily FX flow.
More than half is with these financial clients.
Yes, this is now even more than the traditional interbank trading volume, which was 42%.
Wow. So banks trading with financial institutions is bigger than banks trading with other banks now.
Correct. And what about the non-financial clients? This includes the corporations doing international trade, the retail accounts like ours, and governments making payments. They made up a much smaller portion, only about 8% of the total turnover.
Only 8% for all the companies trading goods and services, plus retail and governments.
Yes. This clearly shows that the huge investment pools and the professional traders are driving a large and actually growing proportion of the FX business. It emphasizes that the vast majority of currency trading today is driven by financial motives, investment, speculation, hedging financial risks, rather than purely by the underlying trade in goods and services.
So the financial side dominates the real economy side in terms of FX volume.
Overwhelmingly so. And of course, all these trades are happening globally, around the clock. The top 5 most traded currency pairs, by volume, all involve the US dollar, USD EU, USD JPY, USD GBP, etc. This really highlights the US dollar's central and indispensable role in the global financial system. It's the main currency everyone uses.
The dollar is king. And where does most trading happen?
The major global FX trading hubs are London, followed by New York, and then major Asian centers like Singapore and Tokyo. That's where the largest banks and financial institutions have their major operations and their massive electronic trading systems concentrated. London's time zone uniquely allows it to overlap with both Asian and American trading hours, making it the largest center.
London, New York, Asia. Got it.
So, based on what we just discussed, my curious listeners, let's recap that key point about volume. Which type of FX transaction accounts for the highest daily volume? Spot transactions for immediate delivery, or FX swaps, which involve exchanging currencies temporarily?
That's a great question to reinforce the point, and the answer, surprisingly, is FX swaps, right? Accounting for almost half the market. It really does change the picture. It's not just about simple exchanges for holidays or paying for imports.
Precisely. Much of it is about managing financial flows and risks.
Okay, now let's shift our focus a bit. We've talked about how currencies trade, who trades them, and what kinds of trades happen. But what about how countries themselves try to manage their own currency's value? This leads us to the important topic of exchange rate regimes.
Ah, yes, the policy choices countries make about their currency.
Exactly. And alongside this, we need to understand a very interesting fundamental concept that economists call the impossible trinity.
The impossible trinity. Sounds intriguing. Why impossible?
Well, let's start with why management might be needed in the first place. As we've hinted, highly volatile exchange rates, rates that swing up and down wildly and unpredictably, can create a lot of uncertainty for businesses and individuals.
Yes, uncertainty is bad for planning.
Imagine you're a business owner in India. Maybe you import essential raw materials from abroad, or perhaps you export your wonderful finished handicrafts to customers in Europe or America. If the rupee's exchange rate against the dollar or euro keeps jumping around unexpectedly, it makes your imported raw materials suddenly much more expensive one day. Or maybe your export earnings suddenly worth much less in rupees the next. It becomes very difficult to predict your costs, set your prices, or even know if you'll make a profit.
It creates a lot of risk for businesses involved internationally.
Exactly. This high level of uncertainty can seriously harm international trade and investment decisions. Businesses might become reluctant to export or import, and foreign investors might hesitate to invest if they fear the value of their investment could be wiped out by a sudden currency swing.
So stability is desirable.
Generally, yes, or at least predictability. That's why central banks and governments around the world adopt a specific policy framework to manage their currency's value relative to others. And these different frameworks, these different approaches, are what we call exchange rate regimes.
Okay, so regimes are the different ways countries manage their currency.
Correct. Now, let's talk about the ideal currency regime. Imagine a country wants to achieve three very desirable goals, three perfect qualities for its currency and its economy. Economists often call this the impossible trinity because, as we'll see, achieving all three perfectly at the same time is, well, impossible.
Okay, what are these three desirable goals?
First, credibly fixed exchange rates. This means the exchange rate between the country's currency and another major currency, say the US dollar, would be perfectly stable, completely predictable, locked in.
Perfect stability. That would eliminate all currency risk for trade and investment. Sounds great.
Second, full currency convertibility, sometimes called free capital mobility. This means money could flow freely in and out of the country for any purpose, in any amount. No restrictions on buying foreign currency, sending money abroad, or foreigners bringing money in.
Okay, complete freedom for money to move. Also sounds good for efficiency. No. Capital goes where it's needed.
Third, fully independent monetary policy. This means the country's central bank, like our RBI, could freely adjust interest rates and manage the domestic money supply to pursue its own national economic goals, things like fighting inflation, stimulating economic growth, or reducing unemployment without being constrained by external factors.
So, freedom to manage your own economy. Also highly desirable. Fixed rates, free capital flow, independent policy. They all sound wonderful. Why is it impossible to have all three?
That's the crux of it. You simply cannot have all three simultaneously. You have to choose, at most, two out of the three. Giving up one is the price you pay for achieving the other two. It's like trying to perfectly balance on three wobbly stools at once when the stools themselves are constantly shifting. It's fundamentally unstable.
Okay, explain why. Why can't you have all three?
Let's think it through. Suppose a country chooses to have a credibly fixed exchange rate, goal 1, and it also allows money to flow freely in and out, goal 2, full convertibility. What happens to goal 3? It's independent monetary policy.
It must give it up. Why?
Here's why. Imagine this country, with its fixed exchange rate and open capital flows, tries to lower its domestic interest rates, maybe to boost the economy. What will investors do?
If interest rates are lower there, they'll move their money elsewhere to get higher returns? No.
Exactly. Investors, both domestic and foreign, seeking higher returns available in other countries, will immediately start selling the domestic currency and buying foreign currency. This creates a massive outflow of capital.
Money floods out.
Now, what does this outflow do to the exchange rate? It puts downward pressure on the domestic currency's value. But wait, the country is committed to a fixed exchange rate.
So they have to defend the rate.
Precisely. To maintain the fixed exchange rate and prevent the currency from falling, the central bank is forced to intervene. It has to sell its foreign currency reserves, like US dollars, and buy back its own domestic currency from the market to prop up its value.
Selling foreign reserves, buying domestic currency. What does that do internally?
Buying back its own currency shrinks the domestic money supply, and a smaller money supply naturally pushes domestic interest rates back up.
So trying to lower interest rates actually force them back up because of the capital outflow and the need to defend the fixed rate.
Exactly. The original goal of lowering interest rates is completely defeated. The fixed exchange rate and the free movement of capital have tied the central bank's hands. It loses control over its own interest rates and money supply. Its monetary policy is effectively dictated by the need to maintain the peg. It's like being a driver whose steering wheel is controlled by external forces, international capital flows, because they've promised to keep the car pointed in one fixed direction, the exchange rate.
That makes it very clear. You choose the fixed rate and open borders, you lose control over your own interest rate policy.
Let's try a household analogy. Imagine a family trying to achieve three financial goals simultaneously.
Okay, family finances.
Goal 1, having unlimited access to any amount of cash they might need whenever they want, like full convertibility. Goal 2, keeping their daily household expenses at a very fixed, stable amount, say exactly Rs. 500 per day, like a fixed exchange rate. Goal 3, having complete freedom to choose how much they spend on anything they desire, movies, eating out, shopping without any negative consequences for their overall budget, like independent monetary policy or spending.
Unlimited cash, fixed daily spend, spend freely on anything. Yeah, that sounds impossible.
It is, isn't it? If you strictly fix your daily spending limit, goal 2, and you also have unlimited access to funds, goal 1, you absolutely cannot have independent spending, goal 3, without quickly running out of money if your desires exceed Rs 500 a day, or having to borrow endlessly and getting into deep financial trouble. You'd have to choose. Maybe you fix your daily budget and control your spending desires, giving up unlimited access to cash. Or maybe you have unlimited access and spend freely, but then your daily spending won't be fixed. You can't have all 3 perfect scenarios at once.
A very clear analogy. Nations face the same fundamental trade-off with the impossible trinity.
That's the core dilemma. So, my dear listeners, let's check again. If a country chooses to have a truly fixed exchange rate for its currency, and it also allows money to move freely in and out, full capital mobility, what critical aspect of its own economic policy must it give up?
Precisely. It has to give up its independent monetary policy. It's a fundamental trade-off, a complex balancing act that every single country faces when choosing its exchange rate regime.
A choice with big consequences.
Indeed. Now let's take a brief historical journey to see how different exchange rate systems have actually evolved over the centuries as countries wrestled with this very impossible trinity.
Quick hit, a history lesson. Where do we start?
Let's go back to the 19th century and the early part of the 20th century, roughly up until World War I. During this period, many of the world's major economies, including powerful ones like the United States and the United Kingdom, operated under what we call the classical gold standard.
The gold standard. Heard of that. What did it involve?
Under this system, the value of each country's currency was fixed directly, by law, to a certain specified amount of gold. You could literally take your paper currency notes to the central bank and demand that specific amount of gold in exchange.
So paper money was just like a claim check for gold.
Exactly. Imagine a world where gold coins were almost the universal currency, and each country's paper money was simply a convenient promise, fully backed by gold held in the vaults. So if the US dollar was fixed to, say, X grams of gold per dollar, and the British pound sterling was fixed to Y grams of gold per pound.
Then the exchange rate between the dollar and the pound was automatically fixed too.
Yes, perfectly fixed by the ratio of X to Y. It was a very simple, transparent system, and it gave people a lot of confidence because money was backed by a tangible, valuable asset, gold.
Sounds stable. How did it work in practice with trade?
It operated through a mechanism that economists call the price-specie flow mechanism. Specie is just an old word for gold or silver coins.
Price-specie flow. Okay.
Basically, trade imbalances between countries led to physical flows of gold. If a country imported much more than it exported, it would have a trade deficit. To pay for those extra imports, gold would physically flow out of that country to the countries it was buying from.
Gold leaves the country with the deficit. Then what?
This outflow of gold would reduce the amount of money circulating within that country, since money supply was tied to gold reserves. According to the theory, this reduction in the money supply would typically cause domestic prices of goods and services within that country to fall.
Less money means prices drop. Deflation.
Yes, or at least downward pressure on prices. This would make that country's goods and services cheaper for foreigners to buy. What happens when your goods become cheaper?
Exports should increase.
Correct. And at the same time, because domestic prices are lower, imports become relatively more expensive for people inside the country. So imports would tend to decrease. This combination, rising exports and falling imports, would naturally help to bring the country's trade back towards balance.
Ah, so the gold flow automatically corrected the trade imbalance.
That was the theory, yes.
Yeah.
Conversely, if a country had a trade surplus, exporting more than importing, gold would flow in. This would expand its domestic money supply, push prices up, inflation, making its exports more expensive and imports cheaper, again helping to restore balance over time. The system was seen as somewhat self-adjusting.
Clever mechanism. But were there downsides?
Oh, yes. The main downside was that a country's ability to manage its own economy, like printing money to fight a recession or lowering interest rates, was severely limited by its gold reserves and the dictates of international trade flows. You couldn't just create money, you needed the gold to back it. This system ultimately broke down, especially during the economic chaos and nationalism leading up to and during the Great Depression of the 1930s. Countries couldn't cope with its rigidity during severe downturns.
So the gold standard didn't survive the Depression. What came next?
After the devastation of World War II, the major Allied nations gathered in a town called Bretton Woods in New Hampshire in the U.S. in 1944. They designed a new international monetary system, which became known as the Bretton Woods system.
Bretton Woods, what was the goal there?
The goal was to get the benefits of stable exchange rates, like under the gold standard, but with a bit more flexibility to avoid the harsh deflationary pressures. It was a system of fixed exchange rates, but with the possibility of periodic realignments, meaning countries could officially change their fixed rate if they faced a fundamental disequilibrium.
So, fixed but adjustable sometimes. How was it structured?
The key difference was how currencies were anchored. Instead of every currency being tied directly to gold, only the U.S. dollar was directly convertible into gold at a fixed price, $35 per ounce. Then, all other member currencies were fixed to the U.S. dollar at specific par values.
Ah, so the U.S. dollar was the center tied to gold and everyone else tied to the dollar.
Exactly. It was like a big international agreement emerging from the ashes of war, where most major nations decided to anchor their currency value to the U.S. dollar, and the dollar itself provided the link to gold. This system governed international finance for about 25 years, a period of strong global growth.
Sounds like it worked for a while. Why did it end?
By the late 1960s and early 1970s, the system came under increasing strain. The U.S. was running large deficits, partly due to the Vietnam War and domestic spending, and printing a lot of dollars. Other countries accumulated huge amounts of these dollars, far exceeding the U.S. gold reserves. Confidence that the U.S. could actually convert all those dollars back into gold at $35 an ounce began to evaporate.
People doubted the U.S. promise.
Yes. Plus, chronic inflation was becoming a global problem. In 1971, U.S. President Nixon suspended the convertibility of the dollar into gold. And by 1973, the Bretton Woods system of fixed exchange rates essentially collapsed.
So the fixed system broke down. What replaced it?
Most major industrial nations then moved towards a system of flexible exchange rates, sometimes called floating rates. Under this system, which is largely what we still have today for major currencies, market forces, supply and demand in the FX market, would be allowed to determine the exchange rates.
Let the market decide the price.
That was the idea. The initial expectation among many economists was that these floating rates would move relatively smoothly, primarily reflecting changes in international trade flows, exports and imports of goods and services.
But did that happen? Did rates become smooth?
Not really. What actually happened was that exchange rates turned out to be much more volatile, moving around far more dramatically and unpredictably than almost anyone had expected.
More volatile. Why? What were they missing?
Academic economists and financial analysts soon realized they had underestimated the impact of those capital flows we discussed earlier. Investment-driven FX transactions, both long-term foreign direct investments by companies, and crucially, short-term speculative flows by traders and investors anticipating future rate movements, became far more important in setting the day-to-day spot exchange rates than the slower-moving trade flows.
The financial trades overwhelmed the trade in goods.
In terms of driving short-term price movements, yes. Financial markets react instantly to news and expectations, while trade patterns change much more slowly. This dominance of capital flows led to the much higher exchange rate volatility we often see.
So floating rates brought volatility. Did countries try to manage that?
Yes, the volatility came with costs, as we discussed, uncertainty for businesses, disruptions to finance. Because of these concerns, some European countries, wanting closer economic ties, tried to create a zone of currency stability among themselves. In 1979, they established the European Exchange Rate Mechanism, or ERM.
ERM, Poos? What was that?
It was a system where the currencies of participating European countries were supposed to fluctuate only within a narrow band around a central rate relative to each other. It was an attempt to create a mini Bretton Woods within Europe.
A fixed but adjustable system for Europe. Did it work?
It faced severe challenges. A famous example involved the UK in the early 1990s. The UK was in recession and wanted to lower interest rates to stimulate its economy. However, Germany, which was dealing with the costs of reunification, was keeping its interest rates high to control potential inflation.
Different economic needs in the UK and Germany.
Exactly. With higher interest rates in Germany, money started flowing out of the British pound and into the German Deutschmark to seek those higher returns. This put downward pressure on the pound.
The impossible trinity strikes again. Fixed rate within the ERM band, capital mobility.
It meant the UK couldn't easily lower its interest rates independently. The Bank of England tried desperately to maintain the pound's fixed exchange rate within the ERM band by buying pounds and selling its foreign currency reserves. But eventually, facing massive speculative attacks from traders betting the pound would have to devalue, the Bank of England ran out of sufficient reserves. In September 1992, in a famous event known as Black Wednesday, the UK was forced to withdraw the pound from the ERM.
Wow, a dramatic failure to keep the peg.
It was. Despite these difficulties and crises like the ERM collapse, the dream of greater currency stability, even a single common currency, persisted in Europe. And this ultimately led, after years of planning, to the creation of the euro in 1999 as a common currency for many Western European countries, though notably the UK and Switzerland, among others, decided to keep their own currencies.
The euro, replacing national currencies like the franc and mark.
Yes. The hope was that a single currency would increase price transparency across borders, enhance market competition, make trade and travel easier, and lead to a more efficient allocation of resources within the eurozone.
What was the main drawback? Thinking about our trinity again?
The major drawback, as predicted by the impossible trinity, was that each member country that adopted the euro completely gave up the ability to manage its own exchange rate and, crucially, its own independent monetary policy. Interest rates for the entire eurozone would now be set by a single entity, the European Central Bank, ECB, in Frankfurt. This loss of national monetary control became a major issue during later crises, like the eurozone debt crisis starting around 2010.
Fascinating how these policy choices play out over time.
Indeed. History teaches us a lot about the challenges of managing currencies. So my curious students, thinking back to the beginning of our history lesson, under the classical gold standard, if a country ran a large trade deficit, meaning it imported much more than it exported, what would happen to its gold reserves, and what effect would that likely have on its domestic money supply?
Fascinating history indeed, seeing how nations have constantly grappled with managing their currencies. From the rigid gold standard, tying hands completely, to the volatile floating systems we see today.
Okay, thinking about your question on the gold standard deficit. If a country imports more, it has to pay, right? Under the gold standard, payment often involved gold. So a trade deficit would mean gold flows out of the country.
Correct, gold reserves would decrease.
And since the domestic money supply was directly linked to gold reserves, less gold would mean a smaller domestic money supply.
Excellent. Gold flows out, money supply shrinks. That was the adjustment mechanism. Now let's bring it to the present day. How do countries manage their currencies now? The International Monetary Fund, the IMF, keeps track of this, and they categorize the different modern currency regimes into a kind of spectrum.
A spectrum, meaning not just fixed or floating. Exactly. In practice, countries adopt a wide range of approaches, sitting somewhere between the extremes of being fully fixed, like under a gold standard or currency board, and being fully flexible or independently floating. These choices are often driven by complex political and economic forces, maybe a country's history of high inflation, making them desire a credible anchor, or perhaps a political desire for closer union with neighbors.
Okay, let's look at these modern categories the IMF uses. What are they, starting from the most rigid?
Right at the most rigid end, we have arrangements with no separate legal tender. This is where a country essentially gives up having its own national currency altogether.
No currency of their own. How does that work?
There are two main ways. First is dollarization. This is when a country formally adopts the currency of another nation, very often the US dollar, hence the name as its own official legal tender, and its primary medium of exchange for all transactions. Examples include countries like Panama, Ecuador, and El Salvador in Latin America.
So they just use US dollars day to day.
Yes. It's like, imagine a small shop in a village deciding to only accept payments in, say, a specific well-known brand of packaged sugar because everyone trusts that brand's quality and value, even though the shop doesn't produce the sugar itself. They completely give up their ability to issue their own shop currency or control the sugar supply.
They gain the credibility of the dollar, but lose all control.
Precisely. They import the monetary policy of the anchor country, the U.S. Fed, in the case of dollarization. While they gain currency credibility, which can lower inflation and stabilize the economy, they don't automatically get the same creditworthiness as the anchor country, nor do they have a direct link to the anchor country's central bank as a lender of last resort if their banks get into trouble.
Okay, that's dollarization. What's the other way to have no separate currency?
The second way is through a monetary union. Here, a group of countries decides to share the same legal tender and have a single monetary policy.
Ah, like the Eurozone.
Exactly. The Eurozone is the most prominent example. Countries like Germany, France, Italy, Spain, and others all gave up their national currencies, the Deutschmark, the French franc, the Italian lira, and adopted the euro. This is like a group of close friends deciding to pool all their pocket money together into one common fund.
Pooling their money.
Yes, so no one has individual spending power from their own separate pocket money anymore. Instead, they make decisions together on how to manage and spend the common fund, usually through a shared central bank, in Europe's case, the European Central Bank, ECB, which sets interest rates for the entire union.
So individual countries lose monetary independence but gain the benefits of a large single currency area.
That's the trade-off they made, moving slightly away from giving up your currency entirely. We have systems where a country retains its own currency but ties its value very, very strictly to another.
Okay, still very fixed, but with their own currency name.
Yes. The prime example here is a currency board system, CBS. This is an extremely strict fixed-rate regime. A country with a currency board makes a formal, often legislative commitment to exchange its domestic currency for a specified foreign currency, like the US dollar, at a fixed, unchanging rate.
A legal promise to exchange at a fixed rate. What makes it so strict?
The key is that the currency board must, by law, hold foreign assets,
Mhm.
usually reserves of the anchor currency, equal to at least 100% of its domestic currency that is in circulation or held by banks.
100% backing.
Yes. Think of our Reserve Bank of India operating under such a system. For every single rupee note it printed and put into circulation, it would legally have to keep, say, the equivalent value in US dollar notes locked away in its vault. It literally cannot print more rupees than the dollars it has in reserve to back them.
Wow, that's a very tight constraint. Like the gold standard, but with foreign currency instead of gold.
Very similar in principle, yes. Hong Kong SAR is a leading example of a successful, long-standing currency board, linking the Hong Kong dollar tightly to the US dollar. While this system offers extremely high credibility and eliminates discretion in monetary policy, which can be good if a country has a history of high inflation,
Yes, what's the downside?
it means the monetary authority, like the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, cannot act as a traditional lender of last resort by simply printing money if domestic banks get into trouble. It can provide short-term liquidity, but only if it's fully collateralized by foreign currency assets. Also, the country's monetary conditions are essentially determined by the anchor country.
So high credibility, but loss of flexibility and monetary independence again.
Exactly. One small advantage, though, compared to dollarization is that the monetary authority can earn seigniorage.
Seigniorage? What's that?
It's the profit a central bank makes from issuing currency. The cost of printing a note is very small, but its face value is much higher. Under a currency board, the authority earns interest on the foreign reserves it holds to back the currency, and this interest income, minus the cost of printing notes, is the seigniorage profit, which usually goes to the government. Under dollarization, that profit effectively goes to the foreign country whose currency is being used, like the US Fed.
Ah, okay. So currency boards are super strict. What's next down the spectrum?
Next, we have regimes that are still considered fixed or pegged, but offer a bit more flexibility than a currency board. One is a fixed parity regime, sometimes called a conventional peg.
Fixed parity or conventional peg. How is it different from a currency board?
It's a simpler fixed-rate system. The country pegs its currency to another currency, or sometimes a basket of currencies, at a specific rate, the parity. However, unlike a currency board, there's usually no formal legislative commitment, and critically, there's no requirement for 100% backing with foreign reserves.
So they try to keep it fixed, but without the strict backing rule.
Yes. They typically allow the actual market exchange rate to fluctuate within a small band, usually up to plus or minus 1%, local 1%, around the central parity rate. The central bank intervenes in the market, buying or selling foreign currency, as needed to keep the rate within this narrow band.
Okay, so they defend the rate, but have a tiny bit of wiggle room.
Exactly.
Right.
Here, the government or central bank tries to keep, say, the rupee fixed to the dollar around a certain level, but they don't legally have to maintain that rate at all costs, and they don't necessarily keep a huge locker full of dollars to back every single rupee. They have some flexibility, but the credibility of this peg really depends on the market believing that the country has both the willingness and the ability, enough foreign reserves, to defend the rate if it comes under pressure.
So credibility is earned, not guaranteed by law like a currency board.
Well put. Then there's a slight variation called a target zone, or horizontal band. This is essentially a fixed parity system, but with wider bands of fluctuation allowed around the central parity.
Wider bands. How wide?
Typically wider than the 1% of a conventional peg, maybe up to 92% or even more in some historical cases. This gives the monetary authority a bit more discretion, more room to maneuver its monetary policy before it's forced to intervene to defend the edges of the band. Denmark, for example, maintains a target zone linking its krone to the euro.
Okay, so it's like saying, all right, the rupee will stay roughly between, say, 78 and 82 per dollar, and the central bank has a bit more room to breathe within these limits before it has to step in.
That's the idea. More flexibility than a tight peg, but still aiming for general stability around a central rate.
Got it. What comes after these fixed but with bands systems?
Next, we have regimes that involve active, ongoing adjustment of the exchange rate peg itself. These are generally known as crawling pegs.
Crawling pegs, like the rate slowly crawls up or down.
Exactly. Instead of keeping the rate fixed for long periods in a crawling peg, the exchange rate is adjusted frequently, maybe weekly, or even daily, but only by small amounts in a predetermined or managed way.
Why would a country do that? Why not just fix it or let it float?
Often, it's used by countries experiencing relatively high inflation compared to their trading partners. If they kept the rate strictly fixed, their currency would become increasingly overvalued in real terms, hurting exports. The qual allows the nominal exchange rate to adjust gradually to offset the inflation difference.
Ah, to maintain competitiveness despite inflation.
Yes, think of it like slowly, step by step, adjusting the price of your popular samosa in your shop every week or month, maybe by just 50 pays, to keep up with the rising costs of ingredients like potatoes and oil, rather than keeping the price fixed for a year and then having one big sudden jump later that shocks your customers.
Good analogy. Gradual adjustment.
Mainland China, for instance, has historically used a form of crawling peg, managing the renminbi's value with reference to the US dollar and a basket of other currencies, allowing it to adjust gradually over time. There are generally two types of crawls.
Two type.
A passive crawl is where the exchange rate is adjusted backward-looking, based on past inflation differences. An active crawl is more forward-looking, where the authorities pre-announce a schedule of small, gradual exchange rate adjustments, often as a tool to help manage inflation expectations downwards.
Okay. Passive follows inflation. Active tries to lead it.
That's a good way to put it. There's also a hybrid category called fixed parity with crawling bands. Here, a country might start with a conventional fixed rate, but then gradually permits increasing flexibility over time by pre-announcing a widening of the fluctuation band around the central parity.
So starting fixed, but slowly allowing more wiggle room.
Yes, it's often seen as a transition strategy, maybe for a country moving from a fixed regime towards a more flexible one. It's like slowly loosening the rope bit by bit, allowing a bit more freedom over time, perhaps as the country gains confidence in its ability to manage its economy and currency without needing a rigid fix.
A gradual move towards flexibility. Okay, what's next?
Now we move into the more flexible regimes. First is the managed float, sometimes informally called dirty floating.
Managed float or dirty floating? Why dirty?
Dirty is just informal market jargon, maybe suggesting it's not a clean or pure float because the authorities do intervene. In this regime, the exchange rate is generally determined by market forces, supply and demand, but the central bank intervenes in the FX market occasionally, or even frequently, to influence the rate.
So it floats, but the government pushes it around sometimes?
Kind of. They don't usually have a specific target level or band for the exchange rate that they announce publicly. Instead, they intervene to achieve other policy objectives, maybe to smooth out excessive volatility, influence the trade balance, ensure price stability, or perhaps promote employment by preventing the currency from becoming too strong.
So they step in when they feel they need to for various reasons, but without a fixed target.
Exactly. It's like, think of the umpire in a cricket match. Mostly, the umpire lets the players play the game according to the rules, market forces. But sometimes, the umpire steps in maybe to calm things down if players get too aggressive, or to make a ruling that influences the flow of the game even though the primary action is driven by the players themselves. The central bank in a managed float is a bit like that umpire, intervening when deemed necessary.
Good analogy.
Do we have examples?
Yes, many countries, including India at various times, could be described as operating a managed float. Our notes also mention a well-known example of concerted intervention. In 2000, the central banks of the major industrial countries jointly intervened to buy euros and sell dollars in to support the value of the newly launched euro, which had fallen sharply. More recently, in 2010, many countries, especially in Asia and Latin America, engaged in unilateral intervention, acting alone, to buy U.S. dollars to prevent their own currencies from appreciating too rapidly against the dollar, as they feared it would hurt their export competitiveness.
So intervention is quite common, even if rates are floating. It is, in many parts of the world. Finally, At the most flexible end of the spectrum, we have independently floating rates.
Independently floating. This sounds like pure market forces.
Pretty much. In this system, the exchange rate is left almost entirely to market determination, based on supply and demand in the FX market. The central bank engages in very little or no direct intervention to influence the currency's level.
Let the market decide. Hands off.
Largely, yes. The main advantage of this regime, going back to our impossible trinity, is that it gives the monetary authority the maximum freedom to exercise an independent monetary policy. They can set interest rates and manage the money supply, focusing purely on domestic objectives, like achieving their inflation target or ensuring full employment, without being constrained by needing to defend a particular exchange rate level.
So this gives the most domestic control. Which countries use this?
Many major economies do. The notes mention Australia, Canada, Japan, Mexico, Norway, Poland, Sweden, the United Kingdom, and the United States as examples. Often, countries like India and South Korea are also considered to operate regimes that are very close to independently floating, even if they might occasionally intervene in disorderly market conditions.
So it's like letting the market decide the price of vegetables in the wholesale market.
Exactly. The price goes up and down freely based on daily demand and supply, with very little direct interference from the government trying to fix the price of onions or tomatoes. The market finds the equilibrium. However, even under an independent float, central banks usually retain the option to intervene in truly exceptional circumstances, perhaps if movements become extremely disruptive or completely detached from economic fundamentals. But such interventions would typically be much rarer than under a managed float.
Okay, that covers the whole spectrum, from no currency at all to a free float. Very clear.
Good. So, my curious listeners, thinking about that impossible trinity again and the trade-offs involved, which type of exchange rate regime gives a central bank the most control over its own domestic interest rates and money supply, and which type gives the least control? Hint, think about independent float versus dollarization or a monetary union.
That's a thoughtful question, and it really helps us appreciate the careful choices governments make when deciding how to manage their national currency.
Right.
Thinking about it, the most control over your own monetary policy surely comes with an independently floating rate, right? Because you're not tied to defending any specific rate.
Exactly.
And the least control, well, that would be under dollarization or a monetary union, where you've essentially given up your own currency or your own monetary policy altogether. You just import the policy from the anchor country or the union's central bank.
Perfect. You've grasped the core trade-off. Now let's explore more deeply how these exchange rates actually connect to a country's overall economic health, specifically looking at its trade balance and its capital flows. This is really the intricate dance between different parts of a nation's economy.
The dance between trade, capital, and exchange rates.
Okay. There's a fundamental macroeconomic identity, a kind of accounting truth, that explains this relationship very clearly. It states that a country that imports more goods and services than it exports, which we call a trade deficit, must somehow finance this gap.
Yes, if you spend more abroad than you earn abroad, you need to get the money from somewhere. How?
It must either borrow from foreign entities, like foreign banks, governments, or investors, or it must sell some of its existing assets, like stocks, bonds, or property, to foreigners. This inflow of funds from borrowing or asset sales results in what we call a capital account surplus.
So trade deficit goes hand in hand with a capital account surplus, money flowing in on the capital side to pay for the excess imports on the trade side.
Exactly. They have to balance. Conversely, if a country exports more than it imports, creating a trade surplus, it means it's earning more foreign currency than it's spending on imports. It has excess funds.
What happens to that extra money?
This excess must then be invested abroad. The country either lends its excess funds to foreigners or uses them to buy assets from foreigners, like buying foreign companies, bonds, or building factories overseas. This outflow of funds results in a capital account deficit.
So trade surplus is matched by a capital account deficit, money flowing out on the capital side because you earned excess on the trade side.
Precisely. A trade deficit must be exactly matched by a capital account surplus, and a trade surplus must be exactly matched by a capital account deficit. They're two sides of the very same coin, always balancing out in the national accounts. It's a fundamental identity.
Can we use the household budget analogy again?
Yes, absolutely. It's just like your family's budget, my dear listeners. If your family spends more in a month on groceries, clothes, school fees, and other necessities than its total monthly income, you have a deficit for that month.
Spending more than earning.
To cover this difference, what can the family do? They manage to take a small loan from parents, or maybe use their credit card, which is borrowing, or perhaps withdraw money from their savings account, which is like selling an asset they claim on the bank.
Yeah.
That loan or withdrawal is the capital inflow that allows the family to cover its spending deficit. A country works in a very similar way, just on a much bigger scale.
Okay, that makes the balancing act very clear.
We can even express this formally with a key macroeconomic identity. It looks like this. XM equals S, SI, plus TG.
Whoa, an equation. Let's break that down slowly. X minus M, that's exports minus imports, right? Our trade balance.
Correct. XM is the trade balance, also called net exports.
Mm-hmm.
If it's positive, we have a trade surplus. If it's negative, a trade deficit.
Okay, now what's on the other side? S minus I.
S stands for private savings in the economy, the total amount saved by households and businesses. A stands for domestic investment spending by businesses on new factories, machinery equipment, and also construction of new homes. So SI represents the balance between private savings and private investment. If S is greater than I, the private sector is saving more than it's investing. If I is greater than S, investment exceeds savings.
Okay, savings minus investment. Got it. And the last part, T minus G.
T stands for taxes, the total revenue the government collects. G stands for government expenditure, everything the government spends on goods, services, salaries, infrastructure, etc. So TG represents the government budget balance.
Ah, taxes minus government spending, like a government savings or deficit.
Exactly. If T is greater than G, the government has a budget surplus. It's saving. If G is greater than T, the government has a budget deficit. It's spending more than it collects, so it's dissaving or borrowing.
Okay, so the identity is trade balance, private savings investment, plus government budget balance. What does this tell us?
It tells us something profound. It says that a country's trade balance, whether it exports more or less than it imports, is fundamentally determined by the relationship between its domestic savings, both private S and government TG, and its domestic investment.
How so?
If a country has a trade surplus, XM, the left side is positive. This means the right side must also be positive. It implies that the country's total national saving, S plus TG, is greater than its domestic investment. The country is saving more than enough to fund all its domestic investment needs.
So where does the extra saving go?
That excess saving is used to accumulate financial claims on the rest of the world, essentially. The country lends its excess savings to foreigners or buys foreign assets. This corresponds to the capital account deficit we talked about, outflow of capital.
Okay, surplus savings flow abroad. What about a trade deficit?
If a country has a trade deficit, XM, the left side is negative. This means the right side must also be negative. It implies that the country's total national saving, S plus TTG, is less than its domestic investment. The country is not saving enough domestically to fund all its desired investment and its government spending.
So where does the money for the extra investment or government spending come from?
To cover this shortfall, the country must reduce its net financial claims on the rest of the world. This means it has to borrow from foreign countries or sell its own domestic assets, like property or shares in Indian companies, to foreigners. This corresponds to the capital account surplus, inflow of capital, needed to finance the trade deficit.
So a trade deficit implies a country is investing more than it's saving domestically and importing capital from abroad to fill the gap.
That's the fundamental link. Now here's a crucial point about the speed of adjustment in the real world, especially concerning the exchange rate.
Speed. How fast do things change?
In the short to medium term, it's usually the capital flows, the decisions of investors moving money across borders for financial reasons that are the primary determinant of exchange rate movements.
Capital flows drive the rate in the short term. Why?
Because financial markets react much, much faster than trade flows. Investors can react to news or changing expectations and buy or sell currencies and financial assets in milliseconds using electronic platforms.
Money moves instantly.
Pretty much. Changes in trade flows, however, happen much more slowly. Adjusting import and export patterns, finding new suppliers or customers, changing consumer buying habits. These things take time, months or even years.
Right. Trade is slower to react.
So if investors suddenly anticipate that, say, the rupee is going to weaken, they will quickly sell rupees and buy dollars now, causing the exchange rate to adjust rapidly based on those financial flows, long before the actual trade patterns have had a chance to change significantly.
So capital flows lead the way for the exchange rate.
In the short to medium run, yes, they dominate. Trade flows, driven by the underlying saving and investment decisions we just discussed in the identity, become more important for determining the long-term equilibrium level of the exchange rate as the real economy gradually adjusts.
Okay, short-term driven by finance, long-term by trade and fundamentals.
That's a good summary. In essence, the exchange rate acts as a key price that adjusts often very quickly due to capital flows to bring the demand and supply for a currency into balance, ensuring that at any given moment, all financial assets, like currencies, bonds, stocks, are willingly held by investors somewhere in the world, given the prevailing exchange rates and interest rates.
It's the balancing price in this global financial market.
Exactly. So given this fundamental relationship we've discussed, if India currently have a large trade deficit, meaning we are importing significantly more goods and services than we are exporting,
Yes, that's often been the case for India.
what must be happening with our capital account? Is India experiencing a net capital account surplus or a net capital account deficit?
Based on the identity, if the trade balance, XM, is negative, a deficit, then the capital account must be doing the opposite to balance it out. So India must be having a capital account surplus, right? Meaning net inflows of foreign capital are coming into India to finance that trade deficit.
Absolutely correct. A trade deficit implies a capital account surplus. Foreigners are, on balance, lending to us or investing more in India than we are investing abroad. You've got it.
That's a very clear way to connect the dots. It makes you see how deeply trade, investment, government budgets, and currency values are all intertwined. It truly is a dynamic balance.
It is indeed.
Now, sometimes governments aren't entirely comfortable with this completely free movement of money, these capital flows driving exchange rates. This brings us to our next important topic. Why might governments choose to impose capital restrictions?
Ah, yes. Controlling the flow of money across borders. Why do it?
What are capital restrictions first?
Yeah.
Simply put, they are any policies or rules designed by governments to limit, control, or redirect the inflow or outflow of capital from their country.
Putting up barriers or controls on money movement.
Exactly. Governments might have many different objectives for imposing these restrictions. For example, they might want to use them to help meet specific domestic goals, like boosting employment in certain sectors or promoting development in particular regions by directing investment there. Or, very commonly, they might want to protect industries they consider strategically important or vital for national defense. Think about sectors like telecommunications, banking, or defense manufacturing. Many countries have rules limiting foreign ownership in these sensitive areas.
Protecting strategic sectors. Makes sense. What else?
Another very important reason, especially during times of economic stress or crisis, is to avoid or mitigate capital flight.
Capital flight. That sounds dramatic.
It can be. Capital flight refers to a rapid and massive outflow of money from a country, often triggered by a loss of confidence in the economy or political instability. Investors, both domestic and foreign, rush to pull their money out, selling the local currency and buying foreign currency. This can severely destabilize the financial system, cause the currency to crash, and deepen an economic crisis. Governments might use capital controls to try and stem this outflow.
So, controls as an emergency brake during a crisis.
Yes. Sometimes governments might also want to limit capital inflows, not just outflows. Why? Perhaps they fear that too much foreign money flooding in too quickly could make their domestic firms less competitive by pushing up the exchange rate, making exports expensive, or by causing wages or property prices to rise too fast. Or they might worry about creating asset bubbles, like in the stock market or real estate, that could burst later and cause damage.
So, managing inflows to avoid overheating or bubbles.
Correct. These restrictions can take various forms. For instance, governments might require foreign investors to get specific approval before making certain investments. They might set limits on the types of industries foreigners can invest in or the percentage of ownership they can hold.
Rules about where foreign money can go.
Yes. They might also place restrictions on how easily foreign companies can repatriate their profits, meaning send their earnings back to their home country. Similarly, they might limit their own citizens' ability to invest their savings abroad, especially in developing economies where conserving foreign currency reserves might be a priority. Or they might impose rules requiring exporters to bring their foreign currency earnings back into the country within a certain time frame.
Various ways to control the taps for money flow.
Let's use an Indian example. Imagine our government wants to support and protect our local toy manufacturers, maybe because it's a sector with potential or employs many people, but they are struggling against large, dominant foreign toy companies.
Okay, protecting the local toy industry.
The government might implement rules saying foreign toy companies cannot own more than, say, 49% of an Indian toy company, or major foreign investments in the toy sector require special government approval, or perhaps foreign toy companies must partner with an Indian company. These would all be forms of capital restrictions designed to shield the domestic industry and ensure it has space to grow and perhaps become competitive.
Using controls to nurture a domestic industry. Got it.
So, my curious listeners thinking about this, why might a government want to restrict foreign investment in a particularly sensitive sector like defense production or maybe critical telecommunications infrastructure, even though we know foreign investment can bring potential benefits like new technology or capital?
That's a crucial question, and it really highlights the delicate balancing act governments constantly try to perform between reaping the benefits of globalization and protecting national interest.
A tough balance indeed.
On one hand, as you said, economists generally believe that the free movement of financial capital across borders is highly beneficial, at least in theory, when capital can move freely.
Yes. What are the supposed benefits?
Well, it allows savings from around the world to be channeled to where they can earn the highest productive return globally. This means capital flows to countries and projects where it can be used most effectively, boosting global efficiency. For countries receiving the capital, especially developing countries, it enables them to invest in their productive capacity, factories, infrastructure, technology, at a higher rate than what their own domestic savings alone would allow. This can lead to faster economic growth, more job creation, and higher living standards.
So, more investment leads to more growth.
Yes. Plus, foreign firms often bring not only the money, but also new technologies, valuable management skills, access to international markets, and advanced business practices. These can have positive spillover effects, benefiting local firms through learning or competition, and can even help create a network of capable local suppliers. Free capital flows can also increase competition in the domestic market, forcing local firms to become more efficient and innovative to survive and thrive.
So, lots of potential upsides to letting capital move freely. Why then do governments impose controls? What are the risks?
Despite these clear potential benefits, there are significant risks and reasons why governments sometimes feel the need to resort to capital controls. As you mentioned earlier, perhaps the biggest fear is related to macroeconomic crises. In times of uncertainty or panic, completely free capital mobility can indeed lead to devastating capital flight.
The emergency brake scenario again?
Exactly. This isn't just about long-term investors making careful decisions. It can involve a rapid, herd-like rush for the exits, particularly by those holding short-term speculative investments, hot money. This massive outflow can drain a country's foreign reserves, cause the currency to plummet, trigger banking collapses, and push the economy into a deep recession.
So controls can prevent or lessen the damage from such panics.
That's the hope. In such crisis circumstances, capital restrictions, when used carefully and usually alongside other policy tools like adjusting interest rates or perhaps temporarily fixing the exchange rate, can help governments achieve both their domestic goals, like stabilizing the economy, and their external goals, like stopping the currency crash, simultaneously. Remember our impossible trinity. Perfect capital mobility makes it impossible to have both a fixed exchange rate and an independent monetary policy. Capital controls offer a way to temporarily break that link, regaining some policy independence when it's desperately needed.
So controls give back some policy room during a crisis.
Yes, they might allow a country to lower interest rates to support the economy without triggering a massive capital outflow, for example.
How are these controls actually implemented? What do they look like?
They can take various forms, broadly categorized as.
Governments can impose special taxes on the returns earned from international investments, or put taxes on specific types of cross-border financial transactions, making them less attractive, especially for short-term flows.
Using taxes to discourage certain flows.
Second, price or quantity controls. This could include things like mandatory reserve requirements, where foreign investors bringing money in are forced to deposit a certain percentage of those inflows with the central bank, perhaps for a fixed period, often earning zero interest. This increases the cost for foreigners. Or there might be direct quantitative limits or ceilings imposed on how much domestic companies or banks are allowed to borrow from foreign creditors.
Reserve requirements or borrowing limit.
Third, administrative controls. This involves more direct bureaucratic hurdles. Government agencies might need to explicitly approve certain types or sizes of cross-border transactions before they can happen. This adds delays and uncertainty and can be used to block unwanted flows.
Okay, taxes, quantity limits or direct approvals. But do these controls actually work? And what are the downsides?
That's the million-dollar question. Implementing and enforcing capital restrictions effectively comes with significant costs. There's a considerable administrative burden on the government to design the controls, monitor compliance, and constantly try to close loopholes that clever investors will inevitably find. It can become a complex and costly cat-and-mouse game.
Hard to enforce perfectly.
Very much so. More importantly, from an economic perspective, using capital controls can sometimes allow governments to delay making necessary, though perhaps painful, domestic policy adjustments. For example, instead of tackling the root cause of a problem, like a large and unsustainable government budget deficit that's causing capital outflows, a government might just slap on controls to stop the money leaving. This might provide temporary relief, but doesn't solve the underlying issue.
Sweeping the real problem under the rug.
It can be. Controls can also impede the private sector's ability to manage its own risks and adapt efficiently to changing international economic conditions. But perhaps the most significant potential cost, especially in the long run, relates to market perception.
How the world sees the country.
Exactly. Imposing capital controls, particularly if they are seen as arbitrary or likely to trap investors' money, can lead to very negative market perceptions. International investors might view the country as being riskier, less predictable, and less friendly to foreign capital. This negative perception can make it more costly and difficult for that country to attract foreign funds, both loans and investments in the long run, even long after the controls have been lifted. The stigma can remain. Studies on the effectiveness of controls often show mixed results. Sometimes they provide temporary breathing room during a crisis, but their long-term benefits are often debated, and the costs can be substantial.
So potentially damaging to long-term reputation and access to capital.
That's a major concern. Let's look at the famous example of Malaysia during the 1997-98 Southeast Asian financial crisis, which is discussed in our source material. It really illustrates this trade-off.
Okay, Malaysia in 97-98. What happened?
The circumstances. After the Thai baht was devalued in July 1997, triggering a region-wide crisis, Malaysia, like its neighbors, Thailand, Indonesia, South Korea, suffered substantial net capital outflows. Foreign investors panicked and pulled their money out. This massive outflow put huge pressure on the Malaysian ringgit and forced domestic interest rates to skyrocket, which is crippling their economy, causing businesses to fail and unemployment to rise.
A typical emerging market crisis scenario. What did they do? The IMF advice was usually to raise rates even higher, wasn't it?
Yes, the standard IMF prescription at the time was often fiscal austerity, cutting government spending, and raising interest rates further to try and stabilize the currency and attract capital back. But Malaysia felt this medicine was too harsh and was actually worsening the domestic economic collapse.
So Malaysia chose a different path.
They did. The objective. On September 1st, 1998, Malaysia took the controversial step of imposing comprehensive capital controls. Their stated objective was very clear. They wanted to regain control over their domestic monetary policy specifically. They wanted to be able to cut interest rates significantly to support their economy without provoking a further collapse in the ringgit's exchange rate. They also wanted to buy time to allow their struggling banks and corporations to restructure and recover without the intense pressure of capital flight and high interest rates.
So use controls to shield the domestic economy while they fix things internally. What exactly did they do?
The actions. They implemented quite stringent measures. They prohibited the transfer of funds between domestic and foreign accounts held by non-residents. They eliminated access to credit facilities for offshore parties dealing in ringgit. Crucially, they imposed a rule preventing the repatriation, taking out a foreign portfolio investment for a full year. And alongside these controls, they also officially fixed the ringgit's exchange rate at 3.80 per US dollar. Later, in February 1999, seeing that the immediate crisis was easing, they replaced the outright one-year prohibition on repatriation with a system of graduated exit taxes on capital gains, specifically designed to discourage short-term, speculative hot money while still permitting longer-term, more stable investment flows.
Wow, quite drastic measures. Did they work? What was the outcome?
The success and costs. Well, the controls did largely achieve their short-term objectives. They successfully curtailed the damaging speculative capital outflows. This shield allowed Bank Negara Malaysia, their central bank, to significantly reduce domestic interest rates without causing the ringgit to crash further. Lower interest rates helped the Malaysian economy to recover relatively quickly. Under this protective umbrella provided by the controls, the authorities were able to push through necessary reforms, including bank recapitalization and corporate debt restructuring. Malaysia saw a strong economic growth return in 1999 and 2000. So in that sense, it was like giving a strong medicine for an urgent high fever. It definitely helped break the fever and stabilize the patient in the short term.
So a success in managing the crisis.
In the short term, many would argue yes. However, this medicine also came with significant long-term costs or side effects that were perhaps not immediately visible but became apparent over time.
The negative market perception you mentioned.
Exactly. A major consequence was that Malaysia was effectively penalized by the international financial community. Prestigious global index providers like MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International, removed Malaysian stocks from their widely followed developed equity market indexes. Malaysia was effectively relegated to the emerging market universe, seen as a step backwards in terms of market development and openness.
Kicked out of the main index. Why is that so bad?
Because many large global institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds allocate their money based on these indexes. Being removed meant that huge pools of international investment capital would automatically reduce or eliminate their holdings of Malaysian equities. This undermined international demand for Malaysian stocks and likely made it harder and more expensive for Malaysian companies and the government to attract net long-term capital inflows in the following years. Investors simply perceived a higher risk, the risk that controls could be imposed again in the future, trapping their money.
So it damaged their reputation and access to long-term investment even after the controls were eased.
That's the argument, yes. It created a long-term perception challenge. So while the controls helped Malaysia navigate the immediate storm of 1998 relatively well compared to some neighbors who followed the IMF path more closely, they paid a price in terms of their integration into global financial markets and potentially higher long-term borrowing costs. It remains a debated case study. Did the short-term benefits outweigh the long-term costs?
A classic example of the difficult trade-offs involved.
Indeed. So, thinking about the Malaysian experience, their capital controls helped stabilize the economy during the crisis, yes. But what was a major long-term cost they faced because of imposing these restrictions, particularly in how international investors viewed them afterward?
Wow, what a truly deep dive that was into the fascinating, complex world of foreign exchange and how countries try to manage their money. We've covered so much ground today, from understanding the smallest money exchange someone might make at an airport kiosk, all the way up to how big governments make fundamental choices about their currency regimes that shape their economic destiny. It's quite a journey, isn't it?
Indeed, it really is. We've peeled back quite a few layers today, I think. We saw how something that seems as simple as a currency exchange rate is actually deeply connected to a country's trade balance, its flows of investment, its inflation, its interest rates, and even its government's most fundamental policy choices, like navigating that tricky, impossible trinity.
It really underscores how interconnected everything is in our global economy.
It truly is an interconnected global financial village, isn't it? We saw the difference between nominal rates that grab headlines and the real rates that affect purchasing power. We met the diverse cast of characters in the FX market, the banks, the big funds, the companies, the individuals. And we journeyed through the history and the current landscape of exchange rate regimes, understanding the tough choices countries make between stability, flexibility, and independence.
Absolutely. And hopefully, for all of you listening, it's much clearer now. Remember, whether it's trying to understand why your favorite imported chocolate bar seems to cost more this month because the rupee has weakened against the Swiss franc, or reading in the news about why a big Indian company like Tata is investing heavily abroad to build a factory in the UK. The FX market is right there, at the heart of it all.
It touches our daily life, maybe indirectly sometimes, but also affects our nation's overall prosperity and place in the world.
We sincerely hope that by breaking down these sometimes intimidating financial concepts using simple language and relatable examples from our everyday lives here in India, like the cricket scores, the Kirana shop, the railway network, or pocket money, we've helped make these big ideas simpler and built a clearer, stronger picture for you.
That was certainly our aim. We hope these analogies helped connect the dots and created some of those aha moments. Finance shouldn't be a scary subject reserved only for the experts in tall buildings in Mumbai. It is for everyone. And we truly believe that by understanding these basics, you are building a very strong foundation for your future financial knowledge. Keep exploring, keep asking questions.
You're doing great just by engaging with these topics. Keep learning, keep growing.
And just to leave you with something to think about, a little puzzle for you to ponder until our next session.
Oh, final thought. Good.
Considering everything we've discussed today, the impossible trinity, the trade-offs between stability and independence, the role of capital flows, if a country like India were to seriously consider moving towards a much more rigidly fixed exchange rate regime in the future, perhaps even something drastic like a currency board system similar to Hong Kong's, what do you think would be the single biggest advantage and the single biggest disadvantage of such a move, specifically for the common Indian citizen? Think about inflation, interest rates, economic stability, jobs, maybe even national pride. What would be the main pro and the main con from an everyday person's perspective?
That's a fantastic question to mull over. Fixed rates versus flexibility. What does it really mean for the average person in India? Think about it, everyone. We'll be back soon to continue our deep dives into other fascinating areas.
Until next time, keep that curiosity alive. Keep learning, keep growing. Take care. And Jai Hind.
Take care, everyone. Jai Hind.
Welcome, everyone, to the Deep Dive.
Hello.
Today, we are going to unravel something quite important, isn't it? The world of currency exchange rates.
Yes, absolutely. It sounds complex, maybe, but it touches everything.
It really does. Think about sending money home to family who live abroad, or maybe you're planning a trip overseas one day.
Or even just understanding the news about global trade.
Exactly. It's like, you know how we have different notes and coins here in India? A 100 rupee note is always 100 rupees.
Of course.
But if you have 100 rupees, how many US dollars is that? Or how many British pounds? That's where exchange rates come in.
That's the puzzle we're solving today.
Right. So our mission, our goal for this deep dive is to start from the very basics of these foreign exchange rates.
Build up step by step.
Yes. So that by the end, you feel comfortable, confident with these financial ideas. They are very useful.
And they really are important. The sources we're looking at, they are quite detailed, like a textbook, you might say. Our job is to simplify them, make them easy to grasp. We'll focus on two main areas, really.
Okay.
First, how we figure out rates between currencies that aren't, directly traded much. We call these cross rates.
Cross rates, got it.
And second, how we look into the future, how future rates are predicted, or rather agreed upon today. Those are forward rates.
Forward rates, okay.
The main thing to remember is finance doesn't have to be scary. It's mostly logic, understanding how things connect.
A very good point. It's just logic, step by step. Okay, so let's start right at the beginning then. What exactly is an exchange rate? The simplest way we can put it.
Well, it's just the price, isn't it? The price of one country's money in terms of another country's money.
Like going to the market.
Exactly. You see the price for potatoes, say 20 rupees per kilogram. An exchange rate tells you the price of, for example, $1 in Indian rupees. How many rupees you need to get $1.
So let's take that example. Imagine you are planning that trip to America. You'll need US dollars there. The exchange rate tells you how many rupees you must give for each dollar. So if we say $1 equals 83 Indian rupees, often written as USD INR equals 83.
That slash just means per dollars per rupee or rupees per dollar. You have to check the convention. Here it's rupees per dollar.
Okay, good point. So 83 rupees for $1 means for every single dollar you want, you hand over 83 rupees.
It's the cost of buying that foreign currency. And this price, it changes, doesn't it? Based on supply and demand, the economy, many things.
Constantly changing, yes. So my dear students, a quick check. If I tell you that 1 British pound equals 105 Indian rupees, what does that tell us about the value? Is the pound more valuable or less valuable than the rupee in this case?
Well, since you need 105 rupees to get just 1 pound, the pound must be quite a bit more valuable than a single rupee, wouldn't you say?
Very good. That's the basic idea. Now, moving on.
Okay, so we understand the basic rate. But sometimes you want to know the rate between two currencies, and there isn't a direct quote easily available everywhere.
Like maybe the rate between the currency of, say, Thailand and the currency of Brazil.
Exactly. Maybe not a very common pair for direct trading. This is where we use something called a cross rate.
Cross rate? Okay, what's that?
It's an exchange rate between two currencies, but we calculate it indirectly. We use a third currency, a common one, as a sort of bridge.
A bridge. Why do we need a bridge? Why not just have direct rates for everything?
Well, think about it. There's so many currencies in the world. Trying to have an active liquid market for every single pair. Thai baht to Brazilian real, Vietnamese dong to Egyptian pound. It would be incredibly complex and probably not very efficient. Some pairs just aren't traded often enough.
I see. Too many combinations.
Precisely. So the market relies on a few major currencies that are traded a lot. They act as the intermediaries.
And which one is the main one?
The U.S. dollar. The
Okay.
USD is by far the most common bridge currency. It's like a huge central railway station, you know?
Okay, like Howrah Station or CST Mumbai.
Exactly. You might not have a direct train from your small town to another small town far away,
Right.
but you can take a train to the big hub station and from there catch another train to your final destination. The USD works like that hub in currency markets.
That makes sense. So using an Indian example, maybe sending money from India to, say, Nepal,
Hmm.
you might know the rupee to dollar rate, the IDOM USD rate,
Yes, that's very common.
and you might also know the dollar to Nepalese rupee rate, the USD MPR rate.
Also commonly available.
But maybe the direct INR MPR rate isn't quoted everywhere easily.
Correct. So the US dollar acts as the bridge. You go from INR to USD and then from USD to MPR. That's how you find the cross rate.
Clever. It uses the big, busy markets to connect the smaller ones.
Exactly. It ensures things can flow smoothly.
Yeah.
Now, let's see how we actually calculate these cross rates. It involves some simple multiplication, like we do in everyday maths.
Okay, let's get into the calculation. How does it work?
Let's use an example from the material. Suppose we want to find the rate between the Canadian dollar, CAD, and the euro, EUR. We want CAD per UUR.
Okay, Canadian dollars per euro, but we don't have that rate directly.
Correct. But we do have two other rates.
First,
CAD USD is 1.3020. This means 1.302 Canadian dollars are needed for one US dollar.
okay, CAD per USD.
And second, USD EUR is 1.1701, meaning 1.1701 US dollars for 1 euro.
Right, USD per EUR.
Now, our goal is CAD per UR. Look at the units we have, CAD USD and USD EUR. What happens if we multiply these two rates together?
Let's see, CAD USD times USD
Right.
EUR. The USD is on the bottom in the first one and on the top in the second one.
Exactly. Just like in school maths, when you have a common factor in the numerator and denominator,
And
they
see, cancel out.
precisely, the USD unit cancels out. And what are we left with?
CAD on top, DUR on the bottom. So CAD UR, that's what we wanted.
Perfect. So we just multiply the numbers 1.3020 times 1.1701.
Okay, let me see. 1.3020, 1.1701. That comes out to 1.5235.
So the cross rate is 1.5235 CAD per UR.
It's like a chain reaction with the numbers, isn't it? Or like finding out how many sweets you can get if you know sweets per chocolate and chocolates per rupee.
A very good analogy.
Yep.
The chocolate cancels out, leaving sweets per rupee.
So a quick check again, students. If you know how many bananas you get for one apple, okay? And you also know how many apples you get for one orange, how would you figure out how many bananas you get for one orange?
You'd multiply, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Bananas per apple times apples per orange. The apples cancel.
Exactly. Same logic. Very good.
Now, sometimes, to make that cancellation work properly, we need to do one extra little step. We might need to invert one of the quotes.
Invert. What does that mean? Flip it upside down.
Essentially, yes. If you have the rate as KDSD, Canadian dollars per US dollar, but for your calculation, you need USD CAD, US dollars per Canadian dollar, you just calculate 1 divided by the KESD rate. You take the reciprocal.
Okay, why would we need to do that?
Let's look at another example. Suppose we want the JPY CAD rate. That's Japanese yen per Canadian dollar.
Yen per CAD.
And the market gives us KDSD, like before, 1.3020, and JPY USD, say, 111.94 yen per US dollar.
Right. So we have KDSD and JPY USD. We want JPY get.
If we just multiply KDSD by JPY USD, what happens to the units?
God, USD times. JPY USD. The USD is on the bottom in both terms. It doesn't cancel. We get CAD JPY divided by USD USD. That's not right.
Exactly. It doesn't give us JPY CAD. So we need the intermediate currency, the USD, to be on top in one rate and on the bottom in the other for it to cancel.
Oh, so we need to flip one of them. Which one?
We want JPY CAD in the end. We have JPY USD. We also have KDSD. If we flip KDUSD, we get USD CAD.
Okay, so USD CAD. And we calculate that as 1 divided by 1.302.
Correct. 1.302 is about 0.7680. So 0.7688 USD per CAD.
Got it. Now we have USD CAD 0.7680 and JPY USD 111.94.
Now multiply these two. USD CAD times JPY USD.
Let's see. USD on top, USD on bottom. Yes, they cancel.
We're left with JPY CAD. Perfect.
And the numbers, 0.7680 times 111.94.
Okay, 0.7680, 111.94 gives 85.97.
So the cross rate is 85.97 JPY per CAD. So sometimes you have to invert one rate first just to make sure the units line up correctly for cancellation.
Precisely. It's all about ensuring the conversion path works logically. Think about it like Um, knowing the price of a cricket bat in rupees per bat
Okay.
and the price of a cricket ball in rupees per ball.
Right.
But you want to know how many bats you can buy for one ball. You
Mm.
can't just multiply. You'd have to flip one price, maybe find balls per rupee first to compare properly.
I see. Or like with making chai. You know how many glasses of chai from one packet of tea leaves? And how many cups of milk per glass of chai?
Yes.
But if you want to find tea leaves per cup of milk, you need to flip one of those around, don't you?
Excellent example. Same principle.
Well, yeah.
You need the units to align.
So, quick check. Why do you think it's sometimes necessary to invert an exchange rate, like turning it upside down, before we multiply for a cross rate?
Well, as we just saw, it's to make sure the middle currency, the bridge currency, appears once in the numerator and once in the denominator, so it cancels out neatly, leaving us with the rate we actually want.
Very good. It's all about making the units work out.
And a quick note, you mentioned decimal places.
Ah, yes. Most major currencies like dollar, euro, pound against each other are usually quoted to 4 decimal places. Those small units are often called pips.
4 places. Okay.
But the Japanese yen, because 1 yen is a much smaller value, is usually quoted to only 2 decimal places against the dollar.
2 for yen, 4 for most others. Good to remember.
It's important for calculations later, especially with points.
Okay, this is fascinating. We can calculate these rates indirectly. Now, you mentioned something earlier, arbitrage. What's that about?
Ah, arbitrage. It's a very, very important concept in finance. Basically, it means making a profit without taking any risk by exploiting tiny price differences.
Risk-free profit. That sounds too good to be true.
It usually is because these opportunities disappear almost instantly. But the possibility keeps markets efficient. In our case, we talk about triangular arbitrage. Triangular.
Yeah.
Because it involves 3 currencies.
Exactly. Like our JPY CAD calculation using USD. Let's say our calculated fair cross rate was 85.97 JPY CAD.
Okay, based on the USD rates.
But imagine, just for a split second, some dealer somewhere is quoting 86.2 JPY CAD. Maybe their computer is slow, or they made a tiny mistake.
So they are offering to buy CAD for more yen than the fair rate.
Precisely.
Right.
A trader, or more likely a very fast computer program, would see this. What could they do?
Could they buy CAD using the fair rate route through USD?
Yes, effectively buying CAD at the cost of 85.97 JPY per CAD.
And then immediately sell that CAD to the dealer who is quoting 86.20.
Exactly. Buy low at 85.97, sell high at 86.20 instantly.
And the difference, 86.20 minus 85.97 is 0.23 JPY per CAD. That's their profit.
Yes, a small but completely risk-free profit made in milliseconds.
Wow. Like imagine buying fresh mangoes from one vendor in the market for 100 rupees per kilo and noticing another vendor just nearby, maybe by mistake, selling the exact same mangoes for 105 rupees per kilo.
What would you do?
I quickly buy from the first vendor and sell to the second. Make 5 rupees per kilo instantly.
That's arbitrage in the mango market. Same idea with currencies, just much faster.
But you said these opportunities are rare now.
Extremely rare and very short-lived in major currency markets because thousands of computers and traders are constantly watching for these tiny differences.
Ah, so they jump on it so fast.
That the price difference disappears immediately. The act of doing the arbitrage corrects the mispricing.
So the real importance of arbitrage isn't the profit itself, but that it forces all the exchange rates to be consistent with each other.
That is the fundamental point. It ensures that the JPY CAD rate implied by the USD rates is essentially the same as any directly quoted JPY CAD rate. It keeps the whole system locked together efficient.
So, quick check. If
Gotcha.
someone could buy gold in Delhi for, say, 60,000 rupees per 10 grams and instantly sell it in Mumbai for 60,500 rupees with no costs or risks, what would we call that kind of profit?
That would be a classic example of arbitrage profit, riskless profit from a price difference.
Very good.
Okay, so let's quickly recap part 1. We've learned what a basic exchange rate is, the price of one currency in terms of another. We've seen how to calculate cross rates when direct quotes aren't common, using a bridge currency like the USD, and sometimes needing to invert a rate.
Right, the calculation part.
And we've understood the concept of arbitrage, especially triangular arbitrage, and how it acts like a market policeman, ensuring all these rates are consistent and the market is efficient.
It ties everything together neatly.
It does. And understanding this helps you see how global markets are all interconnected. The value of the rupee is influenced by the dollar, which is influenced by the euro, and so on. It matters, even if you're just looking at, say, money sent home from family abroad.
Okay, that gives us a solid foundation on current rates. Now, what about the future? You mentioned forward rates.
Yes, forward rates. So far, we've discussed spot rates. Spot means right now for immediate exchange. Usually settlement happens within 2 business days, but it's basically for on-the-spot deals.
Okay, spot is for now.
But what if you know you need to exchange currency, say, 3 months from now, or maybe 6 months, or even a year?
Like maybe a business knows it has to pay a foreign supplier in 6 months.
Exactly. Or maybe an exporter knows they will receive foreign currency in 3 months. They face a risk, don't they?
What risk?
The risk that the exchange rate might change between now and then.
Ah, right. If you're paying, the foreign currency might get more expensive. If you're receiving, it might get cheaper.
Precisely. That's foreign exchange risk, or currency risk. It creates uncertainty. This is where forward rates become incredibly useful.
So what is a forward rate?
A forward rate is an exchange rate that you agree on today
Okay, agree today.
for an exchange of currencies that will happen at a specific date in the future.
So you lock in the price now for a future transaction.
Exactly. The actual money changes hands later on the agreed future date, but at the rate fixed today.
Why would people do that?
The main reason is to manage that risk we just talked about. It's called hedging.
Hedging, like building a hedge around your garden.
In a way, you're protecting yourself. Let's take an Indian company, say an IT firm in Bangalore. They win a big contract from a client in Germany, payment in euros, due in 6 months. They need rupees to pay salaries, rent, everything here. But they don't know what the euro rate will be in 6 months if the euro falls against the rupee.
They get fewer rupees than they expected. It hurts their profit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So to avoid this uncertainty, they can go to their bank today and enter into a forward contract. They agree on a specific euro rate to convert those euros in 6 months' time.
So they know exactly how many rupees they will get no matter what happens in the market.
Precisely. They have hedged their currency risk. They've removed the uncertainty. They can budget properly now.
That sounds very useful for businesses. Like, think of running a small Kirana shop. Okay, you order goods from a supplier in another city. You agree to pay in, say, 3 months.
Okay.
The price of your goods might depend partly on transportation costs, right? And those costs might change.
They could go up, yes.
But if you could somehow fix the transportation cost today for that delivery in 3 months, you'd be safer, wouldn't you? You'd know your total cost.
You would. That would be like hedging your transport cost risk.
So fixing the future exchange rate is like hedging your currency risk.
Very well put. Or think about saving for a big event like a wedding in 6 months, and you plan to buy gold, maybe imported gold from Dubai, so you need dirhams. You worry the dirham might become more expensive in rupees by then?
Right, the cost could go up.
Using a forward contract, you could potentially lock in the dirham rupee rate today for your purchase in 6 months. Helps with budgeting.
I see the value now. It removes the guesswork about future rates.
Exactly. So, quick check. What's the main difference between a spot exchange rate and a forward exchange rate? Think about when the money actually changes hands.
Spot rate is for exchange happening almost immediately right now. And
Yes.
forward rate is for an exchange happening at a specific date in the future, but the rate is agreed today.
Perfect. That's the key difference.
Okay, so we know why forward rates are used. How are they actually quoted in the market? Do they just show the full future rate?
Often no, especially in the professional interbank market. They're usually quoted as a difference from the spot rate. This difference is called forward points, or sometimes swap points.
Forward points, like points in a game.
Sort of. It's just the adjustment you need to make to the spot rate to get the forward rate.
Right.
Think of it like a discount or a premium.
Okay, like if a shirt costs 1,000 rupees and you have a coupon for 50 points off, that means 50 rupees less.
Exactly like that. Here, the points represent a tiny amount of currency difference added to or subtracted from the spot rate.
Added or subtracted? When is it added and when subtracted?
Good question. If the forward rate is higher than the spot rate, the points are positive. We say the currency is trading at a forward premium.
Premium means more expensive in the future. Points are positive.
Okay. If the forward rate is lower than the spot rate, the points are negative. We say the currency is trading at a forward discount.
Discount means cheaper in the future. Points are negative. Got it.
Let's use an example. Say the USD/EUR spot rate is 1.15885.
Okay.
And the market determines the 1-year forward rate should be 1.19532.
So the forward rate is higher than the spot rate.
Correct. So we expect positive points, a premium for the euro, which is the base currency here, USD per EUR. The difference is 1.19532 minus 1.15885.
Let me calculate. That's 0.03647.
Right. Now, remember we said most non-yen rates are quoted to 4 decimal places.
Yes.
To express this difference in points or pips, we usually scale it up. We multiply by 10,000.
Why 10,000?
Because 1 divided by 10,000 is 0.00001, which corresponds to that 4th decimal place. It just turns the small decimal difference into a more manageable number.
Okay, so 0.03647 times 10,000, that's 364.7.
Exactly. So the quote would be plus 364.7 points for the 1 year forward. The plus tells you it's a premium and a spot, and 364.7 is the magnitude.
So a positive number means the base currency, euro here, is at a premium. A negative number would mean it's at a discount.
Precisely. And remember the yen exception.
Ah, yes, quoted to 2 decimal places.
So for yen pairs, to convert the difference to points, you'd multiply by 100, not 10,000.
Okay, 100 for yen, 10,000 for most others. That's the scaling factor.
Correct. It ensures the point represents the last relevant decimal place in the standard quote.
So, quick check. If a currency is trading at a forward premium, are the points positive or negative? And does it mean its future price is higher or lower than its current spot price?
Forward premium means positive points,
Mm-hmm.
and it means the forward rate is higher than the spot rate. The currency is expected to be more expensive in the future based on these calculations.
Very good. Premium means higher future price, positive points.
Okay, so now we know how points are quoted. How do we go the other way? If the bank tells you the spot rate and the points, how do you find the actual forward rate for your contract?
We must have to reverse the process, right? Add or subtract the points from the spot rate.
Exactly. The formula is basically forward rate, a spot rate, plus forward point scaling factor.
Ah, we need to divide the points by that scaling factor first.
Yes, to turn them back into the small decimal difference.
Okay, let's use an example from the material. Exhibit 1, USD-EUR. Spot rate is 1.15885.
Right.
And the 3-month forward points are quoted as plus 80.9.
Okay, so first, what's the scaling factor for USD-EUR?
That's not yen, so it should be 10,000.
Correct. So we take the points plus 80.9 and divide by 10,000.
80.9, 10,000 equals 0.008009.
Good. Now we add this to the spot rate.
Spot rate 1.15885 plus 0.008009 equals 1.16694.
That's it. 1.16694 is the 3-month forward rate for USD-EUR.
It's like having the total score in a game. The forward rate total score is the spot rate starting score plus the forward points, extra points gained.
A nice way to think about it. And if you look at that Exhibit 1 again, you'll notice something else.
What's that?
Compare the points for different time periods, like 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 180 days.
Okay, let's see. 30-day points are plus 14.1, 90-day points are plus 80.9, 180-day points are plus 162.5. They are getting bigger.
The absolute value of the points generally increases as the time period, the maturity, gets longer.
Why does that happen?
It makes sense if you think about what causes these points. As we hinted, it's strongly related to the difference in interest rates between the two countries.
Interest rates, how do they come into it?
Ah, that's the core connection. That interest rate difference has more time to accumulate its effect over a longer period. Like interest on a fixed deposit longer term means more total interest.
I see. So the longer the forward contract, the bigger the impact of the interest rate difference, and therefore the bigger the points.
Generally, yes.
Yeah.
This leads us perfectly into the next part. Now that we know how to calculate these points and rates, the really interesting question is, what drives them? Why are they positive or negative? And the answer, as we're discovering, lies firmly in the world of interest rates.
Okay, this sounds like where it all comes together. You're saying spot rates, forward rates, and interest rates are all linked.
Yes, through a very fundamental principle, often called interest rate parity. It stems from that idea of arbitrage we discussed earlier.
The risk-free profit idea.
Exactly. The core concept is this. In an efficient market, 2 different ways of making a risk-free investment over the same period should give you the exact same return.
If they didn't, everyone would just do the one with the higher return, right?
Precisely. And that action would quickly make the returns equal again. So let's think about the 2 alternative risk-free strategies. Imagine you have some money, say 10,000 rupees, to invest for 1 year risk-free.
Okay, 10,000 rupees, 1 year, no risk. What are my options?
Option 1, invest domestically. This is simple. You put your 10,000 rupees into an Indian risk-free investment, like a government bond or a very safe bank deposit. Let's say the Indian risk-free interest rate is 7% per year.
Okay, so after 1 year, I'd have 10,000. 1 plus 0.07 equals 10,700 rupees. Simple and safe.
Correct. That's your certain return in rupees. Now for the alternative.
Option 2. Invest abroad, but safely. This involves a few steps. First, you take your 10,000 rupees and convert it into a foreign currency, let's say US dollars, using today's spot exchange rate.
Okay, convert rupees to dollars at the spot rate.
Second, you invest those US dollars in a US risk-free investment, like a US Treasury bill, for 1 year, earning the US risk-free interest rate. Let's say that's 5%.
Right, earn interest in dollars.
But wait, I want rupees back at the end, and the exchange rate might change. That sounds risky.
But here's the crucial third step to make it risk-free. At the same time you do the first step, converting rupees to dollars, you also enter into a forward contract today.
The forward contract we just learned about.
Yes. You agree today on the exchange rate at which you will sell your US dollars, principal plus the interest earned, back into Indian rupees exactly 1 year from now.
Uh-huh. So I lock in the exchange rate for converting back. That removes the currency risk.
Exactly. This whole process, convert at spot, invest abroad, lock in the future conversion rate with a forward, is sometimes called covered interest arbitrage, or using a currency swap, because you've covered the exchange rate risk.
So now, option 2 is also risk-free, just like option 1.
Correct. And because both options are risk-free and cover the same time period, the fundamental principle of no arbitrage says.
Their final return, in rupees, must be the same.
Precisely. If option 2 consistently gave more rupees than option 1, everyone would borrow rupees, do option 2, and make free money. If option 1 gave more, nobody would invest abroad using this method. The market forces ensure they yield the same result.
That makes so much sense. It's the market balancing itself out through this arbitrage idea.
It is, and this very relationship allows us to derive a formula for what the forward rate should be. So based on that principle that the two risk-free options must yield the same return, we get the interest rate parity formula. It looks like this.
Okay, let's see it.
FFD, SFD, 1 plus R, 1 plus R.
Whoa, okay, let's break that down. FFD.
That's the forward rate, expressed as foreign currency per unit of domestic currency. For consistency with how the rates are often used in this formula, let's adjust the example slightly. Let's say F is foreign, like USD, and D is domestic, like INR. So FUSD INR is the forward rate of dollars per rupee.
Okay, FUSD-INR.
And SFD.
That's the spot rate, also in dollars per rupee, SUSD INR.
Got it. What about ARP?
ARP is the risk-free interest rate in the foreign country, the U.S. in our example, for the period.
Okay, foreign rate.
And ARV is the risk-free interest rate in the domestic country, India, for the same period.
Domestic rate. Okay,
Yeah.
so forward rate, spot rate times 1 plus foreign rate divided by 1 plus domestic rate.
Exactly. Let's use the inverse in the source materials example, slightly adapted for clarity. Let's assume
Mm-hmm.
the spot rate, SFD, is, say, 1.6535.
Yeah.
This might represent something like AUD USD, but let's just use an UPEX.
Okay, spot equals 1.6535.
The domestic interest rate is 3.00% or 0.0350.
ARD was 3.00%.
Air S equals 5.000%.
That's quite ARF is 5.000.
This is ours, Air F, 5.00%. Now plug these into the formula to find the fair forward rate, FFT, for a 1-year contract.
Okay. FFD equals 1.6535, 1 plus 0.050, 1 plus 0.0350.
Okay.
FFD yields 1.6535, 1.050, 1.0350.
Okay, calculate the fraction first. 1.050, 1.0145 equals 1.0145.
And that gives...
1.6535, 1.0145 equals 1.66775 approximately.
So the fair 1-year forward rate, based on the spot rate and the interest rates, should be 1.6775.
This formula basically tells us what the forward rate must be to prevent arbitrage.
Exactly. It's the equilibrium rate. Now, what if a dealer accidentally quotes a different rate? Say they quote 1.6900.
That's higher than the fair rate of 1.6775.
Yes. This creates that arbitrage opportunity. A smart trader could lock in a risk-free profit. They could essentially borrow domestically at 3.5%, convert at spot 1.6535, invest abroad at 5%, and simultaneously agree to sell the foreign currency back in 1 year at the wrong forward rate of 1.690.
And because 1.690 is higher than the fair rate needed to offset the interest difference, they make extra profit. Precisely. The source material calculates this, gives a risk-free profit of 77 basis points, which is 0.77%. But again,
these chances disappear in a flash because everyone tries to do it.
Instantly, driving the quoted forward rate back towards the fair rate of 1.6775.
Okay, this relationship is key, and it leads to something you mentioned earlier about premiums and discounts. Can we connect that now?
Yes, absolutely. Look at our example again. The foreign interest rate, REN S, 5%, was higher than the domestic interest rate, You're at 3.5%.
5% is higher than 3.5%.
And what happened to the forward rate, 1.6775 compared to the spot rate, 1.6535? Was it higher or lower?
The forward rate was higher. 1.6775 is greater than 1.6535.
Okay, let's be careful with the formula's perspective. FFD is the numerator currency. If FD, SFD is greater than 1, so FFD, SFD. This means the foreign currency F is trading at a forward premium relative to the domestic currency D.
Ah, okay. So the currency with the higher interest rate, the foreign one, F in this case, trades at a forward premium.
Let's restate the rule carefully, perhaps thinking about it from the perspective of the currency itself. The currency with the higher interest rate will effectively be sold forward at a discount relative to its spot value against the lower interest rate currency. Conversely, the currency with the lower interest rate will be sold forward at a premium.
Okay, let me try to process that. Higher interest rate means forward discount. Lower interest rate means forward premium. Why?
Think about the investor's choice. If you can invest in a country with a much higher interest rate, say country A, 9%, compared to another, country B, 2%, holding currency A gives you much higher interest earnings. To make investing in currency B equally attractive after hedging, the market needs to compensate for its lower interest rate.
How does it compensate?
By making currency B trade at a premium in the forward market. When you convert A back to B using the forward rate, you get a better rate for B than the spot rate, offsetting the lower interest you earned.
Okay, so the lower interest rate currency B gets a better future exchange rate premium to make up for the lower interest.
Exactly. And conversely, the higher interest rate currency A must trade at a discount in the forward market. You earn more interest, so you accept a slightly worse exchange rate when converting back via the forward contract.
So the discount offsets the higher interest earned? It all balances out?
It has to prevent arbitrage. Think of it like two savings accounts again. India offers 7%, another country offers 4%.
Okay.
If you put money in the foreign account, 4%, you earn less interest. To make it worthwhile, assuming risk-free, when you use a forward contract to bring the money back to rupees, you'd expect the rupee to be at a forward discount against that currency, or equivalently, the foreign currency, to be at a premium against the rupee. Yeah. You get a better rate converting back.
And if the foreign account gave 9%, higher than India's 7%?
Then you earn more interest there. So when you bring the money back via a forward contract, you'd expect the rupee to be at a forward premium, or the foreign currency at a discount. You accept a slightly worse rate converting back because the higher interest already compensated you.
Higher interest rate, higher forward discount. Lower interest rate, higher forward premium. That's a rule of thumb.
That's the fundamental relationship derived from interest rate parity.
Okay, quick check then. If the interest rate in the U.S. is higher than in India, will the U.S. dollar typically trade at a forward premium or a forward discount against the Indian rupee?
U.S. has the higher rate, so the U.S. dollar should trade at a forward discount against the rupee.
And the rupee, having the lower interest rate,
would trade at a forward premium against the U.S. dollar. Very good. Now, one last piece on forward rates. The effect of time, or maturity. We saw earlier that the forward points tend to get larger for longer contracts.
Yes. The 180-day points were bigger than the 30-day points.
Why does this happen? It's because the interest rate differential, the difference between ORTH and RORD, has more time to exert its influence.
Like compound interest accumulating over a longer period.
Exactly. The forward points are approximately proportional to the time horizon of the contract. If you double the time period, you roughly double the points, assuming the interest rates stay the same.
Is there a formula for that?
Yes. The difference between the forward and spot rate, which determines the points, can be approximated by FFD, SFD, SFD, RFD, RFDR, where tau is the time period as a fraction of a year.
So for a 30-day contract would be 3360 or 3D365.
Usually 3360 in money markets for calculations like these. For 180 days, it would be 10360.
I see. So the difference and the points is directly related to the spot rate, the interest rate difference, and the time period.
Correct. Longer time, bigger tau means a bigger difference, hence more points, positive or negative. It's like your electricity bill. If the rate per unit is fixed, the longer you use electricity, longer time maturity, the higher your total bill, more points.
That makes intuitive sense. Longer time, bigger effect.
Now, a very important word of caution here. Many people think, the forward rate must be the market's best guess of where the spot rate will actually be in the future.
It sounds logical, doesn't it? Like a prediction.
It sounds logical, but sadly, history shows it's not true. Forward rates have proven to be very poor predictors of actual future spot rates.
Really? Why is that?
Because actual future spot rates are influenced by so many things beyond just current interest rate differentials. Think about unexpected economic news, political events, changes in inflation, central bank actions, general market sentiment.
Yes, the real world is much messier than just interest rates.
Much messier.
Hmm.
So while the forward rate is derived from the current spot rate and current interest rates to prevent arbitrage today, it doesn't reliably predict the future spot rate.
So how should we think about forward rates then?
It's best, for our understanding, to see them purely as the result of that interest rate parity arbitrage equation. They are the rates that eliminate risk-free profit today. The forward points are simply reflecting the time-adjusted interest rate difference today. Don't treat them as forecasts.
Okay, so forward rates are for locking in prices and managing risk now based on current conditions, not for predicting the future.
That is the most accurate and useful way to view them. Their power lies in hedging, not forecasting.
That's a very important distinction. It tells us what they are good for managing risk for businesses and individuals.
Exactly.
Right, that really clarifies the role of forward rates. So bringing this section to a close, we've navigated the quite sophisticated links between spot rates, forward rates, and interest rates.
The interest rate parity connection.
We've seen how arbitrage forces this relationship and determines whether a currency trades at a forward premium or discount.
And how the length of the contract affects the points.
And crucially, we understand that forward rates are about managing risk today, not predicting tomorrow's spot rates.
Yes.
This knowledge isn't just academic, is it? It's vital for anyone involved in international trade, making investments across borders.
Or even, as you said, planning personal things like buying imported goods, maybe electronics or that special wedding dress from abroad.
Knowing about forward rates can help manage the financial risk involved. It really builds our financial understanding in this global world.
It absolutely does. Hashtag tag outro.
And so that brings our deep dive today, exploring the, I must say, fascinating world of exchange rates to a gentle close.
It was quite a journey, wasn't it?
It was. We started with the basics. What an exchange rate actually is just a price.
Like prices in our local market.
Then we learned the clever way cross rates are calculated using those bridge currencies like the US dollar, connecting everything.
The unit cancellation and sometimes inverting the rates.
Right. And then we took that deep dive into forward rates, understanding how future prices are set today, all governed by that beautiful balance, really, between spot rates and interest rates.
Driven by the no arbitrage principle.
Exactly. And the key takeaway, I think, is that finance, these concepts, they aren't just for bankers in tall buildings.
Not at all.
They affect all of us. Understanding these flows of money gives you a stronger foundation, doesn't it, to see how currencies interact across the world.
It empowers you to understand the financial world around you better.
You now have a much better feel for how these currencies dance with each other globally.
Absolutely. And perhaps, as a final thought to leave with you, the next time you see an exchange rate mentioned, maybe on the TV news, or when you're looking up rates for a potential trip, don't just look at the current spot rate. Take a moment to think. How might the interest rates in those two countries be influencing where the forward rate might be? Remember the premium and discount relationship we discussed?
Thinking about the underlying interest rate pressures.
Yes. And maybe think even further. Beyond just interest rates, what other big events or sudden news could cause a currency's value to jump or fall sharply right now in the spot market?
Like maybe a surprise election result or sudden news about inflation.
Exactly. What other factors play a role in those day-to-day movements? Something interesting to observe.
That's a great question to keep in mind. Always more to learn.
Always. Keep observing, keep asking questions, and keep building that understanding. It has been a real pleasure discussing this with you all today.
Thank you for joining us on the Deep Dive. We look forward to exploring another topic with you soon. Farewell for now.
Farewell, everyone.